Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us. This is Mtembei TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Excited about tonight's show, the pull and the push between the lawyers. Azimio la Umoja One Kenya versus Kenya Kwanza. The Supreme Court petition. The Kenya Kwanza for nullify the election, let's go for a rerun. Well, it looks like Azimio la Umoja have had a secret card in close to their chest, which is coming out clear. They say audit the elections and declare the rightful winner. A winner, let there be no runoff. What is your take on this? And of course, DP RUTO, President-elect by Chebukati and IEBC, says he's under fire, of course. He's under fire by the Azimio la Umoja coalition for luring and trying to persuade independent parliamentarians to join Kenya Kwanza fraternity. What is your take on all this? And of course, a section of church leaders are now pushing for another handshake between Raila Odinga and William Ruto. What is your take on this? Well, tonight, I want to appreciate everybody around the world, even as you choose to join us. I want to urge you to invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into this discussion, even as we start out. Well, I'm sure tonight you're going to have it great, even as we look at the merits and the demerits, the advantages and the disadvantages of which side will carry the day at the Supreme Court. Welcome, everybody. And if you're following us on Facebook, consider subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. Well, we're glad everybody is coming in fast and furious. Glad for you. Please, let's do it and keep it civil. This is our country, and it's our responsibility to see to it that it gets governed according to the rule of law, and the leaders we elect get into office and serve as according to the rightful process of getting leaders. Well, Salume Mbone, karibu kwa show. Asante sana. Kuna Favor Kitsa, most welcome. Martin Makandet, you are welcome, sir. How are you today? Evans Kimutai, karibu kwa show. Kuna Beatrice Ambale, karibu kwa show. Kuna Abdallah, nani mwingine, kuna JB. Thank you so much. Judy Tamira Williams, karibu kwa show. Elder Justus Dismas Kongwoni, you're welcome. Kuna John Mutuku, kuna Gladys Mora, kuna Joseph Wafra, alafu kuna nani huyu, Teresia Lee, alafu nani mwingine, Mary Immaculate, karibu kwa show. Eugene Mbacha, you are welcome. Thank you. Nyar Jen, you are welcome. Elijah Cheriot Songkok, karibu sana. Kuna Petkira de Grace, I tell you, this is powerful. Karibu sana. Jose Sam KE, karibu kwa show. Kuna Abdi Wahab Mohamed Sedo, you are welcome. Zioki Malika, karibu sana. Nashukuru kila mmoja. Naamini uko na wakati mzuri unapoendelea kutegea show ya leo na kujumuika pamoja na dunia nzima tunapoangazia siasa zetu na jinsi na sababu ya kila mmoja kuchagua vile alivyochagua. Kuna nani huyu, Jesse Mbithe, karibu kwa show. Kuna Sharif Ahmed, ndugu Azangu, nani mwingine, Lawrence Kagatitu Mbogwa, karibu sana. Brian Ontori, Dennis Walcott Chebu, okay. I hope that's not Jebukati. Karibu sana. Shaiman Adams, karibu sana. Alego Kennedy, karibu sana. Eugene Adams, Omolo Bernard, kuna Karena Mwikali, alafu Ibrahim K.E., Alphonse Zio, Kela Bulagat, nani mwingine huyu? Kuna Masi Mboga, alafu Thomas Nganga, nani Honorable Cohen, Shamala Baraka, Victor Waweru, kuna Lawrence Katitu Mbogwa, huyo tumemsabai. Alafu kuna EM Edwards, kuna Kipropo Enoch, nani mwingine huyu? Dahi Abdi, kuna mtumishi Stephen Luangu, karibu sana. Kuna nani huyu? Ephraim Murigo, Thomas Waswa, kuna John Agutu, sorry, Isaac Kiprokoriri, I saw, kuna Josephat Cheriot, kuna Martin Mola, alafu nani huyu? Nancy Mururi, Edward Amisi, Matthew Kiprop, Arap Kimungen, jina refu kweli. Samuel, kuna Matt, kuna Belinda Ogweno, kuna nani huyu? Ngolanye Martin, kuna Egesa George, kuna Pati, kuna nani mwingine huyu? Dubex Senior, alafu Lochenaya, Mike what? Makenea. Haya, majina kama hayo. Haya, asante sana. The link to use to get in the studio, let me share it again in the comment section. Click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and let us get talking. We are happy for the new day and the proceedings about the framing of the Supreme Court petition. Okay, there is one school of thought says nullify and call for a rerun versus audit and declare the right winner. Which wing are you in? Dr. William RUTO is under fire over coalition defections right now. As somebody who is anti-democracy, what do you think? A section of church leaders push for another handshake. Are you in support of the same, or are you against the same? So wherever you are joining us from, please join us. Let us get talking. This is Mtembei TV, and we are coming to you live from Nairobi, Kenya. We are here to see to it that everything is done decently and in order. So inaonekana watu wameogopa kuja studio. Karibuni kila mmoja tafadhali, wacha tujadiliane mabana na marefu, lazima kitaeleweka. No more election fraud in Kenya. I believe this is part of what the president was talking about when he says he's going to deal with some people swiftly and effectively. I don't know what you think about the same, but as things look, there is a section of lawyers who are not at ease with the events developing at the Supreme Court, where instead of seeking a nullification of the election of one Deputy President, William RUTO, there is a push for the audit of the elections and a call of the rightful winner. And it seems not to be taken well by the Kenya Kwanza section. I don't know why you need to give me that reason tonight, even as we start out our discussion. Thank you, everybody. Let us get talking. Aya, mzee wangu, Juan Carrara. Habari ya leo? Unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Endelea dadi.
Okay. Nilikuwa kwenye shida kidogo ya mitambo karibu siku 2-3. Sasa sijakuwa kwa huu mjadala. Sasa sijui leo mjadala ni juu ya nini.
Tunazungumza kuhusu Supreme Court petition. Wale wanasema nullify the election, go for rerun. Wengine wanasema audit and declare the right winner. Wewe uko una support nini? Alafu William Ruto under fire over coalition defections. And then a section of church leaders wanasema twende handshake.
Fanya hivi. Naomba tu mwingine kwanza aongee, alafu nitaongea wa pili.
Tusikilize kutoka studio, usitumie ile link nyingine ya kusikiza. Zikiwa mbili zinaleta tashwishi. So just follow from the studio, not from the other feed. Thank you. Bwana Omar, habari leo?
Bernard, niko vizuri. Ujambo?
Sijambo. Na furaha, nashukuru kukuona.
Nasikia hata furaha. Unajua kama tunaenda kushinda, tunaenda kushika muizi. Sasa lazima tukue na raha na Mungu atatusaidia. Tunaona njia hapo, tuko na njia Bernard.
Amina, amina, amina.
Ile kitu imewatisha Kenya Kwanza ni kufanya audit. Hiyo ndio azimio wanataka. Na Bernard, audit hiyo imemaliza Ruto kabisa. Na itakuwa ni history Kenya. Hatutaenda rerun. Na hatutaenda vile wanataka. Tunataka hiyo audit, Bernard. Na hatutaenda handshake. Tunataka tuwashikishe adabu, ikuwe ni funzo kwa mtu mwingine kufanya kitu kama hii Kenya. Na huyo Chebukati aekwe ndani. Hiyo tu. Na Bernard, hawa viongozi koti bila kuwachukulia ukali Bernard, itakuwa ni mazoeo Kenya. Ile generation tunakuja baadaye itakuwa Kenya hakuna election Bernard. Lazima majaji watuonyeshe round hii, ikue watich watu lesson, watu wasikuje kuitafia na election ya Kenya. Ile kitu Bernard, naona Kenya Kwanza wameingia baridi. Tunataka hiyo audit. Audit ndio itawamaliza. Wazungu wakuje, kila mtu wakuje, tuhesabu pamoja. Hiyo tu Bernard, sina mengi ya kuzungumza leo, lakini Bernard, hiyo ndio njia. Alafu naona jamaa anajaribu kuchukua opposition. Sijui mbinu yake ni gani, lakini najua hata succeed. Hiyo tu kwa sasa Bernard. Na fununu nasikia pia wananyemelea Kalonzo. Sijui kama ni ukweli. Maybe utueleze Bernard vile mambo iko.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Omar, nashukuru kwa huo utangulizi. Mambo yako hivyo, kila mtu anavuta kwake. Na Kenya Kwanza inaonekana inataka kuonyesha ubabe wa kuwa wengi katika bunge ili watu wa control bunge. Ndiposa DP Ruto ako makini kuhakikisha kwamba ananunua ama ana convince wabunge wengi ambao wamechaguliwa kwa vyama tofauti kujiunga na muungano wa Kenya Kwanza. Ndio Martha Karua leo amemwambia enda polepole. Mambo bado, kwa sababu tunaenda Supreme Court na Supreme Court ndio itaamua nani ni nani. So asikuwe na pupa la kuanza kupanga nyumba yake ili hali ajui vile mambo itakwenda Supreme Court. Kunyemelea Kalonzo amekataa, anasema hizi kufanya kazi na wale watu waaminiki. So ni masuala ambayo ni tata kwa sasa hivi, lakini kile naona mambo yatakwenda kutokea. Kwa sababu there is a panic for that call for audit that is not going to be easy. Wale walifikiria wataiba alafu watoroke alafu kila mtu atakubali alafu asonge mbele, inaonekana hakuna accept and move on. That is no longer going to work. So everybody must own up they are wrong and be able to answer for whatever wrong they did in whichever way they did, especially in their participation into debunking of the 2022 elections. So kila mfanyikazi wa IEBC, kama ulihusika, basi sisi nakuja na kurunzi kufanya uchunguzi upya. Kama uliongeza kura, jipange vile utakwenda kutueleza vile zilitoka zikakuwa ikawa nani akafanya nini ikakuwa nani. Sawa sawa, tumsikilize deputy running mate for Raila Odinga, Martha Karua, talking about William Ruto before we go to the next person. Thank you, everybody. And if you're able to get us, please invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse. This is Mtembei TV, open forum, the political discussion show.
Sheria za Kenya na asifuati. Kama hasifuati, basi tunajua hata ukichukua Biblia hutafuata. Lakini wengine tumewazoea. They are full of impunity. So we are calling out the deputy president, because I can't call him anything else. He's the deputy president of the outgoing regime. Respect the laws of the land. Yes. You are under the laws of Kenya, even as a deputy president. And wait for the outcome when our legal challenge gets to the court. In our constitution, under our constitution, and I want Kenyans to know, when the presidential election is over, even if you are said to have won, even if you are a purported winner, you cannot be sworn in before the legal challenge is exhausted. And like now, because we have not yet filed, but we are within time, until the time to file a petition expires, and you are clear of any legal challenge, you cannot start throwing your weight around. Which weight? What if the challenge nullifies? Tulia ukoje. That's what we are saying. Yes. And they can be sure there will be a legal challenge because there was no proper time. And the results purported to be declared are personal to Wafula Chebukati. They are not the commission's studies, and they are not true. Na Wakenya wajue, ukianza na wizi, utamaliza na nini? Na wizi. After here, asking people to jump their parties, wooing people unconstitutionally and illegally, you are already trying to steal the mandate the people have given. Watch out, Kenyans. Hard times are coming. After here, asking people to jump their parties, wooing people unconstitutionally and illegally, you are already trying to steal the mandate the people have given. Watch out, Kenyans. Hard times are coming. When we have purported leaders who do not believe in the rule of law, who do not believe in democracy, it's the beginning of anarchy. Thank God, we have due process which we believe in. Us as a new, once we take our legal challenge to the court, whatever the outcome, that is the end of the journey. That's the way our constitution is. It may not be perfect, but that is the way it is. And we promise to abide. We always abide by the rule of law, even when we disagree with the ruling. We disagree, either take next steps, or if it is the final, we accept it as final. And we know that. So wale hawaelewi sheria, tulieni. Wacha kutugambagamba na siku haijafika. Haki zetu bado. Even when there is a proper time, a candidate is entitled to a re-tally on demand. And if it's in a polling station, you're entitled to a re-count if you want. When you do it in darkness and then you just come and declare casually, you deny parties the right of recount. When you do it in darkness, that is not the carrier of the commission. Hiyo ni yako ya kitu yako pekee. And we have already had it with his fellow commissioners. The exercise of tally is an exercise of the corporate body called the commission. The commission is not an individual. It's a corporate body consisting of 7 commissioners and a secretariat. So that tally has to be conducted and ended by the entire commission. And if there is disagreement, they will be voting and a record. Listen, wasi kutoka kwa nyumba yako ukuje ukiwaambia umepata ni nani. Mashindano si yangu mwenyewe, ni ya the whole country. So we are going to vote for appropriate reliefs, and we are very happy that as our supporters you have kept peace, and countrywide that is the case. But however, it is very shocking that a person who aspires to lead the country is either ignorant of our laws or behaves with impunity, starting to woo members of the Azimio coalition and announcing they have defected to the side. Is it that he has not read the Political Parties Act, or he regards the law as nothing? If you are in a coalition, you have to give 3 months notice of the intention to leave the coalition. It's a legal process. This is not the Kanu era, where you could just buy people to cross the floor. And if you are an individual member and you belong to a political party or a coalition and you want to cross the floor, the penalty is you return to the voters to tell them, ile nguo nilikuja nayo kwenu nimebadilisha, wakuidhinishe tena au wakutupe nje. So we are telling Kenyans, don't be willing to start acting against the law by people full of impunity, people who do not believe in the law. And anybody who does not obey the law.
Let me say this. When we hear it from them, because we've been hearing from the Deputy President and his people, when it is actualized, the law will take its course. So we are not calling out anybody. Today I'm calling out the Deputy President of the outgoing government.
The country deserves justice and peace. And our national anthem, we sing, justice be our shield and defender. Yani, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Lazima tupate haki, na haki ikiamuliwa na koti, hiyo ni ya mwisho. Hata kama hukubali kwa roho yako, lazima tutulie na tukubali uamuzi wa mwisho wa koti. Mumeamua, lakini koti itaamua kama mahesabu imeingiana au ni mahesabu ya bandia. Kwa hivyo tuwe na utulivu, na vile tumeungana hapa bila kuulizana wewe ni wa chama gani, wewe ulipigia nani kura, tuendelee na maisha vile tunaendelea na maisha tukingojea. Na hiyo ndio inatakikana. Kwetu ni haki tunatafuta. Na ni mojo ni ndetigitageria ndambereria. Mwathani wao aya matio ekuhotwo ni taki no igotire agia getikio rere gekatia ndikuuga bau ne bega kwoguo oringi nitwamumiriria Ngai wa moya murathime na nĩ wega nĩ ũndũ wa ciugo njega iria twabunjĩtwo mũthenya wa ũmũthĩ na ngwatanĩro njega ya andũ metũra na arĩa mangorwo manjikĩrie kura nĩ wega mũno, arĩa matanatwikĩria ũguo mwekire nĩ kwagĩrĩire tondũ wĩ mwĩtĩkĩrie gwĩthurĩra ũrĩa ũgwĩka atĩa ikwe weganĩre. Asanteni, Mungu atubariki sote.
Thank you, Deputy President Designate of Azimio, Martha Karua, giving her thoughts about William Ruto and his swiftness in moving around trying to woo members of parliament from the independents and other political parties to join his fora and then be able to push their agenda. I don't know what you feel about the same wherever you are. Thank you so much. The people in the comment section, keep it clean. the bloggers, if you're here, I know you're serving your master, but you must adhere to our standing orders. I also want to urge everybody who is coming on the screen, keep your camera on. If you can't keep your camera on, you will not be kept on the screen. That is part of our standing orders, because we need to have quality videos for the people who view this show, even when it is finished and closed. So we want everybody to endeavor to keep their cameras on. Kuna malim, please let there be light where you are. Thank you so much. Yes, let's keep it that way so that video inakaa poa, tusikue na giza huku na kule, inaleta kizaazaa kwa watazamaji wetu. Naomba tumsikilize Olara akipatia opening remarks yake dakika moja mbili hivi, tusonge mbele. Olara, how are you today?
I'm fine, sir.
Yes.
Lakini nimeangalia Bwana Karara kwa hapa, na yeye ni mzee kuniliko. Patia Bwana Karara microphone. Huyu ni mzee wetu. Anachangamsha hapa, he keeps his remarks, keeps us paka asubuhi. Mimi niko hapa paka asubuhi. Patia Karara. Mzee Karara apate fursa.
Aya, Olara, asante, lakini Karara alikuwa amesema utangulie. Sasa wewe umemrudishia. So ninyi kama wazee pambaneni, lakini mtuendeleze. Go and Mr. Karara, take it.
Thank you Mr. Ben. Na nashukuru Bwana Urara kwa hiyo heshima. Kwanza ni kusema kwamba sisi sio wageni hapa Kenya, na kama vile inasemekana historia hujirudia. Tulikuwa wakati wa enzi ya KANU, wakati ya mzee Moi, baada ya uchaguzi ni kununua wabunge. Na pia wahenga wanasema mtoto wa nyoka ni nyoka. Ruto ni mtoto wa Moi wa kisiasa. Sasa anataka kurudisha kile kitu tunaita Moism, kwamba he want to buy royalty with money. Moi knew that he was not loved by Kenyans. So the first thing he did was to make Kenyans poor. Then come with handouts. Because anajua when you are poor, when you don't have food, when you don't have money, you can fall for anything. So Ruto anatumia philosophy ya mzee Moi. Tunaona vile mambo ya uchaguzi imeenda. Uchaguzi haikuwa na shida. Kile kilikuwa na shida ni matokeo. You have elections and you have results. Wakati wanafunzi wanafanya mtihani wa mwisho wa mwaka, alafu nasikia waziri akisema kuna wanafunzi walifanya udanganyifu, matokeo huwa mtihani huwa haurudiwi. Kile huwa kinafanyika ni wenye kuiba wanatemwa. Kwa hivyo mimi naomba jambo hili, koti linajua kwamba sio uchaguzi ulikuwa na hitilafu. Udanganyifu ulifanyikana baada ya kupiga kura. Kule kupiga kura hakuwa na hitilafu. Matokeo na hesabu ndio zilikuwa na dosari. Kwa hivyo hapo ndipo ningeomba waangalie kura zilipotelea wapi, huyu aliongezewa nini, huyu alitolewa, alinyang'anywa nini. Lakini tukisema tu uchaguzi urudiwe, itakuwa Kenya tutakuwa tumezoea kurudi kwa uchaguzi. Iko wakati Ben watu watafika waseme hata hatutaki uchaguzi. Kwa sababu gani? Tunachaguana, zinaibiwa, tena tunarudi kwa debe. Miaka ingine 5 hivi. Sasa itakuwa demokrasia haitakuwa na maana. Demokrasia hii ilifanya watu wengi hasa wamama wafanyike wajane. Ikafanyika watoto wawe yatima. Ikafanyika wazee wawe wafiwa kwa sababu tulipoteza wake kwa kiume. katika kupigania demokrasia, na wale ambao hawakujua demokrasia ni nini ndio hao sasa tunawaona wakitangazwa washindi, kwa sababu kwao demokrasia haina maana. Najua Ben, kutangazwa mshindi, unaweza tangazwa mshindi, lakini haki ilitendeka. Tunakumbuka wakati ya Moi hakukwako haki. Ben, sijui kama mnakumbuka wakati wa mlolongo 1988, watu wanapanga foleni, mtu anaguzwa kwa bega, anaguzwa mgongo na hapa nyuma ya magoti, ati hao ni watu 3 wamepiga kura. Tuliona unapigwa mara 3 na chief, unaguzwa 1 2 3, ati hao ni watu 3. Wewe unakuwa na watu wengi kwa foleni kuliko mtu, lakini hesabu ikifanyika wewe hauna kura. Hiyo ndio Ruto amefanya, na Ruto ni mjanja, maana he has done a coup to the IEBC. Kuna dada moja juzi usiku niliona anajiita inawezekana. Kuna maneno aliongea sana, akasema ungeona wakati hiyo sarakasi ya jioni, ungeona IEBC ilifanyika ikawa Kenya Kwanza na Kenya Kwanza ikafanyika IEBC. Wacha niwachie hapo kwanza. Asante.
Asante sana Bwana Karara kwa huo utangulizi mzuri. Tunashukuru sana kwa kutukumbusha mlolongo na masuala ya Moism, na tunatazamia kuangalia kwamba ukweli ufanyike. Kwanza nilipenda sana wakati umesema wakati kuna cheating kwa exam, ni wale waliodanganya wanatemwa, sio kurudia mtihani. Hapo ndio tutasimamia. Wale watu walidanganya watemwe. Sisi wengine tunaendelea na next class. Thank you very much for that. Well, naomba sasa for gender balance tumsikilize Sara kwanza, alafu tarudi kwa mkururo wetu. Sara Mohamed, habari ya leo? Samahani Sara. Endelea, kuna shida na audio yako, hatukusikii. Pole, naomba
abonyeze unmute. Abonyeze unmute pale chini pale.
No, she's unmute but she can't be heard. So there is something with a configuration. Sarah, what you do, you get out of the studio and then come in so that you correct the audio. Okay, if you're using phone, you can restart the phone so that it is balanced, then it will be able to pick your mic without problem. Just rectify that and then you come back. Thank you very much. Turudi pale juu kwa nani? Olara.
Leo nitasema tu mapema. Uchaguzi ulifanyika, na uchaguzi kuna vile imamuliwa. Mimi nachoomba Raila legal team wasiende pale waongee irregularities, wasiongee Maina Kiai, wasiongee kila kitu. Inachobakia pale ni haki itendeke. Dau hii IEBC imetangaza kwa audio, kila constituency walitangaza pale wenyewe, na wanahabari, we Bernard ukiwepo, na jua mtambo wako haujalala, na tulikuwa hapa kabla uchaguzi siku 3 na bado tuko hapa. Waitangaza kitu kwa kauli, kwa neno hilo kauli. Alafu kuna utengamano wa matokeo ya kauli na kura zilizopigwa, kura zina utata na matokeo kamili. Bwana Bernard, leo kama unataka usaidizi tutakusaidia. Kabla ya Monday uje hapa uchukue all audios, announcements na the portal appearances or the portal declaration. Alafu sasa sisi tupate audio na tupate real marks. Alafu tupate hiyo opaque. Opaqueness is what is taking us to High Court. Opaqueness. Opaqueness should be very opaqueness. Sio kwa ubaya. Juu mimi nilikuwa najua Bernard unacheka kama unajua kitu utaki kutuambia saizi. Utuambie, usifanye tuumie roho tuanze kuongea mavitu mingi hapa. Kama unajua si useme tu kuna kitu. Ndo sisi tusianze kuongea mavitu mingi hapa kwa hii studio bwana. Opaqueness imekuwa
relax. Relax. You're also becoming opaque now. Stop opaqueness.
Hiyo opaqueness imezidi bwana. Opaqueness imezidi bwana. Kama Bernard unajua hiyo opaqueness, kwa nini tuongee tujitoe roho na hatujakula? Mimi nimekunywa zaidi kuliko kukula. Sijakula ugali, nimekula matoke. Hey.
Nataka kukuhimiza pika ugali ukule, usijali. Mambo iko under control. Mambo iko under control.
Hapana, hiyo umetuambia mara mingi bwana Bernard bwana. Tupatie kitu to hang on. Asante sana.
Wewe relax ya papo. Hebu tumsikilize rais, alafu ndio utajua kwamba hii sio accident.
Sio opaqueness.
Sio opaqueness. It's not an accident.
Bado nimebaki wiki 3. We shall deal with those individuals swiftly and effectively. Swiftly and very effectively. Waende, tutaenda nyumbani na wao. Swiftly and very effectively. We can't have individuals, people operating as individuals. We operate on behalf of the people. We operate on behalf of the global community of which we are respected members. Sio kurukaruka huko na mambo yako na fikira zako ambayo hatujui ni zimetoka wapi. Anyway, wacha hiyo nimekwisha. Yangu ni kuwapongeza. Madam, on your hospital, to thank our partners WHO, to thank our partners in the United Nations, and to say that Kenya will continue to be a strong and firm supporter of all global efforts aimed at improving the lives of our people, aimed at bringing peace to our continent and to the world. And this is just the beginning. May God bless you. Asanteni sana.
Sikuwa nimesikia hiyo.
Swiftly and effectively. Don't forget that. Underline that. Swiftly and effectively. Ukielewa hiyo, hautasumbukana. Bwana Mohamed, vipi? Wekeza mute. You mute mpaka time yako ifike tafadhali. Tunakuja kwako baadaye. Mohamed Abdikadir, vipi?
Thank you very much, Bernard. Good evening, all the panelists.
Good evening to you.
I'm very happy to see Uncle Juan Carrara, the rest of the panelists. And I was very happy to hear from Uncle Juan Carrara when he said about a moist era where the economy was very at the lowest collapsing point. And I support it because this is what I have realized for the 10 years that Jubilee, RUTO, and Uhuru are in the power city. So in fact, that is when someone is malnourished, doesn't have food, doesn't have a quality education and quality health houses, is vulnerable to corruption and also other things that can affect the personal livelihood. So that was the point. Secondly, and for today agenda of the panel, I was seeing that there was an issue of William RUTO collecting some politicians from Azimio side and taking them to Kenya Kwanza, which was the brain behind such issues that there will be a vote of no confidence in the parliament side, where Azimio was planning to throw him away from the government using the legislature seats. And that was the only weapon we had, and it will be. And if they think that that will not happen, it will happen and we will going to win against him. Because we are not enemy to anyone. We are saving our country from corruption and malpractices. And the people who have defected, and I'm really telling them, they're in a shame position. It's my own home county politicians, Ali Roba, who is a senator, and the incoming new politician, Mohammed Adan Khalif, who is the governor, sitting governor right now. They have defected to William Ruto's side, and we are condemning them. They are greedy, they are selfish, and they don't want to lead us and to represent us in the government of Mandera County. Secondly, excuse me, is that the issue of RERUN. I don't think whether there will be a RERUN in the petition, the court, because we have in Kenyan history, I think this is the first time that we got IEBC getting split into two, which is a ratio of 3 to 4, which means if you are low student, I think we have some legislators here, and I doubt whether we don't have, that if there is a ratio of 4 to 3, then the court will going to give us an upper hand and give us the ruling to our side, that they will not be rerun, but there will be a declaration of Raila Amolo Odinga direct to the State House seat. Thirdly, I'm really very concerned about the youth vote at this election. The youth have not voted this time. I don't know what happened, but what I can say is, in case of rerun, we don't know what is going to happen. In case of rerun, I want to ask the youth to come in large numbers and to vote in a massive voting to kick out William Ruto from this government and to have Azimio in power. That is what I want to say. Thank you very much for today. Maybe let me just have some relaxation. I'm with you at the air. Thank you very much, Uncle Juan, and the rest of the panel. Thank you very much, Bernard. I think you're going to tell us what Uncle is saying, and Aurora said, Bernard should tell us what he's hiding. Please tell us what you're hiding.
Don't worry. You will hear it. Don't worry. Keep listening.
We have hope. Listening. I'm sure we have hope by today. Because I was with the interview of the Grand Mullah Ahmed Nasir, the lawyer of the former lawyer of Jubilee, saying they will not be rerun in the petition, but there will be direct Raila Amolo's declaration of the Victoria. So I think that will be a big victory to us also. We will going to carry the day, I think so.
That's how everything looks, and we hope that everything plays according to the script. We look forward to unfolding that. So relax where you are. Everything will be fine. Naomba tumsikilize Bernard Wekesa. Bernard, vipi?
Fiti sana namesake admin. ninafurahi sana kuwa kwenye hiki kikundi kikubwa. Nimekuwa nikiwatazama, nikiwasikiza, and I've been really trying to come in, but I thank God today I've succeeded. So I salute you. Mimi ningependa kusema kwamba Kenya is a great nation, and Kenya has great people, men and women, learned people who are skilled, are all in this country. And as a nation, we know that Kenyans think big. We want good life, we want good health, we want development, we want governance. Lakini kuna watu ambao wanatuzuia, watu ambao wanakuwa blocks, stumbling blocks. And I think you'll bear me witness that every country on earth that wants to succeed must work on its laws. That's why every country that there is on earth, it first of all begins with a constitution. So when a country wants to prosper, when a country wants the lives of its people to be good, it has to make sure that all the laws that govern the operations of every aspect of life zinakuwa obeyed, because there is no need of having a law or sets of laws, regulations and rules that can only govern a few, wale ambao wako pale juu, and yet huku chini ama katikati the law does not apply. So for Kenya to move, we needed the law. For Kenya to move to the greater heights of development in all the spheres of life, apart from the law, we needed also leadership. And after every 5 years, we go to elect the president, we elect the governor, we elect the... And it's unfortunate that the cream of society in leadership wanachaguliwa through elections, because sijaona watu wa serikali wakipigiwa kura. We have clerks in offices, we have in private sector, there are no elections. It's merit. But of course, in life, there has to be a mix. So there has to be a selection of qualified people based on merit, and then based on popularity, because of ideas, because of positions that people take. And that's why in choosing leaders in this country, we vote. So voting is not a bad thing. Voting is a good thing, it's a honorable thing, because it gives us the power to choose the way we want. Lakini sitaki kuongea maneno mengi, Bernard, but this is what I wanted to say, ya kwamba the last election ambayo tumeifanya hii, and I'm happy that our president, outgoing president, in passing, I think yesterday nilisikia akiwa na meet na envoys from out, alisema Kenya is going to serve as an example. And from where I sit, I think the first example that Kenya gave to the world, and indeed Africa, is the example when Maraga nullified the 2017 general elections. That was a statement. That was an example that a judge, a Supreme Court judge, together with his or her people, not just him unilaterally, him with his people, can read through a paper and see errors. And they nullified it. That was an example to the whole world. That was a statement to the whole world. It is in the annal books of history. It will never be erased. I'm really watching to see what other history the president is seeing that Kenya is going to set. And if it will be the kind of history that is in my mind, ile historia ambayo iko kwa akili yangu, ile ambayo inasema you cannot have the freedom, the privilege of going to buy, buying people, buying a system. I mean, so that you have your way. Apana, there is a good purpose for money, because we want a situation where when we cast our votes, when we surrender our sovereignty to the leaders that we want to represent us, we want to be sure that that vote we are casting is going to count, that it's going to bring to us the people that we want. So I'm really believing that, and this time I'm not believing in God like I'm praying. Mungu nimeomba ya kutosha. So this time I'm believing on the skillfulness, on the goodness of the statisticians, on those who know the law, on those who know the mood of the country, that when this case finally goes to the Supreme Court, vile ambavyo ule mzee I'm learning their names, Orara na ule mwingine vile ameongea, this time hatutaki ati kesi imeenda pale kotini and then ati they don't have substance. Tunataka kesi ipangwe barabara, ipangwe vizuri. And I think from the way I'm seeing it, kabisa, kwa maana I've been going through Facebook and somewhere nikaona there is a clause in the law, sijui chapter 80 verse 4, I think Bernard labda anaelewa sana mambo ya sheria, sisi wengine ni mdogo, ya kwamba the court can pronounce, it can declare, because if IBC has failed, if a whole institution with all its leadership, not really all of it, but part of it can be bought, especially those who bear the greatest responsibility, those we had given a lot of power to make decisions, if they have gone wayward, then I think it is time that our courts now save us from this kind of confusion. So let me stop there, but otherwise I'm very hopeful that Kenya will remain united. I'm very hopeful that there will be no jitters, because as for the UDA people, they are our brothers and sisters. We are all citizens of this country. Wakati UDA presidential candidate alitangazwa, we didn't vibrate. We kept quiet. We have kept our cool. Kwa hivyo, when our time comes, and of course we hope that it is coming, we will not celebrate like fools. We will not celebrate calling others names. Sisi tutatulia tu, because truth is going to set everybody free. And I can tell you that I'm not sure that this time Raila ameanguka kura. It can't be. It cannot be. It cannot be. So that's what I wanted to say. But we hope that there will be peace and that there will be good transition, because when laws are not followed, there is disorder, there is mayhem. And I think for record purpose, let me say this, that law in a nation guarantees national security. When laws are not followed, especially election laws, we need to put this in mind, that when we have laws obeyed and followed, there is guarantee of national security, national safety, national prosperity, national development, national pride. And I think what this stage that we're going into, namely that there's going to be good ruling, I think it's going to guarantee us the national pride that Kenya has stood for. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you.
Okay, asante sana Bernard Wekesa, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na mtazamo wako, na tunatazamia mabadiliko kulingana na sheria haswa inayoguzia uchaguzi wetu. Kwa hivyo mahala popote ulipo, tafadhali hakikisha kwamba kila mmoja ako nyumbani akisikiliza Mtembei TV, na wale watu wako kwa comment section, kuna wale ambao wako na tabia kutusi wengine. Tafadhali restrain yourself. You have no permission to insult anybody you meet in the public forum like this. I've told you, especially you young people, you meet somebody online, you begin to insult them. One of these fine days, you will be in need of a job. Then you go and find on the panel the same person you insulted yesterday online. And is the one with the key to either hire you or fire you. I don't know how you will defend yourself. So be careful. You still have got a long way to go. Don't make enemies, make friends. Those of you in support of William Ruto. William Ruto is a Kenyan. He's the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. He's to be respected, no doubt about it. But you should have reasons why you support him. Do you support him for what he stands for, or you support him because he's William Ruto? What we have at hand right now is an election petition whereby Deputy President William Ruto is declared as president-elect in unclear circumstances. And the Constitution demands and requires that all the aggrieved parties can seek redress in the court of law. So there's no any illegality, somebody going to the court of law to seek redress over this matter. If that annoys you, then you are either ignorant or you're just trying to play stupid. And you should end that game, because as Kenyans, we need to understand what are our laws, what is required of us in the exercising of the same. Our freedoms are not unlimited. Our freedoms are limited to the degree they affect the other person. So the moment there is a conflict, there is the legal way to deal with it. And one of it is go to the court and seek redress. So if that annoys you, then it means you are what? One, you are twisted, you are corrupt, and you want to support corruption. And if that is what you stand for, that is why we are against you. We are against corruption. We are against cheating. We are against all fraud as far as our elections are concerned. We want to go and vote. Whoever we vote for is the one supposed to be the president, not the one that IBC agrees on or somebody manipulates the system to generate for us. And that is one way of fixing the problems of this great country. And those who are committed to the fixing of the problems of this country, then we are in the same camp. But if you're here to support the twisted system that wants to generate for us fake leaders who begin by stealing and they want to perpetuate the stealing, your time is numbered, your days are numbered, your time is running out. You better look for a lawyer. Look for a very good lawyer, because you will have no place in this country. There will be no hiding place for any twisted person who wants to take advantage of the ignorance of Kenyans and loot the resources of this country. The place for those people is no longer here. And so if you want to support it, you're free to. But I just warn you that you will not live long in terms of living on taking advantage of the ignorance of people and taking advantage of the opportunities that this nation offers. We want justice be our shield and our defender. Then we will dwell in unity, peace, and liberty. But where justice is not our shield and defender, don't expect peace, unity, and liberty. That is it. And that's the dream of our founding fathers. So if you are really a Kenyan and you believe in the Kenyan dream, that is the Kenyan dream. Justice being our shield and defender. And what we are seeking for is electoral justice. That the vote I voted in Makadara constituency, I wanted to speak for me at Bomas. Not somebody to go to Bomas and introduce a new form that has been generated somewhere between River Road and the other rivers for you to go and say what I didn't say when I voted in Makadara constituency. That is not going to work. And so warn yourselves, especially those of you on payroll, working as 36 bloggers for UDA. Ofisi yenu inafungwa hivi karibuni. Nimesema. Samahani kwa kuchemka kidogo, lakini naomba tu tuvumiliane kwa sababu lazima tuseme ukweli ili tukakue huru. Naomba tu relax, mikono kwenda juu saa hii mapema. Relaxini kwanza, just relax. We play a video, then nataka tufuate mkururo kwa sababu nikiruhusu maswali saa hii sitamaliza wale watu wako kwa line, na nataka nimalize watu wa line kwanza ndio niruhusu maswali, ili tukisonga mbele tunasonga mbele tukiwa kitu kimoja. Okay, haya tusikilize haya.
Sasa muungano wa Azimio wamekashifu vikali rais mteule William Ruto, akisema anaenda kinyume cha sheria za vyama na pia kuhujumu demokrasia ambayo imekuwa ikifurahiwa hapa nchini. Ruto amekuwa kwenye harakati za kuwarai wabunge wateule wa vyama mbalimbali kujiunga kwenye muungano wa Kenya Kwanza ili kuongeza idadi ya wabunge upande wake, hatua anayosema ni njama ya kuhujumu demokrasia. Daniel Kariuki anaarifu zaidi.
Rais mteule William Ruto amekashifiwa na wapinzani wake wa Azimio. Kwa siku kadhaa sasa, Ruto amekuwa akiwarai na kuwapokea wabunge wateule wa mrengo mbalimbali waliochaguliwa hivi majuzi, wakiongozwa na waliochaguliwa chini ya chama cha UDM chake Liroba, na vile vile wabunge wa kujitegemea kwa nia ya kuongeza idadi ya wabunge wanaomuunga mkono bungeni. Lakini hili halijafurahisha wana Azimio, ambao sasa wamekashifu rais mteule wakidai ni njama ya kuhujumu demokrasia ambayo imekuwepo, wakisema ni kinukuu, "Tumeshangaa na naibu rais William Ruto ambaye ana maono ya kuongoza nchi ya Kenya, ambaye sasa tayari ameanza vitendo vya ukiritimba na kuenda kinyume na sheria. Anayoyafanya yalifanyika enzi za hapo awali za KANU, kukandamiza uhuru wa bunge na kuhitilafiana na demokrasia." Msemaji wa Azimio Profesa Makau Mutua azidi kusema Ruto anahubiri maji na kunywa divai. Afaa kufahamu kuwa udemokrasia ni kuwepo kwa vyama na mawazo tofauti. Kujaribu kukandamiza Azimio hakutafaulu. Mwisho wa nukuu. Azimio pia wametupilia mbali hatua ya kuhama kwa baadhi ya wabunge waliochaguliwa kwa vyama chini ya muungano huo, wakidai kuwa bado wangali kwenye Azimio kisheria.
We have our coalition partners as Azimio. Again, let them also know that the documents we signed before the 9th of August elections are binding. You cannot jump into another coalition agreement while you have not terminated the other one. The process of termination is provided for in those agreements.
Lakini kuhama kwa baadhi ya wabunge kunabadilisha hali kwa bunge? Kulingana na sheria huwezi kuwa kwenye vyama viwili vya muungano. Msajili wa vyama Anderito anasema kuwa kuna uhuru wa kutangamana, lakini iwapo lazima kuhama, itabidi ujiuzulu kutoka kwenye chama au muungano ili uweze kujihusisha na chama au muungano huo.
Wale ambao wanarukaruka kutoka kwa chama hii kwenda kwa kile chama kingine washuge sana, kwa sababu hiyo ni kinyume ya sheria na wanaweza wakapoteza viti vyao wakati wowote. Na mpigaji kura wowote kutoka sehemu yoyote Kenya hii anaweza enda kotini. Sio lazima awe kutoka sehemu ya kwako, anaweza enda kotini kutoka sehemu yote ya Kenya na aweze kuweka petition kusema ya kwamba ulichaguliwa ukiwa independent, kumbe ulikuwa unawahanda wa Kenya, unawadanganya wa Kenya, nia yako ilikuwa kwenda kwa wengine.
Hili basi linamaanisha kuwa Ruto ataweza kuwa na idadi kubwa katika bunge la kitaifa kufanikisha kupiga kura, kwani kisheria waliogura muungano wa Azimio wangali kwenye muungano huo, hivyo Azimio kusalia kuwa walio wengi angalau kwa sasa ikilinganishwa na Kenya Kwanza, huku uchaguzi kwenye maeneo manne ya bunge ukisubiriwa, wabunge ya kujitegemea wakisalia bila kuhusishwa na muungano wowote. Daniel Kariuki, KTN News.
Mashirika mawili ya kutetea haki za
Okay, thank you everybody. Let's move on listening to Matere Breva. Habari leo?
Okay, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm fine too. Yeah, I don't have much. First of all, I would like to talk about the decision by Azmio to move to court. They have done well, but I wish that they assemble all evidences and do it strategically, and they should not rush. First of all, they should analyze each and every statement that was put forward by 4 commissioners. Secondly, they should observe, because some of us were on Facebook, were online, and we saw a lot of mess. So I think they should collect everything so that when they are presenting it, they should not mess us. Secondly, this is my plea to the Supreme Court judges that let them be our hero. As the case will be presenting to them, let them follow the evidence keenly. Like, for instance, we heard from Chebukati himself telling us that we have some errors, like the case of Kiambu, where he mentioned 10,000 votes, which was added to one candidate. He mentioned it, and he was claiming that it should not be factored in before the announcement of results. So I think the Azmio should also focus on that, so that they deal with it as one evidence. Also, the deputy commissioner or vice chair who talked about the percentage. You said, regardless of the calculation, the percentage is above the votes that were tallied by the IEBC. So I think it should be done strategically. And this time, I thank God that we as Azmio, with our leaders there, tuko pole sana, and we are doing it well. I have not seen any demonstration. I remember when European Union came with this Senator of US, Kuhn. I remember Raila Odinga's sentiments, where he said that they are going to follow the law procedures, and we are waiting patiently. Because when we compare the two coalitions, I strongly believe that Azmio has the best brains. When you compare about senior councils, we have the best. So I want them to do their work well, so that they present us in a good way. I thank God that during the election period and even after election, Azmio members has been good, patient, not like the other fellas who've been noisy, trying to abuse people around. So I am requesting that we continue that way as we wait for justice. Thank you very much.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Matere kwa maoni yako. Tunashukuru kila mmoja, asante sana kwa mchango wako, na asante kwa kila mmoja anayejumuika nasi katika Mtembei TV, na wote ambao mnachangia katika comment section. Tafadhali Harriet Omolo posting, share the link is not going to help. You are spamming up our channel and risking our existence on YouTube. Please, one post is enough, and the link is shared at intervals. It's not shared at every will. Relax, please, and wait for the time for the link to be shared. Or if you miss the link, you just go to the history of the chats. You'll find the link posted in. Requesting for it after every 1 second will not make it post itself, and will not even get attention. So just communicate once. If you really want to get urgently in touch with me, you get my number. But posting over and over share link is not healthy. Secondly, blueprint entertainment, focus on the debate. If you are not here to debate, you are short-lived. Your existence here is short-lived, and we don't need you to take us round and round. If you are a blogger for William Ruto and UDA, no problem. You're on salary, and you are working hard to be retained after probably the nullification of the so-called win by Chebukati. Whichever the case, just play your role rightly and respectfully. Contribute to the health of the debate. Tell us Ruto won based on this and this. Ruto is legitimately wherever declared president-elect based on this and this. That's the kind of reasoning we want. Not the issue of you supporting it is Ruto and must be Ruto and mpende mspende. Did we pick on Ruto? We did not. Did we request him to be our president? We did not. I don't have any record of when William Ruto going anywhere asking for permission to be president. He just came up and declared he wants to be president, and then he went around the country saying, make me president. And that, in my opinion, is not how to look for presidents. And so, situlete tafadhali. And if he wants to win presidents, he must come the right way. Yeah, not the shortcut way, the vacado way. Let's move on. Okay, let's deal with this. Let me deal with this. Okay, naomba tumsikilize Olara, you're back. Umepata revelation?
And I got it. It's not clear at this time, but it's still a revelation.
Mm-hmm.
And the revelation is Bwana Uhuru bado ni president, na alisema mbele ya Wakenya wote hata patiana hii nchi kwa waizi. Kama mwizi ni Raila Odinga aseme, kama mwizi ni Ruto aseme. Lakini kwa sababu hajasema mwizi ni nani, tungoje. Na vile ana utata kwa ulimi yake, unajua ulimi yake imekataa kusema kile kitu hapo. Na jana hapo nilipingwa, watu walikuja wakaandaa kumzungumzisha aseme, lakini bado rais amekataa kusema. Sio rais angesema tu, kama alikuwa anajua mwizi nani angesema rais tu, angesema tu nimeshapatiana. Sasa huyo mwizi, na vile rais anakataa kusema, huyo mwizi utamjua. Lakini for the sake of the argument today, because you are preparing for the submission of Azimio petition to High Court, I just plead they don't go there with a Maina Kiai. Argument. I want them to go there with criminality, not argument of the polls in the polling station. This one we are beyond that. But as I've earlier asked, all the media houses, or in fact our tallying centers, because now we are part of litigations, we cannot just provide our evidences here. When eventually they go to Supreme Court, they're just discrepancies of numbers posted on the portal should be our focus. If we can at least bring up a concrete evidence of at least 100 of 299 299 of the polling stations, which represents our representatives. If we can do that, there is discrepancy of what was announced at a polling station. And I've seen some come up in the media outlets, including ours here at Mtembei. We have exposed some of them. Now, it's not a secret anymore because it was exposed. It's now a matter of experts collecting all those evidences in a clip of a reel, not a posting, a reel. Muranga ni hivi, 2 seconds. Nani hivi, 4 seconds. 5. We played here for at least 5 minutes. Then we get 100 reels in a 2 minutes video. If this is a challenge, I think this is a challenge for Mutembei to do it, to just pick the announcement from IEBC with the discrepancy, then run it for 10 seconds. Run all of those discrepancies in a 2 video minute, then you capture 100 constituencies, then you give a concrete evidence to represent to the court. Then, when the court is interested, then now we play the whole videos, whole thing, and we can go until tomorrow. Then the court should at least in its wisdom recall all the posting in the portal and use the carbon signed results from Form 34A, the carbon sign. This way, all the agents have the carbon 34A. It will never take them a day. It just, you come every carbon 3 1 minute. You compare them, they are matching, you're just moving them. You move them, then you confirm them with the portal. And this case is rested. And if it's rested, then we don't go for a rerun. We are just doing a criminal investigation thereof. Whatever every carbon of Form 34A represented should be final. Not what is posted. Whatever the carbon copy, because there are 4. If they all match what is matching there, then we declare that is a winner. And that is what Martha didn't tell us. And this is what Azimio didn't tell us. And they should be coming to support our claim right now. I don't know why they're taking it to the courts. This is something should be in a public domain. We should not be tired. We are still here standing firm, and this country must be respected and must be reclaimed. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Bwana Lara. That's clear, and we appreciate it. Everything must be done in order and decently for everyone to understand. You need a clear cut of the request or the prayers placed before the Supreme Court. No beating around the bush. We want this thing to begin and end at the Supreme Court, not any more instructions of what to be done outside the court, because everything that is required to decide on who won these elections is available to all the parties, and all of it is all that is needed for it to be submitted before the judges, and then the judges can make a ruling. It can either be seeking the nullification of the elections and then putting on a runoff for the candidate to do that, but Sekarara amesema hiyo haitajiki.
Recount. No.
Mshafanya mtihani, wale ambao waliiba mtihani hao ndio wanatolewa, sio sio mtihani kurudiwa. So it's that way. Let's listen to Fatuma Mohamed. Vipi leo?
Poa sana Bernard, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Good to see you. Karibu kwa show.
Asante sana, unanipatia moyo. Kila wakati nikiangalia channel sikufi moyo. Bado tu nina stress yangu ilikuwa mingi, lakini nikiangalia ma-advice zenu, nikiangalia vile kila mtu anaongea, ninafurahia sana Bernard. Inanizidi kunipatia moyo. Yeah.
Good.
Yangu leo ni ya kuzungumzia maneno ya Kakamega, ile kupostpone Kakamega na Mombasa. Sijui kwa nini Chebukati anafanya hivi. Mara kwanza wakati first alikuwa amepostpone alipostpone Kakamega na stronghold yetu ya Mombasa. Nilijua huyu jamaa ako na issue kubwa sana na sisi. Tukakubali, sawa, akatupeleka paka tarehe 23, ndio huyu amekataa tena. Sasa sijui Chebukati anataka na sisi nini. Alituharibia kuretu wakati ya mwisho, tuko tumejiandaa sisi ndio washindi. Ametuharibia hivyo, lakini bado hatujakata moyo. Tutaenda Supreme Court, tutafight for our rights. Kila mtu asikufe moyo. Mimi nilikuwa nimeudhika kabisa, nimegonjeka, sikuli, silali, karibu siku 6 Chebukati ametukalisha. Lakini vile ninaangalia program, kila mtu ananipatia hopes, nimekuwa na hopes, nimefunga tumbo yangu, naongojea siku ya mwisho ya Supreme Court. Yenye itatuamulia. Ya pili, nimeona Deputy President anaanza kuchukua wafuasi wetu wa Azimio one by one. Sijui sasa ni kisheria ama ni itakuwaje. Hiyo ndo bado sijaelewa, labda utanifafanulia Bernard. Ni hayo tu, wacha niangalie, nitawaelezea vizuri. Kuna mambo nyingi, jambo nyingi sana nataka kuelezea. Wacha nifikirie kidogo, nitawaambia.
Sawa, asante sana Fatima, asante sana. Naomba tulia, mambo itanyooka. Story ya Chebukati na Kakamega na Mombasa ni swala ambalo limepelekwa kotini. Kuna wanaharakati wamepeleka kotini ajibu kwa nini anahujumu haki za wananchi kupiga kura kwa kupostpone elections kiholela. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni swala ambalo litafika mbele ya koti na litaamuliwa hapo. Alafu swala gani lingine? Petition ile inaenda Supreme Court. Hiyo inashughulikiwa na wale wanasheria wetu, kina Orengo, kina Kienda Molo, Martha Karua. Naamini unajua kwamba Martha Karua ni mwanasheria mkongwe, tena alikuwa judge. So alikuwa magistrate judge hapa Makadara. So ni mtu anaye uzoefu na anajua ni swali gani ambalo likiulizwa majudges watapeana. Na vile tunaona mipango ikiendelea ya waende kufutilia mbali kwa uchaguzi, wanaenda kukataa kwamba kutakuwa na uchaguzi, ama ile nambari zilizotumika kutangaza kwamba William Ruto ni mshindi hazikuwa za halali. Kwa hivyo kama zilitokana na namba zisizokuwa halali, basi uchaguzi wake sio halali. Na kwa hivyo kama uchaguzi wake sio halali, kuna haja kufanya usiwe halali, kwa sababu it's already illegal. So you can't go to nullify what is already nullified by the wrong process of it coming into existence. So they're going to demand a retallying so that everything is done, and whoever comes out a winner through the retallying is the one that is declared by the court, na mambo yaishia hapo. Lakini hiyo ni swala ambalo watu wa Kenya Kwanza hawataki. Hao wanataka kwende runoff, na sababu ya William Ruto kutafuta wabunge wengine ni kujiandaa kwa runoff, ili kama koti itapeana runoff ataonekana ako na wafuasi wengi. Kwa hivyo Wakenya watampigia kura kwa sababu anaonekana na wabunge wengi na tangazwa kama ni mshindi. Kwa hivyo anapeana hiyo picha kwamba yeye ndio ako mbele, so that he frustrates the Raila's campaign if a runoff is called. So that is the whole thing, ni kuonyesha na tu ubabe wa kisiasa. Anataka kuonekana kwamba ako mbele, ndio wakati tunasema tunaenda runoff anaambia, si mnaona wabunge hata walitoka Azimio wakakuja huko, so ninyi wananchi mtoka Azimio mkuje Kenya Kwanza mpige kura na Kenya Kwanza, hiyo ndio inaongoza, hiyo ndio ilishinda. That's what he's looking for. If that is going to work for him, we wait and see. Yes, Fatima.
Bernard, nilikuwa ninataka nikuulize kama watu wetu wa Azimio walikuwa kwa coalition, wanaweza kwenda kwa chama ingine ama itakuwaje?
Hiyo kuhama sio halali kulingana na mkataba ambao walisign. Hawezi kutoka mpaka miezi mitatu baada ya uchaguzi. After 3 months they can move from that coalition and join another coalition. But legally right now it's impossible. They cannot do that. It's illegal. And that is why kina Martha Karua na viongozi wengine wanamshtumu deputy president kwa kuvunja sheria katika kujaribu kuwavuta waliochaguliwa kwa vyama tofauti kujiunga na Kenya Kwanza kinyume na sheria. So tunamuuliza yeye anataka kuwa kiongozi wa nchi kwa kuvunja sheria? Hilo ndio swali ambalo linatokea, na tunaona kwamba unajua yeye ni mtu ambaye hana uzoefu wa kufuata sheria. Yeye ako na uzoefu wa kujionyesha kwamba yeye ndio ako mbele na kila anachosema ndio sheria na wengine wote wafuate kila anachosema, lakini kwa ukweli ni kinyume cha sheria. Ni kinyume cha sheria. Kama unataka kutoka chama kingine kwenda kingine, una resign alafu unaenda kutafuta fresh mandate from the people. That is what is going to happen. So if a petition is put like mbunge aanze kujipendekeza kama kuanza kutembea na Kenya Kwanza na alikuwa Azimio, alafu ipeleke kotini, kuna ule uwezekano ikidhihirishwa mbele ya koti, kuna uwezekano wa koti kufutilia mbali uchaguzi wake akarudi upya, na Mkenya yote anaweza peleka swala kama hilo kotini. So it is that way. So they run that risk of being recalled or being disqualified because they told wananchi hao ni wa Azimio, alafu kufika bungeni wamevuka sakafu, wamejiunga na muungano mwingine. So I hope that's clear. Naomba tu tucheze hii video alafu tuendelee na conversation. Thank you everybody. Please, if you're able to get us, help somebody get us by ensuring that you invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse so that nothing is left from everything that is happening here.
Sasa muungano wa Azimio wamekashifu vikali rais mteule William Ruto, akisema anaenda kinyume cha sheria za vyama na pia kuhujumu demokrasia ambayo imekuwa ikifurahiwa hapa nchini. Ruto amekuwa kwenye harakati za kuwarai wabunge wateule wa vyama mbalimbali kujiunga kwenye muungano wa Kenya Kwanza ili kuongeza idadi ya wabunge upande wake, hatua anayosema ni njama ya kuhujumu demokrasia. Daniel Kariuki anaarifu zaidi.
Rais mteule William Ruto amekashifiwa na wapinzani wake wa Azimio
na mashirika kadhaa ya kutetea haki za kibinadamu katika eneo la Pwani. Uchaguzi uliofanyika siku chache zilizopita ulikuwa na dosari kadhaa katika maeneo mbalimbali, haswa swala hilo ambapo wanasema kwamba linasababisha uchaguzi huo usionekane kuwa ulikuwa wa huru na haki. Watetezi hao wametoa mfano wa kaunti ya Tana River ambako inadaiwa kwamba afisa wa tume ya IEBC alipatikana akisafirisha sanduku la kura akitumia pikipiki. Fatma Bugu anatupa taarifa hiyo kwa kina.
Watetezi wa haki za kibinadamu walikuwa ange katika vituo mbalimbali nchini kuangalia jinsi uchaguzi ulivyotekelezwa, na sasa tume ya IEBC imenyoshewa kidole cha lawama wakishutumiwa kwa kutojiandaa vilivyo na uchaguzi wa mwaka huu.
Na ballot paper 6 zile wengine walikuwa wanapatiwa zaidi. Kwa mfano ya presidential unapata mtu anapatiwa 2 ama 3. Haya ni mambo ambayo tuliweza kuona katika eneo la Kilifi North.
Katika kaunti ya Tana River, maafisa wa polisi wanachunguza kisa cha maafisa kutoka tume ya IEBC wanaodaiwa kupatikana wakisafirisha sanduku la kura kutumia pikipiki.
We intercepted one ballot box being transported with a motorbike, which was not normal. So we arrested the 2 people who happened to be IBC officials.
Baadhi ya viongozi waliokuwa katika kinyang'anyiro hicho wametoa lalama zao wakikataa kukubali matokeo yaliyotolewa na tume ya IEBC.
It's raising a huge tension among the public, and especially when we are hearing there's a petition in the offing because it is a gubernatorial box.
I cannot trust them.
Huko Kwale, kwa mujibu wa ripoti iliyotolewa na shirika la kutetea haki za kibinadamu Huria, takriban watu 2,000 wanadaiwa kusafirishwa hadi kaunti hiyo kupiga kura. Kwale ni miongoni mwa kaunti ambazo zilishuhudia vurugu wakati wa shughuli ya upigaji kura, viongozi wakidai kuwa kulikuwepo na njama ya kuiba kura. Tayari baadhi wamewasilisha kesi kotini wakipinga matokeo.
Raising our hands, we are coming together in solidarity to say the electoral process, the electoral process actually is in a mess.
But the whole process is a sham, and everybody should know this.
Kizungumkuti cha kugawanyika kwa makamishena wa tume ya IEBC pia kumeonyesha kushindwa kutekeleza wajibu wao ipasavyo.
Mgawanyiko ule unaonyesha wazi kwamba makomishina wenyewe IEBC ndani kuna matatizo kwa sababu wamegawanyana. Kwa hivyo ikiwa nyinyi wenyewe mmegawanyana, je, huku chini wale wengine wanaweza kufanya kazi namna gani?
Na huku misururu ya kesi za viongozi wanaopinga matokeo ikiwasilishwa kotini, viongozi hao wametakiwa kuwa makini na matamshi yao, kwani wanaosema yana ushawishi mkubwa wa kuwepo na vurugu au amani.
Wale ambao wana perpetrate violence ama ghasia katika kila uchaguzi ni politicians wenyewe, wakifuatwa na vijana.
Japo uchaguzi wa kaunti ya Mombasa na Kakamega pamoja na maeneo bunge manne umehairishwa kwa muda usiojulikana, tume ya IEBC na maafisa wake imeombwa kuhakikisha inatekeleza chaguzi hizo haraka iwezekanavyo.
Mombasa ni kati ya zile counties ambazo zimejitambulika kama hotspots. Kwa hivyo kufanya makosa kama haya ya kusema kwamba ballot papers zina makosa alafu kusukuma uchaguzi mbele, hiyo ni a recipe for disaster.
Fatma Bugu, NTV, Mombasa.
Okay, thank you everyone for staying tuned and continuing to follow our proceedings on Mtembei TV. Thank you those who are following on the comment section. Please let us keep it civil and respectful even as we give our views. I said the law does not, it is not a law in terms of constitution provision. I said that the political parties in Azimio signed a memorandum of understanding that no party can leave the coalition 6 months before the election, and they can only leave that coalition 3 months after the election. It is a memorandum of understanding that was signed, which is legally binding. That's an Azimio, whatever coalition. So those people who were voted for in Azimio that are moving to Kenya Kwanza at this point in time, when it's hardly a week after the elections and they are required, they can only do that 3 months. What they are doing now is illegal, is against the provision of what they signed. Kuna wengine wetu hapa hatutaki kusikia ukweli, tunataka tu kufuatilia kila ambacho tungependa kusikia. And I don't understand why. You just need to follow things the way they are, not to find fault where there is no fault. It is wrong for William Ruto if the one who reached out to them and even the members of parliament themselves crossing to Kenya Kwanza at this point in time, when they have signed an understanding that they cannot do that 3 months until 3 months after the election, it's in an illegality, and it's something that can be taken to court and be prosecuted over the same. And it's not a threat, it's just an understanding that you need to know as a voter. na kujua kwamba ulimshabikia huyu mtu ama ulimsupport kwa mapendekezo yepi ama kwa kupenda kipi. Kama ulitaka afanye kazi na Kenya Kwanza, basi ungemrai jiunge na Kenya Kwanza kabla ya uchaguzi, but not for him to campaign on Azimio ticket and then come into parliament, and when he arrives he changes into something else. Well, let's get talking. Thank you very much everybody. Nafikiria tumemaliza na nani hapo? Fatuma ameenda. Mama Selina, vipi leo?
Hey, Bernard. Amjambo kila mtu.
Hatujambo, karibu.
Asante. Sijakuwa na nyinyi, nilikuwa California, nikarudi Tuesday, nikaingia kazi Bernard. Unajua tulikuwa tumewacha kazi ya wenyewe. So nimetoka kazi saa hii. Kwanza nimekuwa nikifuata kila kitu inaendelea nyumbani, kwa makaseti, kwenyu. Hiyo ni mambo ya kushangaza. But tuko na imani kulingana na vile nilisikia baba akisema, leo nimeona Martha Karua akisema. But apart from that, Bernard, ya kwamba yes, imefanyika, lakini ile inanisumbua na nimewasa sana ni kwamba mtu yeyote anataka kuwa kiongozi ya nchi, vile alifanya uchanja yote amefanya mpaka amefika mahali alikuwa. As for now, angekuwa ameongea akuje chini, aweke wa Kenya pamoja. Alafu Bernard, serikali si supporters. Nimeona sijui hiyo list, nimeona ministers nini. You know, Kenya is bigger than your supporters. Kuna watu si wanasiasa. Kuna jamii Kenya 43 tribes. Na kuna watu saa zingine kuongoza serikali. Lakini kama hiyo tabia ninaona ati all the losers, wale wote wanachukua viti. Where are the rest of Kenyans? Hata kama utawachiwa hiyo kiti. I think people are not serious. Hiyo ni maoni yangu. Kwa sababu, and again, 7 million Kenyans, 7 million Kenyans, 7 million Kenyans. Utawaweka wapi? Where will you put them? And how will you work easy? Kuoa pipi ni rahisi sana. But kutimiza ndoa ni kitu ngumu. Kuchukua serikali, hata mimi naweza kuwa president, lakini kuendelesha hiyo serikali, kuweka 45 million Kenyans together. Euphoria. Sometime America mahali tuko walikuwa na euphoria kuweka Donald Trump. In 3 years hata haikufika, walikuwa na hata mwenye alikuwa anapigia kura ukimuuliza anasikia kujificha. And I'm seeing that coming to Kenya. Nilikuwa California, watu wamelia Bernard. I sympathize. Nilikuwa nafikiria hii kura si yetu sisi wa Kenya, ni ya Afrika mzima. A lot of people are wondering, watu wengi, na sasa Museveni, sasa Kenya, I don't know what you are, sijui, lakini najua Mungu atasimama. Push nitamaliza, hata sitaki kuongea juu. Ni vile sitaki kuwa, unajua Bernard, munakuwa kwa Mtembei TV and then mambo imefanyika and then watu waonekani. Mi ni vile I'm here to stay, tulipromise ya kwamba tukiunda serikali tutarekebisha watu na wengine tutawarekebisha. We are not going nowhere. We are just here tuseme ukweli. But the 4 commissioners wamesimama. Ile kiti ya mwisho naona umeweka Bernard. Section 2A ilipatia Kenya ruhusa ya kukuwa na multi-party na tuwe na more members of parliament na parties. Sasa uchaapishwa already, you buy parties. For what? Kama wewe bado hujaapishwa hata uchakuwa rais, you don't know. Hata wale wananunuliwa pia, they don't know the fate. So how about today, if the court nullify election, will you come back to Azimio? Stay on your party, turekebishe Kenya. Kwa nini mtu unataka kununua so that uende ufanye maofu uko kwa parliament? But I think Bernard, mambo ya Mungu saa ingine ni mzuri. Hata hiyo machache, they see the laughing Kenyans. Kama wewe unapenda Kenya, unajua what is happening. Mimi Bernard, kama ningeambiwa niongeleshe hiyo watu ya Yuda, at least wangekaa chini. Watulie. Wacha kukucha na fucho. Unataka kufunga watu, unataka kufukusa wengine, kina Matiangi, moto ni mwenyu, nani. Hata hujashika hiyo sword. You know, Bernard, ukitaka shika kwanza ile, unajua kutangazwa ni tofauti na kushika sword. Kushika serikali na hata mimi naweza tangazwa nimekimbia na nimechukua, lakini Mandela inapatiwa mtu mwingine. Wanasema ulikanyaka laini ya nje. Kwani si tunaonanga hata kwa mchezo. So ile kitu wangefanya, watulie. Kama ni kupata serikali sawa, lakini huwezi kula mori. The SWOT is very important. Na hiyo kitu si ya rahisi. Ya pili, nataka kushukuru Azimio supporters. Wametulia. Na watu wasichukue hiyo for granted. Unajua wanangoja because they know. How about ikikuwa hapa utani semwe kitu moja, watu lape. So mimi Bernard nataka kushukuru kila mtu. Naona mumekuwa na mawaida, naona watu wengine wamepanic, lakini tunasema sisi si wale tunaambiwa huyu mtoto mwingine, Penina anasema ni yake, mwingine anasema ni yake, mwenye aliua yake anasema tukawanye hii mtoto auawe vile yake alikufa. We don't want to be like that Azimio. Tunachunga hiyo mtoto mpaka the last minute. Tuone. But now you want to rush. Unataka kutuambia hata hii mtoto tumalize tuue sawa. Why? Kwa nini kununua members of parliament? They are not even been sworn in. Oh my God. Hii kiti si mchezo. Being a president is not easy. Utaitwa mtukufu. Hata kama kuna china ingine kubwa kushinda mtukufu. But to run the country is not a play. With the ministers, with those people naona, hawa ndio wanaongoza nchi. Pena anakuambia, hile mfituko itafanyika Kenya. Which country ile watu walipigia rais yao kura and by 6 months, they chase him away. Naona watu wengine wakitoroka kama wanachesa. Kuna nchi walipikiwa 98% with the wrong promises. Kama hiyo mama mboga, baskeli, boda. Now, they need the money. Wanakimbia kuregister. Unasikia watu wanapanga laini huko wanangoja pesa. Na wewe, hii bottom up. Na matajiri wakinyamaza, unajua watu wataiba, wataficha pesa. Na hakuna mtu atapeana pesa kwa Kenya saa hii bila kujua mahali inaenda pena. Who will give you the money? Where? Nani anawapatia hiyo pesa ya kwenda kuchezea? People need to calm down. Rais Moi alikuwa baba. I want to talk that. Na kuna siku Moi alikomewa mpaka hakukuwa na pesa. Watu wanaficha pesa yao na wananyamaza. Utakuja chukua pesa ya watu kwa mfuko yao. They put in the houses na wananyamaza. Serikali unachukua kama haina kitu. What will you do with it? Kucheni polepole, watu wakae chini, muache madharau. Na out of supporters, wacha kuunda serikali ukiwacha 7 million Kenyans. Where will they go? Will you think you will sleep? Vile mumekimbisha Chebukati na penalty. Kama kuna mtu tunataka hata heri kiti iende, but we want to see this man Chebukati ndani. Heri hata mimi leo nasema hivi. Kwa sababu kwanza Chebukati unaenda kuuza nchi ya Kenya. na ninashukuru bibi yake kwa sababu ameongea ukweli. You know, women hawatakangi tambi penat. That woman is really, alisema muombee Chebukati, hatukujua. But today I want to thank that woman. She came out na kusema huyu bwana yake huyo ni mwisi. Sababu anataka kuokoa watoto yake. You cannot stay with a thief. Mtu anataka kuua Kenya. Anyway, wacha nipeane nafasi. Niko leo, niko kesho, niko Monday, niko Tuesday. Tumeruti laini. And then saa ile nitakuwa naenda job, nitakuwa naongea. Otherwise, mimi niko msima na Penat, mupate salamu ya Uganda. Tulikuwa na Ugandans. We had a very wonderful weekend. Tulikuwa na cruise. I wish Kenya wangekuwa na starehe kama hiyo. Sisi tuko mbali sana. Thank you, Penat.
Thank you, Mama Selina. We appreciate your presence, and we've been missing your availability. We are glad you're here, and we are ready to proceed further into pushing for what is right. We're looking forward to see to it that justice is served to the Kenyan people for waking up early, queue long lines, and be able to vote and let that their vote count. It is something we cannot let go. And so the conversation is to push for justice for all. Justice for all Kenyans. We want every Kenyan everywhere to be justly treated and be equal before the law, even as we pursue what voting process entails. So thank you, everybody. Let's keep it clean. Watu wa comments, tafadhali. Campaign zimeisha. Sasa hivi tuko kotini for a petition. Campaigning for William Ruto, hakuna kwenda voting, runoff ijaitwa na sioni ikiitwa. So tulizeni bold, okay? Tulizeni bold, because you may be preparing for a runoff that will never take place. So just relax yourselves and stop campaigning. Just stop those exchanges you're looking for and insulting people. We are blocking some of them, and we will ensure that happens successfully. Thank you very much. Naomba tumsikilize nani? Hapana, Olara umeongea tafadhali. Subiri wale ambao hawajaongea waongee kwanza. George Bush, nimekuona umeinua mkono, lakini subiri, nataka nimalize mkururo wa wale hawajaongea, alafu nakuja kwako. Wamebaki tu watu wawili, kuna Maureen na kuna George Bush. Tukishasikiza Bazuman. Bazu, dakika mbili. Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen.
Yeah, hello everyone.
Hello to you. Good to hear you. How are you?
Yeah. Fine, thank you. Yeah, it has been a long time. I usually just backstage. Really thank you, people. You're really doing a good job. I'm in the diaspora, and I want to give you people strength. I've seen many people have been devastated the past 1 week, but I've seen most people don't know where our country is coming from, actually. This is something which I see most people are taking it for granted. We have come a long journey that we need to reflect where we are coming from and where we are going from. We are going, actually. So everything will be well. I know people expected the win, but the win is coming. Everything has to take its course. Like Bernard, you usually give people courage and do a really good job. And I'm praying for all those people who have been down. Keep faith. God is for us. This thing is a win. It's all over the world. Like Mama Selina is, it's all over. There's nothing here, actually. There's nothing. But this thing, it was a script. This was a script which was planned. Uhuru is not a fool. And Baba also is doing his job. So this is a script. I can't talk much because, you know, we are going to the Supreme Court. This is a script. We wanted Ruto to see everything, plain blank. Those people are saying Oruru, what not, everything is plain, it's plain, it's plain. So this is a win for us. Let us keep the faith, and I'm praying for this channel to grow to greater heights. So I saw, Bernard, you are planning for something like shares or something. You have to keep that dream. We are there for it. There are people who are working on it. We will support you in each and every way. We have to stand for the truth. Kenya is for all of us. Those people are celebrating. Let them enjoy it. That is short-lived. It's nothing. We have to, like people like us now, we have to see what is there for our children. This is what has been putting us down all those years. But now is the time. These people will finish with them. Tutawamaliza kabisa. Tutawamaliza kabisa. Watu wameona kila kitu ile. Unajua mwizi saa zingine watu wanasema ukijua mtu ni mwizi unamfungulia nyumba yako unamwacha anaingia kila mahali. Wewe umekaa hata juu uliweka kamera mahali fulani. Wewe unamwangalia tu. Sisi tunasemaga mtu dwanzi. Unajua huyo ni dwanzi huyo jamaa. Yeye wacha acheze tu hiyo mchezo yake. Unaona hii mchezo mzee amecheza hii mchezo miaka mingi sana, na unaona hata kitu inanifurahisha hii channel. This channel is not a tribal, it's not a tribal channel. Some people come here bring their small petty politics. This thing is for prosperity and it's for all Kenyans. So everyone has to keep the faith. This is good. Kenya is growing democratically. Sometimes I really get pissed off. People in their diaspora, somebody's in their diaspora enjoying the freedoms, enjoying everything, and is not fighting for his own country. And here in a foreign land, it's not a bed of roses. We want this good governance, we bring it back home. So those people in the diaspora and they're not seeing it, they need prayers. Bernard, pray for these people. So I'm really happy to be with you people. Keep the faith. Victory is coming home. Martha has said, everything is in place. You see, these people now are scared. If you know you have won, why are you scared? Why are you scared of the Supreme Court? You should be you should be available with all the documents. They know they don't have anything. They just told this thing, but this victory is coming home. So people keep faith. Everything will be well. Thank you very much. I'm in the background and I'm praying for everything to be the way it has been planned. Thank you.
So asante sana Bazuman, we appreciate that, and we'll continue doing this together and make it happen. We appreciate everybody. Please, if you see something on the comments that is unclean, help me clear it or point it out so that we keep this channel clean. We want people who are willing to use their brains to charge their way forward. But if you have suspended your brain or you left it at the UDA headquarters, go for it before you come here, please. It is important for you to reason as a Kenyan. Following the law is something that each and everyone should demand. Don't tell me that an MP who campaigned on Azimio is justified to join Kenya Kwanza against the law. You will not accept that and then stop him from looting when that looting process begins. Because the law must be kept by everybody and observed by everybody. So tuache kucheza kuwili. Tuache kucheza kuwili. If you want to be part of the right Kenya, be right. If you want to be part of the wrong Kenya, you are the people we are weeding out. And we want to bring this country back on track where the rule of law matters and where the lives of Kenyans matter, and the leadership we want is the leadership we get. Not somebody imposing themselves on us as bona fide leaders through wrong processes. Thank you very much. Yes, Bush the Judge, how are you? Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen. You unmute fast.
Okay, this is the best channel that I have to congratulate you guys. Keep it on, because we are having sometimes difficult to air our views in this channel. So please, I ask you that you may keep it up. But I have only one thing that I would have to express on myself. I don't want to blame anybody, but I can blame one person in Kenya. This is Chebukati is the key. Is somebody has to be truthful and faithful to Kenyans. Why he can be truthful and faithful to Kenyans? Chebukati is not truthful and faithful to Kenyans. I'm saying this because I remember the other election. I don't know why Chebukati want Kenyans to die. Children, women. This is not correct. Chebukati must change his attitude towards Kenyans. I don't see how I can blame Uhuru, I can blame Raila, I can blame anybody else. But the back things that Kenyans should know is Chebukati is the double dealer. He's not faithful and truthful. And this is really what I wanted to tell Kenyans. I prefer and applaud those who speak before me. They are really good Kenyans, and they mention exactly what is right for Kenyans. Kenyans, we need truthful people. I remember very well that Kenyans voted very peacefully, and still at this time they are very peaceful. Why don't Chebukati see that in his mind and in his heart? This is what is really I want to tell Kenyans, that Chebukati is not faithful and not trustworthy. And I applaud those 4 commissioners.
Sawa, thank you, Bush George. We appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Asante. Tutasonga mbele. Wote tunasimamia ukweli na tunataka ukweli ukidhiri ili uongo ujitenge katika masuala yetu kama Wakenya. Na ni muhimu kila mmoja kuhakikisha kwamba unafuata sheria na unafanya nini? Unasimamia swala ambalo ni la haki. Let us stand for what is right for once. Supporting what is wrong can only make you wrong, number 1. Number 2, gives an excuse for that person doing wrong to feel justified because he's supported in the wrong. So the more you gather and corrupt, you are the one cultivating corruption. And when corruption takes root in the nation, everybody suffers. Right now, our health sector is failing. Our education sector is failing. Our food security is in question. All these things we are suffering courtesy of what? Corruption. I don't know if you are aware that the Kulalu, the project that was to give us enough maize to secure us for food in this country was all destroyed because of cartels who could not stand selling unga at 50 bob. They went in and corrupted it and made sure that it does not take off so that they can make a kill out of Kenyans. So we have twisted people in this country who want to live on the blood of Kenyans by all means. Those people are the few bad elements that we must take good care of by ensuring that they are kept off public office, number 1. Number 2, they are taken where they belong, behind bars. Okay? Those of you holding brief for Chebukati, ombeeni Chebukati number 1. Kama mko na lawyer, msaidie na lawyer kwa sababu anapelekwa kotini, okay? Kwa jinsi alivyo handle these elections. So it's saying that he did nothing wrong is not going to save him. Get him a lawyer, get him support, because he's already before the court over how he handled the elections. Saying he did nothing wrong on this comment section is not going to help anything. About kuna mtu ana refute, nilisema kwamba mbunge can be recalled. Kwani how did the Aisha Jumwa serve her term completely in ODM when she was with Tanga? The matter was taken to court when ODM was chasing her, and when she leaves ODM, she leaves her seat. She needs to go for a by-election. That's what the law stipulates. So the matter was taken to court, and the court gave some standing whereby she was kind of put an injunction on her not being removed from ODM. So she continued supporting Tanga, but she has served as a member of parliament full term while she's an ODM member, but supporting Tanga because of the court injunction. So I can take my member of parliament to court if I find out that he has broken the law, and the court will listen to me. I don't take them to parliament. Mwache kutubeba wajinga. Thank you. Naomba tumsikilize Maureen. Maureen, vipi? Unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Sorry. You picked on the wrong thing. Try and come back and get it done. And there is a message nilikuwa nimekuandikia huko kwa private chat. Please adhere to it. It's important that we do that. It's important that we do that. The YouTube community is against us appearing as if we are nude on the screen. Italeta kizaza. So tafadhali put on a top so that everybody can be comfortable listening and hearing what we are saying. Turudi huko juu. Mala, UDA, vipi?
Bernard.
Yes.
Yes, I just woke up,
Yes.
And when I look at my nini, I'm shocked that you're still this Azimio sort of station is still alive.
Yes, you wanted it dead. You can't kill it.
You know, it is dead. You know what is happening. Don't cheat people. This thing is gone, my brother. What we are doing now, we are arranging for celebration, man.
Your celebration should have lasted 3 hours. You couldn't sustain
my brother, I am talking.
And that's why I'm telling you, your celebration is dead.
My
Kids
friend,
don't celebrate what they stole.
We are now making arrangements all over Kenya, all over the country, counties, and tunajaga ng'ombe, kila wase wanatoa ng'ombe. Hii mambo mengine mnaongea hii. There's nothing here.
Ndio nakwambia bwana Mala.
You know the script. It started from the PPI and it was about 1,000. It went to Azimio, forcing people to join that thing called Azimio.
What happened?
You see now.
Let him talk. Mala, let him talk.
No, ngoja Lara. So bwana Mala, wewe inaonekana mna sherehe saa hii sasa mnajiandaa.
No, we are set. We are arranging.
Hakuna runoff. Ambia watu wa UDA.
Madam, you want to talk about Gideon Moi. Gideon Moi is no more. Gideon Moi alienda. Wacha na Gideon. So, hii maneno it is dead. Hakuna kitu, muongee tu.
Hii watu ni wachinga aje. Gideon Moi alisimama. Gideon Moi hakukuwa presidential candidate. Na kama
No, Gideon Moi is part of the Azimio. It was part of the script.
Hakuna mtu anajua katika Kenya hii. Huyo mtu hakuna mtu anajua katika Kenya hii.
Okay.
Gideon Moi alikufa lini? Awache ujinga.
Thank you. Sawa. Order, please. Let's all hold ourselves together.
Patie kijana aongee bwana.
Samahani. Sikiliza. No, there is a purpose for why we are doing this show, and this show is not for mocking people or trying to prove a point. Like we said, the campaign is over. We are not putting in for anybody. We are talking on how we are going to the polling station. Everybody keep your mic mute, please. And it's important. So let's keep the decorum. Let us all remain cool. The case is going to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court judges are going to pronounce themselves. UDA and Kenya Kwanza wants the election nullified so that they go for a rerun. So why should you win an election, then want the election be nullified? That's question number one. You want Azimio to go and ask for nullification because Azimio is going to ask for retallying. The only reason you want election nullified is because you know election was not conducted the right way. You know that the loser was given the victory and the winner was denied victory. But when we go for retallying, there will be no runoff. There will be no fresh elections. Whatever rule the Supreme Court gives is final. And the goodness is you can't appeal against it. So UDA, get your lawyers and get your act together. Your celebration yenu has been cut short. Mmepewa mfupa, chezeni nao, lakini hamwezi kupasua. Let's do this. MC, ongea tafadhali.
Hey, Bernard. Hey.
Vipi lakini?
Mambo. Niko poa bro, mambo.
Tuko salama, karibu.
Bana, mimi kwanza ninashukuru kwa sababu ya show. Muda mrefu sana nilikuwa naumwa kidogo baada ya unajua chenye tulifanyiwa. Hapa unajua kama hapa kwetu watu wa Azimio ni wachache, lakini celebration yao ilikuwa kwa mlango yangu, celebration yao. So but at least kitu kimoja bana, I don't know what happened Bernard. Hebu weka mic yako nikuulize, kuna kitu kwa nakuuliza. Unajua nilikuwa naangalia mtu anaweka picha. Unajua nilikuwa nafuatilia hao mabloggers walikuwa wanazungumza. Unajua nilikuwa napitia mpaka TV yako naangalia umeweka kwamba congratulations RUTO. Unajua mimi sikukuelewa surely. What happened?
Hukunielewa kwa nini?
Sasa mimi unajua nilikuwa na expect mtu kama wewe unitie moyo. Nikiangalia hapo ninaisha yangu yote.
Sasa habari ni habari. Kama imefanywa hivyo una report vile ilivyo. Sasa hiyo ndio jukumu letu kama wanahabari.
Kuna clip niliangalia, kuna clip niliangalia, ilikuwa clip niliangalia tangazo lilikuwa umeweka hapa kwamba tulikuwa tunacheza sijui what and what. Unajua by the way nilikuwa mimi nimeisha sasa. At least hata nimeamka tu leo nikasema no, wacha tu niingie mtembee niangalie ni nini inaendelea hapa, at least you can update me. Mimi by the way mimi nilikuwa nimeisha yangu yote. Nilikuwa ile unasikianga watu kuisha. Well, imagine kama
uko peke yako, watu wengi kuna there is somebody who called me the other day.
Yeah.
There are people admitted in hospital. It is that bad. There is another one who has never left the house since hiyo siku hajatoka nje hivi kukanyaga nje. So this thing has affected a lot of people, but we pray the best is going to come in. It's just dark for a while.
Me after a declaration, unajua mimi nakuanga na video show yenye watu wana watch. Sasa wengi walikuwa huko wanaangalia. Sasa kila mtu alikuwa ana celebrate against me. My friend. Aya, kukuja na nakuanga na shop yenye nauza hizo TV. Kukuja watu wamesimama hapo. Juu watu wengi walikuwa wanajua Tupita ndio anatangaza Raila. Juu mimi niko na clips zenye mimi nilikuwa nikikampenia Raila kufa kupona. Anyway nilikuwa naenda tu naomba nafasi, hata ningeenda na pesa yangu nipeane, niseme kwa mfano kama ni mchango kwa matanga niende nipeane pesa niseme Raila nimeongea naye lakini alikuwa busy. I have 2000 here. So nimemwakilisha hapa nimuombe kura nitoke. So everybody following day sasa walikuwa wanakuja tu shop yangu wanauliza Pita pole. Yani nimekuwa so ndio maana tu niliamua tu leo niingie, but wacha tu nirudi kwa mada ya leo niseme kwamba I think this is the right channel ambao nadhani sijui hii maneno umetoa wapi. Mimi nilikuwa nikiangalia haya maneno nikisikiza sana kwa TV na kwa mtandao. Nimekuwa nikifikiria sana. Mimi nimekuwa kwanza nikiquestion sana Uhuru. Nikisema ile siku mimi nimefuatilia hizo matangazo vizuri sana. Nikafikiria nikasema ama Uhuru alikuwa anatucheza. Nikakataa kupata question mark. Nikakataa kupata answers. Ama Uhuru alikuwa na enjoy tu Raila ndio hii tension ishuke kwa nchi. Bado nikakuwa ninakosa maswali ya kujibu hapo. Kuna kitu moja nimeangalia, Raila amehutubia taifa, in fact I think ni twice sahihi. Nimeona alikuwa akisema kwamba tusikuwe na wasiwasi. Na baba wakati baba kuna kuanga kubaya, huwa baba ako black, ako dark, unajua hapa maneno kimeumana. But hizi siku zingine nimekuwa nikiona tu baba yani hana wasiwasi, hajali. Sasa mpaka mimi ninajiquestion kama mimi ninaumia hivyo, na mimi hata si aspirant, I didn't spend anything chenye naweza kuwa baba je. So wakati nimeangalia ukiweka hizi vitu jana, leo tulikuwa tunaongea ile mshane yetu sasa huko wale wa Azimio tukitiana moyo, mimi nikafikiria kitu kwamba hapo kuna kitu inaendelea, kwa sababu kesi inaenda mahakamani, na namshukuru Mungu kwamba we are not going to ask for that rerun. Tunaenda either kuuliza victory yetu recount. Sasa kitu nimeangalia, kuna blogger fulani wetu nimeona akisema kwamba hao majamaa wajinga wameanza kubadilisha forms kwenye portal ya IBC. Sijui kama nyinyi mmeona hiyo Bernard, sijui kama umeona kitu kama hiyo.
Yes, but that is immaterial.
Aha, kwa hivyo wanasumbuka tu bure.
Form tuko na carbon copy. Carbon copy ile ilitoka polling station. Hiyo ndio original.
Aha.
So hakuna mtu anaenda kwa portal tena. Hiyo unaongeza kwa portal, you're wasting time. We already downloaded the original that were in the portal before they began to change them. So wafike kotini watuambie kati ya ile imeandikwa na mkono na ile iko downloaded, which one is original, which one should inform the other. Okay, then Chebukati should tell us
sema wewe ama wanataka kutuosha tena. But I'm very much sure ukiangalia, mimi kitu tu ninaomba ni kama kuna kesi rahisi tuko nayo ni hii, kwa sababu hii saizi hatuendi kujitetea sana juu tuko na mtu mwenye atatetea kwa niaba yao hapo ndani. Sisi hatuendi kujitetea sana. Si unacheki tuko nao commissioners wane, they know what happened, wanajua kitu yote ilifanyika. So watu Azimio tu ninawatia moyo, nawaambia kwamba pia ni wengi tuliumia, msikuwe na wasiwasi, turudi tu pia tukue form, tuombe baba akuwe healthy. Tuko na super lady mama Martha anajua sheria. Lakini naomba tu Mungu Bernard, sijui kabisa nisikie kwamba iko hapo. Natoa nguo town, nitachukua clip na
wewe. Enda pole pole tafadhali.
Sijui kabisa. Aki walai Bernard. Like ungejua shida nilipata.
Nitakupeleka Mombasa.
I'm telling you Bernard, madharau nilifanyia my brother. Hiyo siku sasa wametangaza kwamba RUTO. Wewe, mimi nilihepa kwa shop, mimi nakuanga na shop yenye nauza TV. Tulikuwa tumeweka tu watu sasa wanaangalia hapo nje. Unajua hapo Kuria kwetu wengi wanakuanga au UDA. So ni wale few wenye tunaelewa ni wapi tunaenda Kenya, naenda wapi ndio tunakuanga Azimio. Nikahepa nikaenda kwa video show yenye naoneshanga ball. Kuona hapo wakati tu ametangaza. Kwanza wakati sasa hicho kimzee cha kipara kimerudishwa kwenye room sasa kienda kutangaza. Watu wakaniambia kama angalie vizuri. Aya, kutangaza hapo mimi kuhepa Bernard kutoka kwa hiyo nyumba kuingia kwenye shop. Nikakuta watu wako hapo sasa wamezunguka. Unajua walienda, unajua sisi hapa mbunge mwenye alipita alikuwa wa UDA. Sasa watu wake wote, mimi nilikuwa na mbunge wa ODM alianguka, he was the second alianguka. But sasa wote wakaenda wakachukua vitu wakakuja wakasema umeona umeanguka president, umeanguka mbunge. Mimi nilipitisha tu governor Ochilo. Sasa MCA wangu pia bahati mbaya alikuwa ameanguka. Bernard nilikuwa mtu wa kuficha my brother. That's why nakwambia I'm telling you Mungu mwenye ameishi juu. Aki tukitangazwa tu hivi tumetangazwa. Natoa tu nguo town na kuanga na PA system. Mimi na kuanga na PA system ya kuhaya. Nachukua PA system naeka kwa pickup, naanza kupita vile walinifanya the same thing walinifanyia na wafanyia tu hiyo town. I swear Bernard nitachukua video nitaiweka kwenye hii TV mtembe yako, nitakupatia iweke hapo uangalie. I swear naomba tu Mungu atusaidie. We hope the best, kila kitu kitakuwa sawa kwa Azimio. Hawa bunge wenye wananunuliwa na shilingi 10, they are just wasting their time. Mimi wakati nimeangalia hiki kijamaa cha UPS sijui kimeenda wapi, hiki kigovernor RUTO by the way amesense defeat ndio naona anajaribu kujiweka, na nadhani if I'm not wrong huyu jamaa anajaribu tu aje arudi sasa, yeye atajaribu kupigana for rerun ndio arudi kuambia watu mnaona mimi ndio niko na wabunge wengi, simkuje mnaona serikali bile penye iko, so msiende nje ya serikali, si mnaona niliosha mzee round 1. I'm telling you kumbe chenye wanaona sahi. I can now feel Uhuru hakuwa anatucheza. I can now feel that. Hata kile kimzee kenye kipara kililazimishwa kwa sababu ya zile do. So sitaki kukuwa na mambo mengi Bernard. hiyo ndio maneno mimi ninapitia hapa Kuria, my brother. So hiyo ndio changamoto ninapitia hapa. But nakwambia following day
Sawa.
music kwenda
You stay safe. You stay safe. You stay safe. The last laugh is yet to come. Don't conclude yet. The last laugh is yet to come, and things will turn around for the better. We are in this not for an individual. We are in this for a better Kenya, and a better Kenya means better life for every Kenyan. And so
that is it.
Yes. So
Alafu Bernard, hizi nini unaekanga kwa wall boss? Aki zinatumalizanga kama mimi zilinimaliza. Unajua I trust your news. So wakati ninaangalia niliona kabla hata waja declare ulikuwa umeandika eti Ruto the 5th ukaweka picha yake hapo. Fuck off. Unajua ningekuwa na namba yako ningekutusi Bernard. Kwa sababu
wewe wacha kuingilia kazi yangu tafadhali.
Wewe Bernard. We trust you.
Asante. Naomba tuende kwa mwingine tafadhali. Tulia hapo.
Sawa Bernard.
MC. Relax. Mambo itanyooka. Masuala mengine ni ripoti tu kwa mfano kuna mvutano kati ya Babu Wino na Mreithi. Okay? Wanalaumiana nani aliua yule presiding officer wa returning officer wa Embakasi East. So in the course of that, as a news person, what are you going to report? You report what happened, whether you are in Azimio or you are in UDA, because Kenyans are entitled to knowing what is happening. But some of the other posts, hizo zinakuanga tu sensational because we want people to view them, and from our viewing, we get some little cash. So zisikusumbue. Ile show ambayo tuna control ni hii ambayo unakuja tunakutana live tunaongea, lakini zingine zisikusumbue sana. Ni zingine zinakuanga tuhuma, zingine zinakuwa ukweli, zingine ni story tu tumepata mtaani, kama ile ya bunge la wananchi. You have no absolutely, kwanza bunge la wananchi, you have no absolutely control of what somebody says. Wewe ni kushika mic, and then it can come even blow you away by what he says, mpaka wewe mwenyewe unatetemeka. So you need to appreciate that. Sawa, naomba tusikilize hii alafu turudi huko juu kwa, I think tutaenda kwa Lara ama tuende kwa Wekesa. Let's listen to this.
That determination, I want to say this. The greatness of a nation lies in its fidelity to its constitution and a strict adherence to the rule of law. And above all, the fear of God. Now, before I read that determination, I want to say this. The greatness of a nation lies in its fidelity to its constitution and a strict adherence to the rule of law. And above all, the fear of God.
And our colleagues here. In the interest of time, I think we'll invite Winnie to start us off with the reading of the statement.
So thank you so much, Kawive. The title of our press release this morning is The Angaza Movement, Preliminary Observation of the 2022 Elections. And so I'll start off with reading it. We, the Angaza Movement, wish to congratulate Kenyans for the restraint they have exercised despite the emerging concerns on the outcome of the 2022 elections. It has been a tumultuous season with positives and negatives that require acknowledgement and serious reflection if they were to enhance the electoral process that has remained deficient in trust over the years, despite massive investment of hope and resources. Kenyan expected the IEBC to conduct an election that is free and fair, simple, accurate, verifiable, secure, accountable, and transparent. It is these parameters that we're going to use this morning to evaluate the performance of the IEBC. We have made the following observation of the electoral process. 1. Failure of the KIMS kit. Over 200 KIMS kits failed to identify voters during voting. This translates, in our view, actually, this translates to a lot of voters who may have been disfranchised. In many cases, it took the IEBC many hours to allow the use of manual register to identify voters, which often resulted in voter suppression, as disappointed aspiring voters were turned away or left in frustration. Procedures adopted were totally inconsistent from one polling station to another. Consistency and transparency are legal requirements and are also very critical in building trust in the integrity of the electoral process. Where KIMS kit failed to identify persons through biometric data, there was no systematic procedures for identification of voters through alphanumerical procedures or manual register, with different polling stations adopting different procedures, adopting different procedures for identification of voters through alphanumeric and manual register. The process of transmission and verification of the results and eventual tallying once again faltered and left Kenyans in the dark for several days, feeding suspicion and malpractice. This was after a start that on the face of it appeared very refreshing, efficient, transparent, and gave Kenyans hope of a greater transparency than in the past recent election. The lack of civic and voter education can be attributed to an unusual high number of rejected votes. While the issue of the rejected votes has been settled by the Supreme Court, it continues to raise questions around the aggregate tally at the end of the elections. The other issue is the unilateral and incomplete announcement of election results by the chair of the IEBC. The announcement of the results at the National Tallying Center left more questions than answers. It was done in the absence of the announcement of results from at least 28 constituencies, if not more. This was a significant proportion due to the multiple failures of the kits. The announcement also did not consider the numerous queries and comments of the party agents on the floor of the National Tallying Center. The number, potential impact, and gravity of the concerns raised are therefore unknown. Most disturbingly are the concerns raised by the 4 commissioners about the results being incomplete and therefore unverified based on the questionable and faulty Form 34C. The disunity of the commission was underscored by the fallout of most of the commissioners who announced simultaneously at a different venue in the city that they had no confidence in the final tallied result, and the issues concerning the verification and other concerns raised by them had been ignored. They alleged that the chairperson did not consult, that the results were incomplete and verified, and therefore they could not take ownership of the final results as announced. The division has impacted the trust and credibility of the results in the eye of the public. The other issue was the chaos during the tallying process. So we as Angaza movement also condemn the chaos by political actors towards the end of tallying in Bomas. Violence is never a solution, and models unacceptable behavior.
Let's go. Mr. Karara, you can take it.
Ben.
Yes, sir.
Unajua mitambo ilikuwa imepotea. Hiyo wakati wote uliniona kwa giza. Ina shida.
Sawa, nashukuru umerudi, karibu.
Asanti. Hata nilikuwa nataka kwenda kulala. Nikaona tu imerudi. Sasa agenda ni nini?
Hiyo tunaendelea kuchangia tu.
Oh, ile tu.
Yes.
Unajua nimesikia hii clip ya Maraga akisema the fear of God. Wanisikiza?
Yes, endelea na kupata.
Asante. Nafikiria Kenya kile kitu kimekosekana ni ile kuwa na hofu ya Mungu. That is the bottom line. Hadi tuwe na hofu ya Mungu ndio Kenya itakuwa mzuri. Niseme kwa mfano, mimi ni Mkikuyu na kuna kitu ilifanyika Kenya hii, na sijui kama watu wameshagundua vile kulifanyika. Naona tunaona watu wanafanya siasa, wanasema hivi na hivi, lakini kuna jambo nataka niliongelee hapa. Just after handshake, kuna huyu deputy president aliingia katika Mount Kenya. He went there spiritually, aka control the spiritual realm. Unaona watu ya Mount Kenya walikuwa wamependa sana kijana yao Uhuru, wakaanza kumdharau, wakaanza kumtusi, wakaanza kumkejeli, wakaanza kusema hakuna maendeleo amewafanyia, na yet kama kuna maendeleo Uhuru amefanya ni Mount Kenya. Wakakosa kuyaona. Yeye ni mfalme, yeye ni tajiri na kila kitu. Wakaanza dhihaka kwa sababu kuna yule ambaye aliwafanya kama wafungwa wake. Mount Kenya has become a captive to Dr. Ruto. He controls them. Mzungu alisema, he who controls your time controls your life. Unaona kila wakati ako Mount Kenya, so that yeye wamuone yeye ndio kiongozi wao. Nakumbuka wakati mmoja alisema yeye ndio ana ufunguo ya Mount Kenya. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu amewaeka kwa mfuko. Sasa hii mambo yote unaona Mount Kenya vile wamefanya ni kumchukia Uhuru. Sio kwamba wanaelewa, hapana. Is because wamekuwa captives. Ruto amewafunga kwa makanisa. Ukiangalia ile pesa amepeleka Mount Kenya kwa harambee za kanisa, sijui kama kuna mahali ingine amepeleka pesa ya kanisa kama Mount Kenya, because nia yake ilikuwa kuwafunga. Na nakumbuka mzee Moi, vile tu Moi alikuwa anafanya ni hivyo. Akiona mahali hana support na anataka awatumie, he takes money to them, ili anabuy what we call royalty. Na Ruto amefaulu kununua royalty ya Mount Kenya. Ukiangalia hata matokeo ya uchaguzi utakuta ilikuwa ni vita kati yake na Uhuru. He had a grudge to sort out with Uhuru. Ukiangalia ile turnout ilikuwa Mount Kenya, kulikuwa na apathy, lakini ali make sure all MPs, all governors, all women rep, senators na MCA 99.99 ni wa UDA. Ilikuwa kuonesha Uhuru, I told you I'm the kingpin of your people, ulikataa. So hii yote inatokana nini? We don't have the fear of God. That's why people rig elections, because we lack the fear of God. Kenya tuna uhuru from 63. Tuna multipartism from 1991-92. Lakini what lacketh is the fear of God. Na mimi naona hapa kuna kitu Mungu anataka kuachilia. God wants Kenyans to have a revelation so that we can push for a revolution which will bring the solution. Naachia hapo kwa sasa.
A revelation for a revolution that will bring a solution. Thank you so much. Nashukuru sana mzee wetu Karara. Lazima tuelewe vizuri mahali tuliko ndio tuanze kuendelea mbele. If we can't tell where we're coming from, we can't tell where we are, and we can't demand where we ought to be. So as a people, we must take an assessment of where we are keenly, then we will be able to chart the way forward. And we appreciate everything. The Bible says all things work together for good to them that love God and have been called according to his purpose. So things can go bad for them to go better. And that's why I want every Kenyan everywhere to be encouraged in understanding that whatever goes wrong only goes wrong in order for it to be made right. And some things, God works on them, brings them into public so that he can deal with them in public as a lesson to the rest of the country. The Bible says whatever that is written about the children of Israel were written as our examples for us to follow or know what to avoid, what not to go and repeat ourselves. And so nataka kila Mkenya aelewe kwamba hakuna kitu ambacho kinamzidi Mungu na hakuna kitu ambacho Mungu hajui na akielewi. Kwa hivyo akituruhusu kufika mahali tumefika, ana kusudi fulani ambalo anangependa tulifahamu, na tukinyenyekea, tukimuomba, atatuonyesha na tupatie sababu kwa nini tuko mahali tulipo. Kwa hivyo mahala popote ulipo, tunakuomba tu tafadhali tulia, tuliza akili yako, stop stressing yourself. Things you don't have control over, it is not right for you to worry about them. But whatever you can change, change. What you can't change, leave it with the one that is able to change. One thing about this country is that it has come a long way. We are in a better place than where we were, but we can still go better than where we are. But for us to demand that better place, we need to appreciate where we've come from and focus on where we are going based on where we are. To correct our mistakes now, we'll have a better tomorrow. But if we transfer our inadequacies into our tomorrow, we can't make that tomorrow better. So let's keep it clean. Let's keep the focus and do what is demanded. Bwana Bernard, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Asante sana Bernard. Sijui kama unanisikia.
Yes, nakupata, lakini uko na feed ingine. Mute whatever you are following from YouTube or Facebook. Mute that so that you hear from the studio and respond from the studio only.
I'm on YouTube.
Telling you your line ya YouTube, kaifute. I mean mute line ya YouTube so that you get everything from the studio.
Na hapo?
Hapo sawa.
Okay. Thank you so much, Bernard, and everybody who is yes.
Bwana Bernard, you are mute. We can't hear you. Uko mute, hatukusikii.
Na hapo?
Hapo sawa sasa. Endelea.
Okay. Yeah, so nimefurahia sana hoja ambazo Juan Karara amesema, because he has talked about the lack of the fear of the Lord on the part of the people from the mountain. Now it looks like I can't proceed. Komana.
Oh, Bwana Bernard, the matter is very simple, okay? You are hearing us from the studio, but the feed, you are listening from the viewers. There is a section for viewers, there is a section for the people in the studio broadcasting. So the window you are listening through, the window for YouTube, is the one you need to close or mute so that everything comes to you through this channel only, not the other extra feed. Sijui kama unaelewa. Uko mute, siwezi kusikia.
Now I don't know where to, but let me see how I can.
Are you on the laptop ama uko kwa simu?
Laptop.
Laptop. Zinakwambia kuna extra window kwa laptop. Angalia hapo juu, kuna ile ya YouTube. Funga hiyo window ili uache tu ya StreamYard.
Okay. Yes. Can you hear me now?
That's okay now. I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, can I go ahead or
how many browsers do you have? Umefungua browsers ngapi?
Oh, nilikuwa na simu na pia
No, kwa laptop tu.
No.
Kuna Explorer, kuna Chrome, uko na gani? Inaonekana umefungua mbili.
Labda sasa hebu nione ni wapi niko. Nasikika saizi?
Tunakusikia vizuri, lakini kuna ile feed ambayo inakuja delay. Unajua wale wanasikiliza wanapata information yetu late, like 5 seconds.
Oh, and that one causes distortion. So maybe
it causes distortion because unaongea alafu tena unajisikia ukiongea.
So do I sign out? Maybe I sign out and come back.
You don't need to, you just need to mute the YouTube or close the YouTube but if you want to sign out, sawa. Toka alafu rudi ujipange, refresh your browser, upange mambo sawa. Okay, asante. Every Kenyan around the world, we appreciate everybody. Please, let's keep inviting each other. This is Mtembei TV. Na tuko hapa kujadili siasa zetu kama Wakenya, ili kila mmoja amakinike, ajue mbivu na mbichi, ili katika masuala yote yanayofanyika na wanasiasa usijipate babaya kwa kufuata wabaya ambao nia yao sio nzuri kwa kuendeleza nchi na kulinda mali ya nchi ambayo ni ya wananchi. Ni muhimu kila mmoja wetu amakinike katika hayo. Naomba tucheze video moja alafu tutamsikiliza Bwana Olara tena akiendelea na hoja yake. Let's get this. Just some of these are just reminders so that we can all be able to appreciate where we are and what we are dealing with.
Lastly, because my colleagues have indicated, lastly, may I say that the results, we want to see them. Once we see them, we would want to verify them. Once we verify them, we will be able to know and to tell the Kenyan people, because a result that is not verifiable is not a result, and therefore that is the party chairman. What is the presidential candidate coming here? I will not take questions for now, but we were not in a position to ask our party leader to come before we actually verify the results. So the first step was to verify the results, which we have not been able to do.
What more can you tell us about the irregularities?
Yeah, I think that's enough. That's enough. Thank you very much.
Both.
Yes.
You're given 6 ballot papers.
Yes.
So you decide, as you may decide,
yes,
that you'll only vote for a presidential candidate.
Correct.
That leaves you with 5.
Yes.
Those 5 are not stray.
No.
They are unused.
Yes.
You've been given 6, but you have elected to use only 1.
Yes.
That leaves you with 5.
Yes.
What we are asking, where do those 5 go? How are they accounted for? It's a simple question.
Oh, yes.
They're not stray.
No, they're not stray.
They can only be stray if they have found themselves through in the wrong ballot box.
And that's the point.
Okay. So they're not stray. So you still remain with 5.
Yes.
Where do you put them? carry them away?
No.
How are they accounted for?
No, and that's the point I'm making. You vote. You vote for one, and vote for the second, and vote for the third. You have 6.
Yes, my lord. Please cut me along.
Jeff, initially we had a very transparent process. We had very valid forms that were collected by our agents and people that assisted us. Even monitors of these elections had copies of the Form 34As. It was very obvious that you could
minimum request to make. And therefore, for example, in Georgia, and let's be candid. In Georgia, the total number of votes obtained by all the parliamentary candidates is 85,000. The president has 100,000. Now it means 15,000 people voted for the president and walked away. They didn't vote for the parliamentary candidate. I mean, how is that possible? So we are saying as the Orange Democratic Movement that we want the commission to make an announcement on the basis of results that are authentic and that have a basis and that have supporting documents. The commission have told us that they have sent a plane to look for these results. We have been told that it will be ready by about 3 o'clock. We want to verify those things before any announcement is made, because we have figures everywhere and every other place have figures. Let me finalize by saying all the documents that we have show clearly that Raila Amolo Odinga has 4,215,437 and Honorable Mwai Kibaki has 3,748,261 votes. That is what we have. And if the commission is going to announce other results, they must tell us on the basis of what. And we have pointed to them very clearly. And we thank God that they allowed us last night to peruse the file, because on perusing of the file, it was absolutely clear that announcements were being made here which did not have any basis, because there were no documents to support whatever announcements that were being made. If a figure is going to be assigned to somebody 50,000, you can as well assign him 500,000.
I hope we all remember that and are able to tie those loose ends together and be able to understand what is happening. Yes, Wanolara.
Can I be heard now? Just shortly. I've corrected my mess.
Yes, we can hear you, Bernard. But I had given the floor to Olara. Just hold on your horses. We are coming back to you. Olara, go ahead.
Thank you.
Asante sana Bernard, na baba yetu Karara kwa hapa, na Wekesa huyo Jacob tamuona. Mama Selina, welcome back. Na nilijua ulienda ukanyamazia sehemu na saizi utakuja na vitu mzuri zaidi. Lakini ya ile kitu mzuri tunaongelea saizi, ukiangalia the argument of the then Pentagon member, which is now Deputy President of Kenya, who's now presumably acquiring a seat of a president-elect. The argument he made then is what we are saying now. The duplicates were meant to like us concrete the evidences should be in one carbon copy. That's why we had 4 carbon copies. The petition now that we are anticipating to go to Supreme Court is even an easier one, because 207 was irregularities or processes and about that. So this time round, we have all that in the portal. We're just going to counter argue about what is in the portal. And what is the portal, I guarantee with my life, if the all 4 carbon copies of Form 34A, and I think, Bernard, you are being very lazy with us here. I know you know how you have it, you want to portray that this is our position. Our position still remains. If the carbon copies of the Form 34A tally with the Form 34A in the portal, we don't have any court. This injunction should be taken to the lowest court in Kibera, somewhere else, because our constitution demand that this goes to the highest court, High Court. That's why we diligently and submissively allow that to go to that court. Because if that court has a core of its value, they will just charge one returning officer with a duplicate, which is not conforming to the portal. Then that court decides down there in his rural area, kama ikiwa ni kwetu kule Kibera court, if one result is not replicating the other 4 duplicates of what was signed, then this election should be recalled and recounted. We are not here for rerun. We just needed our system to work, and whatever systems, evidences they're holding in their systems, this is what should be coming to High Court, to the Supreme Court. Though I know I don't want to use our Supreme Court this time around. I think there are some lower court to deal with some thieves. We only bring a total, accounted, verifiable account of the election to the Supreme Court to judge. The processes should be dealt with a lower court. Other things should be there with the lower court. I know our law stipulates that we should go to the High Court, to our Supreme Court. I think the panelists in our Supreme Court have their job cut. And Mama Selina, wewe pia umenyamaza na information mingi. We've been struggling to find the finality of this situation, and we have found it. If the duplicate results are recapitulated and retabulated, at least I got 4 evidences of what is in the portal is not correct. Then ask yourself if the specialists go down there, look for all tabulated or all uploaded 34A and come back to duplicated forms, which are 4, and they should match all the signatures. My friend, this thing is not for babies. This thing is not for celebration. This thing is a sad day for Kenya. Kenya has been robbed. Kenya is being robbed. And as we speak, Kenya is being robbed from their parliamentaries. MCS are being taken somewhere else they never voted for because there's a mode of thieving, kunyakua, kunyanyasa. Imagine if a whole MP is bought. What is your voice in that MP's kura you voted for? Asanteni sana. I'm still very, very optimistic. Na hii Kenya hatutaachia mtu. Hatutaachia mtu.
Asante Bwana Olara. Thank you. Kenya tutaachia mtu, lazima tuitetee na tuilinde. Hiyo jukumu letu kwa watoto wetu na watoto wa watoto wetu. Lazima wapate Kenya ambayo imenyooka, Kenya ambayo itaweza kuwalisha na kuwalinda na kuwatetea kwa hali zote. It's great, and we need to retune ourselves and refocus ourselves as the Kenyan people to see to it that it is our responsibility to take care of our country and not to hire people who have no character and give them the responsibility to take care of our stores. Stores can only be kept by faithful people. The Bible teaches that it's required for a steward that a man be found faithful. If you have not shown us your faithfulness, we cannot give you the stewardship of our resources. That is all we are asking for. The Form 34As are already, we have carbon copies like Olara is saying, and those carbon copies are now, they must be for, and they must all agree. So if there is anything in the public portal or a private portal that does not agree with the carbon copy, whoever put it there needs to come out and tell us why he put it there. Chebukati will tell us if the Kim's kit was to send the Form 34A, then it switches itself off. Who followed the Form 34A and changed it before it arrived? And if it arrived in this format, then what happened that it edited itself while it is in the portal before it was downloaded? Because the carbon copy that the agents have is the final copies, the final result, according to the Mainakai ruling in the court, in the Supreme Court, as well as from the High Court. So Chebukati has a lot of explaining to do if he has any guts of appearing in the court in the first place. But all in all, we want a better Kenya under the leadership that Kenyans have mandated, not those who have volunteered themselves and want to take Kenya where they want it to go without the permission of the rest of the majority of Kenyans. We want the celebration to be in the majority of the Kenyan people, not some parts of this country and the other part is mourning. We want everybody on board. That is the people who will build this nation and make it great. But if we have the majority of the nation mourning while a small part is celebrating, that means something is wrong with the way we are dealing with our elections. And on that note, before Bernard comes in, let's just listen to this gallant soldier who has stood the test of time by taking on hardest responsibilities. May his soul rest in peace.
Election after election steals elections, robs the citizens of their rights. And then you say a free and fair election. Free where? Yes. Yes, you are thieves. That is why the country is failing. You are a country that election after election steals elections, robs the citizens of their rights. And then you say a free and fair election. Free where? Yes. Yes, you are thieves. That is why the country is failing. You are
Thank you, Bernard. Take it.
Thank you so much, Bernard. And it reminds me of that gallant soldier, indeed, Mr. Marehemu Jacobi Midio. Is that him? Let me begin by saying that politics is about numbers. Politics is about numbers, but we have to get the numbers in the right way. We have to justify the end with their fair means, with the best means. When a nation ignores or when a nation overlooks some of the bad things that happens in the institutions that they oversight, then that prepares that nation for a recipe of chaos. Because IEBC, and what it stands for, it's a very, very important part to the leadership of this nation. And I just want to register my anger. I want to register my helplessness when it comes to the issue of the role of the chairman of IEBC and the commissioners. It's unfortunate, some of the things that we have been seeing on media. It's unfortunate that a man of that caliber, women who we had trusted with the running of this country, they can fail us at the 11th hour. It is something that we cannot allow. And all problems that we have been having in this nation are because of omissions and violations of the laws which are laid down in our constitution, which should help us to really bring out the best. We have been put in offices so that we can bring out the best from those positions that we are entrusted with. One of the people that I really want to blame is the church. And I'm happy that Mzee Olara alluded to it. The church has failed to become the salt of this earth. We have failed as a church to become the light. Instead, we are becoming integrated into the system of lies, the system of false promises. We have become just like other people. And when I say other people, I mean the people who don't mean well for us. For example, I'm aware about some sections of society, the church, where for a whole year, people had come out of church. They have gone to ally themselves to a politician or to politicians, where they would go to places to pose as, they go to pose like how ni crowd, you know, the hired crowds. Hired crowds. Those are people from our churches. So if you are a pastor, if you are a bishop, if you are a prophet, you are an evangelist, you are a preacher, and you have got such people under you, what do you expect? So as a church, there is a part that we need to scale up. There is failure on our part as men and women of God and as believers. Because it is said that 90% or 70% of us Kenyans, that 70% or 80% of Kenya is Christian. Why do we have all this corruption? It's because the church has failed. And when I say the church has failed, I put myself there because I'm a Christian. I go to church. So the church has failed. Instead of us helping the politicians, instead of us advising them, instead of us correcting them, we agree with them on things that don't make sense. Number two, I want to address the youth. I know we have a petition that is ahead of us, but let me just say this, itoke kwa roho yangu. Mama Selina, hii niongee itoke kwa roho yangu. I have a problem with the youth. One of the things that I have seen among the youth is that the youth have nobody to tell them to be restrained. Vijana wetu hawana restrained. Wakiambiwa piga, wanapiga. Enda, wanaenda. Pinduka, wanapinduka. We need to come to a level where there is proper leadership, there is proper guidance, there is proper counseling, where we can be able to prevail over our youth, our sons, our daughters, our sisters, our cousins, so that they don't just take orders from anybody. It's important that we help our youth to be restrained, and we encourage them to use their thinking more than their actions, no more than their energy. As we go into the election petition that we are hearing, probably Azimio is going to present to court, the danger here is that in the event that the court will rule in favor of Azimio, what will happen? What will be the reaction from the other side? We hope that the people on the other side will talk to their own, to their youth, and indeed to the whole populace, that they act with restraint. We don't want war, we want peace. And in any case, if the court will rule in favor of Azimio, it is still a Kenyan. When Chebukati ruled in favor of the president-elect, Dr. RUTO, we restrained ourselves. We didn't argue, we didn't make noise. In fact, there's one guy here who said walikuwa wanasherekea hapo kwa mlango yake. We saw it, and the kind of songs that they were singing are very, very provocative. But we remained quiet. So from where I sit, I think we have to pray. We also have to talk. We have to help other people also to handle some of the things that come our way. Okay, yeah. Okay, so yeah. So we just have to be there for everybody. Lazima tusaidiane. Mambo ya petition, Bernard, as I finish. Mambo ya petition as I finish. My prayer is that the lawyers that we have, unajua kuna mtu alikuwa anasema ya kwamba Raila anazoea kutumia tu wale lawyers wa zamani, wale ambao labda hawana maarifa. But I think this time we pray that they will have substance, ya kwamba wako na ushahidi wa kutosha, ili wanapoenda pale at least tunataka ushindi, ili kwamba nchi nzima ikapata kufurahi. But moving forward, labda when we form government, or when government is formed, I think I need to see a situation where there is law that is passed in parliament, that immediately we are done with the elections, we don't begin campaigns just immediately. There needs to be a law that is going to cushion Kenyans from this thing of early campaigns. Kwa maana hizo ndo vitu ambazo zinafanya mambo hayaendi vizuri. And you can bear me witness that Daktari RUTO alianza kampeni zake mapema sana. You see? Na ndo maana vitu zingine zimeenda vile zimeenda. So that's what I wanted to say. But we have a role kama wapiga kura. We have a role as church to help the politicians to behave. And maybe the last thing I want to say is this, Bernard, that as we expect the lawyers to go to court to represent Azimio, a family, let us also expect the best and the worst. Unajua kuna hii dhana ambayo tukienda kwa mpira, tukienda kwa mchezo, unaenda na an attitude that is so forceful, you want your way. I am an Azimio person, you are an Azimio person, the other one is an UDA person. So hii kesi wakati ambapo inapelekwa kotini, let us be sober, let us be generous to give the 5 or 7 judges the benefit of doubt that they will do their work well. Let us not force our attitude on the referee. Kwa maana referee ukilazimisha atashindwa. Let us leave the referee or the referees this time. Let's give them their time. Hawa ni watu wamesoma. They will look at the evidence. They will wait, and I'm sure they are going to do the right thing. But I finish by saying this, that our President Uhuru Kenyatta, yeye saa hii baada ya kwa kiti. Kwa hivyo hatuna lakuna, we have no vacuum. Kwa hivyo hatuna wasiwasi, hakuna kitu kitaenda vibaya. My prayer is that he will be a man enough, he will be a man of his word, he will hold this covenant na ipeleke mpaka mahali ambapo inatakikana. So we just pray for peace, that nobody will be provoked to act in a different way, or in a way that will jeopardize our peace. Otherwise, guys, thank you so much. Have a good night.
Okay, asante Bernard Wekesa, we appreciate for the submission. The young people wamejibu, wanasema wao na walaumu, alafu wao pia wanataka uambie watapata msaada wapi. I can say this on the same. As we grow up as young people, we must grow up in understanding that it is our responsibility to inherit from our parents. The parents raise us up so that when they are old and they can't help themselves, we should be able to help them. So the moment you accept that you are a young person and you are a youth, your number one priority as you grow is an ability to carry your parents when they can't carry you anymore. Now that means this country needs to be shouldered by the young people. How are they going to shoulder it when they are running from responsibility? By chasing after handouts at the expense of developing themselves to ensure that leadership is done the right way. You can't support corrupt ascending to leadership and be able to hold the same corruptly acquired leadership position to deliver to you what you want. Bernard, you also talked about Raila using old lawyers. Until there's a new law, the best lawyer is the old lawyer because the law is the same, and the more experienced he is, the better it is for him to argue out the case. One of the things that make me very disturbed is when I listen to a young preacher who has no experience, doesn't know what he's talking about, yet he yells at the top of the voice, wanting to force down what he doesn't know to people. And now that makes them look very stupid. I advise that you sit down and learn from the elders. When the way the elders move, you move. The way elders reason, you reason. And you become very mature very fast. But when you go to teach the elders on how to lead the way, you end up being a misfit. Elders are there to show us the way. And so as young lawyers, we need to learn from experienced lawyers. Young doctors need to learn from the older doctors. There used to be a law that after you graduate from, even before you graduate from the school, the medicine school, you're supposed to understudy under an experienced doctor for, I think, was it 3 years or nini, until you're able to know how to practice medicine the way the old doctor practices it. Now, the reason why we have a lot of quacks, people mishandling lives, is because we have refused to learn from the elderly. And we want to teach the elderly that we are .com, we are civilized, we know everything. In the process, we end up messing what is rightfully, what needs to be rightfully done. So as young people, if you want to ascend in the ranks of leadership, study under elderly people. Don't follow a young person to lead you into maturity because he's also maturing. I will revert back to the Bible. Since I'm a preacher, you just have to get used to me quoting the Bible. the Bible talks about older, say young women or young girls, young women learn from elderly women on how to handle your husbands. The Bible does not say go to Catalonia and pray about how to handle your husband. So if you want to know how to handle your husband, get an older woman, okay, who has had that experience. She will tell you how to handle your husband. Now, you have refused to follow the elderly women in the church to tell you the secret. You are closing yourself on Catalonia, demanding that God shows you. Whatever God has shown Moses to come and show you, he will never show it to you. You are not Moses. Go and read what Moses wrote. You will know what God showed Moses. Stop telling God to appear to you the way he appeared to Moses. Now, sorry for sounding pastoral, but I'm just setting record clear. So young people, you want to be helped, you want to rise in different ranks. The cheapest way to succeed, find somebody who is succeeding. Okay? See what they do to succeed. Do the same, you will succeed. But this person who is succeeding must be elderly, must be integrous, must be faithful, must be focused. That's the one that will give, that's a sure bet. If you follow, you will end up with the same results. But if you follow a crook, you can only be crooked, and before long, you'll be caught in your crookedness. Na mambo yako inaishia hapo hapo. Njia ya mwongo ni fupi. Mpanda hila, uvuna majuto. So we chagua, unataka maisha yepi? Huwa naambia wazazi, nasema wale wazazi wanajitolea kufundisha watoto wao na kuwalea kwa njia inayofaa. Wakati watoto wamekuwa na wameenda ng'ambo, wanafanya kazi, okay? Hao wazazi ambao walijitolea wakajinyima wakilea watoto wao, watakuwa wanapanga foleni Western Union kupokea pesa. Na wale ambao walikuwa wazembe kulea wao, walishindwa kuwaongoza kwa njia inayofaa, wakati hao wanapanga foleni kwa Western Union, hao watakuwa wanapanga foleni kwa police station to bail out theirs. So you choose which lane you want to be queuing on by the way you raise your children. Our country can be better if we only take responsibility of making it better. But complaining about everything that is wrong will not help. So take responsibility. As young people, take responsibility. Jana nilikuwa nazungumzia kuhusu Harithuku. Harithuku na wengineo waliongoza vita dhidi ya mkoloni when they were in their late 20s, early 30s. You are in late 40s, you're still complaining hakuna job, sijui hakuna nini. Kwani shida yako ni nini? The best help you have is in your arm socket. Roll your sleeves and be part of the revolution that will make this country better. Stop sitting back and say, wazee watoke watuachie. Hakuna mzee anatoka kuachia mtu yeyote chochote. Mzee alifanya vizuri kwa kuzaa na akakulea, amekulisha, angalia saizi yako vile imeongezeka. Yes. So mahali umefika, jibebe. Songa mbele. Wacha kusema mzee aondoke ili tupate nafasi. Hakuna nafasi ambayo unaachiwa na mzee. And that's my message to all young people. Wake up and realize if our country goes to the dogs, you are the one to suffer the most because you have many days around here. Wengine wanang'atuka tayari. So ukiharibu Kenya, wewe ndio utasafa muda mrefu ndani ya Kenya. Lakini tukirekebisha, wazee wakitusaidia kuirekebisha Kenya, sisi ndio tutaenjoy kwa muda mrefu hata kama umeng'atuka. And that's why I find it very odd for you to be young and still supporting crookedness, shortcuts, cheats, corrupt people. It doesn't make sense that wewe unaenda kukojoa kwenye mto mahali mto umeanzia na wewe ndio unakunywa maji huku chini. So what's wrong with you? You go and urinate at the source, then go down the stream to drink. That's exactly what you're doing. You can't have a president corruptly, okay? Then you say you're fighting corruption. You can't do that. So watu ambao tunapaswa kuinsist ukweli, kuinsist right election rules must be followed. The winners must be declared. Corruption must not be seen around election. Should be young people, not old people. Ndio nilikuwa nimesema tusimsumbue baba. Okay? Kama hii petition itaenda through, baba tutamwambia aende kupumzika. Sisi tukichakua kuharibu inji, tukubali kuteseka ndani. Kwa nini? Baba amelipa price all this time. All his youth he spent fighting for us. Fighting for us to have the liberty that we already have. Right now, he's still fighting for us. And then somebody has guts of complaining about the same thing. The paradox of life. Please, let's grow up and appreciate that wazee wako tu ili watuonyeshe njia. Sababu wazee Mungu anawapatia siku nyingi tuwaone na tukue machoni pao ili watuonyeshe nini? Njia. Na tusipofuata hiyo njia tutaishi kujilaumu. If we don't take heed and learn from them what we need to learn from them, we sign in to repeat their mistakes, and we will never be free until we are willing to take responsibility for our own freedom and the freedom of our children's children. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa tumsikilize nani? Dada amekuja Mkenya. Hali vipi? Jirani ya president elect. Hey, naona obwami kuichire ingo.
Wewe Bernard, unajua mimi nilikuwa supporter huyo mzee walikula. Sisi ni watu wa huko, lakini sisi tulikuwa kwa Azimio.
Yes.
Tulikuwa kwa Azimio. Sasa leo nimeona wacha nikuje niwasalimie kwa sababu watu bado hatuja recover. We still thinking. But tunashukuru Mungu. Ile kitu yenye tunasema ni Mungu ndio tunaomba kila wakati na tuzidi kuomba. Hii kitu kweli wanasemanga ukikuwa na tamaa na kitu unaitaka kuishika haraka kufanya vitu yako iende mbio. Lakini kushika uongozi wa kuongoza inchi, ujue the moment unakuwa president wa inchi ya Kenya, pia kuna inchi zingine pia inaangalia vile unapeleka inchi. So usione ya kwamba president watatu, wanne, watano wamekupongeza uone sasa umefika, lakini bado dunia mzima haijakupongeza. Ujiulize ya kwamba kwa nini mimi ni watu watatu, wanne, watano ndio wamenipongeza na hii nyingine yote wajanipongeza. Ukae chini ujiulize, ndani kuanza kujikimbisha. Bado mwenyewe hujapeleka kuapishwa, umeanza kupanga cabinet. Umeanza kununua watu wengine kutoka kwa machama zingine, unataka kuharibu. Hiyo ni kuonesha inji kitu gani? Hata kuonesha watu. Kwani unafikiria hakuna watu wanakuona? Hata Mungu hakuoni? Wewe umepata kitu ambaye unaona sio ukweli. Mimi kweli ninasema katika roho yangu kama Mkristo, kweli kama Mr. RUTO alipita na ikawa ni kitu ya transparent na ukweli ikaonesha hii ndio kura yenye RUTO amepata, hii ni kura yenye Raila amepata, tungesema baba alishindwa na baba asimame aseme nimekubali nimeshindwa. Lakini hizi vitu ya kukimbisha mbio, mwenye anakuja kutangaza anakuja na hasira, anakuja anaanza kuongea vitu vingine. Unajua mimi nilikuwa naangalia naona pale mbele mbona sioni watu wengine. Kidogo nikiangalia huku naona huku wamekata TV, commissioner wa ine pande na huku wako watatu. Huku wanaongea hii, huku huyu yako anapeana certificate. Nikaangalia time ni saa ngapi? Saa 11. Nikasema no. Hii sio kitu ya uhakika. And then Pale katikati walikuwa wamepanga viti vizuri vinne, enye hao watu walikuwa kwa mapishano wote watakaa hapo. Lakini ukiangalia mwenye alipewa certificate alikaa kiti moja na Chebukati. Pale ilikuwa inaonesha nini? Nenda unitangaze, usiponitangaza utaniona. So kusukumwa, alisukumwa na akakubali kusukumwa. So sisi wache tuombe Mungu kama justice kweli itafanyika. Kama Supreme Court watasimama kufanya justice, I will know Kenya tutakuwa advanced. Lakini kama Supreme Court itafika mahali tena warudi waseme hivi, nitajua Kenya imeisha na mimi nitakaa hapa mahali niko, sitaenda Kenya. Nitaishi tu huku mahali niko. Sitakuja huko. So sisi wacha tuombe Mungu, tunapiga magoti. Wacha hawa judges 7 waseme ukweli. Wafuatilie kitu ukweli. Kitu ukweli, maneno ya kujaribu kukoroka uji na kuchanganya, hapana. Tunawaweka kwa maombi. Tumeanza battle za kuomba. Wacha Mungu awashikilie, washike roho yao, wapee Kenya justice. What we need is justice. Na wale makomishana pia tunawaombea pia, na hao wakuwe kwa usalama, wasiweze kuangaishwa. Hiyo ndio kitu yenye tunataka. Kwa sababu ukiona mtu anaanza kutafuta mtu anaenda kumtishia maisha mpaka kumlango yake, ujue ya kwamba huyu anataka huyu mtu apotezwe. Hata akishakufa hakuna kitu mtafanya nini, mtakuwa nayo. Lakini wacha tuweke hao watu kwa maombi. Kukua kwa kitu kama hiyo ni kitu hatari sana. Wacha tuwaombe kila mtu ambaye ako dunia hii, waweke maombi kwa hao watu wote wa Supreme Court na kila mmoja, hata Kenya wote. Sisi hatutaki kuumia, watoto wetu tutaki watoto wetu waumie. Sisi tunaelekea kuseeka na tunataka watoto wetu wafanye mfano mzuri. Nimeona Bernard umekuwa ukiongea maneno ya wasee. Mtu mwenye anasema msee, wakati kijana anakuanga ameiba msichana wa wenyewe, huwa wanatuma watu wagani? Ni vijana ndio wanaendanga ama ni wasee ndio huwa wanaenda? So wasee waheshimiwe. Mzee akiongea waheshimiwe. Hata huko nyumbani kwetu kule huko Darbo huko Sugoi, mtoto mdogo huwa sheria ya Kikale, mtoto mdogo huwa salamia mzee mkubwa. Mzee mkubwa ndio huwa anasalamia mtoto mkubwa. Mkubwa ndio anasalamia mdogo. So hao wako na ile heshima ya kuheshimu wasee. Sasa mtu usiseme mzee kama si huyo mzee kukusa, wewe ungekuwa dunia hii. Kwa mimi nikiona kama mzee Karara amekaa pale, movie imetoka kwa kichwa, huyo ni mzee ambaye namrespect. Huyo ni mzee ambaye nimeweza kwenda kwake nikaa na yeye nimuulize, wakati nyinyi mlikuwa mmesaliwa mlikuwa mnakaa namna gani? Atakupatia hiyo historia. Hiyo historia nitakaa nayo siku nyingine pia mimi nitamwambia nilikutana na mzee fulani niliambia historia ilikuwa hivi na hivi. Ndio sababu wasee wako. So tuheshimu wasee. Huyo mzee Raila ambaye watu wanamuongea mzee
Samani Mkenya daima, inaonekana network yako imejam, pole, lakini tunashukuru ujumbe umefika. Kuheshimu wazee ndio njia pekee ya wewe kuishi siku nyingi na kubarikiwa hata kule Mungu amekupeleka. Hiyo ndiyo maandiko. Biblia iko wazi, kama unataka kufanikiwa hata Mungu akikupeleka kwa nchi ya mafanikio, hayo mafanikio yatatoka tu kwa nini? Kwa kumheshimu baba na mama. Yes. Kumheshimu baba na mama. So hata Mungu hawezi kukutetea ukienda kinyume na baba na mama. Na kuambia vijana ni lazima tu nikuambie, kwa sababu hiyo ndiyo maandiko na sisi hatukuandika. Okay? Ni Mungu aliweka hiyo sheria. So nyinyi mnajivunia kwamba mnaweza pinga kina baba, mnaweza wa challenge kwa sababu mmesoma, sijui umepata nini na nini, shahada ya nini na nini. Forget about all that. Humility is the way up. For you to go up, you humble yourself. And the best place to get the best from the elderly is submit yourself to them. Mtu ameniuliza hapo, what is my level of education? I live beyond my age bracket I reason beyond my age bracket because I honor the people that have gone ahead of me, and I'm able to learn a lot from them. I don't go to teach elders. I go to learn from them. There are places, I'm an international preacher, yes, but there are places where I go, the best job I do is carry Bible for my bishop. That's all. And I'm happy doing that. I'm satisfied doing that. I don't go to say, I'm also a preacher here. Give me one session. I don't need a session if I have people who can speak and I hear. So if you want to rise in this life, you must have somebody who is higher than you that you are following. Lakini ukiwa kijana hapo unajidanganya ati umefika wapi? What do you know? Submit yourself and learn. Just giving you an example. Sorry for talking too much. Nitafungua flow in a short while. Look at the political career of all the people that have gone against Raila Odinga. Just our current history, not previous history, current history. Okay, wale watu wote wa vijana, lakini walijitolea kumtusi Raila Odinga, kumkajeli Raila Odinga, kumhada Raila Odinga, kumuita yeye ni mpumbavu, mtoto wa kitendawili, na hiyo masuala yote. Tuanze na Babu na Mwamba, ako wapi? Nyota yake ilikuwa imepaa. Ababu alikuwa Ababu in 2007. He's the only one that swore in parliament in the name of Raila Odinga. After that, what happened? He's nowhere to be seen. When he speaks, he can even Twitter following, I don't think he has. That is what happens to you when you go against the elders and despise the people that are supposed to lead you. Wale watu walikuja wakanyenyekea chini ya Raila Odinga na wakalelewa. Junet Mohammed, look at him. He's everywhere, he's known everywhere. Joho, we didn't know him, but now we can't avoid to see him. Look at Sabina Chege when she came in that and danced in that light, just for a while. Now she's a household name. Now that is what you get when you walk around elders with dignity and honor. But when you go against them, you disappear like smoke in the wind. Enough of that lecture, but I think it's good. Let's all take responsibility as young people. Tusilaumu wazee, tujifunze kutoka kwao na tuwajibike kwa sababu ya nchi yetu. Tuwajibike kwa sababu ya nchi yetu. Don't support evil. Don't support corruption. Don't support cheating. Don't support lying. If you don't know what to do, do nothing. It's better to refrain than to participate in what's evil. Now, back to the show. I want us to get back to Nani. Hii ndio Ephesians 5 ama ndio SN5? How are you today?
I'm good. I'm doing well. I'll just forget to mention my friend Babu, and
Yeah.
a very loyal man to Raila Odinga. And you can see the move. Old is good. I start by saying old is good. And okay.
Carry on, please.
Sijui nianze wapi nimalizie wapi, but nimeanza na old is good. And this is the reason why I respect old people, and I do listen a lot. I speak less, I listen a lot. One, I want to start in whichever position, and for a while hatujaonana. Najua ni venye Chebukati alinishtua. I thought in every person old is good, but I think to some people old is silver. Because some decision you do, you have to be very, very much creative with what you want to do. Because we can't wait for you a whole day. You can't be able to update us what is happening. You can't be able to tell us wait. hakuna chochote unatuambia, then at the end of it all, your house is split to two, and then you are comfortable reading what they call fake result. I think we need royal people to hold offices like IEBC, people who can use extra mind to reason out. Which hurry was there for Chepkati to come at 6, some minutes to 6, when the house is split into two to read the result? Sometimes I question too much, but I think there is a difference between those people who went to school and those people who went to pass exams. Because you have to reason beyond your academic level. And I love it when Bernard says, I live beyond my age. You have to reason beyond, because it is only that Kenyan we have choose to be peaceful. This IEBC one day will bring this nation to fire. This IEBC one day will bring this nation to ash because of fake and poor decision making, poor timing. I need to understand why Chebukati was in a hurry to read the result. I wish to understand this. Chebukati is saying that the 4 commissioners were asking for a rerun. My question is, why were they asking for a rerun? Chebukati should tell us. I don't think these are the things that I wish IEBC lawyers will be explaining to the court. Because you can't do things on a hurry, as if kuna mtu anakufa pahali amegojea matokeo asikufe. And then you come to tell us on social media that these 4 commissioners were requesting for a rerun. My question is, kwani kulikuwa na rerun? That's the first question. If there was a rerun, ilienda wapi? Why do you think that these commissioners are tarnishing your name by asking for a rerun and exposing things? Then, this all we want to understand better, because hatutakuwa tunaweka nchi kwa tumbo, ati tumbo ndio iko mbele ya nchi. You have the salary, you have everything. If you can't be loyal with your office, don't come and start explaining yourself that you know what, you acted a lot of pressure. Everybody working maximum or minimum pressure according to how we want. But in previous or in future, we need a serious person to hold these offices. We don't want people who will just beat. We need people who make a good dialogue. Kenya is big than one person. Let us meet on the court. Truth will set us free. Tutaona ukweli. And if Chebukati ali mess up during the final touches, my friend, I think he anafaa kuwa example. Ati ukitumia ofisi vibaya unaweza enda kamiti. Because this kind of behavior, if we continue condoning this type of behavior, will bring chaos in Kenya. It is only that, and I congratulate Kenyans that we are patient. And we will be patient. Let the judge do their job. Let the 4 commissioners table the evidence. Let our group, our lawyer, Go and question, and everything will be open, and we shall celebrate. We are not here to argue. We are not here to complain, but we need the truth. We need to know what happened. We need Chebukati to explain, IEBC to explain what happened until tukakuta ni 4 versus 2. Okay. I'm much attempted to read the comment, but I'll read it later. Then, let me say this. You know, I have seen my name. So, okay, nitaisoma baadaye. Then, let me add by saying, hii Kenya tunafaa kujua kwenye tunatoka, pahali tupo na kwenye tunaenda. And it is our responsibility to know where we want to be. We have Vision 2030. Hiyo ilisahaulika kwa kila mtu. Hata hakuna mtu anakumbukanga. Just moving. Hatujui kwenye tunaenda. It's not everybody will take us where we want. Quote this. It is not everybody will take us where we want. Si kila mhubiri, and I'm sorry to say this, Bernard, si kila mhubiri atakuguide ufike biguni just because akona kara ama nini. The same in politics. It is not everybody who take our nation where we want to be some few years to come. Just because they have sweet words, they seem to know much about how or what Kenyans are passing through. My friend, we need to wake up. We need to look at things. We need to understand the characters of the rights of Oscar Sudi. I have seen another post of Oscar Sudi did. Reason that, hebu msikize huyo jamaa venye anasema na wakiapishwa. Just question. And I think the police wanafaa kuwa wanachunguza maneno kama hayo. What do you want to mean? Because si kuongea tu unamaanisha nini? Baada hiyo utafanya nini? Because we want a peaceful nation. We want to proceed. We want our economy to stabilize. Sasa hizi nimeona sasa nikimaliza Bernard. Sitaki kuongea sana because some things hata nikikutana na Chebukati mimi naona atanielezea mambo mingi. Nataka kumalizia by saying, nimeona sasa kuna mtu hajaapishwa na ameanza kuleta watu wa vyama zingine kwa chini yake. Hata hawaelezi athari ya kuhama chama. You can lose your seat. I think kama sijakosea sana, unaweza lose your seat. Si kama vile walitengeneza hii kitu ya yero, then mguu moja iko yero, mguu ingine iko na huku. And I have seen now there is 2 ways of ruling people. 1, divide and rule. 2, poverty. When you divide people, they can't speak in one voice. Ukiwagawanya hawataongea neno moja. You rule them. Very simple. Second, it is poverty. Nikihakikisha nyinyi watu mko na umaskini, utafikiria tubo ama utafikiria venye namuongoza. Utakuwa unafikiria tubo. So mimi nitakuwa naongoza venye nataka. This is where Kenya is going. It is a wake-up call. Please, naomba the Supreme Judge, tafadhali, fuateni haki, tupeni haki. Kama ilikuwa inafaa kwenda RERUN, iendwe RERUN.
wa kushindwa ashindwe na akubali, because we know who will lose even in a rerun. Bernard, tanifikisha hapo kwa sasa, lakini ukiona Chebukati msalimie na umwambie we shall revisit, na tukipata haki tena tutamuendea.
Nimwambie apitie karibu na plot yako, uko na salamu zake.
Niko na salamu zake. Aache kusema sijui security. Security for what? Kwani Bereni hakuwa na security? Saizi ndio amekumbuka issue na security. Aache sasa. Wakenya tumetoka hiyo ligi ya kupimanishwa. Kama umefanya makosa, wacha kujitetea, your life is in danger. Hata Bereni ingekuwa basi in danger. Saa hizi tumestabilize, sasa tumengojea haki kwa koti, ndio life yako imekuwa in danger. Wakati ulikuwa na hesabu vote haikuwa in danger. You know, we need to understand these things.
Thank you.
These are the kicks of dying horse. Kama umefanya makosa, kubali umefanya makosa. Hata saa hizi unafaa uandike ama ujitokeze useme there was a mistake. Hakuna mtu atakupunish, lakini gojea koti iseme kulikuwa mistake, tutakukujia after that. Serikali itakukujia tu. Because utakuwa unatumia ofisi ya umma venye unataka na mafikiria zako. You will be an example to those people who come as IEBC chairmen or chairwomen, whichever, you will be an example if you did a mistake. Na sasa Cherera alituambia kulikuwa na kitu ilikuwa inakuliwa. Acha nimalizie hapo. Because hata Mkenya amerudi na alikuwa amekatika kidogo. Thank you very much. Niko watu hapa nasikiza.
Thank you. Tegea. Hata walimu usiku wako karibu kuja, kwa hivyo mjitahidi hapo kuhakikisha kwamba show inaendelea. Na nashukuru watu wa comments. Kuna nani huyu anasema Mtalia anasema I hope his life is in danger. Wallahi. Please Kenyans relax, We need Chebukati at the Supreme Court kujitetea tafadhali. Nobody should take his life. Angoje tumalize kesi kwanza. All the same, thank you everybody for your patience and continued followership. If you're able to get us, please help 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse. This is Mtembe TV, and we are discussing our politics as we see it and the way forward after the stalemate with Chebukati announcing results, with 4 commissioners descending on the same decision. And then right now, Raila Odinga has said that announcement was null and void. And so the next stop is at the Supreme Court. There is a divide on how they want the Supreme Court. Kenya Kwanza want the election nullified. The election they claim to have won, they want it nullified so that they go for a rerun. But as me are saying, we are not even going to ask for the nullification of that election because it is an illegal announcement, and so it cannot culminate into having a president-elect, since it's a faulty process. And so they are saying all they are going to ask for is a audit of the election, a retallying of the elections. They say they have the results, and their result is that their candidate won the elections. Well, so that is what is before us, and we are looking at the same. Then, of course, Deputy President, President-elect, is under fire because he has he's buying or luring other members of parliament from other political parties against the law to join his movement. Is that the kind of democracy we are looking forward to when he finally becomes president? He wants to swallow all other political parties. Is he taking us to a single party state again? And him being a student of Moi, is this Moism back? That is what we are questioning. A section of church leaders are saying they want another handshake between Raila Odinga and William Ruto. Are you in support of the same? Or you're saying no more handshakes? We want proper leadership mandated by the majority of Kenyans. Mwalimu Ahmed, habari leo?
Salama sana ndugu, habari za siku nyingi?
Salama, tunashukuru. Karibu.
Asanteni sana. Kwa hivyo ninaanza na neno la Mungu, kwa vile hapa ndugu zangu wengi ni Wakristo. Biblia huwa tunaambiwa kitabu cha Mathayo mstari 11 mlango wa 29, Yesu anasema kwamba jitieni nira yangu na mjifunze kwangu. Kwa wale ambao tujui Kiswahili, nira wa Kenya, sisi mara nyingi Kiswahili huwa inatujenga sana. Nira ni kamba ya kufungia farasi. Yesu anasema mjitie nira yake na tujifunze kutokana na Yesu, kwa sababu yeye ni mpole na mnyenyekevu wa moyo. Na nashukuru Wakenya tumeweza kuonyesha upole na unyenyekevu wa moyo. Muda huu wa uchaguzi tumeweza kuwa calm kabisa, na tumeona mambo mengi yametokea. Mwenyezi Mungu ndo anajua yale ambayo yametokea yamekwaje. Sisi kama wanadamu we are just speculating. Na pia sitaki kusahau neno na Mungu mahali ambapo tunatoka kama Muislamu. Mwenyezi Mungu anatuambia, enyi mlioamini, akiwajieni muofu na habari, ichunguzeni habari hiyo. When a person who is not of good character comes to you and tells you that this and this has happened, please scrutinize that information, because we are intellects, we are human beings. We are not supposed to take everything that we need or everything that we hear from our surrounding. That's one thing. First of all, I want to, appreciate the legacy of Baba, Raila Amolo Odinga. He has done a lot for this country, a lot for this generation, and I think much of the legacies that we are enjoying right now is as a result of his struggle. He has really struggled a lot. Imagine, we are the first African country to nullify a general election. And, that has never happened. Our democracy has really matured. And we thank God for that. And again, we thank him for such kind of, for soldiering that kind of revolution and whatever he has done for this country. Leaders tuko nao ni wengi sana hapa. Every person is calling himself a leader. People get funds from somewhere. They come and, want to buy the electorate and wananunua kura. Kwa bahati mbaya kwa sasa mahala ambapo tumefika, natumai nataka muelewe, the other time I was seeing an MCA who was crying because he has used all his savings to lure the electorate wapigie kura, and he alikuwa anajuta sana. We don't need such kind of democracy. We need mahala ambapo people are now selling ideas, and people should be voting for ideas and whatever people are telling us. We need to pursue our intellectual capacity and try to understand what these leaders are telling us. Mrengo yote mbili, between Azimio, I want to be impartial today, between Azimio and Kenya Kwanza. In Azimio we have good people, and equally we might have bad people. In Kenya Kwanza we have good people, and equally we might have bad people. So let us not condemn them, all of them. These are Kenyans, these are our brothers, they are our sisters, some of them. And remember, kwa Kenya kuna kitu nataka tuambizane tafadhalini. These leaders we are seeing today, majority of them bought these seats that they are using. Huyu MP ambaye anarepresent mimi, he has spent more than 10 million Kenya shillings just to get that MPship. For what? Do you think it is enough to gain 2 million, alafu una spend 10 million? Some things don't make up. There is a lot of things that we are not seeing. Nilikuwa naona picha leo, Igathe and Sakaja having a coffee together. And here some of us might go to the extent of, hating one another. Hatutaki kwenda huko. We know very well who won this election. Whatever happened, happened. And we want to thank Kenyans for showing such kind of solidarity for Baba. Lakini kuna makosa tumefanya. I was expecting we might win with a 15 million margin plus, lakini watu wengi hawakujitokeza kwa sababu ya kuhadaiwa na wanaitwaje, wanasiasa. Kila mara nyingi wanatumia pesa zao. Sisi kama vijana, majority of us, we are not voting because we don't understand the essence of leadership and why leadership is very important, or why voting is very important in our society. To wind up, sitaki kuongea sana. To wind up, let us put these people into task. These people, we demand answers from them. MP akiingia hapo ndani aulizwe, wewe kutoka constituency X, kwa nini haukufanya hivi? Kwa nini haukufanya hivi? I was seeing a video which went viral in Twitter. I think it was the Zambian president, Mr. Bernard, unaweza nirekebisha kama nimetakosea. The Zambian president telling his members of parliament that why should you buy, the value of one Land Rover in Zambia, it can build more than 20 toilets. That kind of development, okay? So hawa watu wanafaa leadership, politics is not where people should go and relax and earn more money. It should be a servant, just like what Raila and the counterparts are doing. They have wasted their youthship, everything they had for the sake of bettering this community. Tunataka vitu, hatutaki watu wanachukua pesa wanawekeza kwa siasa, alafu they expect now return on investment. That is what is exactly happening. Please don't expect in this electorate, in these members of parliament ambao tumewachoose saizi, I'm not expecting anything from them because they have bought majority of them bought the kura that they got. Majority of them wamenunua hizi vitu, wenyewe ndo wanajisaidia. It is their time right now to reap. Wamenunua hizi kura. That is the reality on the ground. Wale ambao wako na ideas nzuri, wale ambao wako, they never made it even to nomination. That's the reason as why we are having in some counties a lot of independent candidates, and they are winning some of them in some places because watu wanaelewa what kind of leadership they want. So to wind up, tuangalie sisi kama Wakenya, we need to be good people such that I'm not saying that we are bad. We need to better our lives such that we are able to differentiate between the good and the bad. Isiwahi tokea kwamba we are tunampigia kura kwa ajili, tunampigia mtu kura kwa ajili ya shilingi 4,000 ama shilingi 2,000. What is that much of money compared to a person who will come there without your money and bring so much development? Saizi unaona wameshatoa pesa ya CDF, wamesema ni illegal. Tomorrow they will go back, all of them. Ule wa ODM tuanze na huyo, kuja kwa UDA, kuja kwa even the youngest party UDM, wataungana pamoja and they will support that agenda, wapate pesa ya nini, more than hundreds of million in a year. And then wakianza kulaunch hizi vitu, hauoni so many developments. Some people are getting a lot of money. In Kenya, politicians are making a lot of money. We need to question them. Wanatoa wapi hizi pesa? Because we are not paying them more than 1 million. The president is the highest paid person with 1.5 million. Lakini mtu anaingia siasa, after 5 years, the person is a billionaire. Hizi pesa zinatoka wapi? These are the kind of questions we need to ask ourselves. We need to enhance integrity. Hawa watu lazima waambiwe kwamba nyinyi jameni, pesa hata kama wewe ni ndugu yangu, my own brother, watoka nitoke, you went in there, you campaigned, you used 10 million, you are minus 10 million. Today, the third year, you are a billionaire. Wewe una run so many businesses. The idea of so many things that we cannot even understand where we are coming from. Kenya sisi, we are a young democracy. We are not yet in the place of having deep states. Lakini watu wameanza kudevelop hizo ideologies. Reason being, because siasa imekuwa ni mahala pa kutengeneza pesa, and this is what we need to fight. People should not make money. People should not, be using our money, our hard-earned taxes, aende akajitumbukize na watu wake. This is a kind of audit that we need to do. Huyu MP aitwe ambiwe in the last 5 years how many kilometers of road umejenga huku kwetu, what have you influenced, how many students have you sponsored, what is the level of education in this country, how many hospitals are you giving us. With this kind of follow up, hawa watu watanini na inafaa tuwaonyeshe when we are going to vote again, or any time you are voting, that we are not voting ukabila. And I'm very happy that some places they are even appointing people who don't come from those places because of the ideas that they have. But usishangae, majority of them, they are coming in with money. A friend of mine who's an Indian alikuwa ananiambia kwamba if you have about $1 million in Kenya, $1 million hata ni pesa nyingi. If you have about 15 million Kenyan shillings, which is approximately about 150,000 USD, you can become an MP in Nairobi or an MCA in Nairobi. That is how our politics is, kwa sababu unanunua kila kitu. You wait, you don't campaign, hakuna sera ambazo unauza. The last few days or the last 3 days to election, unaenda unaita sasa vijana foot soldiers. Now you start dishing out money. This is the thing that we need to fight. Mtu asikuje asinunue hizi kura, because money is a problem, and that is all that I had to say today. Bwana Bernard, mbarikiwe sana na asanteni sana kwaya.
Okay, thank you Mwalimu Ahmed. We appreciate that, and a very sober approach that is really needed. Thank you for the voice of reason and your counsel to Kenyans. We must change our attitude towards our politics, in the sense that our service comes first, not our earning. What is in this for me needs not to be a consideration when you are asking for public office. A public office is supposed to be selfless. You serve for the good of the community, not for your personal good and personal gain. I've held the opinion that what went wrong with our education in this country is when we made education a business. The moment it became a business, it ceased to be education. It became just an enterprise where how many students do you have, how many certificates you're giving out. To the person you're giving certificate doesn't matter. You just, they were here 3 years, umechukua pesa yao ya school fees, alafu unapatia certificate ambayo itawasaidia chochote, kwa sababu hajafanyika chochote kwa huo muda wote wamekuwa hiyo shule. So ni muhimu tuangazie haya masuala yote. Viongozi wetu lazima wajibike na tuhakikishe kwamba wanafanya, kwa sababu hata masuala ya CDF, I support the scribing off of CDF, because leadership is about mobilization whereby can a member of parliament rally his community so that he can cause development. My great grandpa in my village where I was born had many wives, had like 5 wives, and he was a farmer. He used to plant a lot of banana. So I'm told the road that passes near our village, he mobilized his 5 wives to cook, okay? Then mobilized the young people to be digging the road, okay? And then the wives will be cooking and serving them food until the road is done. Now that's a personal initiative of somebody who is visionary, and he sees a road and goes ahead and mobilizes people to make that road get made. The government came in later, but this was a communal thing. we need to go back to that communal thing, whereby being a member of parliament is in how many things you can influence. You can even mop up money from your constituency and use it. We need a dispensary here, let's build one. We need a school here, let's build one, and all that. That's what leadership is. It's not go and harvest money and bring to us. The money is within us. The money is within our capability. We just need somebody to mobilize it and put it to good use. So tubadilishe nia yetu ya uongozi ili kuhakikisha kwamba kila kiongozi anadhihirika katika matendo yake. Na hiyo matendo sio kwenda kuiba pesa kutuletea. Ni anaweza mobilize hii pesa iko katikati yetu ikatumika kwa uzuri wa community. Uzuri wa community. And people will be willing to contribute towards that. The dispensary will be communal. The school will be communal. It's our children who go to that school. Very good way to look at it. Thank you so much. And naomba sasa Mkenya ulikuwa umeacha kitu fulani, stima ilikatwa kwako ama ni internet. Naomba ukamilishe kabla tulete mtu mwingine.
Pengine nilifukuzwa na watu wa UDA.
Ulikuwa unawaingilia.
Si kuwaingilia, ni ukweli. Unajua Bernard, huwa wanasema hata Mama Selina ako pale. Mwanaume kijana akiiba msichana wa mtu, ni mzee ndiye anatumwanga kwa ile boma. Anaenda kusimama huko, anasema sisi ndio tuko na ng'ombe yenu. Hakuna siku utaona mtoto kijana amekanyaga kwa nyumba ya mkale, amekuja kusema mimi ndio niko na ng'ombe yenu. Hiyo iwezekani.
Kenya ikwangi hivyo. Nasema ile mbuzi yenu ilipotea, msitafute iko kwangu.
Sijui ni mbuzi ama ni ng'ombe, sijui. Whichever. But wasee, watu wakubwa waheshimiwe. Kwa sababu wakati mtu ameiba watoto unaonanga tu mzee mkongwe, mama mkongwe ndio wanakuja, wanakaa chini. Kama ni mtoto wangu ndiye amechukua mtoto wa wenyewe, mimi vile niko hivi, mimi siwezi nikaenda kwa hiyo boma ati vile nimeenda tu ati na machi tu mimi Eliza nimeenda, nimefika huko. Ninaanza kusema mimi ndio niko na mtoto, natafuta wale wa mama wamenishinda kwa umri wangu, ninaenda kukaa chini. So mimi ile kitu yenye ninasema na ninapongeza sana na ninaongea na ninazidi kuongea, tuheshimu watu wakubwa. Sisi watu wakubwa tu wanaheshimiwa. Ndio sababu ninakwambia kwetu huko mtu mzima mwenye amemea mvi kama mzee Karara, yeye ndio huwa anasalamia mtoto mdogo huwa amsalamii, inaenda vice versa. Kwa hiyo generation yenye ilikuwa kitambo. Hata unaweza kuwa umekaa pale nje, wewe ni mama mzee, kama wewe salamia huyo mtoto atapita, haisi kusalimia. Isipokuwa ni ile siku hizi sisi tumeanza kuambia, my friend, siku hizi dunia imebadilika. Ukipita kwa mtu umsalimia na pengine ufike pale mbele, umefika mahali umepotea, urudi huku nyuma, watakuambia ulipita hapa bila kutusalamia, umekuja kutuuliza nini? So kuna mahali pengine kuna hiyo respect, the small one anasalamia mkubwa. But kitu yenye mimi ninataka kusema Bernard, wewe ni pastor. Mimi ninashukuru sana wale watu walikuwa kwa hiyo Bomas of Kenya au maimams wa Muslim. Nashukuru sana hao. Huwezi kuona mahali chaos imeanza, vita imetokezea, na wewe unasimama hapo, unaomba nini? Na unaona hapo tayari hii kitu imefanywa ya uongo. Mimi wache tu niombe tu huyo bishop wache nimuombe, ama kae tu chini aende kurepent. Kitu yenye alifanya hakufanya kitu mzuri. So why ndio niliona kilipu ingine Boni Khalwale akisema arudishe 8 million. Sasa hiyo 8 million ndio ilikuja kujipendekeza kwa Bomas. Yaani wanahubiri wakitaka kuhubiri lazima mpewe pesa. Ubiri bure. Mungu atakubariki kama Mungu alikuchagua kuhubiria watu, sio uhubiri pesa. Usijifiche katika ngozi ya kondoo unasema wewe ni Mkristo na ndani yako ni mbwa mwitu. Watu ni mbwa mwitu, hakuna hapo Yesu. Mimi hata hiyo ndio kitu ninaomba Mungu, watu wenye wanajificha ndani ya wewe wakikuja Kwa kanisa huku unaona mtu anasema yeye ameokoka, lakini ndani ya roho yake anasema ndamaliza hii kanisa saa ngapi mimi niende nifanye mipango zangu. Tena ingine nataka kuambia watu wenye wamechagua wabunge vile huyo wamesema pale. Nimeona kule Mumias East kuna mbunge huko kijana wa miaka 30 ambaye hajaoa bibi. Wale watu wa Mumias East wao kusema kwa sababu kabila zingine wanasema huyu hajaoa bibi tunamchagua ya nini? Alichaguliwa. Hakukuwa na pesa ya kuweka posters, alikuwa anaandika majina yake kwa mawe. Vitu yake PK, vote for PK, alitembea kwa kijiji mzima hiyo eneo la bunge yake. Hakukuwa na pesa yoyote, hakukuwa na nini, hakukuwa na gari ya kufanya naye campaign, alikuwa anatumia baiskeli, lakini watu wamempatia kura. Na sasa watu vile wamempatia kura, naye mama yake amemwambia vile watu wamekupatia kura na wewe ukae chini ufanyie watu kazi. Usifike mahali ufike ukue tumbo yako kwa sababu umetoka kwa nyumba yenye haina sio nyumba vizuri. Angalia watu wenye wamekufa na wewe. Waliwacha wale watu wenye wako na magari wakakupigia kura. So usifike mbele usahau kwenye ulitoka. So kuna watu ambao wamepitia maisha magumu kati ya vijana, kuna wenye walikuwa na t-shirt moja. So sisi tunaomba tu Mungu, na mimi ninasema na na repeat kusema, sisi tunataka election yenye iko ukweli. Waweke pale kila mtu aone. Kama Ruto atakuwa ameshinda, tunasema baba waenda pumzika nyumbani na roho safi. Hii maneno ya kuchukua vitu na nguvu hatutaki. Sisi wa Kenya saa hii watu tumenyamaza. Watu walikuwa natarajia leo Kenya watapigana, Kenya leo watachoma manyumba kwa sababu Ruto amesimama na Raila, lakini Mungu yuko na Kenya leo. Watu wana kasi kwa roho. First of all, people that are casting Chebukati kabisa. Chebukati saa hizi mali yako hata yeye akuli vizuri kwa sababu kila mtu ameumia ndani ya roho yake. Chebukati kitu yenye amefanya hakufanya kitu yenye ni kitu ya maana sana. Ndio sababu hata bibi yake nimeona mahali amesema Chebukati rudisha pesa ya Ruto. Sasa imefika mahali mpaka bibi imefika mahali anaanza kukataa Chebukati. Vitu ya kukula, wamama sisi tusimame kama tuko na wazee wetu, tusimame kwa manyumba. Simama na haki. Kama atakufukuza ende kwenu akufukuse na haki. Wakina Bishop Muke walikufa sababu ya haki. Kwa sababu mabishop wangapi wenye watu wamekufa kwa sababu ya haki yao. Kufa na haki yako. Ya Mungu huko ndiye anajua. Ukiniua kwa sababu ya haki yangu, itakuwa Mungu anasema nimekufa sababu ya haki yangu. So maombi tuombe kila mmoja, tuombe huyo msichana anaitwa Ruto na hao makomishana wengine. Wacha haki itendeke. Na ninakwambia Bernard, kama haki inatendeka dunia hii na umesimama kwa haki, Mungu hawezi kukuacha. Hata kama umekutumia adui wa aina gani, hao maadui watafika mahali na mishoni yao inapotea. Because each and everyone in this Kenya, kila mtu amepiga magoti wako anaomba. Tunataka haki itendeke. Hii kitu imefanya watu wengi tujakuwa na amani ndani ya moyo wetu, tujakuwa na amani ndani ya miili yetu. Kuna watu wamekonjeka, kuna watu tumeumia ndani za akili zetu because we needed the good things. Tulitaka uongozi mzuri. Hatukuwa tunapiga tu kelele ati kwa sababu ya Raila because tunajua huyu mtu akishika kiti atakuja kutuweka sisi wote tukae maisha ile ambaye inatakikana. Si tuende tuishi maisha ile maisha ngumu. Hiyo maisha ngumu mimi niliwahi ipitia. Hiyo maisha ngumu nilipitia mimi, maisha ngumu nikikumbuka hiyo maisha hiyo ya kina KANU hiyo yenye tulikuwa tunanunua mahindi unakunywa uji 24/7 ni uji unakunywa. Asikuwa naonanga uzuri wake. Sikuona uzuri wake. Afadhali hii nitakwambia niko na uzuri hata saa hizi ninaweza kusema unaenda mahali unapata passport. Lakini saa hizi mtu akiingia pale ndani kama jina yako ni tofauti ama hauna godfather wako hautafanyiwa kitu. Hauna nini hautapata mahali, hautapata kazi kwa ofisi. Hauna nini ni lazima ni pesa. So kama tutakuwa tunanunua watu na pesa, sisi watu wenye hatuna pesa tutaenda wapi? Mtoto wa mtu mwenye hana pesa ataenda wapi? Because now you have to use money so you get. If you don't have money, utafanyaje? Mimi nimekaa nikijiuliza, nikatafakari, nikipendua, nikitafakari, nikasema, sisi wenye tunatafuta, tuko mainje, tunatafuta saa hizi. Watoto wetu wenye tunakasana wanasoma, na unaona wanafanya vizuri. Kesho, watakuwa wapi na pesa ya kuonga ndio mtu aweze kupata kazi? Kama ni pesa ndio itakuwa inatumika. Kama ni pesa ndio itakuwa imefunguka kwa midomo ya watu, lazima ulete pesa. Sisi wenye hatuna pesa tutapata kazi? Watoto wetu watapata kazi? Hiyo kitu binadamu muangalie, si mfurahie kitu yenye hamjui ya kesho. Hata wewe mwenye unafurahia, tomorrow mtoto wako atamaliza shule, ana godfather, hakuna kazi, hauna pesa, hakuna kazi. Hata hiyo kazi ya county hiyo kupata peke yake, mpaka lazima uongane ndio upate. So mtu asifurahie kitu yenye anajua anafurahia. Pigania haki yako, pigania haki yako, kula haki yako. Ujue ya kesho, the moment ukienda kwa hiyo ofisi, kweli nitapeleka CV zangu, ziko mzuri, mimi nitafanya. So ukikuwa umesoma, uko na degree, uko na diploma, au utaandikwa kazi. Wataandika watu kama kina Sudi, watu wenye yani wako tu hapo pale pale. So wewe utakuwa unasomesha mtoto wako aende kufanya kazi wapi? Utaenda ufanye mkazi wapi? Unataka kuniambia Sudi anaweza andika mtu mwenye amesoma kumshinda yeye amwandike kwa ofisi yake? Never. Hawezi. So hiyo ndio maisha yenye iko. Watu wanafurahia, lakini mimi sifurahii hata kidogo. Wacha si tupate justice. Mimi naomba Martha Koome, sijui Smoking Wanjala, Njoki, Ojwang, au wote nimewajua kwa majina, watende haki, watupatie haki, wasikorokwe, watumie haki yao yenye walisomea, wasikorokwe, wafate haki, wapatie Mkenya haki yao. Because even hao hata nao wako na watoto wao, watoto wako na wachukuu wao. Kesho hao wakiretire pia hao watakuja kwa hii miguu zetu tu. So watupatie haki yetu, sisi tunataka haki yetu na tunataka amani. Kama ni watafanya hiyo election watu warudie, ifanywe, ikuwe transparent, tujue nani ameshinda na ule mwingine ainue mikono. Maneno ya uwizi tutaki. Waje niachie hapo.
Asante. Maneno ya wizi hatutaki. Tuko kinyume na wezi na wizi. Tunataka viongozi ambao tumepigia kura, sio wale umejipigia ama wakajichagua. Na kama kura zako hazijatosha, kubali. Wacha kusukuma Chebukati akutangaze ili hali unajua kura zako hazitoshi. Ama kwenda kuongeza kura kwa mabox. Ukisema ulipata hizi upata. Kwenda kwa elections kujipigia kura, wananchi wakuchague. Na wananchi wale wamekuchagua kwa wingi wanakuamini. Kama wanakususpect watakwepa, na hiyo ni haki yao pia. Well, naomba tucheze video 2-3 kabla tuendelee mbele. Nashukuru kila mmoja kwa kuendelea kutazama Mtembei TV na kuomba tu karibisha 2-3 ili wote wakamakinike katika siasa zetu na kuelewa kile kinachoendelea. It is that important. Okay, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 videos. Let's start with this one.
Process. We had very valid forms that were collected by our agents and people that assisted us. Even monitors of these elections had copies of the Form 34As. It was very obvious that you could actually tally your results and get what the figures were. But at some point, when you begin tallying at the Bomas of Kenya, which took actually 3 days before basically you began seeing something from the commission itself, within that lapse of 3 days, a lot had changed. A lot had changed in terms of the validity of the forms that we had in the portal and what we were holding as agents. And I don't think we need to go around this issue. The fact is, you can only question the portal when you have a primary source of evidence, which is Form 34A and Form 34-4Bs, which we do have. And most of those who participated in this election do have. You can't have one constituency with 2 Form 34Bs. Yeah? You can't have one constituency with Form 34As signed by one person, or data entered or keyed in just by one person, because these things were handwritten. Yeah, you don't need forensic audit to realize that this is Jeff writing all through. So let us have basic facts remain basic facts. And I think one disappointment that many people have out there, and our colleagues from the other side have, is that they looked at the ushering of a Raila Odinga presidency as being something else other than a law-abiding citizen that respects order and going to court at the end of the day. Raila Odinga has preserved this country, and I must also commend our supporters out there that much as we are grieved, much as people are hurting out there, they are not taking it out on anyone. They are listening and waiting for the full force of, the due process to take course in the courts.
Rigging we saw on the 9th of August and thereafter in the counting of the presidential ballots, if that rigging is not addressed by our courts of law, it makes nonsense to go into any elections in future in this country. IEBC is a total embarrassment to us. The rigging was done with cahoot of the POs, the LOs, and the IEBC officials were all involved in this. That is not the will of the people. That is the will of William Samoei Ruto and his team of riggers, because there are quite a number of them. And again, we may never be able to pin them in a court of law, but the fact is, it's written all, it's all over.
This one is very touching. Fasten your seatbelt.
So I started a political journey. That is in number one, vying for MCA. The start was very well, and even the ending, but people are not good. People of Mbeu, I don't know, but I really did my best. But you people are ungrateful. Kama sijui siasa ni mbaya basi, because I've utilized all my resources. I've been saving even my help since I was in campus, saving for these elections. But now I was leading from the opinion polls, but last minute, you just decide to give somebody because of money, because of last minute. That's very unfair to me. As I study here, my account reigns zero. I put all my efforts there thinking you are giving me this. And you people are liars. Why did you lie to me? Telling me, calling me Mheshimiwa, yet you knew you'd never give me your votes. Used to call me in your base. Oh, mtoto wangu anaenda shule, oh, nini. I've done a lot for you people. Until even some polling stations have not secured even a single vote. Why? And if you see that feeling, I've done a lot. That's not fair. Even God will judge you people. Telling me that 2027 will be better. Will be better in which way? People will come with money. I can't promise that I will have enough money for you people. I really feel disappointed and heartbroken. I feel as if I should quit politics once and for all. It's really sad. It's really sad. Using all my resources, everything that I had. But it's okay. Life must continue. I have a life to live. Politics is not a matter of life and death. But it's okay. Now, if you have your army, please keep it for yourself. If you have you are what, keep that for yourself. At least for now. I need a break. And even up to now, there are some people texting me and calling me. Oh, nitumie 50, nitumie so moja, I voted for you. Where? No. You people, siasa ni mbaya. I feel like quitting kabisa. Hata Kiraito mwenyewe, mumekataa kuchagua yeye. Kiraito has done a lot. You people know.
Yes, Bwana Bernard. Yeah, that was, I think actually I was talking about, maybe read my mind. So, tunafaa kujiuliza huyu mtu, what is motivating this person to, save money to go after this thing? What is the reward? Or in other words, in terms of business, what is the return on this investment he's making? Nakumbuka Matiang'i the other time alikuwa ameleta a very important debate because kulikuwa kumetokea watu wa wash. Watu wanachukua pesa, unaelewa biashara ya wash vile ilivyo. Why a regulation for the amount of money people are supposed to use in campaign? In fact, it should come to zero. It should come to zero if possible. It should come to zero. Except from logistic expenses, kama ku print what do you call banners and something such as MPs fought this idea, wakakuja wakaweka laissez-faire. A governor can use as far as 1 billion shilling. Sasa huyu mtu mwenye ameingia huko ndani, first thing akiingia in leadership, atafanya nini kwanza? Si atajirudishia pesa yake? Because we did not vote for them genuinely. Huyu jamaa saizi ako very bitter na alikuwa anauliza how will 2027 be better, because he knows very well that people will come with more money. The incumbent MCA will come stronger. Atakuwa amebeba pesa nyingi sana ya next for how things are. Hizi vitu ndio tunafaa kuwa tuna deal nazo kama Wakenya. Any person who steals our money anafaa kuwa amepelekwa behind bars. And if possible, although we omitted this one, but it should come back. If possible, you execute them in public. Ndio wengine wajue kwamba pesa ya Wakenya, pesa ya mtu ambaye anauza mboga, pesa ya mtu yoyote ambaye ni Mkenya, being the executive to the lowly person, pesa yake sio pesa rahisi. Nobody has the right to take that money. To take that, and we don't need Democrats in this kind of decisions. Hatutaki mtu ambaye analeta democracy ama nini. We need people who will become very firm. Ndio mtu akiiba pesa yetu anaweka. Mimi wanasikia vibaya sana because it really pains me. Nimesoma from where my life, where I was born, in Isli, maisha haikuwa rahisi. I have never gotten a single shilling in bursary. Shilingi moja maishani mwangu. And I needed that money dearly. I remember my mother akiwa anauza mboga njiani, jioni anauza nguo barabarani. Reason being, a politician somewhere has taken that money. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu anasema kwamba wakati mlikuwa mnanichagua nyinyi wa Kenya, you did not vote for me for free. This is the real problem now we have on the street.
Sawa mwalimu, tamatisha tafadhali. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so nimecheza hizo video ili kuonyesha taswira kamili ya vile mambo yalivyo ama vile mambo yaliendelea Bomas na some of the victims of rigged elections. Rigging is not just stealing votes, it's also stealing hearts and stealing support. Where somebody had a support base, but somebody came and stole it by buying it away. Then the kind of society we create, bitter people, disappointed people, disillusioned people. In the process, we destroy destinies just by allowing some level of corruption. Corruption is not good to any society anywhere. So let's do what is right. Politics of money, politics of buying support will always end up in disappointment. Watu wakupende kama wanataka kukupenda, lakini usiende kununua upendo wao ama ufuasi wao, kwa sababu katika wewe kununua, wewe ndio muna spend. How they are not spending anything, they are consuming. Eventually they will still pick themselves and go to the next person who is giving out money. So build your capacity as a politician, and this advice to younger politicians. One of the campaigning issues with one William RUTO is his ability to buy people. Okay, the people you buy will never stick with you always, but the people who buy into your dream, they will die for you any day. The difference between William Ruto's politics and Raila Odinga's politics is that people who buy into your dream and the people you buy to come and support your dream, those are two different things. There are people who are willing to die. Hey, there was this man who was asked, what will he do? Somebody asked, by that time I was in Kisumu, and asked him, what would you do if Raila Odinga would die? Okay. And the man became stiff. I said, please, don't say that. Don't ever say that. That I cannot even allow myself to think that. Now, that is how bad the situation is, that there are people who protect you even from death, okay? That they will be willing to die your death. And all of it because they are bought into your dream and into your ideology. For you to get that kind of support, it requires investment of time, investment of your life into their lives. Now, young people don't want that. They don't have time for that. So they think cash will buy the people. Cash will not buy the people. It will just contain them at that particular time. When they are through, another person with better cash will come. They will go with him and leave you alone. So take responsibility and build your political cloud gradually. Eventually you will get there. You can't be a Raila Odinga today, but if you grow yourself, you will get there. Stop going for shortcuts. Shortcuts will only mess you up and leave you disappointed and alone. Make a crook out of you when you are just a good, well-trained young person who was raised by your parents the right way. But you join a group of gang of swindlers, you become a swindler, eventually you destroy your destiny just because you wanted quick success. Accept the responsibility to grow into the right size. That will help you a great deal. Now, naomba hivi Nabii Mato umefika. Nataka kupatia wewe nafasi ya kuwa chairman. Muda wangu siku hizi nimekuwa disciplined. Nikifikisha tu muda wangu naenda, kwa sababu nataka kila mtu awajibike kwa klasi yake afundishe. Sasa mimi nikishafundisha, masaa yangu ikifika na ngatuka, mwalimu wenu wasipokuja mniambie, nitafunga station. Tuko pamoja, lakini nataka tutachukua nani? Tutachukua Big J first. Big J ndo alikuwa hapa kabla wengine. Alafu tutakwenda kwa Mr. Kamau, ndio turudi kwa Mato, the prophet himself. Then we go back to Mama Selina, then Karara, like that, unless another person comes in. But who is this saying nonsense? Okay. Yeah, the people talk without thinking needs to be beaten, and we'll deal with them. Sawa sawa. Sasa kama una swali langu uniulize. kwa sababu niko karibu kung'atuka. Kama hakuna, tumsikize Big J. Tukisonga hivyo, Martin, you are the chairman. If you must go, leave it with Mr. Kamau. Alafu ni watafutie walimu wenu, wakipatikana watafunga stesheni. Kwa mimi
niko na backup ya kuongeza.
Do you have access to the back office?
No, not yet.
Nakutafutia mtu wa back office.
Okay,
Aidha Makiadi ama Alex atakuja. But wewe chair the people you have now on the screen, tutakuongezea wengine alafu mambo iende hivyo. So Big J and then Mr. Kamau. I was just saying, Mato, if you have to go, you leave it with Mr. Kamau, but the other teachers will soon be here. Hata naona mwingine ashaingia. So tulieni hapo. Otherwise, no question. I'm out of here. See you later on in the day. God bless you. Keep Kenya first and do what is good for Kenya. Forget every other thing. Thank you.
Okay, Big J, kazi kwako. Tuendelee tusonge tukisonganga hivyo. Umeambiwa Big J, Kamau, and then we'll go to Selina, mzee, alafu tutashinda tukienda hivyo mpaka tuendelee. Kama kuna mgeni atakuja, tutazidi naye, will be accommodative. So Big J, kazi kwako, twende.
Thank you Deto Bernard, naona Mama Selina, mzee Karara, Mkenya, Mr. K, Hamed umeongea vizuri sana, and all of you, I really appreciate how strong you are guys, ladies and gentlemen. I'm among those strong men who bow out of our war. I will go up to the end. I've been in this circus for the past 3 elections. I think this is the 4th. 2007, 2013, 2017, and now 2022. And there have been always a disappointment at the end because there have been no transparency at all. It's zero transparency in the election. And I really pity so-called religious leaders, mostly the Christian who wanatuambia ati tuweke amani. You know, Bernard nilikuwa anasema sijui wao mabishop wapitie kwangu, waambie wakuje kwangu waniambie kitu kama hiyo. Because I don't know. I will be very, unajua tunafanya Ukristo ikae imeka kiosk, imekaa kama ile kiosk ya I don't know nitaita ya nini. It's very disappointing, very, and I'm so disappointed. And actually, I'm not disappointed about RUTO winning, whatever they call it. I'm not disappointed about RUTO. RUTO is a Kenyan. I'm disappointed about the religious leaders and Chepukati. Those are the people that are making my feelings so bad. Kuna jamaa alisema hapa na Chepukati apitie kwake. We are so disappointed, and I'm very happy when I read yesterday about many comments on Twitter. There are many lawyers, they are suggesting that kuwe na individual prosecution, kuwe na player individual prosecution. Because if we generalize this crime of election fraud, then definitely we are getting it wrong. Because it doesn't come from everyone, not everyone. For example, if we talk about police, nasemanga police ni corrupt. I'm telling you, kuna polisi hajaipata hongo since hajaichukua hongo. They are very good police officers. Trust me. So we cannot generalize the whole thing. They are the one mandated to conduct elections. But at the same time, we also, like Hamed said, that between, let us not talk about KK. KKA because KKA is not a party. KKA is just the agreement, but actually their presidential is UDA. So let's talk about UDA and Azimio la Umoja. Those are the two parties that, because Azimio la Umoja is a party, it's a registered party, and UDA, the RUTO was running on a UDA. This is UDA versus Azimio la Umoja. Kusema ukweli, this country must be reset. It must be reset in such a manner that, Ruto knew that he's not going to win this election. He knew from the word go. So the only way that he wanted to get at least apate kaninika steps zingine mbili tatu is for him to tamper with the election, ndiye ende Supreme Court, ndikuwe nullified, then ndiyo turudi kwa uchaguzi so that he can use money to, because as already he has started using money to buy MPs. That's actually what he's going to do if there will be a rerun. So I know, and I have believed we have a good evidence, Azimio has a good evidence of winning this Supreme Court case. Guys, can you hear me?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think Mr. K dropped out. I don't know why he dropped out. We could hear you very well. Mr. K, if you can still come back. Bado tunaweza penda tusikie huko umemaliza kitu ulikuwa unataka kusema. I think ile mkururo nilikuwa nimepewa na Mr. Bernard. We were moving on to Mr. Kamau. Big J is back. Big J, yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Tafadhali, maliza. Unmute, sir.
Sorry, I've been having some connection problems. Anyway, I was saying that I'm so disappointed with, especially
Inakaa Big J alienda akachokoza Ruto, amemvamia kweli huko. Kina Itumbi wamecheza na yeye. Kucheza. Big J, chungana na Itumbi bwana. And the 36 bloggers. Once you get back, I mean, we'll hear you. Ama, is it just me? Can anybody hear Big J? Okay. So, Kamau, floor ni yako, and then we move on to Selina. So, Kamau, it's on you, Mr. K.
Thank you so much, Martin Deto, Morimu Ahmed. Thank you for that word of, you always give us the word of God, which was very powerful. Mama Selina, Joan Carrara, and of course, who has disappeared? Somebody has disappeared. Of course, Mkenya Daima. I have been waiting because I think I really appreciate each and every person, because what you're doing here is just encouraging the majority of Kenyans, because the majority of Kenyans are disappointed, but they are peaceful people. They have decided not to take it to themselves, to trust the institutions that we have given ourselves, the katiba that we gave ourselves. And that is why when Chebukati did his thing, we said it's okay. Now it is a time of Supreme Court to validate or invalidate this election. And from where I sit, I think I pray to God that they rise up to the occasion, because as someone said there, I think it's Big J, this country needs a reset, factory setting, where we start doing things the way they are supposed to be. Because we cannot sustain elections by stealing and yet proclaim and attribute it to God. That is a dishonesty. We have reached a point whereby in this country you cannot differentiate between a bishop and a prostitute. There is no difference. These are people who are dishonest. Because sin is sin. if you can condone injustice, then you're as bad as a murderer. Because the reason why we are where we are today as Kenyans is because part of this country, people believe things should be done in uncouth ways. I talk to people even at home and they tell you, kwa nini baba haibi kama huyo mwingine? You know, we have justified things that are not right. We have reached a point whereby to say that even if you should still to be recognized in church, to be recognized in society, and that is a very, very, very wrong way. I agree with Mwalimu when he says we are buying votes and seats so that when we go and get to these positions, then we can recapture and recover our money. And one of the things we should do once we reset this country is to make these political seats so non-lucrative. Like people in Belgium, where prime ministers and ministers go to work with bicycles. You know, that is the kind of a country I want to see. And I want to tell people, Baba interest is not, even me, I'm not so much interested that Baba becomes the president. My aim is for him to establish a country that is desirable in the world. I am so sure those who are abusing Baba here, calling him mzee analia, mkitendawili, sijui mganga, all those, they are people who have forgotten where this country is and where we are because of that man. And sometimes I feel bad when I see people abusing such an old man. They don't understand the things that he has done. We today are happy because you have many highways in Nairobi, and he is part and parcel of what he did. We are happy because we have devolution. You go to a place like Wajir, you find electricity and you find development. It's because of that man. And yet you come and abuse him. He has nothing to lose. The people who have everything to lose is you and I and our generation, because we are going to give a country to people who are first of all have to recover their money, and as they recover, we are dead on our life. And therefore, we as Kenyans, we need to get to a point where we should not glorify and drone wickedness. Actually, that guy is a star because he steals. That guy is good because he's a wash person. Because one of the things I know with the Kenya Kwanza group, and I'm sorry to say also, even as Mwalimu says, they're also bad people. But there are many bad people in Kenya Kwanza, starting with their presidential candidate or the president-elect. Because you can imagine he makes things that look bad look good, and those that look good look bad. And I'll tell you, for example, he says handshake is bad, and everybody believes handshake is bad. Yet he is buying people with a handshake, or he wants handshake with other parties. You know, those kind of things are not going to be sustainable. I also want to talk about the religious leaders. I think they should keep quiet. They should not be partisan. They should be people who are looking at, because it is a fact that this election was opaque. It started well. It started well by downloading the forms. But at a particular point, nobody knew. KTN was giving its figures. Citizen was giving its figures. Even the cartoon channels were giving it their figures. And the portal also went down. That tells you what? There was no transparency. And if indeed we have a watertight case, then the only thing that can be done by the Supreme Court, it is to retally and verify and of course audit the schemes kit, audit the voter turnout, audit the people who voted, and then declare the rightful owner or the rightful winner. It's not about Ruto winning or Raila winning. Even if Raila loses, but he loses with justice, it's okay. We will not kill ourselves because he has not won, but we are saying let every vote counts. And I know deep down my heart that justice will prevail. The 7 judges will rise up to the occasion, and redeem this country from the jaws of the evil people. That one I know, because I also know there were voters in Kenya and they had their preferred candidates, and I know they also want to know whether their votes meant anything in this country. And if they are Kenyans, and if they voted, and if they had their preferred candidate, let them find out whether their vote counted or it was bungled by one person who wants who wants to live in Panama, live in the States, or live in the most expensive places in the world because he has been paid and he wants, when you work for government, the reason why you see it is very easy to bribe a government official is because if you can give them more money than their circles can give, then they are able to bend the law and listen to you. And therefore, we are very much aware that these elections was bungled, and we are asking for the people in Supreme Court to listen to the majority of people who are in pain because they voted knowing there is change coming. And we will be very grateful to God if at the end of the day, at the end of everything and everything is said and done, we can have, because peace is okay, but peace without justice is not okay. Peace must go hand in hand with justice. Haki lazima iwe hapo, na haki ndio ngao yetu. Tusiumie, lazima tukue na kuamini ya kwamba institution yetu ama institution vile tuliamini na tukakubali. Chebukati akasema Ruto ndiye alishinda. Tunataka pia ikifika na wakati wa Supreme Court pia vile watasema tuamini na tufurahie. Mi naomba iwe mahali itakuwa uamuzi ambao utatibu nchi yetu tukufu la Kenya, kwa sababu watoto wetu wako hatarini, sisi zote tuko hatarini. Nobody is going to enjoy this, and we know where the problem is. So we are asking Joki Ndongo, Muilu, Mother Kome, I think there is also Ahmed or something, there is also Granaora, to redeem this country. Redeem this country. Let us litally, let us audit the Kim's kit. And then when we find the winner, let him be declared. Let him be declared so that we can be people who are happy and prosper as a country. Deep down my heart, I believe that these women in the judiciary and the men in the judiciary will do the right thing, because it is obvious there are people who voted in like Mount Kenya who just voted for the president, and they're in numbers to 600,000. That is an illegality. It is not, we're not propaganda in here. It's not propaganda. We are also so sure that it is an unheard of where you have a whole a whole province, not even having an independent MCA. In other parties, it was wrong. So, but Martin Deto, we know that we have a case. We have a watertight case. All I want to ask Azimio is to provide very watertight case. In fact, I would want to see witnesses of people who will cooperate with the judiciary, giving a witness and account on how this thing was rigged. Because from where I see it, I think it was rigged from procurement to the day of voting. And then we should have also those when you have a variance of 0.01, that is not possible, because you ask IBC, they say they are rounding it off. You don't round kura, wezi round off. Kura ni moja kwa kila mtu. How do you round off one thing? It doesn't work that way. Na wale wanatuambia ati Chebukati alitufungulia server kwa kutufungulia website. Website sio server. Website is not a server. A portal is different from a server. We need to work in those servers, because I think IBC is a crime center. Yeah? What he has done there ni patches. Ni vile unaweza anguka na gari uitengeneze na hii inaitangwa filler. Unaweka filler kila mahali. We know IBC imejaa filler kwa server, kwa from 34A, 34B, lakini koti itatoa hiyo filler ndio tuweze kujua ukweli iko wapi. Because if anybody tampered with the server will know. Anybody tampered with the 34A will know. Huwezi tetea ukora. You cannot steal. And in fact, what I'm really worried is now that the guns now are wakina Abdul Nasir, wakina Itumbi, wakina all these UDA people who have been promised jobs and the guy for the hire gun for hire. Now they are attacking the judiciary. And the reason they are attacking the judiciary, it is intimidation so that they listen to them. When you ever go to steal, anyone who is listening to me, if you do not have an exit plan, abandon that plan. Because I think they thought Chebukati is there and is the alpha and the omega. But now there comes men of integrity, men who and women who have integrity. So as I finish that, I'll just say, I pray to God that judicially will stand to be counted. Because that is the only thing. And me, whatever they say, if they say it's RUTO, me, I'll just keep quiet and I'll be in the opposition. I will not leave Baba and I will not be bought. Me, I'll be there now supporting Azimio from the opposition. If they say it's Baba the winner, then I can assure you there will be eruption of celebration in Mombasa, in Nairobi, in Kisumu, in Eldoret, in Nakuru, because majority of people know who won this election. They know. The story you hear there is God and the people. That is fabrication. It is people stealing and then wanavuruta Mungu. They use the name of the Lord. But we all pray God. Hata sisi tunaombanga Mungu, and the God we serve is a God of justice and a God who loves each and every person. Kwa hivyo Martin, tanyamazia hapo, tutaomba Mungu tukaweze kupata ushindi kuanzia Monday.
Thank you, Mr. K. We really appreciate you and everybody that is joining us from the comment section. Kama unataka kuingia, you can still get into the studio. I just want to really comment on something. Yes, I'm not Bernard, but guys, I want to comment on somebody called Sami Kepto down there. We really appreciate what you're in the comment section. Sami Kepto, please walk away, go where you can get your solace. Because you cannot come here and tell us that there's new guys, we are not, you guys are still on death hopes. If you know that your leader has a death hope for people here, then you shouldn't even be a Kenyan. That's not something that we want to do here. We preach peace, we get our losses, we get our wins. At the end of the day, you are a Kenyan just like we are. We are not going to do that. It's not going to happen. And I can bet you everybody here is going to tell you that we are not going to take that. Hata hiyo Supreme Court ikiendelea na baba akue, you will still be a Kenyan. Please control yourself na wache kutukana watu na mama zao. Please grow up. This is a forum, is being listened by a lot of people na watu wanakujanga hapa. Hata kama wako na dissenting opinions, they actually treat themselves with good decorum. Please get away, go back to the UDA places where you guys can tusiana watu na mama zao ama kwa kupatiana death threats. Get away from here. Anyway, sorry for that. Big J na juko memaliza na Mama Selina ako next door ako kwa simu. But keep joining. If you want to join, just click on the link. There's people who are adding people in. Come here, let's have a discussion. This is our country. We have to discuss about it. So Big J, I'll give you a minute to finish. I know you're having a problem with your internet. And then we'll go to Mama Selina if she finishes before you finish. If not, that will be at Carrara. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. I'm sorry for the internet. I think it has been raining here for the last 4 days. It's crazy. It's raining like, like crazy. Anyway, I I want to tell the Azimio fraternity that we got we got injured, but we are not broken. We are not broken, and we are not going to be broken soon, because this is what we believe in. And this is not, nobody told us to do or to do whatever we are doing. It's that because that's the right thing to do. I was saying that DP RUTO managed it for what he wanted. Actually, this is what he wanted. He knew that he's going to lose this election. He decided to bungle it so that it will go to Supreme Court and it will be nullified. Then we go to a rerun. Actually, that is what he wanted to do, and it's coming to it. But for me, I'm not happy about it, because as we see now, things are standing. He has already started buying MPs from Azimio. So that means he wants a rerun so that he can buy as many people as possible, so that he will be. I want to ask our lawyers for Azimio that they should not accept that. We want everything to be put on the table, the servers to be opened. We see who won, and if RUTO won, let him be declared a winner. If Raila won, he will be declared a winner immediately. We are not. I'm not supporting this. So UDA people, they are saying that we will go to a rerun. I'm not into it. I'm not buying it, because we have been using this merry-go-round for long, for the past 4 years. I mean, four terms, 2017 to 2007 to 2013, 2017, and now again. It's not acceptable. The will of the people of Kenya must be respected. And I want to categorically repeat again, wale mapasta, mabishops, wanatuambia ati tuwe na amani. Hatuwezi kuwa na amani kama hakuna haki. Hiyo ni ukweli. Hata national anthem inasema hivyo. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. So these bishops, they are throwing out that part of the national anthem. Hiyo haki isiwe na ngao na mlinzi. Wanatoa ngao na mlinzi waweke ati amani peke yake, which cannot work. We are not going to accept it, because the national anthem, the creators, the people who made the national anthem, they are very clever people. They are guided by God. That's why they put that stanza. We have to respect our national anthem. We have to respect the human. Yeah, we have to respect the Kenyan people. The Kenyan people's will, their votes must count. It's very hurting. Mtu unaenda unakaa tu mahali unashinda tu without working, without doing anything, unapata tu umeshinda. Surely, it's very hurting. It's very hurting. Ati ukiangalia North Rift, ama mostly Rift Valley size, because I'm from Rift Valley. Hakuna independent candidate. Hakuna. Why? And you mean everybody voted for me? Surely. Kuna vitu zingine hata unaangalia you feel sad. But we are not going, hatuwezi kuchoka. We are not going to get tired. We have to fight, because Baba showed us the way to fight for freedom. That's why actually wale watu walipinga hata the constitution hii ya 2010 ndio sahi wana enjoy. The DP RUTO, I was against this constitution. Yeah, ndio mtu wa kwanza kuwa the first DP. He's enjoying those powers. That's why you can see haku resign. Even now amekuwa na like actually is a co-president. What happened in Kenya from 2013 to now, you cannot remove RUTO from it. So if it was wrong, Jubilee was wrong, those two of them, President Uhuru Kenyatta and RUTO. So let us not divide them, because walichaguliwa pamoja. So anyway, let me not speak too much, because there is a lot of people waiting. But I want to tell the Mio fraternity that we got injured, but we are not broken. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you so much, Mr. Big J. We really appreciate everybody that comes in, and your inputs are big because most of it, they educate us, and we have to talk and, with the things that you're going through in our political systems and also in our families, because also the family structure is also a political thing that we do. So most of the time to even come here and hear older people, younger people, and people in different opinions makes us actually be stronger people every day. We might not actually understand it, but it's a very good thing to have this conversation. At this point, hiyo ilikuwa mkono Muhammad ama ilikuwa tu ulikuwa na stretch? Ulikuwa tu na stretch, eh?
No, I wanted a chance also.
Yes, you're gonna get a chance, but if I'm not, I had a list, and the list was going to Mama Selina right now. I came in late, and then he was gonna go to Carrara. And according to me, normally when I'm doing this, I try to go clockwise. So I was gonna start there, and he goes. You can. I won't say anything for me. Unaweza niruka. He was gonna go clockwise when you unaangalia.
Hajaongea. Unajua sisi wengine tumeongea. We are hajaongea.
Okay.
Mohammed did not speak.
Okay. Mama Selina, Carrara, nyinyi ndio mlikuwa mnafuata. Do you want us to have a consensus? Mohammed aende mbele ama? Okay, Mohammed, you've been voted in. Let's go.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me the chance also. I've been here. Actually, I've been here before, but I got a break to solve my own issues. And thank you very much for the second time. The issue I wanted to raise is it's not so much, but our mother country, Kenya, we love it all. That's where we belong. And in fact, we cannot have another country, and another country cannot satisfy our social being and our originality. And we cannot be proud of being living in another country, even if we are given a life full of all pleasures. Where we belong is where we will be finally ending up. That's where that's where we belong traditionally. Our ancestors were living there. They left us behind there, and that is where we belong actually. So the last 2 decades, the problem that we have in Kenya is tribalism, tribal mindset, that anyone who is contesting for an elective seat, there are some people who are packing up him as a tribal supporter. But we don't look the person's agenda, what he has for the country, what he has for the people that he's representing. But the people are looking, is he a Kalenjin? Is he a Kikuyu? Is he a Mjaluo? That thing has made politics in Kenya to be poison, that in a manner that today we are suffering of election impurity. So for us to jump from this confusion and mess ups, we need to set a program, whether it should be based in schools or other in learning institutions, so that we teach our children, our kids, our next generation, how important to be electing a person on his virtue, agenda, and what he has for the community. Can we benefit from this person? And does he have a good track record? And also, does he have a good conduct in the community? Where has he served that we can get a good score to scale him politically, and also how is he in his surrounding social circles. Unfortunately, no one is looking that. We are only looking, this is my trap, and I'm going to vote for him. Thirdly, for the last 3 days or 4 days, many Kenyans have been in trauma. That's what I can say, that they got it from the election nightmares, because their will and wishes have been overturned by the election commission and Chebukati and his team, which has left them in a total mess and total confusion. So I could have been suggesting that even if there will be a rerun, which I'm not praying for, because I'm praying for the court to rule direct Raila declaration of winning. But in case there will be a rerun, I could have suggested that the election should be held in free and fair way, and the election commission that will going to conduct the election should not be from Kenya, but the government should hire a forensic expert from other developed countries like Europe and America to help for us an election that has a very high technological senses, that we can at least say the election is in the safe hand, and we're going to have the person we wish to give our will and future. So that is the thing that I wanted to raise. But thank you very much for giving me the chance. Uncle Juan, Carrara, my ladies, all of you, thank you very much, Mr. Martin. I say thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, hang around. You'll get another round, so don't leave. And anybody else in the comment section, the link is there. You can come in, join in. We still have, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4. We still have another 2 spots. So come in. Let's have a conversation. Okay, so unless somebody else comes in, I want to do a clockwise, just venye tuko kwa screen. Don't worry about me. Mimi nitakuwa tu nikicomment tuko katikati. So we'll start with Mama Selina, alafu tufuatane hivyo tu clockwise. Mama Selina, Karara, Mkenya, Lily, Big J, na turudi kwa Mohamed unless mwingine akuje, alafu tumpatie chance.
Okay, thank you. Asante sana, everyone. It has been a long, imekaa kama mwaka moja, hata hii August hatuoni ikiisha, imekuwa na vikwazo. Now, kuna kitu inanisumbua. Yes, tunaenda kotini. Watu wengine wanasema rerun, watu wengine wanasema count, that is well. Tukienda rerun, and again, kwanza, mtu anaitwa Chebukati, what is the fate of this man? Is Chebukati, tunaambiwa tena twende rerun, and then the chairman is Chebukati, because anasema is not going anywhere until January. Why can't, unajua ukiwa na makosa, nikiwa mustakiwa, I don't think Chebukati anastahili tukiendelea na hii mambo ingine ya rerun na nini. I want some people to go to court, tujue ukweli ya huyu mtu, because Chebukati ndiye ametufanyia mambo yote. Chebukati amekataa kufanya kazi na commissioners, and that is what he did in 2017. Na hata saa hii sioni watu wakiongea kuhusu Chebukati. We are talking about us. Kwanza tujue fate ya huyu mtu. Is he even pa now ako allowed kusimama? Ama akue hata alive? Well, nashukuru baba na Uhuru walisema election hakuna Mkenya atapigana tena, na tunashukuru kwa hiyo ame-maintain. But hatujamaliza kwa sababu tunangojea kujua final ya kotini. Nashukuru wa Kenya for that peace. Watu walipiga kura. Out of 22 tumekura, watu wamepiga kura 14 million. Out of 14 million, Kenya Kwanza wamepigiwa kura na wamejitangaza. Kuna 7 million ya baba. Where are they? Nimeona list ya wale watu watakuwa cabinet kwa serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. Sijaona mtu apart from politicians. Naona watu wamereward wale watu walianguka. Istata Kenya, tunaenda serikali kwa sababu hata wakati ya Uhuru na Ruto walienda outside. Cabinet was not politicians. Hii politician unapatia viti ya chairmanship, unapatia ambassador, you cut them out. Lakini unasikia, ukiona hiyo watu yote na hiyo maneno walikuwa natusi watu, hawa ndio watakuwa leaders in the office, hawa ndio ministers. Hey, I don't know where we are going. Naomba Mungu sana. Because na mwenye alisema mtoto akililia wembe umpatie, akichikata ataona. Now kotini itakuwa ni 3 months. Kuna watu wanasema Uhuru waende mahali, kuna watu wanasema hii yote itakuja kwa sababu kama nchi haitakuwa safe, kama wale wanataka kuachiwa nchi hata wenyewe. I wanted the deputy president William Ruto, the first day Chebukati alimutangaza, iwe ni kwa ukweli ama ni wa uongo, I expect him asimame na kusema, my brothers Kenya, nimepatiwa hii kiti ama nimefanya, lakini chenye angeomba ni umoja, watu wakuwe kitu moja. Lakini ukisimama na kutuambia ati uamini kwa handshake, hakuna mtu amekuuliza handshake. Who starta na kuuliza mambo ya the first day handshake utaki, na kuna watu 7 million. Hawa watu 7 million wataritika aje kama utaki handshake? I think people should anyway, inchi kuenda sokoni na kununua marinda na kufaa kukua president sio mchezo. Kukua rais ya inchi si mchezo. Unaweza chukua in 6 months. Hii mama mboga yote, hii vijana yote umeambia 7 million sijui watatoa wapi? And again, kama nani atakupatia pesa yake? Unajua kuchukua mwanamke akifika kwa nyumba yako unamuongelesha polepole, hata kama umemchukua nje akilia, unafika ndani ya nyumba unamwambia unajua nitakufanyia. My God. Na watu wakiweka pesa yao, how will you run the country? Utaenda nchi gani watu wanakuchua na China mbaya? It is these people, Baba na Uhuru na Raila na Wakenya wakae chini because we love our country. Lakini sasa mkisema mnachukua, Kashako anataka 2 million, sijui pesa yake irudi, sijui nani anasema Uhuru atafanya nini, hata mpaka saa hii. Mtu anaitana anasema sijapatiwa prestation, sijaongeze. Mimi nafikiria kupata certificate na kupatiwa sword ni vitu mbili tofauti sana. You can be the president, lakini ile sword ati ninaapa ya kwamba una hiyo moja tu, you don't have it for now. Ungenyamaza kwanza mpaka ushike. Hii generation Chuana Karara, hii generation ni ngumu. Wanasema enda pole pole, kifua haiwezi saidia. Sijui nani wataongelesha hii vijana. You cannot just run a country like that. Watu wanaenda pole pole. Ninajua wewe hata Moi wakati alichukua serikali ilikuwa vingumu sana, pata linyenyekea. Unanyenyekea mpaka upate ile kitu unataka. That's what can be kwa jeshi. Hata Uhuru anaweza nyamaza na hakuna kitu unafanya. Utakaa nje na certificate na hakuna kitu unafanya. Kwa sababu hata marafiki sa Kenya wakiona wewe a threat, hawezi kupatia nchi. So I don't know. Nani atakuja kukupatia? Swearing in ni Uhuru lazima atengeneze. Wale watu wako ndani lazima hii watu umechakua Shole, sijui umechakua Muturi, sijui umechakulia Veronica Maina, yes. To do what? Huh? Unaona vile Donald Trump, isipokuwa katiba ya Amerika. Donald Trump wakati Joe Biden alichukua serikali, hawakuitwa na walikaa mpaka the last minute. Constitution ya Amerika tuseme ni mzuri. Otherwise, wale walikuwa transition, walikuwa wametengeneza na Joe Biden, watu ya Trump hawakuwafungulia mlango. They never. Hata mpaka Joe Biden alichukua serikali kama ajui ataanzia wapi. You better. Hakuna vile unaweza ingia ndani na ujue. So, waone vile Amerika ilikuwa kwa wale watu wako Amerika. I think you understand. Ilikuwa ngumu sana kwa Joe Biden. Mpaka leo is the president. Kwa sababu you need a smooth transition. You need a smooth, unakaribia Uhuru. Hapana tisha Uhuru atitoka ati kesho tutakufunga. Hapana tisha sijui atapeana na akikataa mtafanya nini? So we need to know. Na hatutaki nchi yetu iende vile Uganda imekuwa. Kenya ni nchi mzuri na tunakipenda, na kama baba tunataka isabiwe. Kama mheshimiwa deputy president amechukua kwa ukweli, we will call him our president and we will respect him. Wale tulikuwa kwa baba, tutajua tuko na president moja. They are not two presidents at the same time. Lakini sasa Azimio wamenyamaza, wana uchungu, lakini wametulia. Tuende kotini. Pengine mambo tena, kwa sababu mnajua vile mlifanya. Pengine mambo isiende vile mnafikiria. Will you do the same? Mtanyamaza. Mtaenda vile Wakenya wanataka. So hii vitu mwenye alianza kusema kutangulia sio kufika, hakusema uongo. Tunataka kuwa sopa. Na wale watu yote, kama serikali ni yako, hapana tisha watu. Unajua kuna mtu, unatisha mtu akitokea, unamwambia akitoka juu amekuwa na uoga, anaweza kuja na kupita na kumalize. Because umemweka uoga sana. So mimi nasikia vile mambo iko, na shukuru. Nataka kushukuru Martha Karua. Najua we have a lot of lawyers. Kwa Kenya, si Azimio, tuko na lawyers, tuko na watu walitengeneza katiba. Tuko na watu watainterpret, watu waambie. Lakini, Martin, let's talk about in 3 months. Wacha tujue what is the fate of Chebukati. Na kama yeye ndiye alifanya makosa, kwa nini Chebukati hajastakiwa? Martha Karua alikuwa anatuambia it is an individual, it is not a commission. Tuko na 4 commissioners wamesema atujui, ama Chebukati aliambia endeni kotini. Bibi yake amesema rutisha pesa ya wenyewe. Sasa tunawacha tunaenda mambo ya mbele na nyoka iko ndani. Chebukati mumepiga kwa mkia. Kichwa ya nyoka batu imesimama. So, are we again? Tunaenda kotini na mwenye tunangocha ni Chebukati. I think wakuwe na mambo mbili. Watu waende kotini, koti ndogo, kwa mambo ya Chebukati, kwa kukeuka mambo ya IPC vile inatakikana na vile kotini ilikuwa imeambia Chebukati, na watu sasa waende Supreme Court kwa sababu ya kesi. Kwa sababu Amwezi kuja kusema tunaenda alafu tena Chebukati tunaambiwa yeye ndiye atatusimamia. Then baba aanze tena kusema hapana, hatutaki kukuwa disappointed twice. We don't want that. Kwa sababu kama Chebukati ndiye atakuwa hapo ndani, mtakuta baba anasema we are not ready to go with Chebukati. And then RUTO afanye vile Uhuru alifanya. Afadhali kama amutoi Chebukati, tell us something else. Mtoto akisaliwa na amekufa, baba na mama wanaambiwa Mungu atawapatia mtoto ingine. They don't die because that child has died. Hata kama ulikuwa unapenda, unakuwa na tumaini. Mtu mwenye achaisa mtoto kwa 10 years na Mungu akapatia mtoto, na akifurahia akitaka kulea mtoto anakufa. That is so painful. Lakini analia akiambia Mungu, hata kama umechukua unipatie ingine nionange. Naona kuna mama Rwanda alipata watoto 12 wote wakikufa. Chenye alifanya, aliambia Mungu unipatie kiwete ama unipatie mtoto mchinga. Don't give me, usinipatie mtoto kama ya watu. Unipatie tu nione, nishike. And guess what? And it is a life story. Hiyo mama, hiyo mtoto alisaliwa akakaa kama nyani. It's not even like a human being. Na akakuwa anakimbia msituni. Can you imagine mama ya 60 years? Anakimbishana na mtoto mwenda simu, watu wanamchapa, anaitwa nyani, enyewe hata ukiangalia sura yake. Lakini end of the day, huyo mtoto ilienda Python. Wacha nikwambie hiyo kijana Mkenya daima. Ukiangalia saa hii, watu kutoka sijui Korea, sijui wapi, nchi mzima, hiyo mtoto amekuwa tajiri, mtoto amekuja pelekwa shule, mama amechengewa nyumba, lakini aliambia Mungu, usinipatie mtoto mzuri, unipatie mchinga ama nilee tu, kwa sababu ile wote wasuri 12 umechukua, unishikie tumbo na huyo mbaya. Na kweli sasa saa hii hiyo mtoto amepelekwa shule, aongei, lakini amekaa mzuri, amerudi kuweka mama yake, amekuwa mzuri. And that is our Kenya. Tafadhalini, munachakua, wewe unapoteza pesa, unaipa Kenya, unapika kifua. Mimi ni Mkalenjin. I'm supposed to be celebrating, but I'm a Kenyan. I'm a mother. I have grandkids kutoka Kenya mzima. Nyumba yangu naona Mkikuyu, nyumba yangu naona Muluya, nyumba yangu naona Mteso, nyumba yangu naona Mjaluo, kwa sababu niko na Wakikuyu. I cannot be that mother ya kutaka kupenda kabila. I cannot. I love my grandkids. I have 12 grandchildren. Na Mungu amenisaidia, nimezaa Kenya. Niko na wawili, niko na Mtanzania na niko na Muganda. Plus ingine, sijui ni kabila gani, sina Mkisii. But kwa tumbo yangu, kwa nyumba yangu. So nikinyamaza kama mama, Kenya saa hii mahali iko ni mimi mwenyewe tu ni Mkalenjin. But I'm a Kenyan, na my children are Kenyans. Na kesho watatoka nje. I'm not proud of that. Wakalenjin na Wakikuyu tumeongoza tangu 1963, and still we are pushing Kenyans. Wanasema leo ni RUTO, next year ni Kashakwa after 10 years. Then where will these other people go? Hawa wachuku yangu, hakuna siku watafurahi kuona hata kama si yao babu yao moja amekuwa kwa kiti. Hata kama tunachipenda ama sisi ni wengi, I think na Wakenya pia wale mnakubali, kwa sababu when will you lead? kama itakuwa inatoka Mkale, Kikuyu, Kikuyu, Mkale, na tuko 42 tribes. Na sisi, okay, nitasema, okay, sisi Wakale mlitupigia kura. Kikuyu atasema, na si nyinyi mlitupigia kura. When will you guys lead? Kuna siku moja alikuja Nandi, akatuambia wamama, akaambia wamama ya Nandi, saa ile wanaume wanasaa viongozi na nyinyi wa Nandi mnasaa nini? Because they complain. Na moja akatupatia hii akasema kuna wamama wengine wanasaa viongozi na nyinyi yenyu. So I would challenge Kenyans. Si kurote, tungetaka kuona leo uongozi ikitoka Mombasa, ingine ikitoka Western, Northeastern kama kijana Mohamed. Tungetaka kuona uongozi ya Kenya vile iko. Ndiye tuone tuko pamoja. But tukipika kifua ni mbaya. Na wingi isi-threaten watu kuishi. Na si kwa wingi, kwa sababu kuipa. I don't think hii kura ya leo ni jamii mbili waliamuka wakaenda wakapika kura. Hata hao walichorewa, nasikia hatuna independent. Do you want to tell us that Rift Valley hatukukuwa na mtu independent? Hata Mishira, kule MP yake says, can you imagine? Ame withdraw scholarship ya watoto 300. Walikuwa nasoma India. 300. Amekuwa akisaidia watu hospitali. Can I today nikinyamaza na kuuliza hawa watoto 300 wamekosa scholarship? Hawa watu pamoja na rais mwenye anaitwa rais atasimama na hiyo familia ama hiyo watoto wanarutishwa kwa sababu tu ya uchinga ya kusema Muhindi, na ni Muhindi amewasaidia, amewapelekea watoto yenu India. Sasa saa hii kura imeisha, amenunulia watu mang'ombe, amefanya maendeleo kwa constituency hiyo, na mnakuja danganywa. Like today nilisikia uchungu sana nikifikiria vile tunahangaika tukiwa huku nje tukitaka watoto wetu wasome. I know most of you tunatumananga hii pesa mpaka hatuna, because we want a future for our children. Can you imagine mtu amepata scholarship, mtoto yake ako nje, na ni ule mtu maskini, na alipiga hata yeye alipiga kura. Walisema hatutaki hii Muhindi. Sasa today there are things Kenyans wanataka kwenda beyond. Tuone nimeshukuru Mohamed tumesema nani, kuna mtu aliongea, I don't know whether you or another one, no, ni mwingine aliuliza, hii watu wamekuja wamenunua nyinyi. Yes, after 5 years mtu ametumia 10 million, atataka kurutisha hizo pesa aliipa kwanza. Mambo ya CDF tulikuwa tunaambiwa haitakuwa, wataenda parliament na watapigana mpaka warutishe hiyo CDF ndio wapate hiyo pesa. So Kenyans, baba angetutengenezea nchi, aende retire. Kama Kenya tumekuwa kitu moja, tumependana. Lakini pia nilikuwa nasemanga kwa hii Mtembei TV ya kwamba, you know, like the way Wakikuyu wanasema, aya wamenikuta niko ama nimepotea
huko. Sasa labda wanakuambia umalize
okay. So vile walikuwa nasema wanapanish Uhuru. Haya, Uhuru anaenda retire, ataishi vizuri. Baba Raila atakuwa nyumbani, ameishi vizuri. Hakuna kitu Raila analilia kuwa rais, ndiye hata angekuwa inamsumbua. You people, Raila hakuna kitu amekuwa prime minister, amekuwa respected. Ukikombea the coming president na Raila na shida ya Wakenya na inji vile imeisha, unajua kwanza Ndeto, ninashangaa sana ile deni watatoa wapi hiyo pesa? Uwezi chapa watu ati alafu utaongoza. Wacha niwachie wengine. Na tuko na jirani Museveni anafurahi sana. Sasa tutabeba pesa yetu na mawheelbarrow because pesa ya Kenya itakuwa valueless, ama hata wakose. Tuombe Mungu. I hope kotini itaamua mambo mazuri. I hope kotini ya Kenya watupatie ukweli. But let us demand for Chebukati kwanza akuwe na kesi hata moja kotini. Kwanza ajue. Msiwache hii mwanaume anatembea ati kama yeye ndiye. Kwani katiba ya Kenya, kwani Chebukati ni Mungu? Kama rais anaweza stakiwa akaenda Hague na akarudi, kwani hii commissioner hawezi ulizwa hata swali moja? Ajue kuna Kenya. Anyway, pole, ni uchungu, but mimi sitalaumu mwenye amepatiwa certificate, na laumu mwenye alipeana. Chebukati na Patu mnawacha atembee kwa street ya Nairobi. Amenunuliwa nyumba ati Mombasa. Hata nyinyi wa Kenya mnachekesha watu. Yaani hiyo kitu kidogo mnashindwa tuku. Mkenya daima. Si watupatie hiyo mwanaume bwana, hata si tukae na yeye tuone ako ndume kiasi gani.
Waambie Mama Selina, mimi Chebukati Wakenya huko watoke waende kotini wasitaki Chebukati. Chebukati ndiye anataka kuleta shida Kenya, hakuna kitu kingine.
Okay, Mama Selina umemaliza?
Unajua ni uchungu, hakuna kumaliza, wacha ni uwatie hapo.
Asante, tunashukuru. Yote imetugonga sisi wote, everybody has been affected by this. Mama Selina, this is not, I cannot verify or not verify anything of this one. Someone in the comment section said that to correct the fact that Mishra withdrawing funds is fake news, Star Newspapers has flagged that as false. Don't quote me. Hiyo sijui, nimefanya tu kuona, I'm reporting, usiwe messenger. So that's something I've been told. Anybody that can confirm that, please unaweza tu confirmia. It's just something that actually mtu amesema huko kando.
Misra amefanya kazi. Mimi ninatoka huko. So wakati mtu anataka kuongea, he has done a lot. Misra ako na hospitali 3. Meti Hill, Eldoret. Misra amesomesha watoto na amepeleka watoto na hata wagonjwa wanapelekwa India. So whoever want to say that, ni sawa, arudi aenda achue vizuri. Sahi Misra ni raia. Why are they even complaining? Ama anataka kujibu nini? Akupita, they have elected their leaders. So I was just saying, for example, mtu haezi kuja na akaandika for what? Na anajua Misra amefanya kazi. Na tumeuliza, kwani Rift Valley mzima atungekuwa hata mtu moja independent mwenye alikuwa napendwa na watu? You know, people are not stupid. Watu wamesoma. Kuna sehemu watu wamekuja wametoka independent. Lakini hiyo dictatorship haitaenda mbali na tutalipa sisi wote. Usuri Ndeto, sukari kienda 500, si ati Azimio watanunua kali na waserikali watanunua rais. All of us. Maisha ikiwa rais Kenya vile tunaambiwa na Kenya Kwanza, na tukuje tununue masiwa na shilingi 10. All of us, unajua hii nchi ni yetu yote. Hakuna siku nitaitwa opposition ati wewe ukiwa serikali unapata kuniliko. Na hata hiyo kitanda unalala, hata kama nitalala chini, tutashare the same night. Nikilala nikiota, wewe mwenye uko comfort umelala kitanda kubwa, na mimi nimelalia ile ngozi ya nyumbani, unajua maki ile ya ng'ombe, nitalala the same usingizi.
Sawa Mama Selina, mimi nilikuwa tu nikisema kitu imesemwa.
Yes, I know Teto, but I say waendelee wachue. Kenya ikifaulu, mumesema sahi, Ruto alipinga katiba. Nani alikuwa beneficiary ya kwanza? Yeye. hata sisi yenye tuko Azimio, mambo ikienda mzuri Kenya, tutakuwa beneficiary pia kama hawa, kwa sababu hakuna vile wengine wataenda juu na wengine chini. Thank you so much, Ndeto. I know you are giving us a message.
Okay, thank you so much. Again, guys, whoever is listening out there, you still have chance to come in here and talk to us. This is What New Kenya. It doesn't matter whether you're in Azimio or you're on the other side. At the end of it, we'll have one government, be it ya RUTO, be it ya Baba. At the end, hata ikiwa ni ya Jakoya, sisi wote ni wa Kenya. We will always be Kenyans. So we need to actually be somewhere and also think about what we do with our country, how we talk, and that's why we come here and talk every day. You're welcome to be here. Joshua Mumanyi, you cannot be behind the curtain, otherwise utatolewa. Lazima ukuwa unaonekana because this channel inaonekana kila mahali. So Joshua Mumanyi, kama unaweza tokea, inaweza kuwa mzuri sana, otherwise utang'olewa. Yes, you cannot be, once you come into the studio, you have to be uonekane because this channel is being watched na watu wako huko na wanafikiria ile kitu tunasema. We have a country to deal with, and this country will always be ours. And again, just for a few, because nitajaribu tu kuingiza kitu kidogo hapa kana peana, because I don't get to, as a moderator, I don't get to say so much. I want people to understand that we need to get to a place where we have public servants and not waheshimiwa. I've always said that here for a long time. We don't need waheshimiwas, we need public servants. The moment we get public servants, then we stop fighting, and people don't fight. You go there, you get in Kenya, Daima just wants to serve the women part of it. That's all she wants, and she doesn't even have to leave her job. You can be there. So it's not about money, it's not about how much you get, and that's why we're killing each other. I think I'll stop it there, as I'm still talking and we're still going on. I'll keep quiet for a whole other round as I let you guys come in, and we'll still go the circle. So Daddy, you're next. Kenya, you'll be next. Lily, then we'll go to Mohammed, Joshua, and we move like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Unanisikiza? Mati?
Uko sawa dad? Tunakusikia.
Okay. Asante. Kitu ningependa kusema ni kwamba Kenya tumeingia mahali tunaita constitutional crisis. Tukumbuke wazi kwamba katiba ni mtoto ambaye anakuwa. Hakuna katiba ambayo imekomaa, ni kukua huwa inakuwa. Na wakati tulitengeneza hii katiba ambayo tuliipata 2010, hatukuwa tukifikiria tutajikuta katika hali kama hii tuko naye. Kwa hivyo nikasema tuko in a constitutional crisis. Lakini niwarudishe nyuma kidogo. 2013 Mama Selina amegusia maneno ya Ruto kupata certificate, na mkono ule mwingine Uhuru ako na upanga. 2013 aliyekuwa mkuu wa majeshi anaitwa Generali Julius Waweru Karangi alisema yeye akiwa mkuu wa majeshi, Raila hawezi kuwa amiri jeshi mkuu. Na hiyo ndio kitu ambayo itaenda kujirudia. Historia hujirudia. Hakuna wakati Uhuru anaenda kupatia Ruto upanga. Kunyeshe kusinyeshe. Ameshaapa. Na serikali imesha already tengenezwa. Hii yenye tunaona makotini ni kwa mujibu wa sheria. Lakini serikali imeshatengenezwa na mtaona. Ni kwa sababu gani? Rais ana matokeo ya vile mlipiga kura. Kila kitu mpaka siku ya mwisho anayo. Raila ana hiyo matokeo, Ruto ana hiyo matokeo, na hiyo matokeo ndio kila mmoja anayo. Kwa hivyo koti ikiamua Ruto ameshinda, mwenye upanga atasema hapana, hajashinda. Koti ndio imesema ameshinda, lakini ile tunaitaka serikali, ile tunaita state, inasema hajashinda. Rais ni mtaje kwa kimombo, ni president na ni head of state. Hii state ndio watu wengi hawajuagi ni nini. State ndio moyo wa nchi, na mambo huenda vile state inasema. Ikisema haikutaki, hakuna wakati utakuja uongoze nchi kama wenye nchi wanasema hawakutaki. Jambo la pili, ni kwa nini tuko hapo? Ni kwa nini kura zimeibiwa juzi ama imebadilishwa? Ni kwa sababu Kenya hakuna mtu ameshawahi fungwa kwa kuvunja sheria za uchaguzi. Ndiposa unaona makosa ya 2017, Chebukati alikuwa mwenyekiti, hakuulizwa chochote, sasa tena amerudia. Ni kwa sababu gani? Nikiiba leo nikose kufungwa, Bwana Martin, ni nini kitanizuia niibe kesho? Maana najua sitapelekwa mahakamani. We need to have credential reforms, sio tu reforms za kupapasa. Tuamue hivi, ukipatikana na kosa ya uchaguzi, kwa mfano mwaka wa 75 hayati Paul Ngei alikuwa waziri wa cooperatives wakati wa serikali ya hayati mzee Jomo Kenyatta. Wakati kulifanyikanya uchaguzi, kuna jamaa moja voter, mpigaji kura, sio mpinzani wake, alikuwa mpigaji kura, alienda mahakamani akasema mheshimiwa ndio ameshinda kura, ameshinda uchaguzi, lakini ushindi wake ulitokana na kwamba yeye alisema msiponipigia kura nitawaroga. Vile koti iliamua Ngei akae nje miaka 5. Miaka juzi tena, mnamjua huyu mzee anaitwa Muskari Kombo, hivyo kuna akashinda uchaguzi, raia akaenda, mpigaji kura akaenda, sio mpinzani wake, akaenda mahakamani akasema mheshimiwa alishinda uchaguzi, lakini uchaguzi kushinda ulitokana na kwamba aliambia watu wasipompigia kura atawaroga, akafungiwa nje miaka 5. Hiyo ndio sheria. Na Chebukati, watu wote wanalia Chebukati. Ni kwa nini Chebukati amefanya hivi? Ni kwa sababu alicheza na haki yetu 2017. Hakuna mahali alipelekwa. Baada ya tumuachishe kazi, tukampatia hiyo kazi tu, hiyo ya kutuchezea. Sasa amekuja kutuchezea. Itabidi wana Kenya tuamue. Nchi nyingi huwa inafika mahali wanaamua. 63 hapo mbeleni mababu zetu waliamua mzungu atoke. Wakati wa katiba mpya tukaamua tunataka katiba mpya. Vyama ya siasa tukaamua tunataka vyama. Ni kwa nini sasa tusiamue hatutaki Chebukati? Maana ametuzoea, kwa sababu kuna wale wanamuunga mkono. There are those who are benefiting from Chebukati. Those are people who are feeding him. Lakini mwaka huu ajue kwamba chuma chake kiko motoni. He cannot continue fooling Kenyans. We are only going to demand what we can command. We are demanding respect so that we can command respect alongside our neighbors. Nchi hii watu wanaipenda, investors wanaipenda, lakini hawawezi kuja kuinvest tukiona hii mchezo tunacheza na Chebukati, kwa sababu wata lose interest, because they know if Chebukati continues with what he's doing, tutakuwa na civil strife, civil war inaweza tokea. Nimeshatembea Afrika Magharibi siku nyingi sana. Hizo nchi ni tajiri. West African countries are very rich in resources, lakini they are very poor. Why? Kwa mambo kama ya Chebukati. Unaona uchaguzi inakuwa bungled, majeshi wanagawanyisha, polisi wanagawanyika, umati wanagawanyika, nchi sasa inakuwa ni ya makundi, ni ya kabila. Hatutaki kwenda hapo. Wacha niachie hapo kwa sasa.
Okay, sasa tunashukuru sana Dadi, huwa tunashukuru sana zile vitu natuambia, manake tunaelimisha pia watu wengine ambao hawana hiyo elimu yenye iko na hawezi ipata mahali pengine, manake kuna watu hawana mababa, hawana ma grandfathers na hawaambiwi hizi vitu, especially the young generation that is growing up. And when you find someone like you na unakuja uelimishe watu hapa, kuna mwingine mwenye hana babu ambaye ama baba ambaye angeweza kumweleza hizo vitu, namueleza. So we really respect, and that's why this channel is such an educative thing. And I believe one of this channel and what we've been doing here is educated a lot of people. We've seen people come in here with different opinions, lakini wanakuja wanasikia kitu, tumeona watu wakigeuka na wakifanya kama hizo, changes in their lives. There's just before Kenya, I know it's your time. I wanted to say something about the sword. The sword, remember we were colonized by the British, and I want people to understand that. The sword, when you go to the British side, and that's how you get the knights, kama mtu anajua what knights are. For you to become a knight, lazima uchapo hiyo sword hapa na hapa. And that's what the British, when we had adopted our colonizers' tradition. Every country that was colonized by somebody else, they adopted mostly 80% of that. So that sword is very important because it's a sign of power. The queen cannot make you a knight without that sword. And that sword is lived ages and ages and ages. The sword that you see mtu akipewa, tukipewa, sometimes it might be a decoy, but the main sword is actually what really is a sign of power. It's a traditional thing, but it's something that is very real. For those who don't understand what power is, that sword is very, very important. Na kama nimesema kitu ingine wrong, if you don't read, dad hapa anaweza sema ni ukweli hiyo kitu yote yenye nimesema. Kama nimekosea, watanikosoa. That sword is very, very important. Without that, you have no power to do anything. I wanted to clarify that part of the sword. And then Dad umeinua mkono, ukimaliza question yako, Mkenya, take over.
Sio swali ndugu Mato Andeto, ni kusisitiza vile umeongea juu ya upanga. Katiba inasema the moment ukipatia huo upanga, hata mahakama ya ulimwengu haiwezi badilisha. So I support what you are saying. The moment that's why you are sworn in by the sword. You are sworn in by, yani power shifts when the sword is handed over. Unaona rais anapokula kiapo, tunampatia katiba na anaweka sign, he is not the head of state. Jeshi hawajamkubali, lakini the moment mkuu wa majeshi anachukua upanga, anapatia the exiting president, kumpatia the incoming, nobody on earth planet has the power to say no, ati yes sio rais. Kwa hivyo
unless wanajeshi wafanye coup, that is
sasa,
another thing. Yes.
Nasema hiyo ni mapinduzi. Nasema kwa raia, the moment akiupata hivi, he is the president. Mulie, muomboreze, mufunge, mufungue, muabudu. Akishapata huo upanga, maana huo upanga sio wake, huo upanga ni wanajeshi. Sisi raia, watu wengi hawajajua that the civilians, ni Muita Wanjiko, yeye ndio huchagua katiba. Lakini mwenye hulinda katiba sio Wanjiko, ni wanajeshi. The military are the custodians of the constitution. Na wakikukataa, that is the end. Maana nimesema hapa, Karangi aliambia Kibaki, Raila cannot be my commander in chief. So ndio uliona kesi ilipelekwa hivi, because custodians ya constitution yenye utaapa nayo wamekukataa. Ni hapo.
Mohamed, uko na swali ama tuende kwa Mkenya? Amengoja sana. Swali lakini 30 seconds please, minimize. Ndio pia watu wengine waweze kuongea. Tafadhali, I try to be very easy, try to be very generous and fair with everyone. Misi Chebukati. Haya, haraka basi.
No, asante sana. No, I wanted to concur with the Uncle Joan Karara that that sword is very important. But also I wanted to raise that the military's responsibility and commitment It's not only to defend the country from external or internal threats only, but also I have seen many countries that their system of governance has been indulged by corruption and office abuse and malpractices, and they have overtaken the country and saved the country from corruption and all sorts of abuses. So, putting ourselves into that shoes, Kenya needs such action. And I could have been very happy that if tomorrow morning the military takes over from William Ruto's hand or Uhuru Kenyatta's hand from the country, this country should have been one of the best countries in Africa and a heaven for all of us to live. Because we are not safe. Our systems are not safe. Our security agencies are not safe. Corruption has killed it for the last decades. So I don't know why Kenyans are just supporting a system full of elections, symbolic, and rogue individuals that have put themselves in a lot of corruption issues. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Everybody listening to us, we'll still tell you guys, if you want to come and have a conversation, Laban, your Rudy, sitaacha hiyo. But everybody that is listening to us, you can always come in. The link is on the comment section. Click on it. Let StreamYard configure your device, and you can always come in here and say whatever you want to say. If you want to be a part of this conversation, let's talk. The moment we stop talking, we start fighting. Okay. Madam Kenya Daima kabisa. Twende tuambie sasa mambo.
Habari ya wewe. Unajua hizo siku zote nimekuwa na stress. Sasa wakati nilikuwa nikisikiza mahali unaongea clip yako mahali huko, nina feel niko relieved. I was just want someone to talk and aongee kitu yenye nasikia ni mzuri. I was feeling relief. Kuna audio nilikuwa nasikia pale chini. Imagine nilikuwa nikisikia na feel relieved because najua kuna watu mahali pia wanatusaidia. Kwenda kutoka kwenu Kenya kwenda mahali pengine is true because vile mko huko pia kilio yenu inasikika. Na hiyo nashukuru sana because mtu kuwa nje alafu uone nchi yako inaungua. Lazima pia na wewe ujisaidike kila mahali wasaidie. So mlifanya kitu ingine ya maana sana. Nashukuru sana kitu yenye mlifanya. Nasema ni asante kwa sababu kama mungetambua hiyo maneno ya hacking, bado IBC walikuwa nakataa there is no hacking. And that is not good. Because something has happened, people have known. You know, hao wanafikiria watu wajasoma. Kuna watu wamesomesha watoto wao. Watoto wamekuwa mawizard, wanafanya kazi. So watu kama nyinyi ndio mngekuwa mnafanya hiyo kazi kule IBC. Lakini sasa kwa sababu wamekuwa selfish, wanafanya watu wanatoka wanaenda nje. Lakini bado mko huko nje, lakini bado mko na hizo efforts mnasaidia Kenya. Msikufe moyo, tusikufe moyo. Najua tuko pamoja na kila kitu itakuwa sawa. So mimi nitasema maneno ingine. Mimi nimekaa nchi ya South Sudan. Na hiyo nchi ya South Sudan, my friend, jeshi linaongoza hiyo nchi. Kuna president lakini jeshi linaongoza hiyo nchi. Hiyo nchi wanapigana kwa sababu ya nini? Ya kiti. Na huko ni jeshi ndio imeshikilia kila kitu. Nikikwambia hiyo nchi ukienda kule, ene president anaingia pale, duka zote zinafungwa, barabara ni jeshi. Au hata wewe binadamu huwezi tembea kwa barabara, unasikia kuna president anakuja, duka zote zinafungwa. Huyo president huyo nchi akitoka aende nje, kama anakuja everything inafungwa. Hata airport inafungwa, you will not go inside. Kwa hiyo barabara gari yote hautaiona. So ikishafika Kenya titafikie ni pale utatamani useme afadhali nirudi kwa ile freedom yenye nilikuwa nayo. Kule ni neighbors wetu, lakini sisi wenye tumekaa huko tulikuwa ikifika saa ile wametangaza ni curfew, my friend, wakupate nje utajua ujui. Kila roundabout unakutana pale na askari wamejaa hapo na ni jeshi. Ukienda pande ile ni pale barabara ni hakuna kitu utaiona. So sisi wa Kenya tufurahie chenye tunataka tu haki yetu tupewe. Vile baba yetu anasema hapo, Wakenya watoke nje waende wastaki Chebukati, waende kotini, kwa sababu hatutaki hiyo maneno ya Chebukati yenye anafanya. Because in 2017 watu wangesema atoke. In 2017 hakutoka. Baba alijaribu aseme wa clean the place wa kutoka. Sasa wakati Chebukati alikuwa huko, baba akasimama akasema hawezi enda election. So wakati watu wako enda election, bado kuna walienda election na bado wakadeclare nani President Uhuru. So we don't want that thing, because hao watu wako na mind mbili, watasema Chebukati bado atakaa huko. So Chebukati akiendelea kukaa pale, Raila ataambia watu watu wa stronghold wake wasiende kufanya nini, kuvote. Alafu watu wa Rift Valley watatoka, maybe Central wachache watoke, wale wachache ni watatoka, watapiga kura na watasema Ruto ndiye amefanya nini, ameshinda. So hatutaki kitu kama hiyo, tafadhalini. Tutaki kitu kama hiyo. Chebukati atolewe, baba asikubali Chebukati, kwa sababu Chebukati ameshindwa kutengeneza hii election ikuwe vizuri. Chebukati ameshindwa kazi yake. Awache wale watu wenye wanajua kazi yake. Kwa sababu saa hizi unaona mtu anasimama kina Wetangula, wanaanza kusema mbona Uhuru hajasema kitu? Mbona Uhuru hajasema kitu juu ya Ruto? Mbona hajapongeza? Mbona hajapongeza? Kina nani wanataka Uhuru aseme? Sasa Uhuru akisema nimepongeza, anajua amekubali nani? Ruto. Na iwesekani. First of all, wajua ya kwamba Uhuru ni chairman wa Azimio. Atakimbia namna gani na huku kwake hajaona kweli hii kitu ilifanywa kwa njia ya haki tukashindwa? Atasema, lakini njia ya wizi ya peupe, macho ya mbele ya Wakenya, kama watu wanaangalia vizuri sana. Mimi nilikuwa ninashanga, naangalia hii TV, naona inaleta matangazo fulani tofauti, naangalia hii inaleta tofauti, nikachanganyikiwa, nikashindwa sasa ni nini kunaendelea. Imagine watu watu kulala. Tunataka tukue na amani nchi yetu ya Kenya, na mimi ninaambia Kenya msidi kuweka amani, lakini fight for justice. Justice kufight ni kwenda kotini, sio kuua mtu. Justice kotini. Chebukati na wao watu wake hao wengine hao kina Kulei walipatiwa pesa mingi sana, mipango zao mingi yenye walipewa. Hiyo pesa yenye walipatiwa, hiyo pesa pia na hao waende kotini kule, waende. Si wafanye nchi yetu iungue kwa sababu ya kuongwa pesa. Wanaongwa pesa na maisha yetu ndio inaenda kuharibika. Tunasema tutakuwa na maisha mzuri. Maisha gani mzuri kama ni pesa ndio inatumika kwa kuongwa? Hakuna. Saizi ukitaka kupata kitu, sasa kama hiyo ndio maisha itakuwa ya kuongwa, hatutaenda mbele. So sisi wa Kenya twende kotini. Twende tu file case Chebukati asifanye election nyingine tena. Kwa sababu uliona ile kiburi yenye alikuwa anaongea naye. Aliandika message hapo akasema yeye hata hii ni mara yake ya mwisho kufanya election, yeye ame-retire. So ana retire kama unaacha nchi inaungua. Wewe unaenda kuishi maisha mzuri na watoto wako kwa sababu ulilipwa pesa. Kwa sababu ulilipwa pesa mpaka ukatafuta vile watu wataenda huko Greece huko, uende mfanye maneno yenye yasiyofaa. Mnadanganya watu, mnafanya election, lakini kuna vitu zenye zinatoka Uganda zikiingia Kenya mnaenda kupeana. First Museveni anataka kuharibu nchi yetu ya Kenya. Museveni anataka kufanya nchi yetu ikuwe kama nchi yake kwa sababu yeye ameishi kwa hiyo kiti milele na milele. Na ndio Museveni ameharibu hata mpaka nchi ya huko ya South Sudan. So Museveni yeye anataka kufanya Nchi yetu ikuwe na shida, pesa yetu isikuwe na nguvu, pesa yetu iko value. Sio kama hizo pesa zao zinajaa kikapu, unaenda na pesa kununua kitu moja hivi ni karibu shilingi 20,000 ya Kenya, kitu kimoja hivi peke yake. So hao wanafurahia wakati wanaona mtu ameelektea, hao ndio wanakuwa kwanza kutuma pongezi, wanatuma pongezi. Watu wache sisi na nchi yetu Kenya tukae. Sisi Kenya tuko hali ya juu, tunajua maana ya kura na tuko na ile heshima kwa dunia zingine zote. Hatutaki kuwekwa sanction. Hizo mainchi zingine kama kina Uganda wapi wamewekwa sanction, waezi fanya kitu. Museveni anatokanga hapa hata anaenda nchi gani? Hata Amerika peke yake Museveni anatokanga nchi yake anaenda. Haendi because ya corruption yenye wamejaa nayo. Kwa hiyo tukisema tunaweka watu ambao watalinda nchi yetu Kenya, tutaweka sanction. Na ukiweka sanction na hata hutapata msaada yoyote. Hakuna mtu atakuja kuweka business Kenya. Tutafaidika na nini? Nani atasema ninaenda kuweka biashara yangu kwa nchi yenye imewekwa sanction namna gani? So why hiyo South Sudan unaona watu wanakaa huko, lakini hiyo nchi mtu hawezi weka biashara yake ya maana. Nyumba hazijajengwa za maana huko kwa sababu mtu anajua anytime hapa marisasi zinalipuka ukuli. Mtu akitaka kufanya maendeleo wanaweka vitu tu hivi tu yenye anajua hii ikikuja kuharibika yeye ametoka ameenda. So wewe unataka nchi yako ikue mzuri, inafaa serikali yenu ikuwe salama ndio tupate kufanya hizi vitu zote. Imagine kama mali sisi tuko hapa, watu wanaishi maisha smooth. Ukitembea kwa kila barabara kamera tu ndio inafanya tu kazi. Huwezi patana na, yani unaona tu polisi pale lakini unaona tu kamera ndio zinafanya kazi. Watu wanafanya kazi 24 hours, mchana na usiku watu wanafanya kazi. Kwani sisi Kenya tuliua nani? Hatuwezi kuishi maisha mzuri tukuwe free. Tuishi nchi yetu na amani. Hata sisi tufanye kazi huko. Tunakuwa na uwezo wa kuweza kufanya kazi kwa nchi yetu lakini hatuwezi kupata. Kenya yetu ni mzuri. Tuko na mashamba tunaweza kulima na tufanye hata supply mahali pengine. Lakini pesa hakuna because ya corruption imezidi. So mimi nitaachia hapo. Imefika asubuhi na tujalala.
Nakushukuru sana Mkenya Daima, na tunashukuru ile kazi tunafanya hapa. Hata wewe usije ukatupatia credits for nothing. Hata wewe ile kazi unafanya kusaidia huko chini tu na kuambia watu na hiyo yote, usije ukatupatia credit. Hii Kenya ni yetu si wote. Pia wewe unafanya kazi mzuri, unatufanya tunafurahi. Saa zingine tukifanya kazi yetu tunasikia kuna watu pia, na pia wewe unatuhimiza pia na unatuelimisha. So we don't think like it's just us wenye tunapigana na nini that we benefit or we benefit you. You benefit us a lot to get that feedback and to feel good that what we do and what we are fighting for our country, because at the end of the day we are all Kenyans and we have to fight for it, all of us, regardless. Hata ukiumamkia wacha mimi umeshingo, wewe mwingine atauma tumbo, at the end of it yote ni ng'ombe yetu tutakula sote, you see. So whatever you're doing, you're also doing a good job. I just wanted to tell you thank you again. I'll keep on saying, guys who are listening to us, we are here. There's 4 places on the stage right now. Go to the comment section, click on the link if you want to say anything, and you will be admitted in. Allow StreamYard to configure your device and come here. No ukikuja kaa tu ngoja. You know there's a lot of people, so we have to go. Don't give up. We have to go around and round and round, and you will have your own time to talk. I try to give everybody their own time. Personally, when I'm doing this, I don't give myself a lot of time to talk other than encourage people to come in. Madam Lily, I think I'm going to go to you. You've been here for a long time. And then I think we have 2 newcomers, unless muniambia waku hapa. Mama Selina, nitakuruka tu ukinikubalisha, so that we have the 2. Laban, because I came in late, na Fred Mumani. I don't know if they said anything. We Mohamed umekuwa hapa. Na tuko na wewe anyway. So Madam Lily, the floor is yours.
Okay, asante. Habari zenu. So tuna discuss nini hii about a section of church leaders push for the another handshake. So mimi naona kama ni hypocrisy, hypocrite people. Sio wote, lakini venye wamefanya, some of the church, especially in Mount Kenya, they have misled people. Instead of letting people to make their choice, they should not be leading people to where they want because of money which have been given. They are donated to them. So that is very, very wrong. Even when they went to Bomas the other day, even hata ile maombi aliombesha, mi haikunifurahisha, lakini that is not for me to judge. God will judge them, because what happened in Bomas, it was not right to announce yani Ruto venye amefanya hiyo nchi, sio vizuri. It's not fair. So they leaked a lot from Mount Kenya because there's very few candidates. Let's say the giants from Mount Kenya, from Jubilee Party, no one won, not even one seat. Today, me, I don't like maths, but today I looked at Kiambu constituency. I mean, there's short of 1,000 votes. Where are they? It don't add up. Myself, I'm not good in maths, but I was like, this is not right. And so they stuffed the ballots and all that. So I think what we need, apart even from Chebukati, those people who are employed in the polling station, when they go there, they should have education that they should not do certain things. And even those ones who are kind of like tallying, who are counting votes for section, I don't know, B, that's where the leaguing happens, because they can league, they can count, and when that form is signed in and they scan it, how would you know the ballot were not stuffed? So I think they need to open the Kim's kit so we know how many people actually voted and who did not vote, because we cannot just go with the forms, because even we look at those forms, there's so many with the pen, there's miscalculations, and they are not clear. Even the numbers, the figures, they don't add up, and even they are not clear. Like you can see there's somebody with 000 somewhere, the other one is with 200, the other one, you wonder what is all this about. So I think to nullify the election, I think we should go to the court, and I salute Baba, because this is the way forward, and we should follow the footsteps of Baba all the time, because it's somebody who looks for justice and he has integrity. He's a good example. So I feel bad when people, they just saying, oh, wacha aende kotini. What are you trying to say? Like you are mocking him? Why would we are sitting, all of us, we stand on the shoulder of that gentleman, and we should respect him. So it pains me. So let's go to the court, we seek justice, and even that's a way we'll know how to progress with the electoral voting system, to know where we should tie the knots, so this our majabazi washe kuiba kula, because that's not fair that everybody have worked hard. So let's have all equal share. Mtu akishindwa tujue there's no league, you are defeated fairly, but not you unafikiria unaenda nini, unauleta ujaja wako. It's not fair. In fact, I think we are trivialing this matter, but if you think a matter of security as well in Kenya, you can't just keep on coming in back routes. So what does it? Sorry. Yes. Yeah, we should be careful what we are doing, because if we can even we can hack the server. What does that mean? Even other institution servers, will be being hacked then. So we should be careful. And yeah, let's go to the court. For now, I'll leave it there for now, and then I'll go to sleep. Thank you.
Lily, we really do appreciate your input. Tunakupenda sana. It's what you say actually educates a lot of people. There's a lot of people who are thinking. Don't just think your word is just here between the panelists. There's a lot of people. One day I was sitting somewhere and one of my relatives called me, and I didn't know if they watched this channel, and they said, "You guys do a very good job," and they told me that I didn't just watch you. I was brought in to watch it by one of your cousins, which is the son. And the son had actually gotten it from a villager. So I realized that what we say here, a lot of people listen to us, and a lot of people get the wisdom that we bring here, however the wisdom they bring, the arguments that we bring here. So you are a leader. Kila mtu mwenye anakuaga, unatoka comment section and you value yourself to be seen and say something. You actually lead a lot of people than actually hiding there, because people actually put a face on what you say. So we want to tell you thank you. Najua umesema unaenda kulala. I hope you didn't have to, but I believe there will be other people coming in. Lakini tunashukuru your patience. Hata hiyo time yote inachukuaga before ufikiwe. Tunashukuru sana. If it's time for you to retire, lala unono. Wejua Kenya yetu iko sawa, na tuko wengi tunapenda Kenya yetu, tuwe Kenya ama tusiwe Kenya. Tunapenda hii Kenya, ni yetu, haiendi mahali, ni watoto wetu na wajukuu wetu, na tutakuwa hapa whether wapende wasipende. Ruto or no Ruto, we will be here, and that country will be ours and forever. And some of us will not stand to see it go to the dogs. Thank you, Madam. We really appreciate it.
Okay, good night. Good night. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point I have a replacement. Mtu anakuja kunisaidia hapa, Stone PK. I'm gonna leave it for you for a minute. Ni nini unaanza kulalamika na hata sijasema? Richie is here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a good, I think we've run a good 2 hours. Daddy, thank you so much for being here with me, walking me through this journey. Yoyote tumeenda the 2 hours and something that we've been here. There's people who have been here, everybody mwenye amekuwa, the comment section, we always appreciate you. This is a channel that will keep on going. There's some people that said that after election we'll be gone. We are not going anywhere. We will be here, and we will hold our country accountable and make it look good. As long as we are here, we will always be here. So wacheni kuogopa, tuko hapa, come in, join in. We will always have a different conversation every day, and it's a channel that is going to be here for a long time. So ladies and gentlemen, my time is up. I might be back later. Kwa wale watu wa night shift, nitarudi to night shift. I just have to go take care of some things, but you're in good and safe hands. Richie, I didn't get to, give my, I didn't get to, me, I normally don't give my contribution when I'm running, when I sit on that big chair that you guys sit on, but I will come back either today, luckily, or maybe at a kesho. I still have my notes, so I will come back and do that. I want to leave the show with you guys. I think Mama Selina shaongea. Right now, it's the new guys, Laban, Stone, Sam, na Wewe. The rest of them tushaongea, wale wengine washatoka. So you guys, mchukue usikani. Again, I want to say thank you, comment section, people listening to us. Always, tune in, and don't be afraid to be seen and to stand for your country. At this time, be a part of the conversation. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Kudos, adios, cheers. Thank you.
Asante sana Mato, sijui kama mnanisikia. Mic check, asante. Tulisema kioska tufungi. Tulisema tutakuwa hapa mpaka tarehe 9, sisi tukasema kioska tufungi. So thank you so much, Mato, for holding fort for all those hours that you've been here. I think na sisi wacha tushikilie, tusukume mbele, tuone tutafikisha wapi. So Stone PK, Sijui kama ni wewe ama ni Laban kwanza.
Laban aje mbele yangu.
Okay, sawa Laban.
Yes. Asante sana Makeri, sijui kama unanipata vizuri. Sasa mimi kuna jambo ambalo unajua kwa haya mambo ambayo yanaendelea, vile walisema mahakama itafanya uamuzi. Kuna kitu nilifikiria, assuming tutakuwa na rais ambaye anaitwa William RUTO hawa, then turudi nyuma, kulikuwa na issue ya Mount Kenya millionaires ambao walikuwa wanasemekana kwamba ndio walikuwa wana front Raila Odinga. Hawa watu wako na kazi zao, wako na biashara zao, na kwa uchumi wa nchi huwa wanashiriki, lakini tuliona wakifanyiwa kitu kama mchezo, matusi mengi yakaelekezwa kwao, eti wazee watano hawawezi kaa kwa kona mahali waamue nani atakuwa rais. Assuming kwamba William RUTO ndiye atakuwa rais, mchango wao kwa uchumi wa nchi uwe kwamba haujashirikishwa kwa sababu ya hawa watu kutokuwa na imani na mtu ambaye atakuwa katika huo uongozi. Ni swali ninataka niulize, utakuwa na shida katika uchumi wa nchi yetu ama hakutakuwa na impact yoyote? Jambo lingine ni swala la SWOT, kwa sababu niliona Gachagua akifanyia hilo swala mchezo, akisema kuwe na kisu, kusiwe na kisu, shughuli zitaendelea. Kisu ni alama ya power ya military katika uongozi wa nchi. Sijui nalo ningetaka clarification kama kuna mtu mwenye anaelewa vizuri mambo ya jeshi. Nafikiria Stone PK anaelewa hiyo department kidogo. Ndio atuelezee kuna sababu, hakuna sababu. Kwa sababu kama utasema maana ya hiyo kisu haipo, utaendelea na mambo yenu na muendelee mbele bila military kurecognize kwamba hawa ndio wanachunga mipaka yetu ya nchi na mamlaka yenye tuko nayo. Huo utakuwa ni uongozi wa aina gani? Nafikiria kuna mahali ambapo tunafungua mambo mengine mengi ambayo yataonekana hapo mbele, labda saizi watu hawajayaona kwa sababu ya ile pupa kwamba sisi tumeshinda. Lakini swala muhimu ni kesi ambayo iko kotini, na ninaona proposals zenye ziko ni kuangalia watu wenye walipiga kula halali ni ngapi, ndio kutoka hapo waamue nani alikuwa mshindi. Hapo ndio sisi tunangojea tusikie vile kutaenda, na ikiwa kwamba hili swala halitazingatiwa katika uamuzi, basi itabidi wakati wa uchaguzi ikifika tunaenda tunachagua governor na MCA, alafu tunarudi nyumbani tunaendelea na maisha, kwa sababu hao ndio tunaweza saidiana hapo karibu. Hii mambo ingine ya kitaifa tuseme na ikae, kwa sababu hiyo inawahusu wao. Nafikiria mchango wangu utakuwa mfupi, lakini kwa hizo clarification kama kuna vile ninaweza sipata nitafurahia. Asanteni na tuendelee.
Asante Laban. Stone PK. Stone PK. Inaonekana Stone PK. Oh, unanisikia? Haya. Unmute.
Unanisikiza sasa? Haya, sorry. Hii unmute yangu ilikuwa imekwama. Okay, let me say jambo kwa nyinyi wote, Laban, Mitiani, Mama Selina, Sam, Henry na Roda namuona ameingia huku. Bwana Misiani ameuliza swali nzuri na ni swali nyeti ama swala nyeti kwa sababu udaku wanapenda kutupa zinaitwa nini, confusing tantrums, yani ile they can say anything na wanaisema with a lot of confidence, wanaitwa wale wezi wajeuri. Unajua kuna wezi wala mtu anaiba na uoga, na kuna mwizi anaiba anajua anaiba, lakini ukimshika anakugeuka, anakuwa ni kama yeye ndio mwenye. You know, the way you get somebody ameingia boma lako, azizi amechukua ng'ombe, umempata akipeleka sokoni, na ukimuuliza hata ni yeye ndiye anataka kupeleka polisi ama hata kukuchapa, anataka kukuchapa. I think that's UDA. I saw what you saw, Laban. I watch some of these zinaitwa nini, vernacular TVs, because I know that is where they are spreading rot kama Kass FM, Kass yao nini. In fact, that's where they are preaching a lot of. They never learned about the 207. If you listen to those programs and if you understand some bit of Kalenjin, I mean, sorry to say this, but you will not really, you will not like some of those things that you hear there. Because Kenyans, we don't want to incite others, talking as if those who have been defeated will be chased out of the country. We are all going to be here, in any of them. And then people have refused to understand that the president is there, and then there's president-elect, and then there is the aggrieved party who constitutionally can go up to the supreme. It's a right. It's not si dhambi kwamba Azimio wanaenda kotini. You don't start mlishin. Hiyo ni utoto ile ya kule mtaani. We are reducing ourselves to kids. Ile tukua fanya nimesha kushinda. No. This one tumeshindana. There is a provision. Sijafurahi. You don't start mocking me because I'm going. You prepare. Ukisikia na kupeleka kotini, si una prepare kuja huko. Then we meet there. Na whatever will be itaamuliwa ndio hiyo. And we move. So hii ujinga watu wanaendesha ni upumbavu tu. Anyway, the other hiyo question umeuliza, Rigathi is a madman. That is the simplest way I can describe it. He's not a president material. He's a shame to this country. It will be like the US and Trump. US did the worst mistake of their life for ever allowing Trump to be their president. And they are regretting. It was a shame to them up to today. A shame they will not clear. This country also will have that shame with the RUTO combined with the Rigathi. RUTO might try and change to show president material in case he gets it. I mean, if he doesn't lose it. Yeah. But do you think Gachagua can really present a deputy president material? This guy is full of bitterness. Is uttering anything is uttering. And hata mpaka wamesahau to celebrate. Instead, right now they should be saidi angekuwa ameanza kutayarisha ile nyumba alikuwa anasema atatengeneza wanawake, aanze kuwapatia chai, akiimba nao, akienda hizo. That is what they are supposed to be doing. Celebrating. There's wako president and deputy president elect. It's not now spitting venom. Oh, tutafanya. You have it now. You are just waiting to be whatever. Don't start rubbishing. For your information, if you are not handed power by the sitting president, where is he? I mean, he's being silly, he's being childish. Okay? It will just throw the country into turmoil. And who will he rule? This is where you look at intelligence of people. Unaona mtu ni mzee lakini akili haijakomaa. Unaona mtu anakuambia alikuwa DO na ukisikia the administration of his DO is Azimio, he was nothing but a tyrant, kupiga wazee. You know, those are the anyway. So it's a good pair, RUTO and it's a good pair. There are three instruments of power, of course.
Stone, umepoteza sauti tena.
Wow. Imerudi.
Okay, wacha tuende kwa Sam kwanza. Ukijaribu kuadjust sauti yako. Sam, karibu.
Okay, unanisikia? I hope everyone is getting me well.
Yeah.
Unanisikiza? Okay, yeah.
Ni mimi ama kuna mtu anamsikia kweli?
Hakuna mtu ananisikia?
Yeah, mimi namsikia.
Mimi namsikia.
Yeah,
Ama mimi sisikiki pia.
kulingana na masuala haya ambayo tunajadiliana hapa, kama Wakenya tunafaa kujua kwamba kwa uchaguzi na kwa kila kitu ambayo tunafanya, kuna Kenya ya kesho, and we are not enemies to each other. Election comes and go, and as much as all these things are there, let's say talk of petition and in court, and the issue of the UDA and others happening around. So we have to know that we have a country to protect and a country for the future of our kids. And today's politics should not affect on how we're gonna go on tomorrow and the other day to come. So for me, I would say either sides of the politicians, they have what to work on their end, because it's a battle, and in a battle, you will see people will start fighting here and there. I would say, like the way Stone PK was talking, I applaud some of what he was saying, but there's some places that I don't agree with him. As much as he was saying that there's some media stations which are spreading hate within our communities around. But remember, last week there was a photo on Citizen TV, which was uploaded saying that the house is burned was in Gishu, and then the photo was deleted immediately. So I feel like from all diversity, every politician is trying to work things on their way. So I feel like if it's a matter of trying to bring conflict and the war as it was before those years, I feel like it's coming from either both sides. So as we're judging, because this is our country, it's like your kid. If you love your kid, you will correct, you will applaud where it is doing good and where it's not doing good, because you can't just based on one side say this and this, favor all this side, but you don't see the other side of it. Because I expected you, when you mentioned about the issue of the TV, of this radio station, also you mentioned the other side. Last time we saw that there were flyers which were being put of video. We don't know who actually did that, about other people who were living in Rift Valley saying that they need to actually, they need to move after, during the election time, which that it was something that is going to bring.
Because he wants to change it from that.
Stone PK, can you mute?
Stone PK, can you please mute?
Hata kunyo, wacha tutacheki kesho. Akona ya leo.
Can someone
kesho
please mute.
na Richard huko nani, I think utaipata weight ingine.
Can someone mute?
Because it's a waste product. Okay. Wewe juu yako na ya leo, hii imebaki tu nusu. Nafikiria kesho tu ndio kitu nini. Tutaenda kuangalia. Sawa. Thank you for trying. Thanks. All right.
Stone PK, mute please.
Can you mute your microphone, Stone PK? Okay, this is what I was saying. We were just asking you. Yes, thank you, Stone PK. Yeah, what I was just trying to say here is, as much as I might come from one, or I might be supporting one side of political formation in Kenya, I understand, like, when I'm judging them, I will judge them according to where credit is given and where credit is not supposed to be given. I would say about the utterances of what he was saying about Rigathi Gachagua and being a deputy president elect as it is at the moment, though we're still waiting for the outcome of the petition. I would say there's some words that he's uttering which are not bringing an unifying factor for someone who wants to be a deputy president of a country. Number two, another thing also, when I check on the other side, there are things also which are being like, let's say the people from the ODM side or the Azimio team, they also have got their own things they're doing which they are not good. Last time when I was in this studio giving my submission, I remember I was with Bernard and Themba, and they say that you guys gonna the Kenyan will vote, and because the system is there now, the presidency is gonna be given to Raila. Either people vote for Ruto or they don't vote. Now the thing has turned the other way around. You find out like we are still the same Kenyans, but now we're shifting the narrative. So I was thinking, like, if we want to address the unity of this, because this TV station is being watched by so many people, be it like they are from Ruto side and from Azimio side, we really need to come to bring a model, I would say a ground whereby you just say as it is. If there is fall on the other side, just point it out. On the fall on this side, just point out. That will have a very good discussion. It is not breathing like hatred and saying all this, because I expected when Story PK said that thing, I felt like it is just going towards one community, but you don't know what's happening also on the other side or what the government is doing. About what Stone PK was talking about, the president, Kenya is bigger than Uhuru Kenyatta. And it's not as a mark as that Uhuru Kenyatta was drumming support for Raila Amolo Odinga. Now we don't see that Kenya is bigger than Uhuru Kenyatta. So in which way, in the other way, if let's say Raila would have won, would we expect Son PK to be saying the same, that about the sword, like how the president is carrying himself? We would have expected that we want a transition, a smooth transition to whoever wins the presidency, whoever is being declared the president, and Kenya continue. We can't be staying on these issues of how the president or someone trying to manipulate or take the country the way he wants according to their interests. We will want a Kenya that we start building from tomorrow, because these politicians, they are there just to use our emotions. Because if you don't hustle for your life, you will not find a good life for yourself. They will never bring anything on your table. As much as they factor in some there's some big factors, let's say stable country economically and stuff will help us even in our daily life. But just to see everything on it is when you don't go out, hustle for yourself, find a way on how you can live, still your life is going to be hard. So as much as we have this politics here and there, let us not forget that we need to build another Kenya going forward from tomorrow. So these politicians, they're all of them liars. They lie to us. We don't know if the ones that are saying that are being elected, if they're going to deliver or they don't going to deliver. We don't know those ones who are going to court purporting that now our election was stolen. If they were given the chance, they're going to deliver. It is uncertainty. We don't know. They are politicians. They've been there. That's how they've been doing before. So for us, we will say we only just pray for our country that we get everything going to smooth transition. We are back on the track, and let us have a country whereby we can be proud of. It's not a matter of election. It's not a matter of do or die, you know. If God says so and so will be a president, so be it. And they say that let our courts and everybody that are going to be handle this case, handle it in a fair and good way, and bring out those things that were not clear during the time of election, so that we can move on as a country and go on, you know. And another thing that I really wanted to check on the side of UDA, I think the move from the president-elect for him to start wooing other leaders from other political party might not sound good, because we really need a strong opposition in the government, so that they can put the government on alert. It's not a matter of when you're having a motion on the parliament, because you've got a larger number of MPs, now we can twist things as the way you want. We don't want a country like that. We want a country where people are having, if I come from this formation and I don't agree with the motion, I have a right to say no, regardless of where I'm coming from. Another thing that I'm just saying is the narrative that is coming from Azimio, that now that when RUTO is getting these MPs, it is buying them, it is corruption. When the other time when Uhuru and Raila were coming together, they were saying we are trying to come together and work together as brothers through HANDSHAKE. So I feel like even after all these hassles, we also need to come together. Let's treat all these things. When we treat them and have a neutral ground, we will be able to address these things right and have a sober mind on it. Thank you very much, guys.
Sam, I have been listening to you, and I think sorry to use this word, you're all over the place. Yeah? At one moment you're saying the president-elect should not reach out to the people on the other side because it is not good for checks and balances. The next time you're saying that Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta came together to work together for the betterment of the country. You keep on contradicting yourself.
Now,
hold on.
Let me tell you.
Hold on. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. I'll give you time to talk. Amanda, are you still there?
Of perception from all people from all angles on how you perceive it.
Hold on. Sam,
yes.
Hold on. Just mute your mic. I'll give you time to respond. I'm just asking my question. That's question number one. Yeah, leave your camera on so that we can see you. Number two, there's this thing you're talking about moving on. You know, when I hear somebody talking about moving on for the sake of the country, I ask myself, why do we even need the Supreme Court to arbitrate on matters that arise from election disputes? Because that language of moving on is a language that politicians use every time they feel like they want to bury the dirt under the carpet. They just want to sweep the dirt under the carpet and forget about any issues that their opponent may raise from elections. So I want you to tell me here, when you talk about moving on, should we disband the Supreme Court? Because the job of the Supreme Court is to arbitrate issues that arise from the presidential election. That's number two. Number three, I don't know, I'm a Christian, just like you and any other Christians. But I want to ask you, you know, there's this narrative that has been peddled around for so long that God chose so and so to be a leader. Does God choose leaders for these countries that are doing very badly? Did God choose leaders who ended up maiming their people, killing their people, starting wars and all that? To which extent or to what extent do we associate leadership and religion? Because this election, I feel, was pushed to a narrative whereby that it was a church against a certain candidate. And so when other people complain, they are being told that huyu wetu ni mtu ambaye alichaguliwa na Mungu. Remember, these are the same people that told us 10 years ago that the dynamic duo were chosen by God. And look at the country that we are living in right now. Look at our country right now. It has a debt of, 7 trillion ama ningapi, Stone PK, 11 trillion. The economy is bad. People don't have jobs. I mean, I'll just leave it there. Huyu ametoroka, achana naye. Nimepoteza hewa yangu nikiongea bure. Stone PK, alafu tuende kwa Henry.
Thank you, bro, Richie. You know, if there are people who make me tired, it's these guys calling themselves UDA. I think they are very illiterate in terms of politics. Sincerely speaking, I don't have any better term. Illiteracy in the highest order. Some of them are naive. You come telling us that anyway, their things are they're unbelievable. It shows a lot of lack of intellect, and because riding on where you have stopped, Richie, this country pretends to be very, very, very saved. Mungu. All of them are pretenders. This I say with finality as Stone PK.
because we have seen where these banners, fewer things have taken us. All these offices in the country, everywhere you go, utakuta watu, everything they do, unasema natuombe. They pray before doing everything. What do they pray? And yet, when you're asking for a certain file, unaambua hiyo file iwezi patikana, mpaka utoe pesa kitu kidogo. Then I start wondering, wajinga sisi Kenyans. If we are saying Bwana asifiwe, Mungu ni mwema, sisi ni ndugu, alafu nimekuja kupata kitu kama ID or any small document kwa ofisi ya serikali, naambua I have to bribe, lazima nitoe kitu kidogo. Sasa ni Mungu. What is this double standard? Then you've just touched on this very tired narrative that God elects leaders. It's rubbish. God does not elect leaders at all. God does not provide leaders. God gives you energy and wisdom as a human being to look for the leader you want. If God gives leaders, the world would be so peaceful. Could we be having people like Trump having reigned for 5 years and wakaongoza US? Trump was elected by God. Bokassa was elected by God. Museveni was God elected. Yeah. Name all of them. Richie, you've indicated that. So Kenyans, tuache hiyo tiredness hiyo. The church is the most corrupt entity in our country. Rwanda went into genocide and there was church. I don't trust church at all. Right now, church is pushing for somebody who is going to slaughter Kenyans. And I hope I live to ask them, hey, kumbe God alikuwa tired na nchi yetu akaona atupatie Ruto. Hata mlimwagilia mafuta. And that's why people go for the church when things get bad. Then the thieves in church start saying they are being persecuted. When we tell them they have to pay tax because they are laundering drug money, they start saying, achana na kanisa, don't touch the church. What is this thing about church? Church is made of people and people are evil. Kenya is #1 in terms of evil, and the evil is uko kwa hizo wanaita madhabahu. And I want Kenyans to rise against the church. That's when you will be saved. There are countries that don't talk about church and they are prospering like never before. You don't need church to prosper. The church needs you to prosper, because if you are rotten, that church will not. If you are a pastor of kunyang'anya watu mabibi, kuiba pesa, that church, that is not progress. It's not prosper. Prosper. But if you are a church that supports families, that supports leadership, then it will help the country prosper. In Kenya, it's the opposite. So let people not come telling us here ati tumepewa na Mungu ndiye amekuja kutupatia Ruto. Ruto is not God given. We are given Ruto by the evil he worships. That's the truth. Then when we start saying, when you are on this side, you are talking this. As Azimio, we are not flip-flopping. We are just saying a due process has to be followed. We feel, and it's our right to feel, the election was best. And we are not, we are told we are 7 point something million or 6 million. So 6 million ni wendazimu? Yeah, 6 million wendazimu. The other day I asked people, you watched on the television, kura zinahesabiwa, then it stopped. Then we are being given stories. What were those stories for? Then we are being told kura zitatolewa within 7 days. We are supposed to be told about it the following day. Then we see Ruto storming bombers. Didn't you see that? Is that one of the procedures of doing it? So Kenya now imefika mahali kila kitu itafanywa unorthodox. And thank God, if Azimio was to do things unorthodox, Ruto angetoka hapo bombers. That's the truth. Because 1 million people angemwagika hapo. Those people who people think are mad, then we would have shown our madness there. But we don't want to do that. We are following due process. And if you feel you are getting annoyed by our process, kaa kando. Wacha si tuende na ujinga yetu, tufuate sheria, tuende mpaka mwisho. Ikiwa sheria itasema Ruto ndio amekuwa elected vizuri, then that's okay. Instead of somebody coming here, and I find a lot of naivety in most of these followers. I think this is the first time they voted. and then people don't understand what politics and society means. Watu wanajiwekelea, oh, it is politics to talk about elections. Man, these are ignorant people. Life is politics. Everything you do is politics. Even that when you're in the church, it's politics. Why do we have leaders being elected in the church? It's naivety of the highest order kuja kusema ati hiyo mambo ni ya siasa. Please don't come to a global TV and start exposing your ignorance, bwana. Asante, Makiadi, get it back.
Wacha kwanza tusikie Henry, junaona ako na issues na network, alafu tutakuja kwa Koroda.
Ako mobile.
Henry.
Hello, I think I'm just following. I don't know if you can hear me. I'm driving. By the way, I'm happy of what I've seen. Some of you, I mean, all of you guys, the good job you are doing. And in a few days back, I've not been contributing because sometimes I get irritated on the way things are done. Like I've seen somebody posted something on this forum who was saying that there were close to 5,000 senators which only voted for the president. I think those are some of the things. If these judges really care of our country, our people, this is what some of the things they just say. We want all the list of all the polling centers from countrywide, from every county, from every ward, so that we see. I know from my county, I know how many centers were there. So if I see something which did not like, I come from Nyamira. The last general elections, there were centers from buying centers which did not even exist, but there were votes which were read from those centers. So we want to make sure it's not that we don't love our leaders, whether we against one side and we support this side. What is important? More of we are not pretend that we are fighting for the good of our country, whereas it is because of our interest, which has just taken our country up to this far. So all I can say, please, our churches now, they are part of Kenya. You see, all these scenarios which have been taking place, all these things which have occurred, is because of the mistakes which were made 2013 and maybe 2018. So I think if you had the clip whereby RUTO was saying, Uhuru surrendered and said, okay, let me just go home and leave this thing to Honorable Raila. But he said, we can't leave it. You saw after that how people were being murdered, how people were being shot, because even God has revealed this time. I know God is gonna protect these people, because this one, and I urge people, I've seen now they are posting clips of maybe 2017, 2013 on how these politicians used to contribute. This one is not gonna help us. It is not gonna improve our economy. It is not going to improve the relationship between the Kenyan people. It is only what we do. And if you have that heart that you are a Kenyan, a patriotic Kenyan, you should support all of them. They're leaders, as I said last time. They're leaders. But we look at the qualitative, the qualitative manifesto. Who has done something? And look, everything. Come on, if the ground was be just on the same level, Azimio wanasema wacha watumie manual na chemistry at the same time. Huyu jamaa everything anakata. So if you say no to everything, so which is yes for you? Because everything is no. which is just for you. So, mimi simukatai yoyote, and let these things be put in the open. Like I saw, they are saying that Gladys Wanga has this vote. If they see there's evidence that the votes were stolen, let them go to court. There's no problem. We tell Gladys Wanga, okay, if you made a mistake, but not putting allegations you don't have evidence. Let the Kim's kids and the recount be done. We don't have much money to be going for Arano. Thank you guys, and I appreciate the work, because sometimes I'm the back just watching. Sometimes I don't, but I appreciate and thank you for the time.
Okay, asante sana Henry kwa maoni yako. Acha tusonge kwa Roda.
Habari zenyu wherever you are. How are you in the morning? Yeah, it's in the morning. So for me, I'm just gets very disappointment what is our country is going on. You know, our country is always very peaceful. We have a very peaceful country, fantastic, great, and Kenya people are people that used to say Kenya people are very open and very friendly, and that's fact. So we are really blessed. We are generation blessed. Let us go back in Kibaki administrations when he was a president. We get a new constitutions 2010, and Kibaki wakasign paper na Kibaki na alafu vice president wake akakuwa nani anaitangwa. Those days it was not deputy president, we had a vice president. Kalonzo Musyoka akakuwa vice president. Kila mtu akona macho anaona, ukiwa una macho auone. Si mliona administration ya Kibaki ilimalizika vizuri sana na amani, na Kibaki akaenda nyumbani na kapata pesa mzuri pensioner. Hata siku ya mliona mazishi yake, it was Kenya government, kwa sababu vile alitufanya nchi yetu, alitufanya vizuri, akaleta economy yetu back. It's so sad. Somebody like Ruto, oh my God, I wish we need to have a feelings. It's so sad. Ruto alichukuliwa na rais wetu ako sahi Uhuru Kenyatta akiwa ana kitu, nothing. Hata ukimuona picha zake hakuwa anavaa nguo mzuri. Wacha nimwambie, hii dunia tunakaa na kunyenyekea everywhere, whole world, not only Kenya. Without humbleness you cannot move forward, and you have to be grateful. Whatever you have, the small thing you get, be humble. Naruto siku ile alichukuliwa na rais wetu, nampenda, hakuwa na kitu. Sai anakaa Karen, nyumba ya serikali, anapatiwa chakula na serikali, analipiwa nyumba na kila kitu, na hizo vitu zote ni Uhuru anatuma kai. Naruto hajai humble himself, anaambia sisi wote wa Kenya, kwa sababu hizo pesa ni zetu za tax. Asante Mungu, atunaweza lala pahali paka kama Karen na kula chakula mzuri. The government is covering even my children. Niko na security. So unfortunately, Kenya let us people for the humbleness, because the humbleness is a beginning of fear of God. But the Ruto ni mtu ameonyesha uremu Afrika zima na uremu. Hakuna deputy president hata America. Unajua Ruto anaka kama cameras, the same thing whole Africa. Hakuna, nimefanya investigations, hakuna deputy vice president anakaa maisha mazuri kama Ruto. Instead of wagejenga nchi yetu hiyo miaka 10, they understand people, they think different. Even if you think different, understand. Ruto agesikia mkubwa wake wajenge hiyo nchi mzuri na napatia mshahara mzuri, yeye kuingia hiyo kiti akaanza kupora pesa zetu, akaanza kufanya corruptions, ameiba pesa mingi sana. Amejenga nyumba sijui kwao ni Sogoi huko, amejenga slot, ameiba pesa, anapatiwa pesa na President Uhuru, go and you build another community. Mliona alipatiwa pesa za kwenda as Mumia Sugars, ajenge watu wa Mumias Trans Nzoia County wapate nini pesa, kwa sababu Trans Nzoia kunakaa
makabila zote na akachukua hizo 2 billion akaweka kwa mfuko yake, instead of ajue pahali ametoka Sogoi, kijana wa mtu akiwa maskini, arudi huko chini, humble himself, afanye kazi na Uhuru Kenyatta, anajinyenyekea. Hiyo miaka 10 wide retired pamoja. That's the way I was wanted. Uhuru wanatoka pamoja, hiyo kiti anaachia mtu mwingine apate chance, hata yeye alale vizuri, akule chakula mzuri kama Martha Karua. That's the way the politician work whole world. Hata tukiona administration ya Biden na Barack walifanya kazi pamoja, alafu Biden tena akarudi kwa politician na wanasimama na the same party Democrats na wakasupport each other. Why RUTO did do example to us? Wakifanya kazi pamoja, wide retired, akisikia yeye mwenyewe anataka kusimama rais, arudi tena. I could respect him. Unaona vile ametufanya sahi, analeta vituko, but we are not tired. We are keep moving. We are still have a hope. The justice will come. The truth will come, because God is the truth. I think Kenya people are very smart. I think Mother Kome is smart. Kenya people, we are not stupid. Kenya is a nation of God, and we fear God. We are people of prayer. The way the children of Israel, they pray 400 years for God to deliver them. That's the way Kenya we need now. We put our knee and we call the God of Israel, and God is coming to do new things in our country. He will deliver. This is the time you can say, you cast everything to God. You say, I cast to you, to our country. That's the things we need right now. Turn back to you, brother Richard. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rhoda, for your brief comments. I think Henry had already spoken, so I'll be moving on to Saimo.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much. Can you give me like 10 minutes? I arrive where I'm going.
Okay, sure.
Right.
Inawezekana.
Hi, everyone. For me, I actually joined because of the guy who was here speaking earlier, called Sam, who was trying to hoodwink us, trying to make it look as if Azimio and UDA Kenya Kwisha are equal in terms of shenanigans, in terms of mischief, in terms of not having the good intentions for the country, you know? Like, I mean, who are these UDA people trying to kid? Kenyans are awake. Kenyans know the truth. Kenyans are patriots and they love their country. Kwa hivyo historia kuja hapa kujaribu kutudanganya, ati I don't know, Azimio also did this, I don't know, ati yani just nonsense. We are not going to be fooled anymore. We are tired of thieves trying to steal from us from the first day they are sworn in up until 5 years later, and then they want another term. We've had enough. We're not going to take this nonsense anymore. We have had enough. And I wish, Makiadi, you guys would organize all of us, because now the word president-elect has lost meaning. I wish Makiadi one of these days, before our team takes their case to the Supreme Court, everybody in this whatever forum, everyone in the is it called panel? Everyone in the panel will name themselves President-elect Makiadi, President-elect Laban, President-elect Stone PK, President-elect Rhoda, President-elect Henry, President-elect Nyagaka, President-elect Toroitich, President-elect Inawezekana, President-elect Saimo. Because it has lost meaning. Did we not see a man on Monday enter into Bomas, literally swear, give himself a certificate announce himself, give himself a certificate. Now he's calling himself president-elect. Even me, I'm president-elect. Even me now. What is all this? These people want to drink us, want to act like we are foolish. Which Kenyan in that country?
Nonsense.
Which Kenyan in Kenya and in the diaspora and anywhere in this world doesn't know what happened on Monday? Who didn't see the drama? Who didn't see the people who on that stage, the way they were so uncomfortable? Because they knew they were doing the wrong thing. Why do these people want to be told congratulations? Even if we congratulate them, what difference will it make? All of us are president-elect. Congratulate me, Richie, Makiadi. After this, congratulate me. Eh? Because even me, I'm president-elect today.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Eh? Me, to tell you the truth, me, I've had enough of this nonsense. Azimio is the same as even them, they do this, even them, they do that. No, Azimio is different. Azimio ran a good campaign. They did not rig during the elections. They did not go to bomb us and declare themselves president-elect and give themselves a certificate. And even us would have done that if we had wanted. But we are not corrupt like Kenya Kwisha. And we will stand with the truth and by the truth, so help us God. Thank you so much, Makiadi, for giving me, President-elect Makiadi, for giving me the chance to speak.
Inawezekana. Asante sana, President-elect. Inawezekana. Just like you said, people thought that just by the fact that they've been gazetted, that thing cannot be taken away from them. But let's wait and see. That's why we have a judicial process to inspect what happened on that particular day. So I don't know why people are running up and down trying to form government, pulling members of the other side into their coalition so that they can give us the optics that they won fairly. I believe this is a process that will just fall into place, and if you won fairly, then the courts will say, okay, you won fairly and you can go ahead and get sworn in. But people should not run around scaring others that they have the power even to buy the members of parliament from other fringe parties so that they can show us they won fairly. Time will tell. I think Torotich will drop. You came here earlier. I saw you, and I think it's fair that I give you also a chance to speak. Go ahead. Is your mic on? Yeah, we can't hear you. We still can't hear you. Aya. When you get your mic going, I think I'll come back to you. Let me give Bazuman an opportunity. Just try your mic. Nikisikia sauti yako imekuja nitasimamisha Bazu alafu wewe utaingia. Endelea Bazuman.
Yeah. Hello everyone. Yeah, it's good to be with you people. I've been following you backstage all the time. You are really doing a good job. It's really, I know people have been devastated for what has been happening, but the whole world have seen this thing. So people need not worry about what is happening. I like you people, the way you are arguing. You are true patriots, actually. I'm really proud. Kenyans still have few people who want good for their country. Some of us, we are outside the country, but we usually come home. I was home during this campaigning period. It was very peaceful. There's nothing about peace. It's the justice we are fighting for. If you remember the times, the old days, I remember when I was still in school, and I see some of the guys here They're the people who are in the struggle. The more days. It has been a process until where we have reached. Kenya is growing democratically. And everything has to take its place. So we have to stand strong, fight for our country. We know what is right. And it's good. It was a script. It is a script which was planned. And it was planned for the whole world to see. Those who can see, can see. Those who are blind, let them stay the way they are. People are very ignorant. It's shameful. You find grown-ups, you have people who have families. What values are we giving our young people? I was really disappointed. Even one of my cousins, it was a really game plan. This guy has brainwashed people. I don't know, we just need prayers, real prayers. People have been brainwashed. The social media, even, there's no need, those things in the social media, it's a propaganda war. This guy has invested so much. But we need to stand strong. Our leaders, they are quiet. And they know what they're doing. Everything will come there, and this victory is ours. So there's nothing, I don't know, rerun, why are they scared if they know they won? It's the court. Everything is the due process should be followed. Due process should be followed. So we have to stand strong. And I know victory will be ours. Everything will come out there. This was like a coup. If you just see it, if you saw that thing at Bomas. There's no procedures there, but this is the first time you are seeing Kenya going through what it's supposed to be. These 4 commissioners, they did the right thing. This thing is so complicated legally. People will be surprised when we go to court. People will be charged. But it's good. We are following the due process. Me, I'm really strong. Even this thing, I did not worry. And the people we are working background, we know what we are doing. So there's some things, there's someone who talks sometimes here. We did not to spill everything. We'll spill them the right time comes. So people keep strong. We are together. Stony, PK, Richie, I see you contributing every day. There are some other people who are not there. We stand strong. We stand strong. We need to fight for our country. If it's worse for us, there are some things we can, even if you saw Baba, he said he'll go the constitutional way, but he can't say the strategies. There are so many strategies legally, so many. So there are some things we can't talk here now, but you guys keep strong. Let's keep up the fight. Have a good day.
Okay, let's try to read it again. Jaribu tena nione kama mic yako iko sawa.
Wewe unanisikia?
Safi, endelea.
Good morning. Huku ni address vizuri, sema tena, sema unanikaribisha President elect Toroitich.
Hiyo tumeachia, inawezekana ndiye atakuwa na kukaribisha watu namna hiyo.
Hata yabadilike jina, nitakana ikue ishawezekana already. Hii ilikuwa ni setup ya RUTO, ameshajiingiza mwenyewe kwa mix. Anyway, I like vile nini inaendelea, mjadala inaendelea, na earlier tumesikia some like 2-3 days ago pia kuna mwingine alitokea hapa wakarant akaongea upuzi nyingi sana vile sijui tikiti hizi toka Rift Valley bla bla bla. And in fact that's the reason why nilichange jina yangu nikaongeza hapo hivyo kwanza Otieno, so that niko hii imerudi Pogon. Actually nilikuwa nimeweka Otieno Toroitich because imekuwa ni upuzi sana hii imekuwa ikiendelea hapo hivyo. Watu wa UDA na wamejaa sana saizi. Watu wa UDA wakae kwao, and if they have to come here waanze tu kutusikiza, because even for us during the campaigning time we were conversing amongst ourselves. At some point we were going out to fish for more, but all the time tumekuwa tukishinda sisi wenyewe. But wow, wanataka kwanza kuchukua hizi numbers zenye zimekuwa cooked vijinga tu juu, alafu wanataka kujifanya ni kama wameshashinda hii. In fact your gazettement like vile tumekuwa tukiambiwa, I think ni nani ule mzee wetu wa Nakuru ndo alikuwa anatuelezea, the gazetting pia is it's not even it's possible, it's there, they can be degazetted. Let me tell you a story. Kulikuwa kuna mzee fulani na yuko ako jela hapa inaitwa Kibos na Kisumu. This mzee alikuwa amezoea sana kusodomize vijana. Mtu yote akikuja jela anamsodomize. Mtu yote akikuja jela anamsodomize. Na tukamuongelesha, mzee nyumba karibu. Tukamuongelesha sana, tukajaribu kumwambia waachana na hivi, tutasikiaje siku nyingine mtoto wako akifanywa kitu kama hiyo. And to him it was just a joke. Alikuwa amefungwa miaka chache, like I think miaka 7-8 hivi. Then I remember even one day there is somebody anaitwa Ndotia. Akaja akamuelezea huyu mzee, kumbuka hii jela imeundwa, haijaundwa na hema, as in it's very permanent. Imeundwa na vyuma na simiti. It will come back and haunt you vitu yenye unafanyia watu. Naye Mungu ni nani? Hakungoja hata huyu jamaa achiliwe, hata hakungoja kuende mbali sana. Kijana wake alishikwa, akawekwa same jela. What happened? Kuna hii dawa ya wazimu huwa wanapatiwanga. So wengine badala ya kumeza wanaficha chini ya ulimi, wanakunywa maji, alafu wanaenda wanaitoa na kuuza. So hii dawa ikawekwa overdose, wakapatia kijana yake uji. Si alikuwa analala ward next. Akapatiwa uji. Ile amekaribishwa na anasikia ako na njaa, akapatiwa uji. Kumbe uji imekuwa laced. Amewekewa mchele. Akalala. Nakwambia alikuwa sodomized. One day mpaka akapelekwa hospitali kesho yake. Vile baba yake alikuja kugundua yenye lifanyikia mtoto wake akiwa hapo same prison. Huyu jamaa alichukua wembe akachop off kitu yake. Alichop off. Na juu alikuwa ameenda kuikata kisiri ili akufe. Mtu naye akatoka akiwa anaenda tu kwa choo. Time yenye watu waendi choo. Wakapata jamaa amelala hapo hivyo amefuja damu kabisa. Akapelekwa hospitali. The guy alipona, hakupoteza fahamu, bado ako very fresh akili yake. Kila siku anatembeanga tu akifanya hivi, akiangalia vitu yenye anafanyia. I'm talking to watu wa UDA. Hizi vitu yenye wako wanafanya, it will come back and haunt them. It will come back to them because hizi wizi ndogo and even me I'm praying by the way, they don't even need kuweka RUTO ndani. Wamwachilie tu akae aone vile Kenya inaendeshwa. Yeye akiwa amenyang'anywa mamlaka, amenyang'anywa usemi wake, ashangae. Juu hizi hii certificate kidogo tu ameanza kujifanya anavunja sheria, anaanza kupoach kina Robert Anthony aliroba kina nani. He knows it's very illegal and it's not like tuko tunapiga nduru ama tunapiga kelele. He knows what he's doing. It's not good, it's not right. But ameanza mapema sana. Anyway, sisi na sword yetu sijana tumeona nani akiandika kazi mtu president. Meaning sword is still working. What can he do with the certificate? Nothing. Watu wa UDA wakae na wakuwe na heshima. Kuna mtu mwenye amekuwa akisumbua, I don't know kama bado yuko ama ametoka. Anaitwa Sami na mwingine anaitwa siji nani au Kipto, nani Kipto. Please, let's not make this thing a tribal thing. Kwa sababu huyo RUTO wenu amekuwa elect. Please, don't make it ni kama sasa tuache hii mambo ya ukabila. In fact, next time ikiwa ni RERUN, nani ata side na nyinyi mkianza kuweka hiyo ukabila? Because soon you never know nini itafanyika huko hivyo kwa Supreme Court. Watasema basi ni RERUN. Na nyinyi mmedicampaign huyo mtu wenu kwa kujaribu kufanya ikuwe ni mambo ya ukabila. Oh, imeshakuja, imeshakuwa. Mjiapishe basi. Mjiapishe tu atambue. So please, let's have respect. In fact, mkikuja mahali kama hapa, listen to us when we converse amongst ourselves as patriots. Nyinyi wengine mkae tu hapo hivyo muone tu, and you will understand why you had to do a large scale rigging. Ndio mujaribu kuteremusha Raila wetu. Not wacha hata nisiongelee kuhusu Raila. Ndio mujaribu kuteremusha our numbers, our votes, our genuine votes, kujaribu kuiteremusha chini ya 50. It was an uphill task. You had to be clumsy, you had to be careless, you had to be everything. You already caught yourself, in fact. That's why some of your lawyers wenyewe hapa naongelea na washaanza kuchambua, washaanza kuwa defeated even in their own arguments. So let's have respect. At the end of the day, sisi tuko na constitution ambayo iko sawa, inasimama, it's very functional. Na constitution inasema aje, until the highest court of the land ndio ita determine in the instances yenye kuwa sisi wengine tuna feel aggrieved that tujapata justice kwa ile yenye ilifanyika 9th of August. Until then, mtulie, mkuwa pole bana. Ni bado mwendo, bado mapambano. Asante President-elect Makiadi na President-elect Nyumba. Na wengine
Thank you so much my brother. Wacha nione kama kuna video nimedownload hapa. Cheze alafu tusonge mbele.
Chini ajulishwe sheria za Kenya na asifuate. Kama hasifuati, basi tunajua hata ukichukua Biblia hutafuata. Lakini wengine tumewazoea. They are full of impunity. So we are calling out the deputy president, because I can't call him anything else. He's the deputy president of the outgoing regime. Respect the laws of the land. Yes. You are under the laws of Kenya, even as a deputy president. And wait for the outcome when our legal challenge gets to the court. In our constitution, under our constitution, and I want Kenyans to know, when the presidential election is over, even if you are said to have won, even if you are a purported winner, you cannot be sworn in before the legal challenge is exhausted. And like now, because we have not yet filed, but we are within time, until the time to file a petition expires, and you are clear of any legal challenge, you cannot start throwing your weight around. Which weight? What if the challenge nullifies? Tulia ugoje. That's what we are saying. And they can be sure there will be a legal challenge because there was no proper tally. And the results purported to be declared are personal to Wafula Chebukati. They are not the commission's tally, and they are not true. Na Wakenya wajue, ukianza na wizi, utamaliza na nini? Na wizi. After here, asking people to jump their parties, wooing people unconstitutionally and illegally, you are already trying to steal the mandate the people have given. Watch out, Kenyans. Hard times are coming. After here, asking people to jump their parties, wooing people unconstitutionally and illegally, you are already trying to steal the mandate the people have given. Watch out, Kenyans. Hard times are coming. When we have purported leaders who do not believe in the rule of law, who do not believe in democracy, it's the beginning of anarchy. Thank God, we have due process, which we believe in. Us as a new, once we take our legal challenge to the court, whatever the outcome, that is the end of the journey. That's the way our constitution is. It may not be perfect, but that is the way it is. And we promise to abide. We always abide by the rule of law, even when we disagree with the ruling. We disagree, either take next steps, or if it is the final, we accept it as final. And we know that. So wale hawaelewi sheria, tulieni. Wacha kujigamba-gamba na siku haijafika. Haki zetu bado. Even when there is a proper tally, a candidate is entitled to a re-tally on demand. And if it's in a polling station, you're entitled to a re-count if you want. When you do it in darkness and then you just come and declare casually, you deny parties the right of recount. When you do it in darkness, that is not a tally of the commission. Hiyo ni yako ya kitu yako pekee yako. And we have already had it with his fellow commissioners. The exercise of tally is an exercise of the corporate body called the commission. The commission is not an individual. It's a corporate body consisting of 7 commissioners and a secretary. So that tally has to be conducted and ended by the entire commission. And if there is disagreement, they will be voting and a referendum. Listen, wasi kutoka kwa nyumba yako utuambia ati kupata ni nani. Mashindano si yangu mwenyewe, ni ya the whole country. So we will be going to vote for appropriate reliefs, and we are very happy that as our supporters you have kept peace, and countrywide that is the case. But however, it is very sure that a person who aspires to lead the country is either ignorant of our laws or behaves with impunity, starting to woo members of the Azimio coalition and announcing they have defected to the side. Is it that he has not read the Political Parties Act, or he regards the law as nothing? If you are in a coalition, you have to give 3 months notice of the intention to leave the coalition. It's a legal process. This is not the Kanu era, where you could just buy people to cross the floor. And if you are an individual member and you belong to a political party or a coalition and you want to cross the floor, the penalty is you return to the voters to tell them, ile nguo nilikuja nayo kwenu nimebadilisha, wakuidhinishe tena au wakutupe nje. So we are telling Kenyans, don't be hoodwinked to start acting against the law by people full of impunity, people who do not believe in the law. And anybody who does not obey the law.
Let me say this. When we hear it from them, because we've been hearing from the Deputy President and his people, when it is actualized, the law will take its course. So we are not calling out anybody. Today I'm calling out the Deputy President of the outgoing government.
The country deserves justice and peace. And our national anthem, we sing, justice be our shield and defender. Yani, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Lazima tupate haki, na haki ikiamuliwa na koti, hiyo ni ya mwisho. Hata kama hukubali kwa roho yako, lazima tutulie na tukubali uamuzi wa mwisho wa koti. Mumeamua, lakini koti itaamua kama mahesabu imeingiana au ni mahesabu ya bandia. Kwa hivyo tuwe na utulivu, na vile tumeungana hapa bila kuulizana wewe ni wa chama gani, wewe ulipigia nani kura, tuendelee na maisha vile tunaendelea na maisha tukingojea, na hiyo ndio inatakikana. Kwetu ni haki tunatafuta, na ni mojo ni ndetigitageria ndambiriria mwathani wao.
Okay, fairly long video, but I think it's very, very informative. I believe that is what we should be listening to right now. Nyomba, do you want to make a remark, or you want to ask a question, or?
Thank you, Bwana Makiadi, and members of the panel. I greet all of you, wherever you are, whatever time it is. And it's a combination of all, Mr. Makiadi, but it's not a presentation. I want to put a statement here. Thank you, Bwana Pagon, for your comments. And Bwana Makiadi, when you look at this panel now, I'm the oldest person here. Men don't hide their ages. I clocked 66 years last month. Kama kuna mtu anataka kunitubia kitu ya birthday, 15th July, I clocked 66. Now, why am I saying this? Why should I hide my years? I'm a grandfather myself. Bwana Makiadi, and you are there when I was presenting the other day, the other night, not yesterday night. And there's a cry here. And Pagon has mentioned it. This is postmortem we are doing of what happened. Usually, mkipanga harusi ikiisha, watu wanakuwa na, they call it postmortem. Let's not find the word wrong. Si ya kuzika ama kufa, okay? Ni postmortem, ni ya kuanalyze situation ilienda namna gani, so next time we do it better. Is it a wedding? Is it a burial mmekuwa? That meeting before it breaks up, you shall have a postmortem. As we speak here now, what we should be doing is postmortem of the situation we have undergone. It's not a matter of entertaining the Kenya Kwanza, Kenya Kwisha, UDA people to come here and put salt on our injuries. We have cried about this. Pogon has mentioned this. Somebody else has mentioned this. There was a Mr. Sam today. The other time, I keep long time no see. Welcome.
You've not addressed me. You've not
the other
addressed
day I
me.
was not on the
You've
panel,
not
but I
addressed me
understand.
properly. You've not addressed me properly.
Pardon?
You've not addressed me properly.
It's okay. I'll do as I quit.
No,
Now,
it's president-elect.
Oh, president-elect.
Yes.
Fake. Now, not you. The other one. The other one is fake.
No, we are all president-elect now. I like what we're in our.
I'm saying here it's okay, but the other one is fake. The most original president-elect is a fake. Okay. Now, what I'm saying is, I didn't participate in the one I'm telling somebody who was so much challenging himself that he messed up everybody here. Everybody became unhappy. I never watched that. This is my comment. That's what I've said the years I have. Okay. Bwana nani knows Stone in Kikuyu, kuna mambo ya nyumba mnaongea kinyumbani, si kuingiza kila mtu hapo kwa hiyo nyumba yenu muongee mambo ya kinyumbani. Hii ingekuwa ni mambo ya kinyumbani tunaongea saa hizi. This is not the time we are campaigning and we could entertain other people Kenya Kwisha here. Wanakuja wanatushafua. Ingawaje wengine waliruka last minute. Kama anaitwa nani nimesahau jina. Sasa nasema hivi, mawaidha. Me and my grandfather. The other day there was a Mr. Gee, and in fact, I'm very lucky that Mr. Makiadi, you are the moderator then. Mr. Gee analeta mambo ya kutusumbua hapa na nikasema na siku mtukana because at my age is tukanani when I was young, hata kukutukana hata kupigana kukuchapa ningekuchapa. I'm an elder. I don't do those things. In fact, situations where I find there's violence, either physical or even verbal violence, you know, I quit. I move out of that. My age does not allow me to do that, to be there in such situations. I pleaded with you, Mr. Makiadi, that Mr. Gee should actually, such people of this nature should not be part and parcel of this panel as of now. Maybe they'll come later alone. And earlier on, when we are doing the campaign, it was okay. But now we have injuries that we are trying to heal. And for them to come here and mess us even more, I'm not in agreement. And as I finish, you know, if you go back to that day, Mr. Makiadi, when I'm moderating, Gee called me Wacha Utoto, Mimi, at 66 years. Wacha Utoto, Mimi. At 66 years. Utoto gani will come at 66? These are the people you are bringing here just to hurt us. Because of that, members, with your permission, I'm taking sabbatical leave from this panel now. Hakuna mtu anakuja kuniambia niwache utoto hapa. Utoto gani at this age?
No,
and many people are pleading with it. Let me finish. No interruption.
No,
No interruption,
I know, but
no
what you're saying is
interruption,
painful.
please.
What you're saying
No,
is
please.
painful. What you're saying is
No
painful.
interruption. Let me finish. People are coming and pleading. Pogon has pleaded. Kenya Kwanza anakuja kutuumiza wakati tumeumia. Alafu Gee na anapatio hours and hours messing this panel. And at long last, look at the writings. Hiyo ya kuandika hapo kando. Mwishone aliniambia waacha utoto. Nikamwambia hapana, sina utoto. Bwana Gee, mostly my age and yours, mostly ya my younger brother or my son. My son kuniambia niwache utoto. I take a sabbatical leave from this panel. Maybe I'm not happy, I'm not comfortable under the ongoing situation. Thank you, everybody. It is a very productive panel, but it was my fear all the time that such a thing is going to happen. Wacha utoto at my age. Wacha utoto. Hapana, haiwezekani. Thank you, everybody.
Nyumba usiende. Can I just say something very quick? I've always said this on this discussion forum. Oh my God. That's honor. Look what you've done. What I've always said is age comes with privilege. You cannot abuse somebody like that. That's your senior. Gee. And I think Gee, I'm just going to nitakuanika hapa. Gee has always been a problem. He's been very abusive, and that's not the first person he's done that to. He's done that to Mama Selina. I think, Richard, we need to talk to a few of the admins, and some of these guys need to be banned forever. We see their names, we remove them, because Nyumba is somebody that contributes, and if somebody that age feels aggrieved like that, saying that he's not coming back, sisi tutasikiaje? The juniors, how would we feel? That was very bad manners. I always say that kuna age, even in the UDA side, tunaonanga Nyakaka here, he's in the UDA place. We don't mess with him too much. We talk to him. There's mining, and we don't mess with those ones. So why would you mess with our elders here? It's not fair. Unajua uzeni uzee. You have to respect it, because that is wisdom. Hata wale wa Kenya Kwanza tunawasikizanga, we talk to them. So I feel bad. I came here to try and explain ile uchungu nimekuwa nayo for a few days from Monday. And now it's being increased by losing a panelist that I feel that brings a lot of insight into the show. I feel aggrieved again. Inaumiza, it's hurting more, because see, instead of letting us heal properly, munakuja kututukana. Why? Is it fun for you to see us hurting? We're hurting and we're grieving. We have a bit of hope, but then mnakuja kutukanyaga kama Burukenge. I do not understand. Is it really fair? Because I'll be honest, seeing things like that on live TV, blatant stealing, unajua ile unaibiwa na unaona unaibiwa, and then you can't do anything about it. You feel helpless. You know the thief, you can take the thief to the police, and the police will say nothing can happen. That is the pain. That's the pain I feel. Wameninyang'anya. I don't know how to explain. I see it, but there's nothing you can do. They're telling me proof that the man stole from me. I have to prove. Yet, in the Constitution, they're supposed to protect my vote. I have paid 41 billion Kenya shillings for you to protect my vote. Yet you're telling me that the person who's representing me has to spend more money to watch the person who's protecting my vote so that it's not stolen. Does that really make sense, Kenyans? And then you're gonna question me, why didn't you have an agent in Central? Are you kidding me? Is that an argument, Kenyans? Why didn't you have an agent in Rift Valley? Is that a question you're gonna ask me? Honestly, Richie, that really
Hold on. Are you making a submission, or you are reacting to what
I'll make the
Nyumba
submission
said?
later on. I'm just a bit angry because I'll come back later. I think I understand what you mean. You may jump line.
Okay.
Right.
Let's do this. Some of you here in the comment section are blaming the moderator. Keep is a moderator. Stony VK is a moderator. They've seen what it means to be on this side of the screen. There is a lot that you see on this side compared to the viewer, and most of the things will slip through. Keep, you can bear me witness. I have almost 4 tabs here. When I look at my screen on this side, I have the comment section, I have the private comment section, I'm playing videos, I have tabs that are open, and so sometimes it is not easy to even go through the comments. Sometimes people even alert you and say, hey, there's somebody here, ametuvamia, this person is going to spam this feed, and so we jump there and we block that. You've seen those funny comments. And so it's unfortunate, and Nyumba, I know you're listening to us. It's unfortunate what happened. I apologize on behalf of G. I think it was so unfortunate that it degenerated into name calling, and wherever you are, mimi nimeomba msamaha kwa yeye. You've been a panelist here for a long time. Take it into your heart that watu Teresa, but we are here together to encourage each other and push for a common cause. So I want to move forward from that. I don't want to dwell there because we start throwing blame games here. Who did not do what? Then we are going to lose focus. Nilikuwa nimefika kwa voice. Go ahead, voice.
Yeah, thank you so much, President-elect Makiadi Mwanamboka. I wanna greet also President-elect Laban, President-elect Stone Piquet, President-elect Inawezekana, President-elect Bazu Man, President-elect Kipril. Yes, and I wanna congratulate myself. To be a president-elect is not easy today, and you know, it's just as simple. You just organize a choir, and you get a man in suit. Just one commission is enough. Is enough to declare me a president-elect. So, with the power raising me as a commission of this panel, I thereby declare everyone a president-elect. We all are president-elect. So those president-elects following me in the comment section, I thank you and I appreciate you. I want to go to an issue that I raised here yesterday, and I think I'm the only one who saw the private chat, and I realized that Makiadi did not see the private chat where G was trying to enter the studio, and then he was chatting here with Mzee and abusing Mzee. I did say that. I remember I say that that is not the way forward. Na nikasema throughout the campaign of Mr. Sipangwingwi, one of my friend and another president-elect like me, throughout his campaign, I never see him being endorsed by elder and being, sikuona mahali walimfanya kiongozi mahali ama kumkubali mahali popote community fulani. Nilikuwa naona tu anaenda na hizo maforum zake za kusema wana bottom up ya, nikajua kumbe bottom up si kitu ingine. Bottom up ni just a simple narrative of campaign, and then who never really no one ever explained what bottom up means. We don't know. Even right now they are not talking about bottom up, but instead they are talking about many unconstitutional things. They are acting like they don't have a reasoning object right now. Like, we don't know even what they are doing. Gachagua, President-elect Gachagua was also taking many funny things that we never saw in the world. President-elect like Gachagua, a president-elect like Wetangula, speaking like asking for a congratulation about a post that was declared by the choir. Because me, according to me, if you ask me, the only people who did the biggest job at Bomas that day was the choir. And I saw so many songs, and I still sing some of those songs because they are so nice songs. And also like 20 choirs. So what we saw there, it's 20 choirs. After that, we saw Leona Chaos, and then we saw the choir declaring something that was president-elect to. So I think by now tunajua that UDA is just a scam na ukweli. Wametuonyesha kila kitu. And I want to congratulate actually the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya, my president, sir, Mr. Raila Amolo Odinga, who is not a president-elect, but the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. And we want to say this today, that my prayer on this panel today, president-elect.
No, Raila is the 4th president of Kenya.
Oh, the 4th. Okay. Mr. President-elect Makiadi, my prayer to this panel today is that maybe we should be careful in watching languages of people coming here, because I saw even some people portray to be there's a person who called Sam, I don't know what, and there are also other people who comes here with a language anakuwa kama ako neutral kidogo hivi, unapata kwanza mtu akikuja na zile neutrality anakuwa ni kama ako katikati, sio moto si baridi. Naomba tukuona mtapika tu mara moja, unacheza na hiyo button, cheza kama wewe, itakuwa inafanya. Na alafu pia panelist wengine, Makiadi ashasema hapa, nakumbuka akisema si mpaka yeye tu ndio amkate. So ukiona vitu hazingiani, please you have the right to rise up and say, hey, man, huyu kuna kitu anafanya hapa na hii. Welcome President-elect Kuseo Auze. Welcome to the panel of President-elect of the year 2022. And I want to end up just this submission and say that let's respect our elders, please. Our elders we still ahead of us, no matter what. No matter what you think you know, you will never know what your elders know. In our language, we say that even if a witch doctor trained his son, he only remain with one secret that his son will never know. Even if Mzee tells you every secret, or if Mzee tells you many things about history, he will always know what you don't know. So that's why he's elder than you, and he's your light, and that's where we find light. So let's not abuse our light so that we may not live in darkness. Thank you so much. I won't take much of your time. I will speak after my president-elect Kipril, and also my president-elect Bazu and Kuseo. Thank you so much for your participation in this panelist of president-elect this morning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me see if I can share a video. I don't know if you can see my screen.
Yes,
No,
we can see.
No,
Okay.
I can't see your screen. I can't see your screen.
You can?
Yes, I can. I'm just messing
Okay,
with you.
good, thank you.
Fizzled down to 6. Certain had submissions in the now historic presidential petition case, and the verdict when it came was monumental, not just for the judiciary's landscape, but for the country's democratic space as well.
The declared results invalid, null, and void.
While that verdict may have caught both the petitioners and the respondents by surprise, analysts believe that the indications that it would go the way it did was spread out during the presentations, and the markers could be gleaned from the interest of the judges in certain sections of the submissions. One of the areas where the judges spent a considerable amount of time questioning was the issue of stray ballots.
The argument, well, is that the total votes cast for the president were more than those cast for the governors, for example, for the women representative, for example. It's not a question of a president getting more than the governor or what.
A huge number of people voted for president and say senator, and for governor, there's very little voting. And those are some peculiar habits of our voters. Polling date, my lords, it is common ground.
The assumption is we will be given all 6.
Yes, you're given all 6.
And you want to vote for only one candidate.
Yes.
Where do the other 5 ballot papers go? It's a very simple question.
True enough, you are given 6 ballots. You're given 6 ballots, but there is no corresponding obligation that you must vote for all the 6.
Even with the color coding that the ballot boxes have and the ballots themselves have, room is still created for what your leadership correctly called the stray ballot, which is a correct ballot placed in the wrong box.
What we are asking,
yes,
where do those 5 go? How are they accounted for? It's a simple question.
Oh yes,
they're not stray.
No, they're not stray.
They can only be stray if they have found themselves through the wrong ballot box.
And that's the point.
So they're not stray. So you still remain with 5.
Yes.
Where do you put them? Carry them away?
No.
How are they accounted for?
No, and that's the point I'm making. You vote. You vote for 1, and vote for the 2nd, and vote for the 3rd. You have 6.
It took a record for lawyers to attend to that question, but still not to the satisfaction of the bench.
And when you're given 6 ballot papers, you need to mark each and every one of those papers with your choice of the person that you're voting for.
It wasn't just that ballot paper that had the judges probing the respondent's case. The issue of security of the results transmission forms 34A and 34B was also scrutinized, especially in light of the REBC's ICT report.
That there were no security features required on these forms?
It is not a requirement of the law.
It is not a requirement of the law?
No.
But did these forms have security features?
Yes.
So meaning, if they had, they all should have.
Abundance of caution.
The same questions were raised of the tallies of some constituencies like Nyali and Kisauni, where the returning officer the dissenting judges also had their voices heard in the court. Justice Jackton Ojwang interrogated the petitioner's video evidence.
We agreed that this is not a dying declaration. Therefore, you should say something about its evidentiary strength.
While Justice Njoki sought clarity on some of the pieces of evidence presented by the president's legal team.
Perhaps you are gray-haired and perhaps not .com. Perhaps the .com member of your team can properly describe what is it that was presented for the record.
Although the petitioner's case was also scrutinized by the bench, many legal experts believe that these questions may have been the point at which the tide turned and may have informed the decisions taken by 4 of the 6 judges to invalidate President Uhuru's victory. Brenda Wanga, NTV.
Okay, I wanted to play that video because we are somebody's mic is oh yeah, I wanted to play that video because we are heading back to the same situation, same conditions, same narrative, same referees. The only person that has been ejected from the system there is the Chief Justice only. The rest, same people. Na labda kumeongezewa Judge Ouko, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, I think Judge Ouko. Sijui ule mwingine Ojwang alienda nyumbani ama yuko bado? Stone PK.
Ako nyumbani.
Oh, Judge Ojwang yuko nyumbani. Who replaced him? Because I know we have Ouko replaced Judge Ojwang.
Ouko, yes.
And then CJ was replaced by Martha Koome, right?
That's right.
And the rest are the same.
Correct.
Okay, asante. Aya. Ni kwa president-elect nani? Kip.
Yes, yeah, thank you for addressing me, and you should congratulate me after that. You know, it's important. I need praises after I duly got announced by Inawezekana. So I need congratulations. But what confuses me is every year we improve it, because from 2013 we didn't annul the election. We still did something that was quite confusing to the rest of the world, which was, can we have a recount? And then we corrected the laws. We're going to do it differently next time. Then we annulled it. But there's one thing we're missing. Who broke the law? Who was prosecuted? Where is the example so that this doesn't happen next? You can't keep having security features every time. Yet in 2013, we could even have remained with the system in 2013 if we had taken some people to jail. That is the problem we're having right now. This is the third election that Chebukati is on. Hii mtu kama angekuwa shayeko huko ndani for doing some stupid things, I don't think anybody else would have done anything silly right now, because it's exactly the same script. It's actually a combination of 2013 and 2017, by the way, if you didn't notice. What RUTO has done is a combination of it all. He's given you everything as evidence. I say, I'll do exactly the same script and I'll be president. And I'll do it blatantly. By the way, I'll come and sit when they're announcing me. We didn't do that last time. I'll come and sit with my wife there, and the person who's going to announce me is going to sit there, and there's nothing you're going to do. And it happened because as deputy president, he still has powers. So those police officers that were doing that, this is where people got scared. Oh, deep state, this nonsense. Those police people that are there in Bomas are obliged to listen to him. They're obliged. How can you disobey your chain of command? If that person angepigiwa simu na president asema don't listen to the deputy, then that would have been different. But how do you expect Uhuru to interfere? How do you expect him so that he doesn't look neutral? You know, you gotta understand, this is very delicate, and this guy is doing a lot of things that is catching us out of surprise. You know, we didn't know you'd be this blatant. We locked all the doors. We did everything correctly. Lakini bado mtu amekuja kutuibia. And that is what hurts people. You know, UDA people, you don't understand what is going on psychologically for most of us. It is the fact that daylight robbery. Unajua ushaibiwa kitu, yani ushaibiwa wallet na unajua ndio ule mwizi anakimbia nayo. And there's nothing you can do because you're in a dangerous neighborhood. And you're watching the man run away with your property. And you're like, if I run after him, I'll get hurt. But I'll stay here, but I'll have to walk home or whatever it is. That's how it felt. But imagine this, the robbery. Hata sai kuambia miaka yangu. By the time I'm 60, that's when I'll see the next tribe, by the way. That's how painful it is. When I'm 60 years old, I will have hopes. Another tribe that is not Kip or Kamau or Wanjira, not Wanjira, Wanjiko, any other tribe that is not in Central or Rift Valley that is taking the presidency. That is how painful it is for me. Because it took a while for me to switch to this other side, because in 2013, I did not like Raila. I did not know I didn't like Raila. .com people. I was convinced in 2014 that I should follow this old man. Lakini sasa, yani, it's taken that long. Mpaka nasikia uchungu sasa. I'm feeling that pain. Na ukiniuliza hiyo that time, why I don't like the old man? And now I know why. For the last 10 years, we've suffered as Kenyans, because I know from the guys from diaspora would understand this. There's a time you'd come with $1,000 home. Coming with $1,000 home, utasaidia watu wengi, na you do a few help a few relatives here and there, just $1,000. But for now, at a 3,000 haitoshi. What you had planned to do at home. There's a relative who needs mazishi. Kuna mtoto anakuwa mgonjwa hapo. Sijui kuna nini hapo, lazima uende kusaidiana. Because we are the ones who are sent off to have better lives. So they look up to us and they ask us for help. But now even 1,000 cannot help. 1,000 is nothing. It's about 100,000 Kenya shillings. It's nothing now in Kenya. Alafu watu this year December watakuja usaidizi tena. How How am I going to help them if the path was already written there down to you? You following President-elect. Did you notice something, Makiadi? Chepukati did not announce Gachagua. That is already a sign for the Kikuyus. The Kikuyu, my Mount Kenya brothers and sisters. That's sign number one. He brought his wife, he brought himself, but he did not bring Gachagua and his wife to that podium. Day number 3, he locks all the UDA winners or whatever, future MPs and senators outside, and only has people from Rift Valley, and I'm not talking about just Rift Valley, I'm talking about Kalenjin community, and have a private meeting for 2 hours before we can see the rest of you. The Republic of Kalenjin. That's what Kenya is, the Republic of Kalenjin. And you're going to have that for 10 years with Kalenjins ruling you. And then afterwards, maybe we're going to have the Kikuyus, because I don't think this guy is going to allow that to happen. He'll switch. And you wonder why I feel pain. Nasikia uchungu. And it's not because I came to Motembe for nearly 8 months and coming every day with Makiadi and the rest of the admins and preaching this. It's a fact that we are seeing it on live TV, yet it seems normal even to the media, like ni kawaida, blatant theft. You're seeing Sholay running with papers. You're seeing videos of people doing funny things in polling stations. You're seeing numbers acting weird. And the worst thing, the international society is greeting their hands and saying, oh, it was peaceful. What? Nobody's saying the truth. All these so-called big people, we want peace. How can you cause peace when we don't have justice? And I think that is the mantra now. How can you have peace without justice? Kuna watu wamekuwa wagonjwa because of the results on Monday. I haven't been here for a week. It hurt. It really hurt. I've seen a lot of friends hurting because of this. Kuna watu nimeona wameumia sana. Wameumia. Kuna sijui my friend's mother alirizai hivyo tu. She just fainted. And that's a Kalenjin by the way. She just fainted. Wakamchukua hospitali. Kuna watu wamekataa kutoka kwa nyumba. And you have UDA people making fun of us. Some of them are just heartless, just making fun of us. We're trying to process it, and they're making fun of us. It's painful. It's very painful. And you try to explain to them that kulikuwa na wizi. Oh, but we won. How can you win? Explain to me, how can you win if there's evidence of you stealing? Sometimes I think these people also have blinkers. Like feature, they don't want to know how the win got. Mbona Raila asiibe? Richie, why doesn't Raila win? Why doesn't Raila steal? Should Raila steal? Should Martha Karua steal? Stone PK. That's a question to you.
Some people are saying that's the reason.
But the question is, should they steal so that we are happy?
Ask Raila himself.
For me, I'll answer it just to finish off my point. My answer to that question, should Raila steal, should Martha Karua steal, is no. Hell no. I don't want them to steal. I want future for my children and my grandchildren. That this should not be normal. We're making it normal. So, Stony PK, should we steal so that we can win the election? I'll leave it at that, and then President-elect Richie, you can take it to the next person.
Okay, thank you. Keep.
And by the way, if you see the dashboard that Richie has right now, the man has got it crazy. He has to do the video thing there. At the bottom is is a list of the people he has to bring in. Some don't have faces. Comments is not just Facebook. There's also YouTube. So we see them, and the problem is also the fact that you need to remember who is coming in next. So trust me, the moderating is not easy. Tukitwanga saa zingine tunakataa, ni ngumu, ni kazi.
Yes.
Thank you, Nicky.
Safi. Let me go to Simon. I think Simon will go up before, sir.
President-elect.
Yeah, let's try to make our submission within, let's say, 3 minutes, and at least if you came to a mwisho, then we can have an open session. Simon, karibu.
Thank you, President-elect Makiadi. I'm not sure why you're not respecting me by giving my due title. This next time, call me by my name, President-elect Simon. Now, I wish to agree mostly with President-elect Kip that it might be a little difficult for the. Well, let's agree. Let's come to terms with the reality that our country, as opposed to what you like it to be, is a tribal nation, is a tribal country. And what I think we have been trying to do for the last maybe 50 years, but seriously the last 10 years, is what President Uhuru was trying to kind of get it to the back, get it out. There's no way leadership can be just revolving around two tribes, the Kalenjins, the Kikuyus, the Kalenjin Kikuyus. Okay, in what sense does the people or the leaders who are behind this think that that is okay? We got, the last I checked, 44 tribes. It used to be 42. Now we are up to 44. So should we have a country of the two tribes, the Kalenjins and the Kikuyus, and the less 42? Okay, for those of us that belong to those tribes, I want us to think in terms of, you have to get out of your box and think from like you are from the other tribe. Get outside the box. Think. Are you also a Kenyan? Why are you or if you are you a lesser Kenyan? Why can't we have a president coming from the Turkana? Why can't we have a Redile president? Why can't we have a Pokomo president? Why? Why must it revolve around the two tribes? And I think our constitution is also faulty. That's President-elect Simon saying that it has its defaults. It should not be always that the best should be the one to win. There should be like a system that also takes care of the rest of tribes. If it comes to now that we have to revolve, then we say after 10 years it has to move from, let's say it moves from the central block. Maybe we can divide the country into, like it used to be promises, 8 regions, 7 regions. Maybe we say put them in blocks of 2. These 2 blocks, it's your turn to produce a president. These other 2 blocks, it's your turn. That can bring equality in the country. But the way things look at it. I come from a major tribe, it's the one that looks like it owns everything. I feel bad. Why should it be only the Kikuyus? Why should it be only the Kalenjins? And the way it looks like now, if we allow this time, because definitely all signs are showing that these elections have been stolen. They have this, probably to me, these are the most shambolic elections that we have had since independence. I heard President-elect keep saying that it's a combination of 2013 and 2017, but I want also, and I agree to a greater extent, but this is a hybrid. This is 2013, 2017, and now in steroids. It's in steroids. It is high tech. It is everything that you don't want it to be. So the question is, the Kenyans that we are we going to allow this to continue? We have our watchdogs, 16 of them today. They said, this is human rights. They said these elections were symbolic. The only people who are saying it's okay is the UDA people. We have got the European Union saying your election should, Mr. Raila Odinga, should go to the Supreme Court because we have seen it. The elections were symbolic. So my point is, we need, there's a gentleman who came here yesterday and said these elections, this country, it cannot be given to Ruto. That's period. Because he didn't win. Obviously, he didn't win. So what he should do, if we can't have a legal process that can help this, then it should go to the military. And I had thought about it, but I didn't want to voice that. And I think it's a good idea. But because we still have some systems, they are weak. I think our systems is weak, but they're still functioning. I would think, let's try the legal systems that are within the Constitution and see whether it's going to work. If they don't work, I know we are on live television. If they don't work, I think it should be given to the military, and then let's organize our house. Let's get our house together. I don't care, 1 year, 5 years, until we get straight. Because look at it. If the Supreme Court says today, let's repeat the election, the election. Let's have it done all over. Who is gonna? Who are got? IEBC, my foot. It can't run another election. It's not prepared. It wasn't prepared for the last 5 years. It can't be prepared in 2 weeks. So what do we do? Probably we need the military to sit down and be a take-care government until we get our house together. And then we will have the government for the people. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you so much. Umesema president elect. Mimi nangojea Supreme Court kwanza ifanye decision ndio nitapatia mtu hiyo title. So kila mtu ni raia. As of now, according to me. Kuse.
Now, some people have already started calling themselves president-elect. Why can't you all do it?
Oh, good evening, Simon. Simon, you are not a president-elect. Jakosoko, Peter, Richie, Stone, Voice. There is even another president up there. Bazu. Good evening, all of us. Now, I think, Simon, are you in America?
Yes, sir.
I think that's why you are getting those funny ideas of president-elect. Because here, even everybody is president of something. If you are not careful, you may not be so sure which president you are referring to. Here, everybody is a president. Even in the church, they have a president. Every company has a president. So,
say you're not getting the point. Kuna mtu alikuja Bomas akapewa certificate kwa sababu alipewa certificate akaitwa president elect, na sisi tu kumchagua. It has become a very useless title. That's what we're trying to say.
Let me correct you, president elect Kip.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I'll reduce your minutes to 2 minutes, Kuse.
It
You
was
have
a
2 minutes. You have 2 minutes because you opened a
Not when
discussion.
we are dealing with such an important issue, my friend.
I want to hit the last. I want to hit the last panelist on the left. So I reduce you to 2 minutes now, and then we can come back.
But let's agree
See,
it was a Kirinyaga
you display for me that diagram, then
I have explained to you, Kusel. Look at the text that I sent you. I'll try to limit myself to
you
issues
sent
that.
me something.
Yeah, check. Sometimes, okay, panelists. Let me say this. You know, there are so many people that come to watch us here, and some of the things that we speak here might be helpful to other people. So I'll try sometimes to be very cautious, especially because we have a court case that is coming up. There are things that we will not want to discuss here. We have realized that people are sent here just to listen to us and take information elsewhere. So I hope you understand. So.
Well, actually, basically, my issue was just to re-emphasize on the issue of this server. Now that it came from the DP himself, when he was telling Kenyans that that they were able to see the server through the portal. And I think, as the earlier speakers have indicated, that was basically a website, and that is as much as it is a website. A website. It had nothing to do with the server. Now, when you heard some of our agents complaining here that things have happened there, things have been deleted, others have been substituted, others have been replaced, others have been altered, that could not take place. Whatever you see in the portal is what the IBC themselves wanted you to see. So they created the portal and was posting whatever they want you to see over there. Now, I'm at the expense of repeating myself. You are saying that what exactly is this verification that was taking place at Bomas? And then remember, most of the KP fellows in KK are saying that that the commissioners were reading the results from the constituencies, and as far as they are concerned, that reading was like confirming that those were the correct figures. No. What they were doing is that they have checked and picked whatever discrepancies that were there or correctness that was there. Those particular constituencies had been checked, and what the returning officers submitted is what they were reading. As to whether they were correct or not is another matter, and that is what came to light when the 4 commissioners were explaining that they had questioned Chebukati. What happened to the issues which were raised on the floor by the various parties and various agents? And then, of course, his answer was that he will deal with them. He will deal with them. Now, what I'm trying to say here is that the fact that a commissioner read at the floor of Bomas the results for a particular constituency does not mean they were correct. I'm sure you have seen the many lawyers in the different media stations saying, nobody's complained, nobody said anything. At what point did they see something wrong? All those manner of questions. Now, the reason why that happened like that is because from the Maina Kai case, the polling station results, if you have issues with the results at the polling stations, you correct them at the constituency level or at the polling station level. And you are free to ask for a recount at that stage and a recheck. And you remember, in Kiambu, during when I think Kimani Chungo was being declared the winner, you remember the complainant insisted that the turnout was not agreeing with the votes declared in favor of Kichungo, and he was demanding that they be relooked at. And then what was the answer? He was told, no, you can go to court, which was a bit, I think, very, very sad. If you are sure and you have every reason and you have evidence, so to say, that things have not gone right here, remember, once the Form 34 lands at Bomas, it cannot be changed. It can only be changed at the polling station level, or maybe it can be the returning officer can listen to your complaint and do a recount or something like that. After that, Chebukati has no powers to change them. Hence, everything, once they have been checked at Bomas, they were just to be passed and noted. once they are noted, if any of the complainants feel they are the way the forms, they call it, the errors have been noted, will be useful to them in going ahead, then they are free. It will then form part of their evidence if they so want. But Chebukati cannot change them. But something else which I wanted to say here is that I learned something. By the way, I realized that yesterday I could not proceed far because of other issues. But I have gotten to learn that the way that system is designed is that once you have done the Form 34As from the polling station and they have come to Bomas, the forms are, there is a program which will convert the forms and tally them. And once they are tallied, from there you generate the Form 34C, the purported form that Chebukati was reading. First of all, it is generated automatically. It is auto-generated. Of course, it can be amended because the people there have powers, the necessary access levels to alter anything there. Now, unfortunately, as I've said, that whatever was in the portal was what was uploaded by the IBC itself, the officials. You remember most of the people I had said yesterday arrested around malpractices that are here, they happen to be IBC officials. Now, that is why now what makes IBC a crime scene, as somebody was saying. So if I want to substitute Form 34A at the IBC back office end, I substitute it or delete it, and then I upload whatever I've used to replace it onto the portal. So whatever you have on the portal is actually my own making. Anyway, I think I want to stop there so that I have other issues to add, but I'll do so as we go on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Christine.
Hi, Makiadi. Hi, Stone PK, Voice. Who is that president-elect? Keep.
Yeah, president-elect. Correct.
Okay, good. Bazuman, Peter, Jakosoko, Saimoku. So I noticed you didn't say hi to me when you were starting your presentation. I wonder why.
Of course, that is a big sorry. I think it's because of this president-elect thing. You know, it is only common in the US, but in UK, it's not so common. And maybe it is prime minister-elect.
Okay, I figured out that maybe I'm seated by your side and you were a bit nervous, but it's okay. I accept your apology.
Hello, Christine. Better late than never.
Prime ministers are not elected.
I know. It's because presidents don't exist there anyway.
Okay, Makiadi, I'm back, fully loaded with whatever you people want to hear from me. So, but for today, I'm gonna stick to the topic. Okay, so for me, we are ready for the Supreme Court battle. Previously, so you played a video of Martha Karua speaking, and from what I was interpreting from her sentiments, it's like to her, the issues with the tallying. So even for me, I'm advocating for tallying, Makiadi, because people cannot wake up at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. to go stand on those long queues. They vote peacefully at the constituency level. The ballot papers are counted peacefully. The other positions are announced peacefully. Then when we reach at the Bomas tallying center, just simple calculation with people having calculators, just doing simple mathematics, you know, and they mess us up. So wherever the process was messed up, that is where the process should be rectified. I think Chebukati has gotten away with 2 fraudulent elections. And I think this is the high time all the people that were verifying the results at the Bomas should be held accountable. They should redo their job right. I'm not for a rerun. And I'm so surprised that the people that claim that they won the presidency are now getting ready for a rerun. If you want something fairly and squarely, I believe you'll continue defending it. Right now, nobody's defending what they won. So for me, I just think Chebukati and the group should be taken back to the drawing board. They go sit down at Bomas, even if it takes 2 to 3 days, and they give us the results that we need. Another issue, the second point of RUTO buying Azimio supporters, it's just unfortunate. And I just think that RUTO and Gachagua, they are in a hurry. And being in a hurry, they end up showing us who they are, you know? So plus now they don't have power, they just have a paper document, and we are seeing all these. The other day I saw a video of Sudi talking, and he even mentioned the people that will face it rough in their government. I think those that are supporting RUTO, with all due respect, should be worried at some of their moves that they are making. I think this was the time RUTO was supposed to humble down and not show us who he will be. I'm just worried of a RUTO presidency, and I just hope justice will be delivered to us after the 14 days that the judges will be sitting and deliberating on the way forward. That's my prayer. Lastly, about the men of God pushing for a handshake. Yeah, sometimes I just normally like taking a second before I judge, because we are told judgment belongs to God. But again, a good tree you can see from the fruit it bears. I think it's time these people, I don't want to judge them harshly, but again, I don't want to hold on to my thoughts about them. I think they are misguiding the nation. It's a waste of time for us to go vote. We waste so much resources that could have been diverted elsewhere. And then one person declares a presidential candidate that does not even meet the credentials or the required minimum to be there. Then we go for a handshake. People should not take handshake for granted. The fact that Raila did it once or twice, the other time with Kibaki and right now with Uhuru, I think it's high time people should not think we are joking with this thing. We want to make the country straight. These men of God have failed us terribly. There's nothing they're gonna stand in that pulpit and minister to us, you know? How can you want handshake when half of the country is bleeding? Half of the country is mourning. There was no celebration. I tend to believe if Raila had won this thing and Chebukati had mentioned Raila, I think Makiadi, I would be drunk now. I wouldn't be even here in this place listening to all these things. I would be in a celebratory mood. I would have taken days off work. But this one just lasted 6 hours, and that is it, you know? So I think these men of God, it's high time. I don't know who can bring them back to order, because they are messing the country. They are taking us to the wrong path, and it's high time they shape up or step out. That's all I have, unless anybody has any question or wants me to clarify anything. Simon has a question for me. Oh my God.
Christina, I do have a question. And first of all, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Wonderful. I'm doing wonderful. I like your presentation. I like the way you think. But I have a question for you.
Sure.
I am with you that Kenyan voter has spoken. But what we have been told or what we have been treated to is nothing short of drama. So we don't have the actual result. So my question to you is, you have indicated that we should go for a tally or a recount. My question is, of the votes that are sitting, I can't remember whether they are supposed to be in the constituency or they are supposed to be wherever they keep them. How authentic, the big word is authentic. How authentic are those votes that are sitting there? That's question number one. Question number two. Who is the legitimate person after we have seen what the current IBC is made of? Who is gonna do the tallying or the recounting? Those are my two questions.
Okay, your first question, I'm gonna answer the authenticity of the votes that are at Bomas. I believe when we are at the constituency levels, we have our agents. Each and every political party has their agents. Their agents, once you sign Form 34A, I'm sure this time Chebukati gave us direction that anybody is allowed to capture an image of the Form 34A. And the Form 34A that was captured, if it is the right Form 34A, it should have the initial signatures of all the people that signed the Form 34A. The Form 34A is uploaded in the system. And I believe before we all append our signature on the Form 34A, we have to agree these are RUTO's results, these are Raila's results, these are Wajakoya's results, these are Maure's results. So whatever the first Form 34A that was sent to the portal, I believe should be authentic. And that is why the Azimio agents, the UDA agents, all the agents were at Bomas to confirm whether whatever their people at the ground sent to them is tallying with whatever is in the portal. And you remember at some point during the tallying session, Chebukati would not allow the Azimio agents. That's the information we are getting. But I believe whatever is in the portal should be looked at, because if there were 3 agents and whether somebody faked a signature, I will blame whatever political party that does not have the original captured image, because that was an agreement. About who is to tally the results at Bomas, you remember the last time when Smoking made a ruling that the forensic auditor should go to Bomas, the servers be opened, and the votes be retallied again. So I believe we have Price House Water Coopers. They are there. They can help with forensic auditing of everything that is at Bomas. Chebukati should also be there and go through the pain of seeing the process being done by experts. And once we get the verified results, he should be made to announce the right candidate. He should be accountable for his actions. We are not doing this without Chebukati. Otherwise, they'll be coming, messing up, and then we release them. Somebody else takes over. We don't have those 6 months to continue waiting. We need our presidents to start working in the next 1 month latest. Thank you.
Christine, in the event that there is a recount, it's normally done by the Supreme Court registrar. It's overseen by the Supreme Court registrar. Because remember, Chebukati himself will most likely be an accused.
Okay, whether he's an accused and it's in, because even the other time, that is what Smoking Wanjala was saying. But remember, whether he's accused or not, when whoever will be verifying those results, Chebukati, whether he'll be accused or not, he should be made to call Raila's name as the president-elect. Before he goes back to committee, he should be made to do that. He should eat his humble pie. Simon, I hope I've answered your questions.
Okay. Hold on. 2 more people. Hold on, Simon. we are still here. Let's move forward. I don't know why, Christine, you're talking about a forensic audit, and remember in the last election, even the servers were not open. No one knows where the IBC servers are right now. So I think you're jumping the gun too far. The IBC has never told us where they have their servers at, so I don't know how that will be enforced. But we'll come back to that. Let me go to Jakosoko. Jakosoko, I think you've been here for a while. Karibu.
Thank you, Makiadi. I'll be a little bit brief because I'm on the road. I'm going to work. But I just think that the majority of the people who are on this channel are as mere supporters. Maybe one or two are not. But I would just ask you to quickly go to a short interview this guy, Rafael Tuju, had on Ramogi TV. So if you could do that for me, then you give me a chance to break it down for you, exactly where we are heading and where we are. So I can come back and break it down, or if you have somebody who speak Luo, maybe I'm a bit tribal, but somebody can help. So that somebody like Kip, who are now like can't even eat, can now go back and eat. I think that is all I can do. I can say now.
Okay, Jakosoko, I do not have that clip right away, right here, unless somebody sends to me or copy pastes it in the private chat. Then I can actually open that link and play it for you. So, Christine, kama uko na hiyo link, weka hiyo link hapo kwa private chat if you know what he's talking about, and then I'll play it, and then somebody can tell us what's being said. Peter. Peter, unmute your mic. Hapo kando yako kuna microphone. Click on that once, alafu jaribu. Yeah, good. Sawa.
Hi, Makiadi, Sunpike, Bazuman, Simon, Christine, Yakusoka, and Kusei. How are you people? Yesterday I tried to get to the channel, but my power went off. But there are some few fundamental questions I've been asking myself in regard to these elections. I'm learning. As I was trying to do some little reading here and there, I realized that 2020, RUTO rushed into a shrine. And I was trying to do my research a little bit. I realized that 2017, RUTO took Uhuru to the same shrine. The same shrine, that's where Moi was crowned to rule for 24 years. I think as Kenyans, we are ruled based on a shrine. And going to another trajectory, it means that we will have to do a lot. We will have to look at things, because if we keep on doing things the same way, we may not really obtain the same results. I was going through the book, We'll Tell It, and I would see how Nyayo tortured people, how the military tried to overturn the government. I think citizens have tried to do it through the ballot. Military has been done. Let's pray that we'll have a change of the system through the judiciary. That's my prayer, because the civilian, we've tried to vote twice, thrice. Things are being turned on our own side. Military tried and it was thwashed. It's high time now we trust God somehow that the judiciary will put us into the right way. In regard to the clergymen, sometimes I ask one, and he could be 60 years old by now. I ask him that, what is our identity as a Kenyan? What's our identity? What's our belief system in regard to the governance, finance, education? And he told me that we do not have an identity. We do not really have a value system. And this thing has been really hitting me hard, because I'm a father. What kind of a nation am I leaving to my children? A nation whose identity glorifies dishonesty, theft, I mean, I'm crushed down. I have children. I want to live a nation that has identity. I want to live my life such that if I go and rest, it will be said, I did my part. And it's my prayer that we as new supporters, we really want identity. We want honesty to be, and justice to be the bedrock of our belief system. Currently, the leaders that we've selected so far, they don't have a belief system. They believe in shrine, the manipulation. And I'm so sorry. I pray that somehow, this time around, we get it right. Otherwise, going forward, it will be the same thing over and over and over. If we don't get it right this time around, then it's gone and gone. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for your short remarks, Peter. I think if Jakosoko is still there, I believe I have that clip right now. Hopefully you will all see my screen. Can you see my screen, right? You can see my screen.
Yeah, I can see your screen.
Okay, let me play. I think this is the video you're talking about.
Yeah, that's it.
Turnout over 80%. Below 80%. Mara Rio, I don't evidence what they go to the Supreme Court. More evidence, but right they go to the Supreme Court 2017. For petition one go to Sani, Utigno, Moloyo, petition go to 2017.
Nimepata.
So can I continue? Hello?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, in short, what you were saying is that they have an overwhelming evidence of what happened. And if somebody could listen to the interview, it was like a 20 minutes interview. Tojo is saying that they are not just looking for what happened on the last day of the verification and announcement, but this thing is going back to when these people contracted the people, the IT people, the people who are printing. And to some extent, he was saying that even when these people went to the Greece, you remember when they took some of the party officials, like the lawyer for Azimio, Paul Mwangi, to Greece, they were saying, Tuji is saying that the ballot papers which were being printed at Greece were not the real ballot papers. The ballot papers were being printed somewhere else. So my understanding why I came on is that this thing has been disturbing everybody, and a lot of people are going through some pain. But I've been listening and looking at some interviews. There's some hope, not fully that we are 100% that we are going to get what we want, but I think there's some hope at the end of the tunnel, because what I see happening and what I learned from today, even the president himself is not the kind of person who is ready to leave this thing to RUTO. And remember, the powers of the president at this time is today. maybe he was reacting to what Sudi and the likes were saying. So he wanted just to show them that he still has some powers. He appointed somebody which is not constitutional. I don't know how other people will take it, but he showed that he might. To me, my world gets that for other year, because I don't see people win this thing. I don't see them allowing Chebukati to oversee it again. So that is a whole scenario again. What will happen? Who will be overseeing the election now? Because most definitely their first prayers, and as I heard from somebody, is for them to get a recount. They are going there with 3 prayers: get a recount, call a fresh election, which I don't know whether fresh election means that everybody go back to ballot, or the third option is call for a rerun between Raila and RUTO. So this thing might take longer than we expect, but I think these 2 leaders, Uhuru and Raila, are determined to put things straight. So I'm just thinking maybe we have just to get prepared for a long wait, but it will be progressive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think everybody has spoken now. We can now have an open forum. So.
Yes, thank you, Richie. I think maybe sometimes we should not get involved in speculating too much. You know, when you go to court, as I think Logi tried to imply, the court normally will consider your what you call your prayer. What are you going to the court for? So anybody saying what do this, do that, rerun, repeat, recount, audit, all that will depend on the Azimio legal team. Some of those do not mean that a rerun will necessarily give you a favorable result. You have to be very, very careful before you go for that. And people should not have anything which simply disqualifies RUTO's that announcement of Chebukati. You have to be very, very, very strategic. You have to relook thoroughly into the evidence that you have and see whether it will grant your prayers. If you are not careful, you may be taking yourself deeper. Remember, the reason why the DP has gotten this far is because of that 50-50 thing I was telling you about. Now, ask yourself why almost 50% of the fraud that has taken place is around IEBC. In fact, you put Kenya Kwanza agents and what have you about aside. IEBC is deep in this. How else? Ask yourself, how did it happen? How did he get that far? It is basically IEBC and their escorters. You remember who was escorting IEBC to wherever they were going? Now you can imagine that, then you can imagine what you are up against. Now, you want to, anybody saying that let's go for a recount, you do not know what you are asking. In fact, RUTO may even welcome you. Kuja, let you come, baby. This is what you will hear them saying. Why? Ask yourself, after the elections, a good number of the people who were arrested with ballot papers after the elections. What do you think they were going for? So that is why I agree with Christine. Look at those electronic things. Unfortunately, those electronic things where they landed, IEBC, instead of doing their job, they were busy altering them. So there lies the problem. Remember, Supreme Court only has 14 days. They have very, very limited time to do their job. So they are likely all tedious things like, I don't know, is it Simon who was talking about forensic audit? Those are very, very, very time-consuming things. For you to do that, it means the lawyers may actually, first of all, tell us Supreme Court, we are not in a hurry. We want a good job, please give what it takes. If you go with the constitution of 14 days, you will see them doing what they did in 2013, where they threw out a whole printout of concrete evidence from the electronic system, which would have overturned that election. Remember, the Mutunga Commission threw it out where they were saying it is too late. We have to declare the winner or the results tomorrow. So to them, they were more constrained for time and they had no time to look at that. They said the evidence was late. Now, the other thing is exactly, I think, what Ologi was saying. Even in the event that people go for this rerun or repeat or whatever it is. Now, repeat or rerun may actually mean that all the 4 candidates are back in the fold. Now, according to the Constitution, what should be, if the problem is only among the 2, is a runoff. A runoff. A runoff is what they would be advocating for. Now, the other one, of course, a nullification will then, the Supreme Court will advise what next if answers they are nullified. But again, it will be based on the evidence. They may decide for a runoff. They may decide, personally, from what I think, assuming it was done the way Christine wants to believe, that at the polling station, the very, very first Form 34As, all the presidential candidates have their side of the Form 34As. So whether the ones that went to the servers were interfered with, so be it. I'm sure if you trace the original Form 34As, according to sources, Baba was the winner. And if that is the case, why should anybody rely on altered forms? Go back to what the people of Kenya did and on first shot, declare the winner. Declare the winner. I had something which I think is subject to confirmation that Chebukati did not even have the original Form 34C. I have no idea where it was, but what he used was not the original. Why? I have no idea, but that will only complicate the case for them. But remember, as I said in the beginning, I think that's my last point is that why was their interest to still push ballot papers into the storage areas after the elections, after the counting? Now, somebody somewhere in my own theory knew that if you make the mistake of asking for a recount, you'll get a shock. You'll get a shock. How they'll deal with the turnout and recount and those revelations, now that will be left to the Supreme Court to decide. But somebody already somewhere from the ongoing was prepared for exactly that. As for a recount, then you'll get more the difference between the country would even be bigger. Now you'll be shocked. Hey, what happened? Thank you.
Okay, Stone PK. Your device, your Bluetooth device.
You can hear me now. Yeah, I was saying, I think I'm considering taking a sabbatical leave from this, just like my brother who left, and they left so unceremoniously. It was so sad. But for me, it's not because I'm insulted by anybody, but it's because I tend to think we are stretching ourselves too much, because we are wading in waters that we have no idea where we are going. I don't think there is any expert here, because you cannot be an expert of prediction. I've never had an expert in prediction. What we are doing here is passing time. going
What do you
round
mean?
and
There are
round
very
and
many
round.
successful betters.
No, they are never. I don't
Oh.
believe in it personally. It's
Uh,
guesswork.
ask
So if we are
Sport Pesa. Ask Sport Pesa.
if we are guessing, because what I'm hearing here is a lot of guesswork. Because we are going round and round and round, and then we hit a snag. Because, for example, when we go round and round saying this and that, oh, he count no, this one no, this one no, then what? Then what? So
go for the
I'm
original,
hearing,
the initial
where?
forms.
Then from where? We are saying the originals also are missed at the polling station. Oh, there were no agents. So even the original ones are in favor of RUTO. So
No, they are not. I think, Stone, you didn't hear what I said. I said, if they were amended, the audit, I think one of us was asking for, would reveal it. And once the Azimio agents surface up with their original images, you can then see, even if you delete, it will be there. Even if you replace, it will be there. That is the count we are talking, not the physical ballots, no.
Well, but are we sure that our agents had forms? Because I've not had. I've been calling all over. Looks like we never had agents, Probably we had agents in a quarter of the polling station. So for me, it is one, I'm looking at this as a very simplistic rigging, which means you just take one or two. You don't have to go wholesale. Okay? Take, for example, the 10,000 kits that disappeared. And now I hear one side says it's 5, the other one says it's 10. That story faded. Now it has resurfaced. So if it holds water, that is key. I'm told that the 5,000, the confirmed in quotes, that it voted 200 votes per whatever, per kit. Okay? This they can go, even they can hear, even if they are here, because there's nothing they can do. That is in our custody, from what I've been told from reliable sources. So nothing much they can do. So if those 205,000 votes, well, they didn't have seal, they didn't have what do you call it, watermark, they didn't have all that. The stories that were in the what Machiavelli played, I laughed my ribs off, because those are the same questions that will be asked. That's why I'm saying this. For me, this will be very simple case, and that's why I was thinking we should remain silent. Tungoje hiyo bomb ilipuke, because if there is any rigging that imefanywa kipumbavu, kiujinga, ni hii. Even without any other evidence, the bomber saga. For me, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a layman, but sometimes the law takes the layman side. What was that? Whatever happened there? If there are people to really give the insight, and that's why the day before yesterday I asked, what is it that was going around there? And we rely on the four commissioners to give us the insight, all right, under the affidavit, and also we rely on the agents up to when they were at Bomas. Then why were they chased away? How would you chase the presidential agent out of that area? For what reason? So these are for me, some very, very telling kind of gaps that could tilt this case. And I tend to think, if not to mention some of those polling stations in central Kenya, in Kiambu, because those are very gaping, they were recorded, and so I tend to think if we compile properly, and I think that's why we are pushing it up to Sunday, we can let lawyers argue their cases, those who are going to Citizen, to national television, giving stories. One day I said I hate lawyers, because lawyers are like the Christians we have in Kenya today. Those churches and lawyers are the same. I think they have shared the same, the evil from RUTO. They are rotten. If you listen to a lawyer in Kenya talking, you would even wonder, is that what Nairobi University and other universities are producing? Some of them, you would think they are very advanced lawyers, but truly speaking, RUTO has a charm that turns people's minds into, I think, into, I don't want to use very strong words, but the whatever they propagate, whatever they try to articulate, does not make any sense. Yeah, you've had the narrative for the whole week. They've been dwelling on the last dot that the madam commissioner said, that one of 0.0 something. They discussed that for a whole week, trying, really, and then unaambiwa huyu ni lawyer and a master's degree ama aliyopitia sijui school of to ask to everybody else that was an issue. There is mega, they don't want to touch that. Abdul Nasir trying to hoodwink people into Kenyans. Ingawa tunaonekana wajinga, kuna wale werevu. Majority of us ni wajinga, tumeshikwa na ujinga, tumepumbazwa na pesa, we are selling our own country, but there are those few remaining that can see a lot of sense, and those few are the ones that will lead into a revolution. Supreme should know, if they don't give it as a mere way, I don't know how they will do it. Whatever evidence they have, it must be to the favor of the one who won, and that was Raila Amolo Odinga. Because now we have to go layman. If the Supreme Court does not go technical, tutaingia hasa kimtaani kama Sri Lanka, and with that one we cannot stop it. In fact, this is the last time somebody will ever rig elections in Kenya, because they say that there will be a country or there will be no country. Asante sana.
Richie, may I respond to his point on the if not given to declare the winner, as you have said. Eh?
Yeah, hold on. I want you also to respond to this, because people are saying this election was open because the server was open. I want you to tell our viewers the difference between the server and the portal, so
why don't you display that flow? No, because it is from IBC.
Yeah, I don't want to use that right now. So
okay.
I've given you.
But nevertheless, I'll explain it. But just to respond to what Estonia has said. Eh? Now, there's a new team are free to ask for very many prayers, and you may be surprised that one of them may be declare our candidate the winner. Now, for the Supreme Court to do that, it will require auditing, call it auditing or a recount of all the electronic forms, all. Remember, on the other hand, they may declare a runoff based on sampling. Then they prolate to, let's say we do 10 counties. We find that 50% of them have these issues. So what about 46,000? Then we say there was no election. That will save the Supreme Court time, and they'll be able to deliver their judgment within the 14 days. The Supreme Court is very, very squeezed of time. But for them to come to the conclusion, yes, your candidate, Stone, is the winner, and for that, there is no need for repeat. It means they have to do the recount. And that is likely to take about 10 plus days. Now, when will they hear the arguments from legal this to legal that? You find that there's a challenge. So if they decide to go that route, and it might be the only one, in other words, even for you, if that recount or audit proves that the other person is the winner, you should accept it. It will be too late now to say, no, let's go for a runoff. So your evidence, our legal team must look at the evidence they have. Which route will most likely succeed? So that is the one they go for.
And okay. I've told you the third one. There is the third one.
Okay.
It requires time. Tunangoja sana hiyo.
It requires time. Your lawyers will have to ask for an extension, kind of. You remember even when they were doing 2017, there was an extended time for the experts to go and check the server. There was an extended, they actually went off for some 2 days or thereabout to just go and do that, as much as they didn't get access. Yeah, anyway, regarding this portal, their access to the server and what have you. What I'll tell you is that this is how the Form 34 works. It works from the polling station through the KIMS kit to the back office server of IEBC. In that back office server, the IEBC experts are the ones who will run another program to upload the same forms. But the uploading is done by whoever is initiating it. So even if, let's say, Stone PK, your form has arrived at for your polling station at the portal, sorry, at the server, we may choose to upload the one which has come from the other polling station. You remember, they were being thrown AY. In other words, somebody at the back office decides what you see at the portal. And the portal, for heaven's sake, is not a server. It's the website. Website is not a server. I think one of the panelists here already pointed out that. Website, we'll repeat it for the, how many times? It is not the server. What you see there is what we choose to give you. What we see to give you. Basically, what we are trying to say, when we say that, like when the Azimio agent found out, they were saying that the bombers have become a crime scene, is because when they had an opportunity. You remember during the Konoti case, I did say here that one of the good things which the IBC had done to help things cool and we gave some confidence on them, they allowed our IT agent experts to work side by side. In other words, you can come and try to interrogate something which you want to know, and they will actually go into the server and try to look at and see what has happened. So that is how some of your agents were able to tell that some inconsistencies in how these things are being done here. So then you can then see that once they are in the server, you can delete, you can replace, you can do X, Y, Z. But as Christine said, whatever you do in the server, you can't erase it. It will show that Stone PK came in and updated from XYZ at this and this time. Or he deleted this, he substituted this. Remember, even as we say that the forms come from the polling station, it is the IBC who configured. You remember during the Venezuela days, you configure these forms in advance. So that when they come from a configured KIMS kit, it will be received in the server. You cannot just send any form and it should be received in the server if it was not configured. That is why part of the problem is, remember these extra ballot papers. They are all, as far as the security features are concerned, they are okay. What does that tell you between IEBC and the printer? So in other words, if KK came back here with some fake foreign papers and uploaded them into the system, ask yourself, how come they are genuine? Those security features are normally tied to your printer. It can only tell you that they came from the same printer and most likely they were like extra. Otherwise, a different printer would not know which security features IBC had asked for. So that when they surface up during the inspection, imagine they are all, as far as security features are concerned, those forms are okay. Save for the fact that they are more than your vote, your turnout. How did they get into the wrong hands? That is where the thing is. So what does that tell you? During the configuration, the same forms were also, the ones they are substituting were also configured. That is why they are able to sit in the server through the KIMS kits. And of course, you have had also the other issues of call them illegal streams or ungazetted polling stations. There are forms which have found their way there. Yeah? So if you audit this and your agents are having the initial, let me call it the initial, because remember the original ended up with the arrow, and that is where they were swapping figures. As I explained to you, 1,150 can easily be changed to 11,150. Now that is at the arrow level. By that time, your agent already took the image of the 1,150. Now the Sibukati sits at Bomas waiting for original coming from the arrow. Kumbet is the amended one. Now, when the issues are arising, you give the other commissioners blackout because they were getting to know too much. Anyway, I think we want to leave it at that.
Hold on, Stone PK. Okay, let me give you 1 minute, and then we have Christine Bazuman wamenyamaza for a long time.
Yeah, 1 minute. I just want to again make a plea that when we are discussing things like server, server vis-a-vis IBC, I think we should forget it. And that's why we have to really employ an orthodox method to deal with IBC. Because when we talk of server, we know they're not open. In fact, they have nothing like a server. I don't think they ever had any server. Even right now, when you say back office, that back office is ransacked, it's a ramshackle. Because this is a gang of, it's a bandit. These are bandits. And they have destroyed everything. So Mwananchi has to be ready. We have to prepare.
PK, I thought
a
crime scene is supposed to be secured.
By who? And it was RUTO people all around there. Where were they when RUTO stormed in? You guys, you are lying to yourself.
All right, Bazuman, 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you, Richie Makiadi, Stony PK, Kusoi, Uze, Christine, Peter, and Jaco Soko. Yeah, it's good actually the way people are debating. But now, the most important thing now, we are going to the Supreme Court. So some things like people are just, we are just giving our ideas, throwing here and there, but the concrete, like I saw the Tuju clip, this case is a watertight case actually, and the evidence is there. So we just have to keep calm. Everything is in place. Even for us, people who are outside the layman, you can see it. So, and we have a good legal team. They're working on everything. So we just have to keep faith. And one thing I don't want to forget about, it was about the Nyumba. I think going forward now, we have to set a bar for the Azimio team now. People coming on the show, because sometimes I see people come and distract even the topic, everything, there is no order. So because now it's not a campaign period, now we are going to another stage. So we have to put our house in order also. Because some people, these people, they are very good in propaganda. They're in social media, even the lawyers, you see people arguing, even you just wonder actually. But that is a script that they have put. They want to poison the minds. And that's why even see the church has managed to reach where they have reached. So we should not give them that space. So we keep debating, but we keep strong. Don't lose the faith. We've come a long way. Kenya has grown democratically, actually. Me, I'm very rejuvenated. It's good for the country to see. There are some people now, the young people, they don't know where we're coming from and what we have gone and to reach these stages. This is just a process. So we are heading for good times. So let's keep the faith and keep strong. Thank you.
Christine.
Okay, thank you, Makiadi, for giving me another chance. I would just want to advise Stone that whatever information you get, it's you to decide how it's gonna determine your thinking or your feelings or your emotions. I just wanted to say my opinion regarding Stone saying that Azimio did not have agents. I think that is a UDN narrative that is sinking into our heads. And if we are not careful, we're gonna swim with it and start blame games. I don't think, I've been a clerk during election time, and people cannot start voting without even fake agents being there. Let's assume they are fake agents, but agents of all political parties must be in a polling station. So that it depends. So there are regions where we get information that we had no agents. We had agents. If people decide to be Tumbocrats and be compromised, Raila cannot be walking all over, supervising agents, But truth be told, we had agents. Let's not buy into the UDA lies that Azimio are saying that, and they did not have agents. Credible sources say that all Form 34As was sent by Azimio agents. So, and even there are areas that we didn't expect Raila to get votes, but he got votes. And from whatever Makiadi and Kuseo are telling us, that whatever we are being shown at the website, we could see in that website there was some blank Form 34As. What does that tell you? Things were being cooked and sent to us, you know? But at the end of the day, what I want to say, as much as we don't want to discuss what will happen in Supreme Court, whether they have watertight cases, it's the same way we were preempting election, how election were going. Right now, we don't know what they are doing behind the scenes. Azimio has some good, tough lawyers, the likes of James Orengo, the Kisumu Senator Otiende Amolo. We can't match their brains. And those are people that cannot just walk into courtroom without nothing. So we are just here to preempt. We are not giving judgment. We are not here with evidence to take to the Supreme Court. This is just a discussion. It can favor us, it might not favor us. And remember, what I believe, as much as yes, we are saying those UDA guys should be regulated, this is an open YouTube channel. The only thing that I would be offended about if they say personal sentiments like the one they mentioned to Nyumba, that ukona utoto or whatever statement it is. But since it is an open forum, we should learn to accommodate our opponents and learn how they reason too. Because if we come here and sell all Azimio, they are reading our minds. When are we going to read their minds if we don't give them a chance? So for me, I think the only difference or the only rule that should be set here is that let's not take these things, let's not be personal with each other. We can agree respectfully, but not being personal. This is an open forum for everybody. I think everybody needs to be given a chance. I think so. That's my opinion.
Aya, Jakosoko.
Okay, thank you. Me also, I want to just emphasize what Christina just said. I have just to encourage my brother Stone PK. You know, they say we should keep on talking. If you stop talking, then we start fighting. So there are things people go through which when you don't talk them out, talking is also healing, and it also gives you some morale to move to the next stage. So apart from what Christina just said, there are things which are flying out. Like somebody was telling me that the UDA people are now telling the Azimio group that, oh, you should just accept and move on. And they claim that when a RERUN is called, then the people from the mountain will come out like 99 or 100% to discipline Uhuru and Raila. So somebody was also asking them, if they are doing so, what about the Raila base? Raila base will also come out. So there are things which will be sent to us just to discourage people and make people feel like, oh, this thing is gone. And another thing I might say is that such open discussion like what we are having now, we learn. Learning is a process. You learn until the time you go to your grave. Because if it was not for, I think 2017 or 2013 about the server, we could not be talking about the server now. But Raila and this group went to the court. The discussion around the server started coming in. So now we have a little idea about what server is and what can be done to the server. So we are opening our democratic space, and it is us to push it forward to make it work for us, so that when the time for Raila and that age group going out, there are people who are picking up behind them. But if we leave it like, oh, this thing is gone, RUTO has done this, and that fear that RUTO can do whatever he wants to do, then we will lose it. That is all I can say.
Okay, Peter. Unmute your mic. Yeah, we still can't hear you. Haya, wacha niende kwa inawezekana kwanza. Peter, jaribu kutafuta the way you did it last time. Inawezekana.
Okay. Hi guys. Hi again. For me, I think I'm still stuck on Monday. That was a very sad day for the people of Kenya. And one of the things that I noticed on that day, and I'm sorry for taking people back, but I know it's painful for many, including myself, but sometimes you even look at these things and you're like, and you just see the injustice and you just feel so bad. Like, for example, I don't know whether you guys noticed, but as all the drama was going on and people were fighting and chairs were being thrown, the choir the choir continued to sing. And it so reminded me about the symbolism to me was very powerful, because I remembered how, when the Titanic was sinking, the orchestra was still playing the music. Do you see the symbolism? It's almost like these people want to literally sink the country. And they are committing crime right in front of everybody. And it's almost as if they are allowed to break the laws, go against the constitution, and then the rest of us are just supposed to agree with it. I mean, it's so sickening that we've come to this point. Anyway, my prayer is that Kenya will not sink, and that the people who will sink are the ones who are doing the drama at Bomas, Kenya Kwisha. They're the ones who are going to sink the same way the Titanic sank. Kenya, the rest of Kenya is not going to go with them. There is a separation in Kenya, a division that is happening right now as we watch. And what we are seeing here is there are two groups. In fact, now I don't even know why people keep on talking about the tribes. Oh, Sijui Kikuyus did this, Mara Sijui Luos did this, Luyas did this, these ones didn't come out. I don't know what, all manner of distractions, instead of us focusing on what we need to focus on, which right now is the fact that Kenya is divided in two. We are divided in the first group are the thugs and their accomplices. I don't even have to mention who they are, everybody knows. And then there is the rest of the people who have decided to stand with justice and to stand with truth. And interestingly enough, in both these groups, like for example, group number one, which is the thugs and their accomplices, it even includes the church. Who knew that we would ever reach this kind of level where the church links up with thugs to bring the country down? It's madness. Who knew? Who knew? On the other side, the rest of us, there's also church people, Christians, who I believe now are the real Christians, who have decided to stand with justice and to stand with truth. And me, I will remain on this side. It doesn't matter if everybody defects. Tuachwe peke yangu mimi, Baba, and Martha, the three of us. Me, I will still stand on this side. It doesn't matter what happens at the Supreme Court. It doesn't matter what happens on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. When you stand with truth, you stand with truth. And you stand all the way, even in whatever happens later. So we've seen people breaking the law, going against the constitution. We are just watching, as we are supposed to abide by the law and continue abiding. Also, I've noticed that on the part of Kenya Kwisha, there's a lot of guilt, which reminds me of the saying, the guilty are afraid. These people are so fearful. They even want to be congratulated by people who they know very well they're not going to congratulate them for their breaking the law. Who does that? Who even expects? Anyway, so these people, I've noticed they are lacking confidence. If you've really won and you felt that you have won, why are you celebrating half-heartedly? Number one. Why wasn't everyone on the streets? Because there's this perception that has been created to kind of show us that they are more than us. They are the majority. But that is not true. Because if it was Raila who had been given his rightful place, we would all have been on the streets for a whole week straight. But because these people know they have not won, they know the mischief, they cannot even celebrate wholeheartedly. It's almost funny. It's ridiculous. So a lot, and then there's also the issue. I don't know whether we are supposed to be discussing the issues about the vote and the irregularities and illegalities that we saw, which include the 142K multiplier effect. At now, guys, at now, all the presidential candidates, whatever they got was close, was the total amount they got, and the percentage of that total amount that was whatever declared by Chebukati. When you multiply it by 142K, it goes close to the total that each and every presidential candidate got. So these people were literally fudging numbers. They're in the back room to come and announce here in front and to give it legitimacy. No, it is not legitimate. We are not going to go with it. We are not going to agree with it. And it doesn't matter what happens in the Supreme Court or anywhere else. To me, I know who is my president. So when it comes to the topic of the day, sometimes I go off topic because I just get too emotional. I want to just scream. So there is a lot that is happening. There is the section of church leaders who are pushing for another handshake. You know, the thing with a handshake is that a handshake is between people who share the same values. A handshake cannot be between thugs, like I said earlier, and the rest of us. We cannot do a handshake with thugs because that's the reason why Kenya is where it is today. People are going, they're breaking the law right in front of our eyes and no one is arresting them. That's because we have been hanging out with thugs, trying to pretend that we'll go and change them and all of a sudden they'll become good people. That is never going to happen. The country is very divided, but it's not even divided by tribe. It's divided by, I told you, the two factions in this case. Okay, so there's this Supreme Court petition for me. Whether it's nullified, whether Baba is declared the winner, for me, whether there's a rerun, for me, it doesn't matter. Because I know, because we won the first time, we will win the second time. And right now, what Kenya Kwisha is doing, they're giving us the perception that our people will not turn out to vote. And I want to promise them that if there's a rerun, our people will turn out. We're not going to give up. We're not going to lay down our arms and say that now we just give up the country to these thugs. No, we're going to show up and we're going to vote. We are going to vote and we're going to win. In fact, if there's a recount of these votes, we'll come to find out that most likely Baba even got 70%. I keep on saying that, and guys are saying like I'm joking. Baba could have even gotten even 70%. And these thugs got 30%, so they had to jazza. And with all the shenanigans that went on at the polling station and at Bomas, they still did not get enough. They still were not able to catch up with us. Now they even had to now steal even during the final announcement. So, so for me, whether it's a rerun, whether it's a recount, whatever the case, we are going to win. DP RUTO under fire over. Now what is this guy is doing? He's breaking the law, just like Martha said, left, right, and center. He does not obey. He does not recognize any laws. He does not recognize anything apart from what him and his feelings and what he wants. Why is the country allowing this man to take us hostage, to take all of us hostage? The country is in limbo because of one man who thinks that he must rule. No, he will not rule. And even if he does, through all these shenanigans and all these things that he's doing, he's not going to be my president. I don't know about the rest of you, but for me, it's not going to happen. And I think that's all I have for now, until now the final submissions. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Danny Darius usishangae sana. I think Facebook has joined us, and so the numbers have gone up. I think there's a combination of now YouTube and Facebook. So don't worry about the comments; they'll keep flowing. Peter, 1.5 minutes, and then I can go to them.
I wanted to ask Inawezekana. I was looking through the data from Central. Is it possible that almost 500,000 went to the polling station, voted president, and went back home? I've been asking, how is it? Is it really possible?
You know, in an ideal situation, Peter, what we are supposed to have is, if 100 people going to the polling station, we should have 100 votes for president, 100 votes for governor, 100 votes for senator, 100 votes for MP, 100 votes for MCA. Because each and every person, when I went to vote, I got 6 ballots. 6. And then if you decide you just want to vote for one person and you don't want to vote for all the other people, all the other positions, what you're supposed to do is put the unwritten or empty ballot in the box, in its box, or in any box. When all is said and done, all those ballots at the end of the day should be 100 per position. If that is not the case, then there's either ballot stuffing or there are ballots that have been thrown away somewhere. So the ballots should always be for each whatever are they called, positions. For each position should be the same number in every polling station. So this thing of the one of Central, I saw that it was what, that the women rep got, I think, was it 2 million, 2.1 million? Most likely, those are the number of votes in Central. Most likely, if the woman rep didn't add some ballots. So you could even find out, Peter, that Baba got even 50% in Central. And by that, that's one thing that really hurts me. When I see politicians causing us to fight amongst ourselves in terms of tribe, you know, they want us to fight, and yet the truth will never most likely be known. So people are thinking Mount Kenya didn't vote for Baba, and maybe Mount Kenya even voted 60%, 50% for Baba. So I don't know, it's too much. You can't, it's too much, too much.
Stone PK, you know, there's a point that you've been driving home, and maybe this is to you. Who is RUTO? And why is he holding Kenya hostage? Who is he? What is his value system? What is his background? Who is he? Please take me through. I just want to understand a little bit, because
we cannot finish that today, Peter. I'll give you an opportunity later to make remarks. But let me share this video, because I like playing this video so that people can understand what we are talking about.
A polling booth.
Yes.
You're given 6 ballot papers.
Yes.
So you decide, as you may decide,
yes,
that you'll only vote for a presidential candidate.
Correct.
That leaves you with 5.
Yes.
Those 5 are not stray.
No.
They are unused.
Yes.
You've been given 6, but you have elected to use only 1.
Yes.
That leaves you with 5.
Yes.
What we are asking, where do those 5 go? How are they accounted for? It's a simple question.
Oh, yes.
They're not stray.
No, they're not stray.
They can only be stray if they have found themselves in the wrong ballot box.
And that's the point.
Okay. So they're not stray. So you still remain with 5.
Yes.
Where do you put them? You carry them away?
No.
How are they accounted for?
No, and that's the point I'm making. You vote. You vote for one, and vote for the second, and vote for the third. You have 6.
Yes, my lord. Please cut me along.
You know, that's videos.
Wakiadi, thank you. This one lifts my spirit.
All e-election yote will revolve around that, and I think this is what we are saying here. The over, I don't know, 500,000 people who went into a polling station and voted for the president alone, and then walked out. It's okay. People are saying you can decide just to punish Uhuru peke yake. You don't care about the government. It's okay, but then you have to account for the other 5 ballot papers. Ziko wapi? We should, even if they are spoiled votes or stray ballots, they should be accounted for, and they should actually tally with the number of people that voted for the president. Demba karibu.
Yeah, good evening and good afternoon wherever you are. Really glad to see all of you. Christine, nice to see you. I just saw you with a yellow thing, so I thought, have you just moved before even the dust settles?
Never think just clothes. Let's not disown our clothes because of UDA, the way we let banana rot during orange and bananas. Thank you.
It's a good comeback. Now, I want to submit here that I've noted just 2 things that I'm going to say. We are headed to the Supreme Court. For me, that's a very positive thing. And of course, what Makiadi has played is what is going to come out. I mean, we need some. It seems like IBC didn't learn anything from that particular case, because you see the questions that they were Form 34B, the transmission, the scanning. It all comes back to that, and it is something that you see they are wanting. I am noticing that the UDA guys are more vitriolic than even the Azimio, who apparently are supposed to have lost in this. What were UDA? Just go and have fun. Why are you throwing too many tantrums on the? I thought you should be party. I don't know what's up. I want to demystify something. I don't think, should I call him the president-elect according to Chebukati, or the deputy president, is as strategic as people want to say he is. This guy campaigned for 9 years. And on the last day of the election, he's still going to steal, surely. If it was a matter of strategy and if he was so popular, I think he would have gotten even more than what he got, even if it was assuming that he was coming to win and his so-called bottom-up thing was so popular and he's captured everybody's imagination the way they were saying. You'd have imagined that 9 years of campaign or 4 years of campaign, because literally the second term, the guy hasn't worked. He's been campaigning. But for him to come and assuming that what Chebukati gave him is what he's purporting he got, then I think he's too disorganized in campaigns. I mean, Baba campaigned for I think about a month or so, and he managed up to the time they are stealing. It was almost like he overturned his win, everything, such that this guy had to go and steal. So I think even as someone is asking, who is this RUTO? I mean, he's just a thief. Simple. You don't need to ask so many questions. Why are you asking who is Ruto? As if you, I don't know if you live in Kenya or you don't live in Kenya. You don't. That's a thief. Ask any kid. They know the person who steals. That's Ruto. Because if you have campaigned for 4 years, I'm imagining you have gone to every part of Kenya. You should have expected this guy to get 10 million. But if he's even stealing in central Kenya, where apparently, by the way, in central Kenya is where they were saying that his thing was so popular, he was a kingpin, he was everything. But if you go to the irregularities that happened in central Kenya, it was so, some of them, all those MPs might even be going home, all of them. So if you have sold your thing and you imagine it has already sunk in people's psyche and mind, why do you then again go and inflate the figures in that place? So I don't really think Ruto is as the people. I mean, there's what has been put out there that that Ruto is very strategic. You know, he wanaume. Why didn't you pull 10, 20 million? I mean, we have 20 million voters in the first place. Many people didn't register even to vote for him. And in central Kenya, people didn't come out to vote. And then, of course, if they voted, you still had to go and steal. If he was that strategic, I think Azimio had better strategy. Azimio had more brainy in work because within a month or so, they pulled what they pulled. You like it or not, the Kenya Kwanza thing, you didn't have any strategy. Because if you did, 4 years of campaign should have given you better performance. And you didn't have had to steal. Now, the other thing that I say is this. Okay, personally, I've didn't vote for Ruto first and second. I didn't vote for them. So Raila was still my third, fourth, and Raila is still my fifth. So even if you decide the so-called is going to be sworn in, I don't have a president. I don't have a president. Yeah, like Inawezekana has said, he doesn't have to be my president. He's the president of Kenya, not my president. Because a thief, someone who cannot discuss corruption, the deputy president, the elect, has money to be refunded. You know, such kind of people. We cannot allow our country to be led with such people. Let me tell you, for those people who are saying that, Ruto has to, he's won, he's going to be sworn in. There are countries that have been led by such thugs, but time comes when they have to go. We don't really care about, you don't go to that low. You don't take Kenya that low, And if indeed your win was that convincing, how come even celebrating it is so hard for you? So you are spending the rest of the time just attacks and complaining and whining. Everybody has a right to go to court. If your win is supposed to be convincing, then it has to bring inspiration across the country. But how come that people are not happy? Even those people who are winning, even I'm talking to people, even those who are even commenting lots of the time in this forum, they are the same people who are supposed to be celebrating. So I'm wondering, why the anger? Muko na hasira wakati mna campaign, before you campaign, muko na hasira wakati mna vote, muko na hasira hata mmepewa mkaitwa muko na president elect. Sasa mnatakaje? Mnatakaje? You're supposed to be celebrating, But anyway, what we say, the topic says that we are about the Supreme Court. We don't know what the Supreme Court is gonna say. My hope is that sasa unaona wale watu ndio hao sasa watu walidhia ya nimekubali sasa, nendeni mfurahi, nendeni ona sasa hasira, mmetoka na hasira huko mnakuja na but anyway, endeleeni. Hii ni therapy hata kwenyu nyinyi. I don't know what you guys are waiting. We hope the Supreme Court is going to bring sanity and bring Kenya back to what we want it to be and what Baba has always wanted it to be. And for us who believe in Raila Amolo Odinga, it's not the person that we are looking at. We are looking at the principle and the causes that he stands for. Constitutionalism. And of course, someone has said, why doesn't Raila steal like others? Now we are becoming a society that wants to celebrate evil. I don't think that is the direction we want. We don't want to pass to the next generation that because ills have become good, now that is what we need to be celebrating. That if someone steals from you, Mahatma Gandhi says that an eye for an eye will leave the world blind. That if someone hurts you and you hurt them back, then of course we leave the world blind. We need some people to bring some decency into our governance system, especially in Kenya. And that's what we look forward to. We don't want transient things that because someone has come in and the kind of Rasputin kind of growth, and you want someone coming and then that is what we want to learn. I don't think that's where we want to take our society. So for us, we are very convinced that we're in the right direction, and we are happy that at least there's the Supreme Court. It's still going to bring back sanity into our country. And even if you steal it and you stay with it, you know that it is wrong, and we are still going to fight on. We know that bado mapambano, we are still going to call you out, and we are happy that you guys have been given and you're not even celebrating it with happiness. So you are coming here to make noise at us, but we are still soldiering on. Back to Makiadi.
Thank you Ndemba. Unaona vile wamefunguliwa huko kwa comment section.
Nilijua watakuja hapa mbio, wamekuja wote, wamekuja
hata waende kusherehekea. Mimi nashangaa sana, we unakimbia mbio zako, unashinda gold medal, unaekewa kwa shingo, alafu unakuja kutukana wenye umeshinda, wenye
ulipiga. Na president elect anaitwa nani huyu? Anaitwa Paul Washe. Simuko na president elect
wenye ulipiga lap kwa uwanja, kwa track, unakuja kuwatukana tena endeni msherekee bana. I don't know what's hurting you. Endeni unasema hapa mnaongeleanga nini hapa kila siku?
Ati sasa simutafute forum yenu mfungue hapo mwenu msherekee president elect. Anaitwa president elect. Simwende huko. Unakuja kwa sisi tunaumia, mmetuumiza, tunaumia sana. Sasa mbona mnakuja hapa? Simwende mnini? Bado mko na kikombe, you guys cannot even relax and enjoy it. Tunawapeleka kotini. Simfurahi ya kwamba mtaenda kushinda.
Kuna jamaa anasema Ruto should close this stupid station. Anyway, ni sawa tu, tutakaa hapa kabla ifungwe. Julia, karibu.
Asante Makiadi. Then, but you know me, I don't want to say I have problems with R and L. So if I start saying president-elect, I must say a bad word. So naomba mwache nisiseme Stone PK naelewa shinda yangu. I may not say the correct word. So because I have bad attitude towards this so-called...
Let me ask you before you go on, do you think this thing that has ended was fair?
Which thing?
This thing that has just ended.
The election. I think if you use the word fair, then you're using the
I was just pulling your leg. I think you're just playing with us. You've called it the way it's supposed to be. Okay, so endelea Julia.
If you use the word fair, Makiadi, you're using a bad word again. Like fair is very far from what happened. So me, I'm also surprised, Mr. Demba, that okay, by the good evening everyone, good morning. Naona kuna buzz Demba Makiadi asante kwa kushikiria when we are sulking. Sometimes we are sulking. Sometimes nakuja kama nimechoka. I think that 1 week I've been very tired. I went back to school to teach and all that. Buzzman, Stone PK, Soko, watu wako na majina kweli. Christine, good to see you. Christine, I know you can't go to UDA, ni nguo tu, achana na Themba.
And my yellow is not the UDA yellow.
Yes, ile UDA is very ugly. Ile UDA ni iko na sura mbovu.
Christine amejoin UDA.
It's gold yellow.
Yeah, that's gold. Themba doesn't know what's yellow ya UDA na gold. We need to teach him about colors.
Wale, ngoja kidogo Julia. Wale mnapiga kelele hapa ya UDA. I cannot join UDA. Ruto cannot be my president. Not now. Hata mkimwapisha and then mwapisha Sugoi, he will not be my president. Nimekataa.
Ngoja Julia. Dawa watu wametoka wapi Themba? Where are these guys from? Over almost 700 people na ile matusi natoka huko.
Tumewachocha.
Wanaogopa Julia. Wanaogopa Julia.
Makiadi. Ati anaitwa nani? Geoffrey Ruto ati Themba have come to hear, to see how the voters have come down your vote. My hand can never be come down by thieves. You cannot steal, then you can't come in down when you're a thief. That one forget. And then mkasherekee, tokeni hapa.
Sawa Julia, endelea.
Inawezekana, good to see you Peter. So there's somebody called Ngetich was saying that he was saying something stupid that Mnandi akikuimbia that you'll not catch him. I don't know why he was saying that. It's a wrong statement. But so it's good that they are admitting they stole. And it is sad to imagine that this has happened for many years in this country. I think since the beginning of multipartism, since 1992. I don't even think the 2002 elections were fair. I think it's just because the majority was overwhelming, and probably Moi did not intend to steal, because for many reasons. Maybe he didn't mind a Kibaki presidency, and probably Uhuru may not have been very zealous, but I do not think that those elections were also fair. I don't think we have ever had any fair elections in Kenya. That is my take. And recently, now, when the results came out, I felt very bad about Mount Kenya region, and I thought that these people really let us down. But now I'm beginning to change my mind, Mr. Themba. I'm really changed my mind. I really think many Mount Kenya people came out and voted for Baba. But Ruto wanted to prove a point that wanachukia Baba. He wanted to prove that point, that watu wa mlima wanachukia Raila, hawezi mpigia kura. So these things you people are talking about Supreme Court, there's a tight case here, because these numbers are not adding, just like what Makiadi played out. I have voted many times. Let me say this. All the times I have voted, I have never cared about the governor. Okay, I have cared about the governor a bit, and then MP kidogo too. Lakini MCA, women rep, I normally find myself overwhelmed hapo kwa booth. Umenipatia 6 ballots, so I normally find myself overwhelmed, but still I have to throw them somewhere. And because I'm educated, I don't miss the box. So what I do, naenda, nachagua president wangu, hizo zingine nachukua chama chake. I don't care whether the MCA is blue or green or white, but somehow I check kwa hiyo MCA na tupa kwa hiyo box yake. That is what all voters do. So this thing that there are several hundred thousands for Ruto in Kenya region that are above the governor's seat, that Chebukati needs to explain. They also think someone talked about the internet. The internet never forgets. Now, you people, if you are a criminal or a suspected criminal, and the police come to your house, what they do, they pick all your laptops. They never ask you for permission to carry your laptops away, and they never ask you to give them a password. You people, you even watch these crime movies. If you watch, nobody asks any criminal ati je Themba naomba hii password ya hii laptop yako. They go and work on your laptop because they can get the history of everything that went in and went out of that laptop. Hata kama you deleted it, hata kama ulitumia nini kudelete, they can find the history of all what went into your laptop. That's a laptop. So which means this website, there is a record who recorded what, who deleted what, when, how, when. You see? And the so-called server. So those things will not add up. This case is very tight. So those of us who, I saw Njiru jana akiongea na nikamsamehe, those of us who are afraid of what is going to happen, our lawyers have a tight case and we have evidence. And in me, I think this case is worse than the 2017. Because 2017, they were seeking for nullification. I'm seeing a situation whereby they will seek for one, nullification. Two, they will ask the Supreme Court judges to disqualify the announcement by Chebukati that RUTO won and that those numbers are faulty and that the correct numbers can be found. They will seek that. I think they also seek for Chebukati to be disqualified for running any electoral commission. They will seek for that. And I can see in the lower courts, if not that court, I can see some returning officers going to jail. So that is how I see the case taking direct, because this is a time for change. Now that takes me to the next point. Now, our to Tanga, they are celebrating nothing. Let me say this: it is time for change. And if you don't know it's time for change, look at the history of Kenya all the way from multipartism. And I think we can talk about the 1980s, late 1980s, when we had some cabinet secretaries resigning and deciding they cannot work with KANU. When they said they had resigned, they appeared, the people who were working with KANU, like Kamotho, I can remember Kamotho and another person called Dr. Kiano in Mount Kenya region. They thought these people were idiots and were too much for having rebelled against KANU. They did. They resigned. We know Kenneth Matiba resigned and Rubia resigned. And we know that Kenneth Matiba and Rubia were arrested, and we know what Jaramogi Odinga and the others did, and Moite and the others did. We know when the day those people were arrested, we know these people went to Kamukunji. We know that was the beginning of the struggle for multipartism, and we know that that struggle did not end until Section 2A was signed and we had a multi-party state. We know that. Now, we can even talk about how we gained independence. Now, and then we come to a multi-party system and we have our parties, and we realize that Moi is getting away with it, though he retired. Now, so we begin our elections and we imagine that we are having fair elections. And this far we have come with about 4 or 5, 6 rigged elections. And now we are tired. So I am telling the people of Udaku, we are tired and fed up of being fed up of rigged elections. And something must be done. And this thing will be done now. There's no turning back. Now, there are constitutional methods that are available. One is going to the Constitution, to the Supreme Court. So we are going to the Supreme Court. The other one is picketing. But I'm going to promise these people, Kenya is not resting until we do these reforms. We got to do these reforms. Now, declaring Baba the president is not the only agenda here. It's just one of the sub-agendas here. That Baba won fairly, that is one. That is not the end. We looking forward for reforms. Now, we can no longer do with the fact that there are 4 IBC commissioners who disagree with Chebukati. It is like going to an exam room, giving an exam, and some teacher say, we gave this leakage, this one did not have a leakage. You know, that exam should be disqualified because now who is telling the truth? At mimi tuliona hii namba ilikuwa hii. You can imagine, you people, even those, I think I've marked next exams. If 2 teachers are grading a student and then Makede nampea 40 na me 50, hiyo paper lazima iangaliwe tena. So the fact that there are some IBC commissioners disagreeing with Chebukati, that now brings another thought of confusion. Who is saying what? Somebody has this form that 4, another one has this one. I mean, who is saying what? So we need reforms, and these reforms must be done now. So I can assure the UDA people, if there is going to be a rerun, it is going to be done by Chebukati, because Kenyans are not going to sit and do nothing. Chebukati is going to jail. That one I mark you. And so many returning officers are going to jail. Because Ababu, the change is now. It is now. It must happen. There's no other way. I joined Stone PK. Either we do picketing, whatever will be done must be done, because the change, Baba is not just yet become president, because we must take advantage of Baba and Mother, and the change must be now. So we are not just, I'm not just here fighting Baba who declared the presidency. I'm looking forward to a situation where we are going to have an election like the one in the US, where we have boxes where that count, like them hawezi weka 2 ballots, where you may not even need agents, because how will you put 2 ballots there? That's what we are looking forward for. We are looking for a tight, a watertight system of the server and all that, where we have something must be done. Some people must be jailed, so that next time Zemba akiwa IEBC commissioner atafikiria sana before kutoa hizo milioni mingi ndio abadilishe uchaguzi. Makiadi will be RO, will think very, very, very hard before adding 200,000 to the presidential candidate, because some few people must go to jail. Wanaenda jera. That is what is going to happen. So, fellow UDA people, you are here yapping and saying that ati siji mnangojea simwende runoff, siji ati Mount Kenya watoke. Mount Kenya came out to vote for Baba. That's the evidence now we are realizing. People, even Mount Kenya people are tired of this criminal. Watu wenye wako na akili mzuri Mount Kenya wako na akili. They know that their lives of their children is at stake having RUTO as presidency. I want to tell you this, whether you like, you nyinyi mnaropoko hapa mnaropoko hivi. Nyamazeni kimya na msikize vizuri. We cannot forget what happened to Kiambaa. We will forgive, but we'll tell our children and our grandchildren, this is a criminal. This is a suspect of crime against humanity. And his place is Hague, not even committee. Huyu jamani mwizi mbaya mbovu. And unfortunately, his running mate is another thug. So you're not going to tell us here, Moi was not even as bad as this, that tutanyamaza hivi, ati tugoje, ati tukiona some 2 thugs ruling. I'm telling you, this reform is not just about Baba becoming president. It's a reform of is an electoral reform where next time even a presiding officer will think very hard before swapping or changing a form that 4A. And finally, now I want to agree with them by that. I really think UDA is led by idiots and people who with low level of education and high level of ignorance, because they don't know that the internet never forgets. So, you people, nawaomba, mwendange shule, mpelekange hao watu wenyu shule, muwapeleke kwa technology schools and computer schools. Tell them the internet never forgets. This is a tight case. This is a very tight case. And even if you decide, I had somebody called Girishi was seen going back to UDA. Let me tell you, these are birds of the same feather. Lakini nakwambia, Kenya kuna remnants, na mimi ni mmoja wao, I'm a remnant. I will not buy into corruption. Come rain, come sunshine. Kwa sababu watu wengine kama sisi hatutaki kutajirika. We don't want to be called wealthy. We only want to have enough. So get this into your heads, UDA members who are celebrating. Get it right. You are the minority criminals in our dear country, Kenya. Majority of Kenyans wants to do the right thing. Asante Makiadi.
Makiadi. Hebu kidogo, nataka sasa watu wa UDA mnyamaze kidogo hapo chini kwa comment. Tuone watu wa Baba. Tafadhali type hapo chini kama wewe ni mtu wa Baba, sema tuko wengi. Hapo chini sema watu wa UDA nyamazeni. Endeni kwa wall ya Itumbi. Tafadhali.
Then they will keep quiet. They will talk again, I promise you.
Mnyamaze kidogo, watu wa Baba pia waongee. You are too active. Na mnajua the more mnakaa hapa mnaendelea kupatia watu wa Azimio hela. Hii channel naona sawa. Watu wa Baba sema tuko wengi. Sawa, tuko wengi Baba. Tuko watu wa UDA tokeni mwende kwa wall ya Itumbi. Naona hapo mablue. Naona asante. Naona watu wa Baba, watu wa Baba tuko wengi. Safi. Naona. Watu wa UDA nyamazeni kidogo. Si mtulie kidogo tu. Patieni watu wa Baba pia nafasi waseme kitu. Watu wa Baba ndio hao. Watu wa Baba wako wengi. Sawa. Naona tuko sasa ndio hao watu wa UDA mnyamaze kidogo. Endeni kwa wall ya Itumbi. Back to you Makiadi.
Okay, Thank you. Hawa tumewazoea. Siku hizi wanakujaga na matusi namna hiyo. Nakuja kwako Jakosoko. Ngoja, I just wanted to bring you panelists up to speed with what is happening right now. I think, I'm not sure if this statement was released yesterday, but Chebukat, like he's called, says that he has no money for a rerun. That's number one. And number two, I'm just reading on the Daily Nation right now that there are a lot of mystery kidnappings of IEBC staff. So, ladies and gentlemen, what is happening?
Makedi, may I say something? You know, let me say something that you got to be careful. Well, I don't want to judge these kidnapped people or whatever happened to them. But when you work with criminals, you are very insecure. When you decide to collude with criminals because they must find a way of shutting you up. You people, do you see what happens to Kenya when we hear that bank robbers or some thugs were shot dead by police, and you ask yourself why they were not arrested to be charged in a court of law? It is usually that somebody is trying to hide evidence or to hide information. So when you work with criminals, ama munaka munapanga, somebody must shut you up. It's called timajambazi. Unaona? So that is what that some of us Kenyans, we must refuse to go to this side. Even if we hear everybody else has gone, let us remain the remnant and decide that we will not work with criminals.
And again, Makiadi, you know, sometimes the way our criminals work, or the thieves, the way they work, and also terrorist groups, what they do, they can eliminate or even kill one person to send fear, shockwaves to other people who could probably be thinking of, coming out and maybe revealing stuff. So when you hear things like kidnapping or even killing, you never know the information that could be out there, sending fear. You know, when you want to send fear, you either torture someone or someone disappears, or someone will be told that, you see, the way so and so disappeared, you're also likely to disappear in the same manner. So probably some of them is just trying to send a fear into some people not to come out. It's unfortunate. That's the kind of a country that some of us seem to want to celebrate. In this age and time, we don't need to fear a leader so much that we can't express ourselves. When the deputy president came and said that now you can talk freely with your phones and all, I mean, we have been talking freely in Kenya. I mean, everybody else in Azimio, we don't fear talking. The space, the democratic space is there. Probably in Kenya Kwanza is where they have been fearing him and they have not been talking. So I think if we allow ourselves to move that direction, I think there's a generation probably that might not understand. When Moi was in leadership, you know, the kind of environment, you know, you'd not even trust anybody. You're walking around, you'd imagine that they are going to tell you. You know, there are times you used to think that Moi is everywhere, that everybody is a CID by then. So we need to have a free country that is not being that we are not sending fear. We are not selling fear to individuals. Something else that I think we need to talk about a lot more is what the deputy president is trying to do. You know, buying people from other parties and killing other parties. Now, we talked about that right here when he said that everybody should wind up their party. And I can, believe you me, if this, whatever happens right now, they are probably going to merge all those parties and they're going to form UDA as a party. Everybody else is going to be told now, you need to, you know, to break your party and let us have one coalition. I mean, that's killing multi-partyism in Kenya, you know, and Kenya is a multi-party democracy. So we need to see him for who he is. Unfortunately, politicians are also very greedy. And that's why some of them are going for probably the money that is offering. And they are probably thinking about their tumbos for now. So I would want to urge Kenyans of goodwill that please let's try and appreciate our constitution, the journey that we have had up to where we are, and let's not think about ourselves. Let's think about the future generation. What do we want them to find? So the years of elimination of people, that should be behind us. We should be looking at the years of debating based on facts, based on sound arguments, based on what we want to see Kenya to be, where do we want to see Kenya to be. Those of you who support RUTO, some of you, if I ask you, even tell us what RUTO stands for, you don't know. But some of us who support Raila, we support him for what he has stood for all this time. We are not just coming to abuse. Mwache makasiriko. Just relax. Give us, sell to us. What is it that RUTO is a Kenyan, just like every other person. The only thing we are saying, he is not qualified to be in the office that Chebukati wants to give him by force. We don't think that he qualifies to be in that office. He can qualify to be led, but not to be a leader as a president. And for some of us, and I can see we are many, even if he nyakuas it, he will not be my president. He will not be our president. He will be the president of Kenya, but not our president, because I don't think he qualifies to be a president. And not yet, just like it has been said in other cases. Now, you guys telling us that Central Kenya voted UDA. They didn't. In fact, 8 million Kenyans never voted. That's a very serious problem that we need to be asking ourselves. Why would 8 million people not turn up to vote? That's a very big number. You need 8 million, and we are here because of the 8 million who didn't vote, who never woke up to go and vote. So those 8 million people realize that they were not even inspired by what you're calling RUTO civility or bottom up. They didn't care. Then we have people in some places who didn't vote, who didn't come out 65%. And then RUTO had to steal. So if that RUTO ni mwanaume hivyo mnasema, hangeenda kuiba. I mean, Central Kenya tungeona the kind of illegalities that we are seeing. So stop with telling us, sisi tutatoka tuvotie Central, tulivotia RUTO. You didn't, because if you did, then we wouldn't be where we are right now. Those who didn't vote, of course, are the problem. So Makiadi, back to your question, I think it's sending fear. And someone is probably communicating something to the larger people. We never know. Maybe some of them think there's something that is known by them. Probably that's why the RO was killed. We don't know. But who stands to benefit? We have to ask that question. Yeah.
Okay, I think Kasoko had lifted his hand before Stone PK. Let me give just in a minute or a half, 1.5. Jakosoko, unmute your mic.
Boy. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. We can hear you. Okay. Are you still struggling to unmute? Just press once. I can, yeah. Yeah, go ahead now. No, you keep on
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's go to Stone PK first. Stone PK, I think Jakosoko has an issue with his mic. Stone PK.
As he's struggling before Stone PK, I didn't want to be president, and I don't look forward to being president of Kenya Ngetich. And I should president work.
Stone.
All right, Makede, I'm on now.
Aya, sawa.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize what Temba was saying. if you are to get the answer for what happened in Central Kenya, we can go back to the archive, 2007. What RUTO, the same RUTO who is doing this thing did. What he said. RUTO said it is 100% impossible for somebody to be given 6 ballot papers and to end up voting for one person, and the rest of the ballot papers just disappear. So apart from that, I had a question for Themba because I know it's good at analyzing things. What are the powers for President Uhuru at the current time or the current situation? Because today President Uhuru appointed somebody, and at the same time we have somebody who is purporting to be president-elect. Did he consult, or Uhuru is just confirming what he said sometimes back that he's not ready to leave this thing for anybody else? So that is a question I have, because I was thinking, why did he do that today? And we have a president-elect. At the same time, Uhuru told us he won't leave the country to thugs. Somebody can answer, or Themba can highlight on that.
Thank you for that.
Hold on, Themba. Let me give Stone PK. Maybe he has also a question, a minute, and then you can take both.
Yeah, I'm sure what I'll say is what Themba would say. My brother,
Just say
Uhuru is the president until that day when Ruto will be sworn in. President-elect has no mandate.
What RUTO still? Okay,
whatsoever.
what is wrong for you? Can you take away that bad word? What's RUTO being sworn in? That's a bad word.
Oh, okay. I will. I will withdraw. Okay. Ruto. I mean, let me talk about Uhuru. Uhuru is the president up to and including the day he will hand over officially to someone by the name Raila Amolo Odinga. I think that sounds good. He is the there is no duty that has been relegated or reduced from the presidency or from the president of the Republic of Kenya. He is the commander-in-chief. He is the head of the state. He is running his business as usual. He can go to this wherever he can meet. There is hakuna rais mwingine by ndugu yangu until that day which you know when. Asante. Maybe Themba has something else.
On the issue of the appointment, Jakosoko, if you look at that Gazette notice, it was from 5th, all right? So the appointment was done on 5th. Indeed, according to the law, within this time, he's on a temporary incumbency, and he cannot make any public or whatever appointment. So if we look at that, it was reported today, but it was gazettement was for 5th. So you're right about the president. Now, the Ruto cannot do any appointments right now. The only thing that he can do, which I think I saw has happened, he has recommended 3 people to the transitional team. And obviously, when the court, as soon as the matter goes to court, then everything else stops, right? So even the transition committee will not be meeting because now the thing is already in court. So when the matter has been filed, it means that they cannot proceed on with any other thing because the courts can rule either way. So even them recommending the 3 to the committee, the transition committee, does not necessarily mean that they start briefs immediately. There's still that kind of, the constitutional thing. So once they go to court and that starts, after your transition committee, it cannot meet. There's, I think, Gladys Bosch-Sholei, there's Muturi, and then there's the Veronica Maina, who have been recommended to the transition committee. But that's a formality. It's a constitution. That's the president has done what constitutionally ought to be done. He created the transition committee. Of course, it came in. The president-elect, as Chebukati had said, they gazetted it. The transition committee needs 3 people. He has recommended, but now, of course, there are things will stop. So there's nothing wrong the president has done. And of course, forget this watu wa udaku na stori zao mingi wanaenda wakipiga kelele huku. We still have a president. Of course, there are things he can do constitutionally. Yeah.
I want to go to who? Inawezekana.
Oh, thanks a lot. I almost slept by the way. But I've just been reading some of the comments that the people are writing in the comment section. And there's a guy called Robert who was saying RUTO, if RUTO does not, he was saying that they are Generation Z and I don't know generation, I don't know what. So he was saying that if RUTO does not perform, they'll knock his, I won't say the word, too. So the interesting thing here is that Robert does not realize that it won't be them knocking RUTO. It will be them, including ourselves, all Kenyans, being knocked by RUTO. These guys don't get the danger of this man becoming president. They don't get it. So I'm just letting you, Robert, know you'll be knocked, not the other way around. Number 2, already he has proved that he's not able to perform. For the last 9 years, what has he been doing? The first 5, stealing left, right, center. The other one, he was campaigning for the most part, so he didn't have time to take from the public coffers. However, even the one that they keep on saying, which is the KEMSA, I hear he was actually involved, him and some Kenya Kwanza people, and now they are trying to blame it on Jubilee. Anyway, time will tell, and later we'll find out what exactly happened with that KEMSA deal. Something else. And then there was someone else who was talking about the ICC. Sorry, not the ICC. I'm the one who wanted to talk about the ICC. Who was talking about what's happening with guys disappearing, guys being warned, I don't know what. And a good example of what happens to you if you joke around with this guy called RUTO is what happened to the ICC witnesses. The ones who are not bribed are no longer with us. So that's the kind of person we're talking about. Also, when you look at the comments, you see how much Kenyans glorify sin. None of us here is sinless. The Bible says that all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. So we've all sinned. However, we don't glorify it. Put it in people's faces. Whatever issues each and every one of us here has here in this panel, we don't glorify it. We don't make it look like it's a good thing that we're doing. It's not our lifestyle, We are not trying to run for public office, and yet we know we probably may have a problem of, stealing, for example. We need people who are running for public office who do not have a problem with taking that which does not belong to them. And when it comes to Kenya, the people we're talking about here is Baba. In the whole time Baba has been in Prime Minister, has been running has been the head of the opposition, I have never had anything that Baba has taken of somebody. I have never had anybody who has gone missing, who has died, where Baba has been connected to that. Same for Martha. Even Martha herself, she told us that she has no interest in, wealth, like land, I don't know, money, I don't know what. She has no interest. She's satisfied with what she has. So those are the kind of leaders we want. We don't want thieves. And when we say people are thieves, the reason we are saying they are thieves is because they are asking us to vote for them. So we have to say, Apana, you have an issue with stealing. So we don't want you to become our president because you're likely to empty the public coffers. So that's what we are saying. We are saying that if you're asking for a position, you have to, now, for example, me, I have a problem with, I have, you know, this whatever thing of, I don't like seeing blood, you know? So I cannot be a nurse, you know? We are just being practical. So me, because I have a problem with blood, anything quizzy, any kidonda makes me feel, I don't know how, I will not be looking for a job at the hospital. So we need to be people who do not glorify sin, even our own, you know? And rather than glorify sin, what we do, if you find you have an issue, you repent. That means doing a 180-degree turn and stop doing that which you have been doing. So, let's not glorify sin, guys. I don't care whether you're Generation Z, Generation X, I don't know which other generation they are, Wazes, young people. Let us not glorify sin, because Kenya, where we are right now, it can only get worse. If you guys saw what happened in Sri Lanka, where the leaders were literally being mobbed on the roads, being stripped naked by the Wananchi, because they had simply had enough. So if you don't want to see those types of sins in Kenya, please vote for please defend the right people to be in power. If you don't want to see those types of, we are even literally protecting RUTO and the Regardis of this world. We are protecting them against themselves, because it has reached a point where some of these problems they are having, it's almost like they can't help it. Because not only have they gone after the public coffers, now they're even going after our vote. They're wanting to be the ones to decide for the people. You know, that's how bad it has gotten. So we're even trying to help them help themselves. So by not supporting or defending such people, we are literally helping them. They don't end up on the streets being stripped naked by the people of Kenya. And in this case, the people of Udaku. Because that's what's going to happen. In 2-3 years' time, if justice and truth is not served in this case. So we are protecting you guys, Uda people. We are trying to protect you. And we're also trying to protect your leaders, these people who you're defending with all of your heart. Thank you so much, guys. Sorry, sometimes I become so emotional. My voice starts becoming shaky, but please forgive me.
Someone we don't profile challenges. I mean, wewe kwani UDA wako Kalenjin peke yake? Stop with this. Stop being petty. Get alive. I mean, we are not profiling. We are talking about, and you did not seek to be the president. The person who sought to be the president of the country called Kenya is Dr. William Samoei Arap Ruto. If we didn't, we wouldn't be talking about it. And we don't think he qualifies. We haven't profiled any tribe. We are all Kenyans.
Themba, I said UDA. I didn't say any tribe.
Yeah. I agree with you. I mean, yes. I'm just referring to some comments someone said down there. That
you see now they're even stacking themselves, Themba.
Yeah.
They are literally telling us how they are feeling in their heart. So they already know that UDA equals to. So they're actually telling on themselves.
Yeah,
I mean, it's so ridiculous. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we don't profile any tribe. I mean, if you are Kalenjin, I mean, you got a right to support Ruto. You go and continue doing it. If you want to support Ruto, I mean, go ahead. And those who are supporting others, that's how it is. That's how democracy works. And also democracy works that we have a right to refuse, that we don't agree with that person that you agree with. Yeah, that's how democracy works. So in this place, for some of us, you have chosen not to agree with that. We are not profiling you as Kalenjin. Please forget with this self sympathy. I mean, if you're a Kalenjin, be proud. If you chose UDA, be proud. If you chose RUTO, be proud. Enda sherekea president-elect wako. Sisi tuko na the fifth wetu, na hata mkienda mkiapisha, tushaonyesha kitambo ya kwamba tunaweza apisha baba hata mkiapisha wetu. So kuna vitu ambazo hamwezi tutisha nazo. Mtaapisha huyo, lakini na sisi pia tutaapisha wetu. But right now we are not pursuing that route. Right now we are saying we are going to the Supreme Court. Na vile Julia amesema, there are so many ways, there are so many things hatujawaambia. Sasa hii ni the first one. Kwenda kwa Supreme Court is the first one constitutional. Go read the constitution. It gives you many other things that
then I'm wondering, people are just writing my names here on the chat. I'm wondering, kwani nini imewauma? Wauma notice hivyo. And you see, then but they are saying that ati nimewatusi.
Nashindwa mnashinda kikombe na baada ya mwezi sherekea na raha. Badala mkae mwende msherekee kikombe na raha. Hapa tunajadili ideas. We are telling you, if you choose to listen, the reasons why we don't agree with the deputy president, and we have given you the reasons. You have a right to come and agree with us, and you have a right to keep holding whatever it is you think you are holding on to. It's still okay. There's nothing wrong in that. There's nothing wrong in you being in UDA. I mean, all those leaders are Kenyans, and they were seeking positions of leadership as Kenyans. And we all have a right to seek positions of leadership if we think we qualify. And as we have a right to disagree and say no if we disagree with them. So, I mean, that's how democracy works. Democracy is not one-sided. It fits everybody. It fits everybody. That's how democracy works. Everybody has to fit there. And we have to give what we think. So if you think that what we are saying, haikupendezi, do yourself some favor. A way of taking care of your mental health is leaving this place and going to another place where you find they are saying things that you want to hear. That's a way of taking care of your mental health. Yes.
Also, Themba, one more thing, sorry to interrupt again, but people get the leader they deserve. So if it so happens, so at the end of the day, when all is said and done, we'll get the leader that we deserve. My prayer is that we do not end up like Sri Lanka, because that it's happening. It's not a story. It's not a myth. It's happening. It happened.
Yeah, we hope that Kenya will not end up there. And like Inawezekana is saying that we get leaders we deserve. I don't think Kenya deserves a thief as a president. I don't think Kenya deserves that. And I think one thing that happened, just so that I can bring in someone else, is that I was disappointed by the clergy. You know, when Chebukati was busy, implementing his drama, the clergy was seated there waiting to pray for the same drama. I mean, where do you see such happening? And then the next day, look at it this way. These guys had stayed there from 10 a.m. in the morning, I think, because the announcement was to be made in the morning. Then it was pushed to 2, then it was pushed to 3, and then it was pushed to 5. So it was happening at 5. So these guys spent literally the whole day at Bomas. How idle are these people? They spend the whole day at Bomas up to 5. Then the next day, they still have time to go to Karen to pray with the guy. I mean, what happened to our clergy? Did they become idle or what? How do you spend the whole day waiting for an announcement? Then it is announced in a very haphazard manner, and you're still seated there. And then you find time again to go and see the president-elect the next day according to you. I mean, that's we must be finding some work for the clergy so that they can be doing. Because I realized that we have a very idle clergy. They probably don't have a lot of work in Kenya. And then for you to come and then, okay, I don't mind, because you see, they say the clergy can accept everybody as long as they have chosen to pray with them. But I don't understand how you could endorse such a process, especially that goes against almost half of the Kenya. I think there was something that does not add up. And I have said here before, even when we started this debate, Stone PK, you've been here, that part of the things that we have witnessed as a society is the clergy has become too compromised that even the normal voter, the normal Kenyan, does not feel safe even running to the clergy because the clergy has taken sides. You really don't know. You don't know where we can run to when we need that sense of comfort. And that's the problem that happened in Rwanda. I mean, some of us probably have not gotten to read in the precursor and things that happened up to the time when the Rwanda genocide took place. Some of the people who are involved were clergies. So I think we need we need some sense of conversation as Kenyans. We need to the clergy to offer sometimes that alternative. When we come from this dirty politics, when politicians have already messed us up, we need a place where we can go and the clergy can help, but can help us and even give us that a place that we can see this is safe. It's devoid of the dirty politics. But now we don't have that, and unfortunately, as a country, and that's why you find we are where we are. I want to suggest, as a people, post this, we need a conversation. I think if we've never had, we need to continuously have that conversation where we have some set values that define us as a society. We don't want to celebrate thieves and say that they have worked hard. It is not working hard. It's how you have reached where you are. We shouldn't just say that because this person has reached here, then he's someone to emulate. You can't emulate certain tenets and characteristics. We need to find something that we can pass to the next generation. Unfortunately, for the UDA guys, as much as you guys are here and you're angry, your leader does not represent that. You don't just seek leadership for the sake of it. You must seek it for you to be able to pass certain values to other people. I don't think your leader has that. I want to bring in Bazuman to give a comment as we are going round again.
Hello everyone. Themba, Julia, Stony PK, Peter, Inawezekana, and Jaco Soko. Yeah, it's good actually. I'm seeing on the comment section, these people are angry. And it's now they're bringing tribal inclinations. But it's expected to go that way. But as people, we know where we are coming from. We know where our country is going. The country is growing democratically. So it's good actually. It's good. What is happening? It's healthy. Even us who know we have a history. That's why this the Kenya Kwanza side, they don't want the history. Kenya has a history until where we have reached. So we need to take pride actually. This space we are having, if you can recall the days, people like us, the days, it was really tough. It was really tough. So there are young people who don't understand. And these are the people the DP has in mind. They're really brainwashed. And there's a script, the church also is inside there, but it's good for the public to see. So you are the one to decide which side do you have to stand on. And that's the good of democracy, actually. So we'll fight our cause. The good thing now, we are going on to Supreme Court. They're getting scared. If you know you won on a good slate, why are you scared? Take your case. Everyone will be heard, and there are so many ways. And our leaders, the best thing, our leaders, they're really calm. And the way Baba said, he'll follow the constitutional ways, and there are some things he can't divulge. So there are so many, and you have shown it before. And the Azimio guys, we are really quiet. We know if it comes worse to us, we know. So we just see the way they're reacting. So we didn't, these people, they're trying to now to invoke, to incite us. Wanajaribu kutuchocha, lakini sasa si tunajua, si tunawawacha tu. So alikaa, they are really distracted people, social media, nini, vitu hapa na pale. But us, we'll just do what is right. We'll stand for our country. And the best thing, we have been growing. The last time the election, Maraga set a bar. This time again, we are going to set the bar much higher. Such things will never happen again in our country. And this is what we are fighting for. RUTO is not a bad man individually. It's only ideologically. That's where, but some people now, they're taking it, personal. We want, even if you win an election, win it in the right way. It's like sports. You play football, at the end of the day, si ati unakuja unataka kufunga goal na offside unasema ati ni bao. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Referee is compromised. Everything is compromised. But the best thing this time round, the case will be on our favor. The four commissioners. It has never happened in Kenya history. And the best thing, these are the things which have been happening in dark. We never see these things. This is how our elections has been run all through. But the best thing this time, we can see these things the way they're happening. And the president sort of is good, is calm, because if he could have been meddling in the things, these people could have taken the propaganda, Uhuru is coming, no step capture, the way the propaganda they have been selling. So it's good, let the president stay aside, let the players sort out this thing legally and constitutionally. So what I can say is just let us keep the spirit, na tukwe na hiyo nguvu, we are Kenyans at the end of the day. At the end of the day, this thing of tribal, it's really backwardness, and it's really primitive this time and age, actually. Because you find people, we are working with different tribes, you have partners, and when it comes to politics, unapata mtu, an intellectual person, the way they are reasoning, even your friends. Sometimes even like now, this thing has come even to the family. Some of us, you find even maybe in the family, this thing, they have been brainwashed the way they are reasoning, because these young people, they have never seen where we have the things we went through, actually. And we fought for this independent democracy we are having, the space. We couldn't have this before. So let us keep the spirit and pass the message. Whether they like it or not, the truth shall come to pass. Thank you.
Peter M.
How are you, Julia? Happy to see you. How are you? Now, I'm doing some self-reflection. It's a little bit deep, but I've been asking myself about our value as a society. And that was Themba has been saying that going forward, we need to come back and have a conversation about our value system. In regard to the clergy, I was asking myself, why did Koigi Wamwere call Koigi Wamwere? Why did Johnston Kenyatta had to change his name, forfeit the Christian name and pick the other name? Why did Jaramogi had to put aside the Adonija name and pick the other African name? These are the things that we should ask ourselves. And these are the guys who really benefited so much from the missionary. There are things that are in Christian faith that we do not even know. There are history that we need to really interrogate. The clergymen are compromised, and I believe that they don't have what we call self-identity. They don't have the identity, so they cannot stand for anything in regard to the morality and the rule of the law. They don't really understand it. Many of the churches, I want to believe nowadays, don't preach anymore in regard to the 10 Commandments. It's either pokea, receive, without really knowing where you are receiving it from. So I think it's high time that as a society, we need to come back and ask for ourselves, where did the rain start beating us? The likes of Bishop Okulu, they stood for something. They went, they paid for it. They were beaten up. And I was looking at the story of Amos, the political prophet. The guy stood against the government and a prophet. You cannot be a prophet who goes to the bed with a politician. It never works in the history. It never works. There's something wrong, absolutely wrong with our values as a Christians, and we need to redefine our faith as a society. We need to check. We need to go back and check, and that's why there's Mameda was saying that let us moderate. Let us scan through who are these clergymen, what are their belief system, where they're coming from, where they're taking people to. We need to come back. We need to watch as a society. Unfortunately, we've not been watching them. We've been glorifying their prophecy without really questioning where they're coming from. It's high time. We need, as Kenyans, we need to wake up. And this time around, is this a Mandela moment? We have to get it right. And like Stone PK said, that the constitution is very wide. We have so many options, but it is us as a citizen who believe in values, who believe in our history, who believe that we'll be able to pass a rich legacy to our children, to stand up and to fight for our children. We need to stand up and to fight for our children. Nothing else. It's a fight against the odd, and it's a wake-up call. Raila is just an individual, but we have to rise and give him support. Wherever we pray, we need to pray for him. We know that this country is at a defining moment. We need to arise. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone is telling me to read for you guys. I don't know why, but telling me to read that's the book of Hosea 8, verse 4. It says, "They set up kings without my consent. They choose princes without my approval. With their silver and gold, they make idols for themselves to their own destruction." Yeah, that's that. Not all kings come from God. Not every leader comes from God. You know, for those who are spiritually inclined, there's even the story of the Israelites being led by God himself, and then they reach a point where they say that we want a king that we can see. And then Saul was raised, not because that was God's intention, but because that was man's intention. So not every king, not every leader comes from God. You can't say that all leaders come from God. That sometimes the Bible says you set them for those who are spiritually inclined. That is what the Bible says. So and the idea of once you get there, you start becoming deputy Jesus over what has happened. That you thank God. I mean, even fair enough. Even a thief says that before they go stealing, they pray before they execute their plan. So that does not mean that the stealing is good. So even the person, even this, I mean, we cannot run our country like that. We cannot be a country that celebrates bad, evil. That's not the country that we want. That's not Kenya that we want. We want we have reached a point where we tell people that we are even tired that why can't Raila steal? Like surely how can you even argue like that? And when you see people who are 30 years and below arguing like that, you're already selling your future. You're selling your future, you know, because whatever Ruto is going to do to the country, your children are the ones who are going to suffer the consequence, not even you. You know, it is your children. Because if Ruto is going to be there, let's say give him 10 years, he'll have plundered and squandered the country. And it is your children who are going to suffer. You can't afford. If you are 20 years and above, remember, you're not joking with your future. You're joking with the future of your children. They have lent it to you. You need to protect it. Now, if you are already, I can assure you, even if Ruto came tomorrow, you're not going to benefit from his presidency. Not you. You're not going to benefit from his presidency. The people who are going to benefit from his presidency are your children. We are suffering because of decisions that were made many years ago. You know, the things that happened in during Moi era are the things that now we are suffering. The things that were done several years ago. So you cannot imagine that now you are 20 years and above and you're thinking if Ruto comes, you are the one who is going to celebrate. You still go back to buy unga at 250. You'll be struggling to find a job because him coming right now does not mean that tomorrow you're going to find a job. But if you find a president who is going to bring in and set the country in a good foundation, it is going to produce a better future. But if you find someone who is going to come and plunder it more, they have already plundered it. Now he's coming to plunder it more. Your children are going to suffer. I sometimes pity those people who are 20 years and above who are thinking that now if Ruto comes, you are the one who is going to be celebrating. No, you're not going to celebrate nothing. You know, by the time that time comes, your children are the ones who are going to be celebrating. So think, open your eyes, think wider. Don't think just about yourself. Hakuna kazi ati itafunguliwa Agrakana. Kenya is in debt. Saizi iko na karibu I don't know how many $trillion. Hizo lazima kwanza zilipwe. So kabla hizo zilipwe, my friend, watu watakuwa wameiba zingine. Now if you have a government of people who want to steal, first of all they count themselves first. You can imagine how bad it will get. Now I want to bring in Stone PK at this point. Then I bring Juliet.
Thank you, Themba. Sometimes I listen to you and I see, I empathize because I see you are preaching. You know. I wish I would take you to preach to a society that is normal, a society that has ears. But unfortunately, our society, the Kenyan society, is drunk with something I can't tell what. I know they will say I'm insulting them, but that's true. The entire country, tumelewa na kitu fulani, unfortunately, and it's something I never wanted to see in my lifetime because I've read history, I've read how countries have collapsed, I've read how countries have had issues, they have suffered. My profession, I've worked in countries that have been torn by war. You know, I know what it means. When I listen to what Kenyans say here, I sympathize with them because, by the way, Kenyans, majority of these who have not traveled. Even they have not even gone to Somalia, for example, just across there to go and see what happens to a country that gets bad leadership. You ask them about Rwanda, hata kwa gazeti they don't just say Rwanda. They don't know what it means to have close to 1 million people of the same country, one nation, one country, slaughtering each other. 207 was nothing. It's a dot. It's really a dot. And you see how it is polarized country. Kenya was almost collapsing because Kenya cannot withstand civil, unrest for like 2-3 months. We will be finished. People will die. Before even they die of fighting, they will be dying of hunger. Kenyans also, as learned as we are, we really have ditched what good leadership is all about. It's when we start voting with our bottoms and stomach. We lose our heads. It is Kenyans, when you start now debating, thieves become saints, and then saints become angels. You tell churches are doing bad by supporting this. You are told, please don't dare attack the church. The church is sacred, and we buy that. Now that brings me to the number one point I want to talk about: the kidnapping, IBC, all this. Kenyans have forgotten what happened when we were having ICC cases and all that. They have even forgotten what happened to Misando. This is what amazes me about my country. The kids we are dealing with, in fact, I don't know why you waste time talking to them on the keyboard, on the comment. Most of them are kids, and ni utoto tu iko pande ile, you know, people don't know anything, kids of 1990. They are calling themselves Generation Z and G. So those ones, you just let them type. That is what they know best. These are kids who, when you enter their houses as an uncle, they are not able to greet you because they are glued on the mobile phone. They are kids who don't listen to news. They don't even read history. So the history of yesterday, they don't read. It's bores, it's tired. So how they want to, and that's where the world is going, especially Kenya. And you can tell why we have deteriorated so much. And that's why you see, they even don't want to know who RUTO is. They don't want to know who the other person is. So we are in an abnormal society now, and most of the things cannot be done normally. That's why when you try to do things normally, you are getting the repercussions that we are getting. It is very unfortunate because, like now, if you want to run to church, what will you be running to church to do? You're going to church to get solace. Which solace? You're going to church to get protection. What protection? Who will protect you there? Yeah. So we are in a very bad space. Then we talk of RUTO, the way he's doing things, killing multipartism. Personally, I even don't care what RUTO will do. Even if he is made president, I will not even care whether he does multipartism or he does, because at SAG, whether you have many parties, you remember Moi, RUTO and Moi. RUTO will be more than Moi because Moi at least was ruling people who had guts, people who had guts to fight, people who had guts to tell him this is rubbish. RUTO will give you money. Now, RUTO will give you a lot of money. Moi was giving you a small stack of money. We hujava State House, unapewa vitu kidogo, unakunywa chai, unaenda unakubali. RUTO will wash you with money, dress you with money, and you will be worshiping and, you know, praising. It will be songs of praises to Arab Samoei RUTO. So that is the kind of country, if God, and it is not God, it is Satan. If Satan gives this country to RUTO, then you can be what you can know what you expect. You will realize that most of the conflicts in the world have been brought up through clergy. You know, people are lied to in terms of faith. You are told, oh, lazima tumshukuru Mungu. This is the kiongozi that God has given us. Sorry to say this, God stopped giving people leaders kitambo sana, those days of Moses. And he was doing that because people were not enlightened, people didn't know anything. That's when God was helping people in that light. But these days, God gives you brains. That's why your brains are in the head. Otherwise, the brains would have been elsewhere. It gives you brains so that you think rightly, so that you're able to make selection, to elect, to make decisions that you will be accountable. That is it. Mambo ya kusema ati God giving leaders, hiyo tuache tu. Let's not lie to ourselves. There is no, if God gives the leaders, then why does he give the akina Bokassa, akina, okay, we are even saying Museveni is bad. Well, he's also God given. Those others, akina Charles Taylor, those who killed people in thousands in Liberia, akina Samuel Doe. So those are all God given. Anyway, so for me, that narrative, oh, God has given us leaders, God is anointing RUTO, those are very archaic kind of thoughts. Yeah. If RUTO becomes the president of that country, let's just know it. The Satan has decided to punish that country called Kenya, and we wish them well. We hope they will see the light of the day, but itakuwa ole wao. Those who can be able to, I don't know what to do, but you can imagine. And that is how a nation collapses. Somali will never be Somali again. Kenyans, my fellow Kenyans, Somali was once a country that was so beautiful with Siad Barre. Of course, they had some shortcomings. They thought he was very bad, overthrew him. And they've tried to come together. It has been impossible. And there's only one tribe. One tribe with what we call clan. that should teach Kenyans a lesson. Kenyans, we are 40 whatever tribes, and we are so wild. You can see people commenting, oh, Kalenjin and all this. Can you imagine if there is nobody, there is no leadership, yeah, or there is that leadership that is threatening others, saying, oh, you cannot do this and that. We will disintegrate like so fast, like sodium bicarbonate. Lastly, it is the right of every Kenyan to support whoever they are supporting, and whatever the process Azimio has decided to take, it is our choice. So calling us names or doing all that, that is pedestrian. It shows how empty heads we have, those who are calling others names. You should be very, very ashamed. Just sit in your house, achana na wale wanaenda kotini, waende kotini. Wewe unaona sisi wao ni wapumbavu, you are also pumbavu, because why are you falling in pumbavu? All right? So UDA, go, as we keep on telling you. You should be busy celebrating. Mkitengeneza Gachagua, utengeneze ile nyumba ya wale wanawake unasema utakuwa ukiwa nao kule wakikunywa uji sijui mkifanya nini. RUTO, you should be furnishing your room 350 and widen it. Yeah, you should be there checking all your Azimio women one by one. Do what you do best. Achana na Azimio, sisi tung'ang'ane na mambo yetu. Thank you, Bwana Temba.
Asante sana, Stone PK. I never cease to remind them. Personally, I am very optimistic about the country called Kenya, and I believe that something good can come out of Kenya if only we learn to respect each other and have values that can unite us as Kenyans. Celebrating bad, I don't think is a value you want to hold, and that's why I can never stop talking to someone who is willing to listen. If you're not willing to listen, it's okay. I don't know why you keep coming here. Now let me tell you something interesting that you don't know if you're coming here and your only reason is to come and hurl insults. The moment you log in here, mwenye channel anapata pesa. So the person ambaye yuko hapa mwenye channel is earning from you by you coming here to view, so if you really wanted to suffer, get out of here. You don't come here, you will find the person utakuwa unampunish. But the more you come here, we tell you things that annoy you more, then you hurl more insults and you keep staying here and we keep getting your money. So the more you come in, you see how you're not reasoning, you're not thinking. The moment umekuja hapo kutype hapo unasema ati sijui nyinyi wajinga sijui nini, tunapata hiyo hela yako kidogo na umeamka saizi, badala hata uende ukatafute kabarua mahali uende ufanye kazi ama uende usherekee mtu wako, unakuja hapa kutupatia hela zaidi, na tutaendelea kukuchocha ndio uendelee kutupa hizo cheche za maneno. Tunafurahi unapozitupa because the little money you're having ama hiyo bando umekuwa kidogo, tunaendelea kukunini, we like it, but we would wish that you used it wisely. Ungeenda kwa channel ya Itumbi has a channel, I think he is your chief propagandist. Go there, make noise, hurl all the insults you can there. At least you'll be doing two things, mnamsifu na pia mnampatia hiyo hela yetu. Lakini ukikuja hapa, you are not being useful to yourself or even to your party. That Azimio nyinyi sijui nini, you are wasting your time. You're wasting your time. You're just you are exposing how angry you are. Let me tell you something. You will never see us. Okay, let me not speak for everybody. You'll never see me going to a place, UDA place, that inaenda kusema, hey, umefanya. I do not want to suffer twice. I don't like you, then I'm giving you my money. That is suffering mara mbili. That's why you don't like me, but you're giving me your money by staying here. So endelea kukaa hapa. I want to bring in Jakosoko Ologi aseme jambo, then we start taking our closing rounds. I don't know if he's there. He's not there. Julia.
There's someone asking me a question. I don't know, Odiek, why Central didn't vote. Me, I think it's just this feeling that they didn't make up their mind to vote for Ruto. Hawakuwa wameamua. So that thing is that thing that Ruto is trying to create, that Mount Kenya walimpigia kura, is just a creation, is not real. So they were not committed to his winning. That's my take. They were not committed to have him win presidency. They didn't care whether he won or not. That's my take. And I'm also, then nimeona Mise ananiambia ati I remove my, I wonder what is wrong with Mise ati nitoe my blue shirt. Mise, come here, we square it here hapa kwa studio. Wacha kuongelelea huko.
Mise, wewe endelea kupiga sherehe huko peke yako bwana. Sisi
wacha kuongelelea huko. Come here, and then there's something else that
yeah. Now we want to start taking our closing remarks.
Naomba nimalize niseme kitu. There's people Ahmad here with me, but they think I'm using strong words when I use I say Ruto is a criminal. I was trying to look for the meaning of the word criminal. Is someone who is felonious, commits illegal activities, illegitimate, illicit, lawless, unlawful, wrongful, has a history of criminal behavior. Because Ruto has a problem. Tukiongea maneno ya mashamba, amenyang'anya mtu kama Mtesh shamba. He has a case for a shamba kule Laikipia. Sijui amechukua shamba la nani. But worse still, he's accused of murder and deportation. He's accused of that. Na hiyo case haijaisha. You people, which other word do you want me to use? I mean, niambieni tu mtu mwenye amepelekwa kotini kwa kesi ya mauaji na deportation of people na kesi ya kunyang'anya watu mashamba. You people give me a better word, which one? Me, I'm sorry. That is the only English I know. I mean, criminal, a criminal. I'm sorry. If you have better words, tell me. And neno la Kiswahili, mwalimu wangu wa Kiswahili nilifundisha ni jambazi. Sasa kama kuna neno lingine wataka nitumie, muniambie ni neno gani mwataka nitumie kusema juu ya Ruto na Gachagua. You can give me better words. Finally, not finally, this is just finally. I'll give my final remarks. Then I read the Bible, and I also want to read the Bible. Someone talked about the church, and really them, but me, I'm at a loss. Especially nikirudi Kenya, I think I'll go to the Catholic Church, because tunamwitanga mufea huko kwetu. He doesn't post to be so holy. He doesn't care about you. But I think he doesn't do so much drama with politicians. Lakini I have been going to this, unajua them, I've been going to these churches in Kenya, we call them, in Kikuyu we call them za kurukaruka. Makanisa maamuro garungo. Kwa sababu hapo ndio tunaimbia Mungu sana. Ama tunaitanga hizo kanisa za maji mingi. Makanisa maige. We are deep inside the river because we believe we are the most baptized people. In fact, when we give a testimony, we say like this: I'm born again. Okay, I love Jesus. I'm born again. I'm spirit filled. I'm heavenly bound. I'm fire breathing and devil chasing. Amen. That's how we give our testimony. Lakini hao watu, they have disappointed me, because they have the same people who have been going to Karen to get money and all that. I'm very disappointed. I'm not trying to be judged, but I'm thinking that they have defiled the house of God, and they have discouraged Kenyans who wanted to go to the house of God. And I think I'm one of those Kenyans who are discouraged. And so I don't blame Kenyans for thinking that they should not even go to church. So that's my take. So the Bible says, this is what the Bible says. Those who think that I'm too much by calling Ruto Jambazi, I won't read for you the Bible in the book of it's Proverbs. I have it. I have it right now. It's Proverbs chapter 6, 16 to 19. I always quote this verse. I think when all is said and done, even as we look at ourselves and ask ourselves who is more Christian than the other, I think if we are Christian, then we can refer to the word of God. And the Bible says that there's the 6 things that the Lord hates, 7 that are detestable to him: haughty eyes, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked schemes, feet that are quick to rush to evil, a false witness who pours out lies, and a person who starts conflict in the community. All that I have described William Samuel Ruto na Gachagua na watu wake. And if he wants to take me to court, I will quote all the places he has been taken to court for the things I have quoted in Proverbs 6:16-19. How then are these preachers walking around saying ati wameombea mtu wa Mungu? Kwani mtu wa Mungu ni nani? Kwani ni Mungu gani huyu? You people, actions speak louder than words. Asante Themba.
Okay, now thank you. Aliye na masikio amesikia. Let me acknowledge some of you who have come and joined us today. It's indeed a pleasure. We have 521 people still watching. Kutafuta tu umbea na udaku. Watu wa udaku wako hapo chini wengi sana. Badala muende mkasherekee ile nini mlipoa na Chebukati, mko hapa kelele. Lakini I can acknowledge you guys hata hivyo. Excelsior Malabati UDA TV. Ati unataka kupata Julia, huyo mpati kama wewe ni wa UDA bwana. Asante sana. I'm blessed. Honorable Man Stanley, better devil to read a Bible than si hata shetani alisomea Yesu akaambia Yesu ya kwamba imeandikwa kwa Biblia, so it is not wrong for you to anyone to read them. Sasa kama wewe mwenyewe wewe ni wa church na unaambia Julia hivyo, sasa hiyo kanisa yako tutakuja kweli? Evans Kipto, unasema tuzoee. Nyinyi sasa mjamzoea, mnashinda hapa. Sisi tutamzoeaje? Mzoeeni kwanza nyinyi ambao mmemchukua. Endeni mkamzoea. Sisi sasa nitazoeaje mtu wewe mwenyewe wewe hujamzoea unakuja hapa kupiga kelele? Sasa endeleeni mumzoee, alafu labda sisi tutaanza kumzoea mkishamalizana kumzoea. Ni kama mtu anaenda nanunua suti na baada ya amini ni yake, unaivaa na uoga. Sasa nyinyi kama mlishaichukua, mvaeni mzoee. Mimi I will never zoea Ruto as my president, never. Vincent Kazungu, unani gani, Helen Paul, Joseph Githui, asante. Mise hapana, tukuingizi kwa studio saizi, time imeisha. Evans Kipto tena, Cap Chemoiwo, I don't know. Na mbona ni wakale tu wanatutetesha hapa, ama nyinyi ndio mnajiprofile alafu mnatuambia sisi ndio tunawaprofile? Wacheni kujiprofile. Mwende Tekeli Gitash, Geoffrey Mwenda, Simon, Maureen Were, Sara Wagunda. But all in all, tunapenda sana mnapokuja hapa, hata kama ni kupiga tu gumzo. Sisi kama wanaazimio, sisi bado tuko mbele. Tunajua ya kwamba blue ndio kala ya Kenya. Hao wengine ni wezi, hatuwaamini kabisa. Na tunawaambia hivyo ndio mkuja hapa mtete tena, lakini tunajua ni wezi. Wezi kubali wezi watawala. Tumekataa. Sasa nitawaruhusu those people in the panel to give your last comment. Kipto anasema Julia umsomee Exodus 21 verse 44 to 46. Kipto tutakusomea, sisi hatuna shida. Dada Ndega, si utafute jambo lingine nzuri ya kusema. Kama wewe na uume wa wanaume unatafutia nini? Mambo ya uume ya wanaume unatafutia nini? Kama yako imekatwa utosheke. Ile wenyewe jakatwa inakuashia nini? Inakuashia nini ndugu yangu? Kuna hiyo Exodus 21. Kipto, Julia atakusomea.
There is no verse 44 in Exodus 21.
Ni wa UDA wanakotigi mabible zao hao Julia, achana nao.
Where do they get the Bible from? Which Bible do they use?
Hata gari nyinyi wako na Bible yao ile watatumia.
Tupatie Bible yenu tusome. Haya, wacha tusikie, itawezekana. Hoja zako za mwisho, your last comments, then we go around.
For me, what I want to believe is happening right now. I could be right, I could be wrong, but I mean, I'm sure there's been a lot of fraud in previous elections. However, this is the first time that it's being muliquad. Even if it has been there, we may not have been aware of it, even those who are voting one way or another. However, for me, what I've noticed during this season is that it's a time for exposure. Who are being exposed? Politicians, they're being exposed, both Azimio and UDA, Kenya Kwisha. Politicians in general are being exposed. Clergy are being exposed. I mean, who knew that a man of the cloth, a man of the collar, I don't know what they are called, whatever they are called, can actually literally go and participate in a coup. And you could even tell that he himself was not standing there in confidence. He knew he was doing something wrong. It was just weird. Anyway, the clergy, and then the next day, the men who you would think that, they're the men, the religious clergy of Kenya, representing all the Hebuzote, hata hizi za kurukaruka. They went and visited a man who the day before had committed a coup against the people of Kenya. That's your clergy now. It's they're being exposed so that you know who these people are. Higher, number 3, exposure. The people of Kenya are being exposed. I've always known that there is a lot of corruption in Kenya. I've always known that many people, let me not say majority, but many people are not straight. But there's a certain exposure that is happening. It's almost like I'm seeing it for the first time. And even people come to the comments and they are and they're insulting people, and at the same time they are even like, it's crazy. You like, it's the exposure that has happened during this election period for me has been tremendous, and I know it's for majority of the Kenyans. People are being able to see who are we as Kenyans, who are our clergy, who are our politicians. A lot has been said tonight. Many comments have been written in the comment section. But for me, what I would like to finish with tonight is there's someone who wrote that RUTO will prove us wrong. And RUTO will prove us wrong. Now prove Azimio and us here in the panel, we will be proved wrong. Unfortunately, for the person who wrote that, you shouldn't expect much, because a strong indicator of the future behavior is past behavior. Somebody's not going to wake up overnight and all of a sudden they've become a different person. So don't just like we're telling you, don't expect much, and if you think you'll get anything worth anything, you are dreaming. Our prayer is that when all is said and done, that Azimio will prevail, and that we as Kenyans, including UDA, including Azimio, everybody, that nobody is going to suffer. For me, that's my prayer. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, Themba. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Jakosoko. Although I know Jakosoko is asleep, thank you, Stone PK. God bless you all.
Thank you, Inawezekana. Jakosoko, are you there or you're asleep? You're lala. Okay. Tunafunga, that's why we are not sharing the link. See you tomorrow morning. Juliet Makapila tumekuona, Mr. tumekuona, tunafunga. So that's why unaona watu wanaongea wakienda. Haya, Stone PK. Stone, you're muted.
Yeah, thank you, Themba and Julia. Let me say just one very short word because tumezungumza kabisa. I just want to talk on behalf of, to those who have been uttering some very funny words like handshake. Again, I want to blame Kenyans. Kenyans, sisi ni wasomi. We pick one phrase tunaigeuza. Sasa I was shocked when watu walikuwa wameanza kusema kuwe na handshake ati baba na Ruto. Then I started asking, really? Handshake for what? If Ruto atakuwa pronounced right, siendelee. Why should baba go and handshake with somebody, who he has never ever even thought of sharing a platform with? The fact that they once were in ODM together, it was Ruto who had come to ODM, because of a survival way. It's not that he believed in ODM. Hakuna. Ruto does not believe in those principles and values that Baba goes for. So for me, that would be the worst. And I hope it doesn't even come anywhere there. Because I'm one of those people who would really feel so frustrated. I've tried to shed off this politics thing, niishi bila kufikiria, because the way the country is going, the way people are thinking in reverse, it's very stressful. So I don't think it would be necessary for any handshake. Ikiwa Ruto atakuwa rais, niendelee tu, so that even Kenyans can taste, the young Kenyans can taste what bad governance looks like. Because for us who have seen a little bit more, they think we are yapping. These young guys, they even don't know that at one time there was no road in the entire country. Kila mahali. So they don't know this. Wamekuta lami, wamekuta internet, wamekuta malls, wanaenda kuchill kwa mall. There are all these ndio unaona they can't think when they hear people saying, oh, the country was bad and all that. Alafu, right now they are the ones, hakuna mtu anajinunulia kitu. It's mom, give me this, dad, give me this. All these guys you are seeing here. So they don't know about whatever the struggle the parents are going through. Ni watoto wa Cerelac. And a country with kids of Cerelac, it's a country that will go for doom. Because one, they are the laziest nation. For those of you who have participated in hiring, you know what it is. I'm not really condemning them, but I'm saying mchezo ile wako nayo is too much. Thinking that somebody like Ruto can be able to lead a country. It is unfortunate. Lastly, let me say this is the moment of rapture. This is what I always look at. I think for 59 years, Kenya has been trying to form, and we've missed steps, to miss steps one by one, struggling. People worked very hard, Akina Tom Mboya, and then some evil comes in, spoils the motion. Tumekuja kidogo, Kenyatta Kajira hivyo akapotea njia kidogo. Kibaki akaja, somehow this accident gave him incapacitated status for 5 years. Akikuja to recover himself, it was only too late. He did very little, and some bad people, Kenya has very bad people, took advantage and derailed. You know what happened, of course, with Ruto is, we didn't elect them. So Kenyans, we are jinxed, and I don't know what that will end up being, because you can see now what is about to happen. That's why I'm calling it a rapture. Probably it will have to burst to be rebuilt again. Maybe that's what will happen. Now, saa ingine inaweza pasuka tushindwe kuunganisha. That's why some of us are working so hard in whichever way we can to make sure that a sober Baba takes the leadership. And that's why when I talk, I'm saying, for me, I don't mind hata kama Baba ataweza kuwa Baba. In whichever way, I don't care whatever means. Where we can correct the rest. Si Ruto alistorm bomber. Na saa hii tunaongea tunamuita president elect. Sisi tulikaa tunataka kwenda kisheria. Kisheria tutaswipiwa juu. Then tutaanza kulia. For me, if I'm installing somebody good, I don't care how he gets there. Democracy will come later. Yeah, even the constitution is not serving us. We can dump it, amend it, and all that. Because I don't believe in being static. I believe in dynamism towards the right direction. Sisi tutakaa hapa tu kama that. Ruto atajiapisha ama ataapishwa, whichever way he will do, and we will go back again to crying. Kikuyus will start singing some songs they were singing during Moi, redemption songs. Ndio zilikuwa zimetungwa kila mahali because they suffered the most. For those many ones, let me say, let's hope for the best. As I keep on saying, let the true Christians pray for the nation, and pray for the right thing. Let's not start praying for peace. Peace we have. Let's pray for wisdom. Thank you so much. Wisdom and justice. Thank you, Member and Julia.
Thank you, Stone Figure. Julia.
Na Stone usiende, unaona vile watu wakienda, pictures look bad here. We are so big kwa screen, but I'm seeing about 500 people watching, 3 people Themba. That's good. Now, mise ukikuja hapa, I will kick you out because wewe unaongea hapo kwa comment section, ati unaniambia nivae nguo ya yellow. I don't have yellow in my house. I don't like yellow in the first place. So mise ukujange studio, acha kuongea kwa comment section. Now, I want to say this. I don't think this is a tribal thing. I want to tell the Kalenjin people who are here, Geoffrey Ruto and Ivan Skipto and the others. The Kalenjin people I know are wonderful people. And I don't think Ruto's behavior and comments represents the Kalenjin community. Neither do I think Gachagwa's behavior and comments represent the Kikuyu community. Because I don't think in terms of tribe, I'm outside that box. So here it is not tribe we are talking about. And I want to say that every Kenyan has a right to vote for whoever they want to vote for because it's their constitutional right. So even if the majority of votes Ruto got is from the Kalenjin community, probably they were just saying he's our man. Like the Kikuyus voted for Uhuru and the Kenyatas for Uhurus and the Kibakis and all that. So I don't think Ruto's behavior represents the Kalenjin community. I don't think anything he says represents the Kalenjin community. And me, as far as I'm concerned, the Kalenjin people are wonderful people because the Kalenjin people I know are just wonderful people. And they have morals, they observe high moral standards and all that. So, kitu si ukabila. Second thing I want to say this. Now, the Azimio is going to the Supreme Court. They are going to the Supreme Court and they have a tight case. So I hope the Supreme Court judges are going to be above board and do the right thing because this is a time for reform for this country. It is not just time. We are not just hoping that Baba will become president. That is one thing. But we are hoping that we're going to have electoral reforms so that we stop any further rigging ever in this country, in Kenya. So that our generations to come and thousands of generations to come will celebrate, they will say, it is good this happened. They remember Mother Koome and the just judges, and they will say, these people help us get where we are. And they remember the Raila Odinga Azimio petition, electoral petition, and they will say, it is because of these people that where we are. So that we shall forget, if you people Stone Piquet talk about traveling, but I've been in the US and I observed their elections and I saw something. I don't even know that they have agents, but maybe they have. But really, the elections is so transparent that they don't even think that there can be rigging. They don't think like so because they are so transparent and they are so accurate. So I look forward to seeing such a situation in my country, Kenya, and I hope the time is now. So the Supreme Court judges must just be above board and do the right thing. However, if things do not go that way, and we see William Samoei Ruto being sworn in as president, I will repeat again that I believe that Kenya will be swearing in a criminal for a president and a criminal for a deputy president. And first and foremost, it will be a shame upon our mother nation, our mother country, Kenya. Now, that is not the worst. The worst is what to come, is what is going to come. Now, first and foremost, Ruto doesn't believe in fighting corruption because he cannot fight corruption, because what has ailed our economy is just corruption, because he will not fight corruption because he himself is a suspect of corruption. Somebody is asking me to prove. What else do you want me to prove if Ruto was asked to pay back Mutesh because of his farm? What do you want me to prove about Western Hotels, the land where Western Hotels is? What do you want me to prove about the Moi Referral Hospital case? What do you want me to prove about the case of crime against humanity that is in The Hague? What do you want me to prove about William Samoei Ruto? What do you want me to prove about Gachagua? Juzi aliambiwa arudishe pesa. What do you want me to prove? The courts have proved, fellow Kenyans. So me, I'm saying this, that if the reverse happens, that we see Ruto being sworn as presidency, then I want to report to fellow Kenyans that we will see Sri Lanka and Somali loading in Kenya, because Ruto and Gachagua believe in the handout economy. They believe they can bribe Demba, they can bribe Julia, they can bribe Stone PK. They believe they can withdraw the 50 billion Kenya shillings that they are going to withdraw and come down and bribe the so-called hustlers. They are going to give them money, to dish money to them. And before long, we are going to have our treasury with no money. So they are going to behave like Idi Amin Dada, and they are going to ask the central bank to cycle-style currency so that they have more currency to supply into the economy. These people do not understand that too much money chasing very few goods causes inflation, and too much money that is not backed by the foreign exchange ratios in the country will cause our Kenyan currency to fall. And that is exactly what is going to happen. And within 2 years, I'll not be surprised to see fellow Kenyans storming into State House. Within 2 years, I will not be surprised to see the Kenyan economy performing worse than the worst economy in the world or in Africa. So, fellow Kenyans, it is not tribe, it is not our man here, it is not where our future is. So, if I were you, I would go down on my knees and pray to God that then the Supreme Court judges remain above board and do the right thing. Because in the event the reverse happens, destruction is knocking at the doors of our country. That's the unfortunate, sad story that may unfold. Asante Demba.
Thank you all, and thank you all for coming. For those who are getting irritated by our sticking with Azimio, we don't have to accept your president-elect. That is your president-elect. Wewe endelea kusherehekea. You need to be accepting that mmeshachagua na ameshapewa elect. I don't know why you guys are keeping yourself busy here. For us who are idlers and we are losers, bado mnakuja tu hapa kupiga kelele tena. But we like it when you come on here. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us on this. Kindly, kabla utoke, baada ya kupiga kelele, make sure you subscribe to Mutembei TV. Yeah, the viewership is going up very well. That's nice. And also subscription pia. Ukitoka hapo enda subscribe, kwa sababu hata kama unapiga kelele tunataka pesa yako. Hata kama utaki Azimio, utaki Blue, tunataka usubscribe. Tafadhali go there to Mutembei TV and subscribe. We are not going to accept anything. You know, elections are not to be accepted. It's either someone has won or someone has lost. And their constitutional means to follow. Hakuna kitu ya accept and move on. That one is nowhere in the constitution. Hakuna mali imeandikwa. And you're not supposed to zoea. We cannot zoea. And nobody can force you to acknowledge the constitution. You guys can go ahead, that akiapisha vile Julia amesema, tamwapisha, mtaendelea, but we will not. Personally, I've only voted for Baba. The only other person I voted for was Kibaki. Then Baba, then Baba, then Baba. So hiyo ingine yote ni yenyu. You know, you can, and in this age and time, we have a devolution constitution. You go back to your county, you strengthen your county. If your county has a bad governor, you can cry here day and night, oh, Ruto, but after 5 years, you'll have the same story. If you have a bad MCA, if you have a bad MP, it doesn't matter who is the president. We have right now even Jubilee counties that had issues. You know, they had enough corruption, and yet they were the ones in government. We had people from other counties. So, and again, you can hear RUTO from morning till evening. If you don't choose to develop yourself as an individual, then utabaki hapo hapo 10 years later or 5 years later, and you have not moved. Go listen to Atul. He said hii siasa yote ni personal, ni personal interest. So interest yako iko wapi? You know. So for those of you who think that you have toeni makasiriko hapa. Najua mko na makasiriko mingi sana. Mise wewe unatafuta sana, unataka kujoin sababu mko na makasiriko na mmeshinda. Si mwende msherekee. Thank you so much. We will be here. Sisi hatuchoki. Tutakuwa nanyi hapa leo, kesho kutwa. Hata kama ni siku hapa kuna we have a team of people who will be coming here to be with you. Mpige kelele, mpatie views tufike 100. I want you guys to come tomorrow, mtuambie tena vile sisi hatuja accept and move on. Utatuambia the same thing 10 times. Kuja tu hapa hata unaweza tuambia mara 20. Just come. Just kujeni nyinyi wote kesho mtuambie vile. You know what, you guys come and tell us. This is how you say it. Oh, nyinyi watu wa Azimio mnafaa kuzoea Ruto, mnatuambia that's the line. Oh, sijui mmekasirika. Oh, you're on denial. Oh, muko na uchungu. That is the line. All of you, you speak like that. So, me say even what you're saying has been said here. If you go back, you will see the way most of your friends have said it. So you don't have to repeat it. Another line that you guys will say, oh, baba sijui nini, baba anafaa kwenda kupumzika. Oh, baba pia angeimba. Oh, sijui nini. Those are the same things we hear. Come tomorrow again, give us the same story. Sasa, kuja kesho, spend time hapa, ukituambia hivyo. Oh, sijui mtaenda mpoteze tena kwa Supreme Court. Kuja tuambie hizo. We are ready to listen. And we are happy because unatupatia pesa. Sisi tunajienjoy. Ukiendelea na makasiriko yako. And you are not taking time to go and celebrate your person. Makasiriko. Yes, Tonfike unataka kusema nini? Nafunga.
Nilikuwa nasema kuna huyu jamaa anaitwa Kwombo Kireger Arab Seronei, anasema ati ukiwa na riot Mtembei itakuwa kama Joshua Sang. Mtembei si jinga kama Joshua Sang. We are not calling for we cannot be Joshua Sang. Mtembei is a different yeah. So kukiwa na riot, hiyo itakuwa ni riot, na kuna wale watakuwa wamefanya riot. What has riot to do with Mtembei? So
kuna riot tena riot. Kipto kuja kila siku, hakuna shida. Wewe kuja. Ruto ni doyeni ya nini? Doyeni ya wizi. Doyeni ya nini? Doyeni ya wizi. Ati doyeni. Doyeni kitu gani? Doyeni is given to people who have led into some contribution. Never contributed to a constitution, ajai support.
Yes, we have not had him in any reforms. The only thing the Kenyan child, ukiuliza mwanafunzi wa Kenya, nani mwizi? Anasema
the only thing is a doyen of thievery. Yeah. End up with a doyen of thievery. Ati doyen. Do you know the definition of a doyen? Go look for it. Then you come back here. Doyen of stealing. Yeah, misusing the word doyen. Ati Ruto doyen. Doyen kitu gani? Doyen mwizi. We go look for another word of referring to Ruto. PhD ya nini? Ya kulima.
I don't think even he alifanya your PhD Ruto. I mean, I don't think he did that. He bought his PhD. That is what I suspect. I mean, Ruto has, these Kenyans think that it is okay. You know, remember I said something. Hata kama I vote for somebody na amefanya makosa, nisimtete, ninyamaze tu. Hata nisikwambie themba nimpigia kura. I should just keep quiet because it's a shame to talk on behalf of somebody who clearly has court cases for doing 1, 2, 3. In fact,
alafu kuna mtu anaamka anamuita ati doyen. Bure kabisa.
Ameambiwa ndoeni ni ndoeni. Yeye ni ndoo yao.
No, mimi sitapotea hata. You go swear he means he's your president. Enda you swear. Si mko na yeye, si yako na cheti. Wewe unafanya nini hapa? Badala uende kusherehekea ndoeni wako.
In fact, Mimi Demba, at one time I was thinking that it is good that Kenya also gets a taste of a corrupt leader and waone wataenda wapi. You know, I was thinking that maybe if Ruto becomes president, na tuangalia hata uchumi baada ya miaka 5, you know, it is good maybe they get that taste and maybe they can come back and say tulifanya makosa. Unaona, you know, they are talking carelessly here because of high level of ignorance. They don't even understand I mean, they hawataki kujua ati Ruto amefanya nini. I was telling some Kenyans from Mount Kenya that you did everything to punish Uhuru. Uhuru is retiring with his nice retirement package. And he's going back to his wife and children and his mama. And he can even fly out and have a home elsewhere, away from Kenya. Na nyinyi mtaacha mkingangana na unga shilingi 200. First, the economy is already bad, okay? First, we blame both Uhuru and Ruto for the economy. We know wametufikisha hapa tumefika. So Uhuru is retiring, and guess who is taking over? Let's say Ruto is taking over. Sasa hiyo unga itaenda pesa ngapi? You know, this think Ruto has to recover his money Demba. He has to recover what he has used on the campaign.
For 9 years.
For 9 years.
He's been campaigning for 9 years. Ile uchungu ya 9 years ndio alienda akaambia Chebukati, my friend, you cannot take this from me. I will not get my money. Even what I have, they will come for it. Akaambia Chebukati, tafadhali wewe nipatie tu hata kama ni siku 2 niitwe elect.
na Gachagua alisema ile pesa yake yenye imefungwa atafanya nini?
Ende kuwapikia nini nyama zijua. Nini mkule nyama zijui na nini. Well, you guys, we have to go. Thank you so much. We really love that you guys come here every single day for the chat. And let's meet again tomorrow. Yeah? Let's meet again tomorrow. Yeah? Tukiendelea kukasirisha hawa watu wa Hasira Nation. Najua watu wa Hasira Nation, mko tu na hasira, mkiambua kitu kidogo hivi mnajaa hapa, mnakuja na hasira. Ruto, we will make sure that he doesn't recover his money that he has used for 9 years. Hakuna kitu you campaigned for 9 years and then you only get 6 million votes. Sasa hata alijaribu 9 years and you got only 6 million votes. What a waste. See you guys tomorrow, God willing. Tuonane. It's always a pleasure. Simtoke bwana kwa chat. Sasa ni udaku. Tokeni kwa chat, mwende watu wa udaku mtoke hapa. Naona bado mko 463 people watching. Tokeni sasa mwende. Mwachie watu wa Azimio peke yetu sasa tutengeze in-house things. Watu wa Azimio peke yenu sasa tuseme piga blue hapo, nipe ka like ka blue hapo mtu wa Azimio. Watu wa UDA endeni sasa, tumemaliza mambo ya and then mkalale, go and work. And then sasa enda kazi kama uko Kenya, enda kazi, enda tafuta kitu ya kufanya, enda sukuma wheelbarrow. Enda push some wheelbarrow somewhere. Nimeambiwa kwamba mwende enda mform sako. Toka hapa mwende mkaform sako sasa. 50 billion is coming. Enda mform sako, 50 billion is coming. Watu Azimio pigeni blue, jazeni mablue hapo. Watu Azimio no comment. Piga mablue tu, mablue. Hata usi comment kitu. Piga tu mablue hapo, mablue. The Blue Nation. Watu Azimio piga the Blue Nation. The Blue Nation. Watu wa UDA toka enda lala sasa. Enda form some and then mform sako, mletewe ile inaitwa nini Stone PK. Waliambiwa wanaletewa nini ile kitu yao? Hustler Fund. Hasira Fund. Haya, kujeni watu wa Azimio, pigeni mablue hapo mingi sana, tukisonga. Toa hao watu wa wheelbarrow hapa waende wasukume wheelbarrow wanidi. Kujeni hapa watu wa didi. Tafadhali. Naona wacha nataja tu majina ya watu wala mpiga blue. Petro Wood Nyakan Kanyago asante, Awor Owoko asante, Laban Mutisia blue. Yoe Douglas awe Kipto bwana, siwende tafuta wheelbarrow, tafuta sako bwana. Ukikosa sako hautapewa pesa. Simba uwe kwa sako. Ukiwa hapa peke yako hakuna pesa itakuja. Morin Were asante, Tiara Oscar Juma, thank you. Jeff Momanyi, Ellen Paul, Nation Africa, Montana Kingston, Douglas, Mr. Ellen, we're talking about enda form sako.
Mr. You are nowhere. Mr. You are so annoying.
The money is not coming to an individual. It's coming to a circle. Joseph Aware, Sante, Grace, Brilliant, Tomo, Gutu,
You've seen Adams. You've seen Adams, Adams Arudi.
You've seen Adams. Mekuona hapo Wisamoch, Raila mpaka mwisho. Safi sana. Naona Lawrence Ogera, Esther Kwamboka Nyaundi, asante. Nawaona hapo blue, tuko wengi. Wamenyamaza tu. Baba Montana Kingston. Naona hapo baba, leta hizo mablue bana. Tokeni watu wa UDA, enda mform sako. Inaitwa nini? Hiyo asna fund, mwende mpewe. Hiyo pesa utapewa kama uko peke yako. Hapa sana utapata groups zimeformiwa, wewe hauna chako. Enda tafuta nini kuje kwako.
Ruto stole the certificate. Someone is saying Ruto stole the certificate.
Blue all the way, Anwa Moto, asante sana. Salman, ukisha salimiana unatoka. We want you guys to go and hapa diaspora ni baba Akishi bebe, asante. Baya Said, baba mpaka mwisho. Ukisha salimiana toka, tunataka mdrop 106. Tunataka mwende mkalale. Salamu to blue is the color. Safi. Wapeni waambia kwamba tuko wengi. Wameongea hapa mpaka sasa wakafikiria hakuna wako. I'm blessed. Tinga mpaka mwisho. Naona watu wa baba muko ngangari. Muko ngangari watu wa baba. Ukisha nini unatoka? It's dropping now. We like it that way when it's dropping. Nani Sylvia? Evans bana. Pema chunga, tumeona UDM ilikuwa blue jana, leo ni wachana nao bana, we don't care. Good night guys. Good night Simon bana, see you around. JSLM toka hapa bana, wewe enda tafuta sako. JSLM na Kipto, mngekuwa saizi mko wawili mnatafuta watu 10. Mngekuwa sako ya watu 10 huko jambo. Mwende mwanze kutafuta, unaweza koswa, unaweza pitwa na hiyo fund ukipiga kelele hapo. Haya, shauri yako. Watu wanajipanga saizi. Watu wa Yuda, wacha niwaambie siri, waibie siri. Wacha kupiga kelele hapa. Utakuja hapo upige kelele, alafu usikie baadaye watu washapata hela wameenda nazo. Wewe ukipiga kelele hapo ukitetesha watu wazima. Ungetoka hapa kama ujipange. Safari ya kesho inapangwa leo. Tafuta watu, mjipange, mwanze kutafutana na Itumbi. Mwambie sisi tushajipanga. Watu kama 100 hivi.
Tunataka pesa.
Mwambia kwamba sisi tuko tayari. Sasa si ukipiga kelele hapo utapata zilienda, wewe ukabaki kwa mtandao hauna bundles. Na ukikosa bundles basi story yako kwisha. Baba yes. Watu wakalale sasa tunafukuza watu wakalale sasa. Sisi tuko hapa kuambia sasa kwaherini. Asanteni. Salome Mbone, naona piga blue. Wacha blue azimie ija hapa. Hao watu waone hapa tuko wengi. Naona tunaendelea kushuka, ni vizuri. Tunataka kuambia muende mkafanye kazi. Kama umeamka Kenya, uwezi amka saa 12 Kenya na kitu ya kwanza unafanya ni kuja kwa mtandao. That's not good for you. Amka, enda tengeza kitu. Unaweza kaa hivi unatetea Ruto na yeye mwenyewe ako na zake, anakula zake bwana. Wewe umekuja hapa kumpigia kelele tu, unampigia kelele. Jamaa yeye ako sawa. So tafadhali jijali we mwenyewe. Usiwe na kama uko kwa bosi, umeajiriwa na uko kwa mtandao, unaiba masaa ya mdosi. Hiyo ni mbaya. Nini pike?
So uko low. You are sound.
Waambie uvivu ndio ni adui ya taifa. Waamke
Hey.
kazi.
Uvivu ni adui wa taifa. Tafadhali usikae kwa mtandao kama uko Kenya na umeamuka asubuhi, enda jenga taifa. Enda tafuta kitu.
Saturday people work on Saturday, so Kenya leo ni Saturday, watu wameamuka, nenda kazini.
Enda kazi bana, wacha kutoka kwa mtandao, toka kwa nini, toka enda fanya jambo, enda tafuta kikundi, enda muingie muungane.
Because if kama Ruto atakuwa rais, hard times are coming, start working now. Maisha itakuwa
Wacha are coming, wewe Julius unasema hard times are coming. We already in hard times na itatengezeka within 1, 2 or 3 years. Hiyo pesa italipwa within 1, 2 or 3 years. I can tell you for free. Even the first term. Na unajua Kenya, the only time a president works in the first 2 years. After that, anaanza campaign for 2027. So please, wacha nikwambie ukweli, reality ni kwamba the first and second years, actually hii mwaka itapotea kwa sababu kuna nini? Tunaweza kuwa na RERUN. Sasa hii mwaka itapotea kitambo ajiset nini, alafu tena hii mwaka ipotee mpaka next year kwa sababu ya by elections, kwa sababu kuna MPs na nini watapelekwa kotini. Sasa hizo by elections zikiisha sasa next year, so the only year between now and 27 tutakuwa na kazi ni 1 year. Sasa wewe
na hiyo 1 year ni ya kuiba, tu
atakuwa ni ya kurudisha ile pesa walitumia saa hizi. Alafu hiyo ingine ni ya kuiba, ndio ile watatumia 2027. Sasa wewe umekaa hapa unafikiri utasaidika? Unakaa
if there is a rerun, it will be a structured rerun and there will be issues of IBC commission. I've seen a situation, IBC commission imefukuzwa, kumesemezana we have another one. That will be a process. So we are still extending Uhuru's presidency. And good thing we have the 2010 constitution that we don't have a vacuum. So yani by the time mtu apishwe, you people go.
If you are a Kenyan, forget about CGO, Ruto, my friend. He will only work for 1 year. And knowing Ruto for who he is, 1 year, hata si 1 year, he campaigned for 4 years, 9 years, and he got only 6 billion. Now this one is only 3 years, my friend. Itakulwa ile corruption utasikia itakuwa inakuja hapo. So wewe enda fanya kazi.
Alafu guess nani atakuwa kwa serikali? Aisha Juma atakuwa kwa cabinet secretary. Nani? Ketu Aruguru atapewa nini Stone PK?
Ketu Aruguru atakuwa in charge of State House. Kutandika vitanda huko.
Oh God. Okay, na waziri wa fedha atakuwa nani?
Waziri wa fedha huyo atawekwa nani? Sudi ama ni nani?
What about
watakamua kukamua?
Sudi atakuwa minister for education.
Na Kuria atapewa nini?
Na Rashid Echesa atakuwa minister for internal security. Rashid
Kuria atapewa upande gani? Kuna ministry ya walevi kweli? That would be very funny.
Yeah, it will be a very funny, weird government, and
but God will not allow that because it's the worst kind of.
Don't PK, wacha kuita Mungu bwana, wacha kuita Mungu hapo sasa. Ujinga wenyu msiweke Mungu.
Yes, that is the Israelites asked for a king. Na wakapewa Saul. I mean, and they were very frustrated from then henceforth. So choices have consequences. So Aisha Juma kwa ministry sijui ya wapi, Sudi kwa education.
Sonko atakuwa Minister of Lands. Alishasema yeye anachukua Minister of Lands na alisha deliver Nairobi County. Alikuwa deliver Nairobi County na alideliver Nairobi County akapewa Minister of Lands na atapewa pia some ambassadorial positions.
In fact, then me I have a suggestion. Kesho tuite akina Evans Kipto na Geoffrey. We want to do a RUTO challenge. We to form serikali ya RUTO hapa kwa chat. Tuandike all the cabinet posts.
Huyu Kipto atakuja hapa. Kipto utaweza kuja huku juu tusaidie kesho. Kesho kuja
Kipto twaomba na Geoffrey twaarika kesho. Tuko na RUTO challenge serikali ya RUTO.
Can you imagine Julia ati waziri wa elimu Oscar Sudi ametangaza
kutoka leo hakuna cha kwenda interview na makaratasi. Unaweza beba karatasi yoyote kama inahitajika.
Waziri wa elimu bwana Oscar Sudi ametangaza kwamba kutoka leo wanafunzi wa kidato cha 4 hawataweza kukalia mtihani wowote mara moja.
Na waziri wa fedha bwana Sonko ametangaza leo kwamba ameamrisha mkuu wa Central Bank atoe pesa mingi iwezekanavyo.
Zipakiwe kwa mawilbaro zianze kupelekwa mitaani.
Habari zinazotufikia kwa hivi sasa sema kwamba waziri wa mambo za ndani bwana Rashid Chesa amesitisha kutengezwa kwa vazi rasmi ya polisi kwa sababu ya rangi ambayo ni ya blue inafanana na Azimio. Hivyo
and the other one is habari za hizi punde, makamu wa rais bwana Gachagua amealika watu wananchi huko kwake wakale mchele na nyama.
Kimani Ngojiri atakuwa nani?
Kimani Ngojiri atakuwa government spokesman.
Wallahi billahi. Mwambia.
Alafu nasikia taarifa kamili zinatufikia kwamba katika mkewe rais ameanzisha kanisa pamoja na mkewe wa naibu rais wameanzisha kanisa ambalo kwa hivi sasa anaambia wananchi wote wahudhurie pale ili waweze kupata maji ambayo yameombewa. Hayo maji yatakuwa
yakifika kwako nyumbani yatageuka kuwa chai, kuwa juice, kuwa kila kitu.
Don't forget you are too much.
Yana miracle. Wallahi.
Sasa
hiyo ndio serikali ya
yenu bwana. Hiyo ndio serikali sisi tunacheka tu. Ni kucheka tu.
Alafu kutakuwa mchele na nyama mara 2 kwa siku kule kwa Gachagua.
Makamu wa rais ametangaza leo wananchi wa pale Nyeri wanaweza kapokea mchele na nyama mara 2 kwa siku kuanzia kesho.
Ati Rais William Ruto amesema kwamba mashamba yote ya upande wa pwani ni yake. Kuanzia hivi sasa.
Na aliye na swali anaweza kwenda kumtafuta sultani wa Zanzibar kwani washakamilisha aliyoambia. Ahama Kenya.
Hao watu wataki kwenda kulala. Acha tuwafukuze sasa bana. Manake hamtaki kwenda kulala. Inakaa sasa nyinyi mnakuwa tu entertained hapa mtoki.
Sasa tumealika Geoffrey Ruto na Evans Kipto kesho RUTO serikali challenge.
Alafu nani Omanga atapewa nini? Kwa sababu unajua yeye ni wa kunangua viuno Waziri wa entertainment.
Atakuwa ni waziri wa mambo ya ndani na kunangua viuno.
Mambo ya ndani.
Mambo ya ndani.
Oh my goodness.
Wacheni tukalale tuonane kesho.
Tuonane kesho.
Ati na Waruguru. Ulisema Waruguru ni nini?
Atakuwa huko kwa State House, atengeneza bedrooms na nini.
Siangalia usafi bedroom sana kwa sana. To entertain wageni wakija.
Oh my goodness. Okay. CS wa viwanda na viungo mbalimbali. Getash de hata wewe pia umejaribu.
What is Getash de saying?
Ati Omanga ni wa viwanda na viunga mbalimbali.
Viungo mbalimbali.
Kirichiri ndiye atujue atakuwa nini. Takuwa ni mtandao.
Kuna watu tunafaa kuwasaidia, tunawablock, tunawasaidia. Kama umekuja na kusaidia uende kwingine.
At least have some decorum. Hapa we talk things but we don't insult people. Sasa hiyo matusi hiyo ngachafu.
Tunakusaidia uende kwingine. Kipto hapa ni Wayuda lakini ako tu.
He's fine, he doesn't talk trash. Geoffrey ni Wayuda lakini he's fine, he's very sober.
So I think watu wamekataa kwenda kulala. Wacha tuwaache. Kisumu kuna bad news. Kuna mtu amechoma nini? Amechoma shule. Msichome shule tafadhali. You need your schools,
You need your schools.
Kisumu boy is on fire. Wanafunzi wamekataa kufunguliwa shule, sasa wameenda kuchoma shule.
Wanafunzi wako nyumbani. Nani amechoma shule basi?
Nani amechoma shule? Kisumu boy is on fire ama ni nini?
Hiyo au ni watu wa UDA wamechoma shule.
Watu wa UDA wameenda kuchoma shule. Timeti tumwa. Anasema funga station. Hamtaki kwenda, tunataka muende ndio tufunge station.
Douglas anasema tufunge station. Douglas ni wetu.